I stepped out of the hospital just as a light rain began to fall. I hadn't brought an umbrella, so I stood by the entrance for a while, hoping it would stop. When it didn't, I pulled my hood up and made a dash to the bus stop. The weather in Minnan had been weird lately, way too much rain, even though the rainy season was supposed to be over. After 5 minutes, the bus heading to the West District arrived. I tossed a coin into the box and found a seat near the back. The sky was dark with heavy clouds, and everything looked gray. Through the rain-splattered window, Zhomeng could barely make out the red traffic light at the intersection ahead. The West District was the most run-down area of Minnan, a typical urban village, cramped buildings packed with people. The only good thing about it was the cheap rent. I had moved there 2 years ago when money got tight because of Chinwen's hospital bills. I rented a room from an art student, an Omega, and in exchange for cleaning, I got to use the rest of the apartment. The bus ride took over an hour, and by the time I got off, I headed to a nearby convenience store to grab instant noodles. The store owner, feeling sorry for me, offered me a cigarette after I got drenched by a passing ambulance. Apparently, it was the 4th time this month someone in the area had lost control of their pheromones, likely because they couldn't afford proper inhibitors. The owner, a beta, remarked on how lucky he was to not be an omega in a place like this. After getting back to my apartment, I greeted my roommate, Zhang Sui, who was busy sketching himself in the living room, wrapped in a bathrobe. He claimed it was for art, not self-indulgence. I joked around and offered to make lunch instant noodles with extra eggs, since he'd been at it all morning. While I waited for the water to boil, I scrolled through my phone. 2 years ago, I spent all my savings on Chinwen's treatment, so now I made a living as a paparazzo. My job was simple. Whoever was trending, I photographed them. Today, the internet was buzzing about Zhang Yuye, a 3A alpha celebrity with a bad temper and a habit of looking down on everyone. I'd photographed him a few times. His looks were undeniable, but his attitude was notorious. As I was eating, I received a mysterious text telling me to meet at the usual place at 9. I didn't reply, but I got ready to go. By 8:30, I sent off some photos to my editor and headed out. When I arrived at the meeting spot, Zhang Yuye was already waiting for me in his car. He drove like a madman, speeding out of the old district while I cursed at him from the passenger seat. Despite his reckless driving, Zhang didn't seem bothered. He even joked about his mental health, saying he needed me, his doctor, to fix him. I rolled my eyes but played along. After all, he was a big deal, and I wasn't in a position to argue. We drove for almost 40 minutes before we reached our destination, but before I could get out of the car, Zhang Ye pinned me down, his intentions clear. He wasn't the type to ask for permission. I woke up in Zhang Yuye's arms, irritated as usual. This guy was a complete jerk, leaving me covered in bite marks without bothering to help clean up afterward. I pushed him off, threw on a robe, and went to the bathroom to take care of myself. As I stood in front of the mirror, I noticed the familiar scent of his alpha pheromones mixed with the herbal medicine I was using. It made me dizzy, and I realized that this idiot had triggered my heat early. I splashed cold water on my face, but it didn't help. The heat was already coursing through my body. Just then, Zhang Yuye appeared at the door, throwing out some stupid comment about how I was trying to seduce him. His pheromones filled the room, making things worse. I told him to knock it off, but he just laughed and said he couldn't help it. Apparently, he liked my scent too much. Frustrated and overwhelmed, I grabbed him and pressed him against the wall, calling him every name in the book. Of course, Zhang just smirked, acting like he enjoyed the whole thing, even suggesting I go ahead and rape him. We'd been sleeping together for a year, but every time was like a fight. No tenderness, no love, just raw, primal desire. It was like we were enemies, tearing into each other with anger instead of affection. Halfway through, he had the nerve to ask if he could mark me. I nearly slapped him. Afterwards, I hit him anyway, just to get back at him. Zhang didn't mind, even licking my palm like some masochist. Once I left his estate, I went back to my apartment, rested for a day, and bought some new clothes. Zhang mentioned a new job for me, something better than being a paparazzo, which I was more than ready to quit. I'd been through enough tough jobs, from being a journalist to working for Chinwen, and eventually ending up as a paparazzo barely scraping by. Funny how fate works. The day I met Jiang was a rainy one, and I caught him with some pretty Omega. I snapped some photos but got caught before I could leave. Instead of making trouble, Jiang took my camera and later invited me to meet him. That's how this whole thing started: rooms, beds, and more beds. I never asked Jiang for anything, never tried to use his fame to get back into journalism. We weren't like that. We were more like friends with benefits, if you could call it that. He was a star, I was a nobody. But still, I stuck around. Looking back, I wasn't the same person I used to be. Life had worn me down, made me cynical and careless. But even if I had the chance to do things differently, I'd still end up here with Jiang, in this strange, messed up relationship. As I walked home in the rain with my new clothes, I remembered something Chin had told me when I first started out: do your best and leave the rest to fate. It was a Monday morning, the day Jiang Yuya had arranged for me to start my new job. Honestly, I thought he had a few screws loose. He didn't even bother to tell me where I'd be working, just sent a driver to pick me up. So, I put on my new clothes, grabbed my bag, and went downstairs. The driver, a young guy named Liu, greeted me, calling me teacher Zhou Meng. That made me cringe, so I quickly told him to call me brother instead. That sounded a lot better. I asked where we were heading, and as he told me the address, I felt uneasy. Just as I was about to tell him to stop, Jiang Yuya called. I picked up the phone, immediately cursing him. "Jiang Yuya, what's wrong with you?" He laughed it off, asking if I wasn't happy with the new job he set up for me. "You got me a job at Mixin Times?" I asked, shocked. Mixin Times was one of the biggest newspapers in the country back in the day. I had joined them fresh out of university during their peak years. I'd been one of the few interns kept on, along with a guy named Zhao Yunan. He and I never really got along, always giving each other snide remarks. The last time I saw him was when I left Mixin. Zhao had tried to offer me a deal sleep with him, and he'd get me back into the paper. I dumped coffee all over his head and called him trash before I walked out. After that, I couldn't find work anywhere, no matter how good my resume was. Thinking about it made me angry, but I was more furious at Jiang Yuya. "It's not called Mixin Times anymore," Jiang said smugly. "It's Mixin Media now. After the company was sold, they rebranded it." That hit me hard. It wasn't just a name change, it felt like the world had moved on too fast, and print media was dying. Jiang, of course, wasn't interested in my nostalgia. He quickly cut me off, telling me to decide if I wanted the job, or if I'd rather play big with him later. I cursed him again, telling him to go play with someone else. He laughed and told me to do well on my first day, teasing that he'd be waiting for me to come photograph him. I hung up and tried to calm myself. Poor Liu, the driver, seemed shaken from overhearing our conversation. I guess Jiang Yuya scared a lot of people, but I wasn't one of them. Liu kept glancing at me through the rearview mirror, probably imagining some tragic love story between me and Jiang. He had no idea. When we arrived at Mixin Media, I thanked Liu and got out. The building was still the same, but the vibe was different. People were carrying coffee instead of cameras now. I stood there, staring at the new media sign, lost in thought. I hadn't kept up with Mixin for the past couple of years because I had bigger things to worry about, like surviving. It felt strange to be back. I always knew I'd return one day, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon, and I certainly didn't expect things to have changed this much. If Chin were still around, he'd have cursed out the executives who sold the company and then downed a drink, laughing it off. But Chin wasn't coming back. With that thought, I sighed. Then I smiled, knowing that in his memory, he was still the great reporter, the king without a crown, proudly holding his camera and saying, "I'm a journalist." When I walked into the lobby of Mixin's office, a woman in a suit called me Reporter Zhou, which caught me off guard. After a pause, I answered, "I guess." She introduced herself as Ding Tian, an editor at Mixin Entertainment, and handed me my new ID badge. It looked the same as my old one, except for the new department. She was polite, and I thanked her, following her upstairs. Once we reached the entertainment department on the 22nd floor, I noticed how busy things were. People were rushing out with equipment for some event. Ding Tian gave me a quick tour, and then brought me to my desk, near the entrance. The office was mostly empty, with only a few people around. She called over an old colleague of mine, Su Guangwei, to introduce us. Su recognized me right away. We had worked together before in the investigative department. Back then, we were part of a team that took risks to uncover big stories, almost losing our lives on one occasion. Seeing Sue again made me think of those times, but I wasn't in the mood for a reunion. I asked him what work I needed to do, and he gave me a huge stack of articles to edit. The morning flew by as I worked on the edits. Around noon, Sue came over to drag me to lunch. We joked around as we headed to the elevator, only to run into Zhao Yunnan, someone I didn't get along with from the old days. He mocked me for becoming an entertainment reporter, and I threw a jab right back at him. The tension was thick, especially with his cilantro-scented pheromones filling the elevator. Once outside, Sue teased me for reacting to Zhao. I told him it wasn't fear. It was just that I hated the smell of cilantro. As we were laughing, I spotted our old colleague, Chen Xianhe, walking toward us. He looked rough, but when he saw me, he smiled and asked if I was back. I showed him my badge and told him I was now working as an entertainment reporter. Chen invited us to dinner, and Sue immediately got excited, talking about going all out with food and drinks. Chen smiled as we walked away, but I noticed his eyes were a bit misty. It felt like we were all carrying the weight of what we'd been through together. It was around 7:30 p.m., and the Platinum Club was usually lively at that time. But tonight, some rich guy had reserved the whole place, and only those invited could enter. Inside, Jiang Yuye, a famous figure, sat on the central couch, playing on his phone, clearly uninterested in the music and performances around him. This event was organized by his brother, Jiang Jianhong, for business purposes. One of the guests happened to be a fan of Jiang Yuye's movies, so Jiang was asked to join. Despite being there, Jiang Yuye seemed distant, ignoring everyone. His brother teased him about his mood, but it didn't lighten his expression. Then Jiang Jianpeng, their other brother, joined them, making jokes about Jiang Yuye being distracted by something interesting recently. But instead of responding, Jiang Yuye was busy texting me, Zhomeng. As I was eating with my colleagues, I got his messages, and he kept pushing to come and pick me up. I wasn't in the mood and told him off, but Jiang persisted with his usual crude remarks, which made me roll my eyes. After dinner, my colleague Su Guangwei suggested we hit the karaoke bar to continue the night. I was about to agree when a flashy sports car pulled up beside us, with Jiang Yuye sitting inside wearing sunglasses, looking ridiculous. He honked and flashed the car lights, clearly trying to get my attention. I sighed, made up an excuse to my colleagues, and got into his car. Jiang immediately started questioning me about my colleagues, acting all possessive, which only annoyed me more. He drove like a maniac back to his estate, saying I'd soon see how serious he could be. Before I knew it, he carried me to the backyard pool and threw me in. I sputtered and swam to the edge, only to look up and see him standing there, completely naked, his intentions obvious. Things escalated quickly. He jumped into the pool and didn't waste time. The whole scene was wild and intense, leaving me breathless. Halfway through, he bit the gland on my neck, marking me with his tequila-scented pheromones. That snapped me back to reality, and I realized what he'd done. Furious, I bit him back, hard enough to draw blood. Even though he winced in pain, he didn't stop. He actually seemed to enjoy my reaction. I asked him what he thought he was doing, and he replied smugly, saying he was leaving his scent on me to keep other men away. That made me angrier, so I challenged him, threatening to mark him back. As my own pheromones flooded the space, I saw him tense up for the first time, finally feeling the full force of my presence. He looked at me, daring me to continue, but deep down, I knew this was just another twisted game between us. Survival of the fittest is the creed of many social Darwinists. They equate humans with beasts, divide people into different classes based on various man-made rules, self-righteously ignore the suffering of the inferior people in their eyes, and then tell them in a high-sounding manner that this is the fate of inferior products. When Zhomeng first encountered this kind of theory, he felt that these people were somewhat mentally ill. What era was it in? They were still practicing primitive society and were shameless for the sake of a little profit. Later, when Zhomeng graduated from school and entered the workplace, he began to feel that this set of perverse logic still had its merits. There was indeed no essential difference between humans and beasts. Zhomeng got angry when he thought of this. Someone woke up from his dream and climbed up quickly. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zhou Meng sitting on the bed in a thin silk nightgown, staring at him. His little brother stood up without any hesitation. Zhou Meng couldn't stand being stared at by him, so he lay down on his side with his back to him. Zhang Yuye was gentle for once, lying down behind him, holding his waist with his hands, and asked softly, "Can't sleep?" Zhou Meng didn't answer directly. He turned his head and looked at him. Zhang Yuye. Yeah. Zhang Yuye's mother was of gypsy descent and was a very beautiful woman. He inherited his mother's looks and had a pair of affectionate peach blossom eyes with light golden pupils. When he looked at people seriously, he always gave people the illusion that he was being watched by gods. Even a shrewd person like Zhou Meng was fooled by these eyes. He reached out to touch the hair beside Zhang Yuye's ear. "Do you really want to mark me?" Zhang Yuye chuckled and sighed in disappointment. "Even if I want to, you have to be willing, right? You are a 3A level Omega. How can I force you?" Zhou Meng thought Zhang Yuye's words were strange. This rascal bullied men and women all the time. But why did he pretend to be wronged when it came to him? He ignored Zhang Yuye and turned his back to close his eyes and prepare to go to sleep. But the rascal seemed to be addicted. He came up behind him and whispered, "Baby, it's okay if you don't want to be marked. We don't need pheromones to maintain contact. I will appear whenever you need me." Zhou Meng didn't speak, as if he was already asleep. Zhang Yuye could hear his steady breathing and rhythmic heartbeat. He hugged Zhou Meng, closed his eyes, and fell asleep peacefully. At a certain moment that he couldn't see, Zhou Meng opened his eyes, and a line of warm tears fell. He silently cursed Zhang Yuye, "Idiot." The next morning Zhang Yuye called Li Yu to the manor and asked him to take Zhou Meng to work. The aunt in charge of cooking was hired by Zhang Yuye from the south. She was very good at making porridge, but Zhou Meng was in a hurry and put down his bowl and walked out after only a few sips. However, before he left the house, Zhang Yuye pulled him into his arms. "Zhang Yuye, you are crazy." Before Zhou Meng could finish his words, Zhang Yuye suddenly kissed him. After a long intertwining of lips and teeth, Zhang Yuye let him go and said in a mean way, "I'm going to go abroad to shoot in the next few days, so I'll leave you here as a souvenir." Zhou Meng gave him a fierce look and walked out of the villa quickly. He breathed a sigh of relief when he got in the car, closed his eyes, leaned back in the chair, and rubbed his temples. Temporary marking is not a bad thing for omegas. The physiological needs of estrus torture them all the time, and only inhibitors and alpha-S pheromones can relieve them. However, long-term use of inhibitors will cause harm to the body, so many omegas will choose to get married at a certain age or find an adult love partner to help them get through the estrus period. However, not all omega are like this. There is a very special type of omega whose pheromone level is very high. They can go through the estrus period without the help of alpha and inhibitors, and can even reverse mark alpha. Some scientists call their appearance the second tilt of God's scale, but this time the tilt is biased towards omega. Zhou Meng is one of this type of omega. He has never used inhibitors since his differentiation and rarely sleeps with alphas during estrus. He hates the feeling of being out of control during estrus. His body and his soul can only be controlled by him. Anyone who attempts to cross the line will be torn to pieces by his sharp claws. But Zhang Yuye was an accident, an expected accident. Li Yu is brave and has good driving skills. He drove a Porsche Cayenne and took Zhou Meng, overtaking several cars in a row, and finally sent him to the company before 9 o'clock. Zhou Meng saw that there were still a few minutes before the clocking in time, so he used the reflective car window to pull up his shirt to cover the traces left by Zhang Yuye last night. Today the entertainment department's office area was much busier than yesterday. When Zhou Meng walked in, many unfamiliar faces greeted him. He pretended to be kind and responded with a smile. He only recovered his breath when he found his workstation. As soon as he opened his work WeChat, Su Guangwei sent him a new folder, telling him that it was today's work content and also asked about the luxury car last night. Zhou Meng originally didn't want to say much to him, but after just a few words, Su Guangwei guessed that the man was Zhang Yuye just like Detective Conan, and he was quite curious and asked about how they met. Zhou Meng sent him a speechless emoticon, obviously not wanting to mention this matter, but Su Guangwei didn't want to let him go and was still sighing during lunch. Actually, Jiang Yuya, I don't think he's very reliable. If you just want to play with him, forget it. But if you want to get married, you still have to find a reliable A. While Zhou was scooping up noodles, he asked him, "When did you become so familiar with Jiang Yuya?" Su Guangwei didn't even think about it and replied directly, "I've been in the entertainment department for half a year, so I know what kind of artists they are. Don't be fooled by his handsome appearance. He's actually very fickle. If you want to be reliable, you have to." He suddenly stopped talking halfway, as if remembering something, and shook his head. "Well, just eat some noodles. I don't care about your business." Su Guangwei wanted to fool around with this, but Zhou obviously didn't want to give him a chance. He put down his chopsticks and stared at him. Who else can be reliable? It has to be Lao Chen. Su Guangwei smiled awkwardly and continued hesitantly, "You know how Lao Chen treats you. He has been trying to contact you during the time you left McZin, but you ignored him. He is almost 30 and has never been in a relationship. Who do you think he is waiting for?" Zhou didn't answer. He picked up the vinegar bottle beside him and added vinegar to the bowl. There was no expression on his face, which made Su Guangwei puzzled. He expressed his opinion on his own. "In fact, we are all very happy that you are back. It's just that what happened last night really hurt old Chen's heart. Chen Xianhe is a psychopath, and your intelligence is also abnormal?" Zhou words were filled with anger. Su Guangwei buried his head and awkwardly poked the noodle soup with his chopsticks. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "Zhou, I know you have a hot temper, and you can't stand others using those words to hold you hostage. I just don't want your friendship with Lao Chen to end like this. If you really don't like him, you should go and tell him clearly and completely stop him from thinking about you. Many people can see that Chen Xianhe likes Zhou, and Zhou himself knows it too. In fact, he had told Chen Xianhe about this long before he left MXIN. They can only be comrades in arms and friends, and can never be lovers, let alone get married." But Chen Xianhe said he didn't care. He was born stubborn and would not turn back until he hit the wall. The only thing to be thankful for was that although Chen Xianhe was a bit stupid, he really never caused any trouble to Zhou. He liked Zhou but always kept a proper distance from him and did not cross the line at all. This time Chen Xianhe would probably be really disappointed. Zhou stared at the layer of red oil floating on the soup in a daze, then gently raised the corners of his lips. It would be great if Chen Xianhe really let go. There was no need to waste someone's life because of him. There was not much work to do that afternoon. So after Zhou finished his work, he chatted with the intern sitting next to him. The other party had just graduated from college and was considered his direct junior. Because she was interested in the entertainment industry, she sent her resume to MXIN Entertainment as soon as she graduated. When the girl heard Zhou say that he had been a paparazzi, her eyes suddenly lit up. She came up to Zhou and asked him if he knew any unknown gossip in the circle. She also swore to God that she would never tell anyone. Zhou thought for a moment and replied mysteriously, "If you want to talk about gossip, I do know a few." "Whose?" "Jiang Yu." Before Zhou could even utter the word "yi," the little girl suddenly called out in a low voice, then looked at Zhou excitedly, "Senior, have you met Brother Yi?" Generally speaking, only Jiang Yuye's fans would call him Brother Yi, which carries a sense of underworld. Zhou eyebrows twitched subconsciously. He felt that the name Wild Dog was more suitable for Jiang Yuye. "Well, I've seen him once or twice." Because the other party was obviously a fan of Jiang Yego, for the sake of the harmonious relationship between colleagues, Zhou decided not to say bad things about Jiang Yuye, and even his answer became cautious. "Is his figure as good as it is said on TV? Is he super handsome?" "It's okay." "Wow, I know that Brother Yi is the best. He is really handsome and manly. My sister and I are his fans." Zhou suddenly didn't want to continue this topic. How could he not know what Jiang Yuye was like? Handsome, good-looking, stupid, with a temper worse than a dog, likes to bite people and has low intelligence. He didn't want to continue this topic, so he found an excuse to go to the bathroom and slipped away from his workstation. As soon as he walked out of the entertainment department's office area, he ran into Chen Xianhe, who was wearing a torn jacket, and a short-haired girl coming up from downstairs. "Zhou, if you are free after work, let's have dinner together." Chen Xianhe stopped in front of Zhou and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. "You are back. Add me back on WeChat." Zhou thought of what Su Guangwei said at noon and smiled as he scanned Chen Xinha's QR code. Okay, I just have something to tell you. See you after work. The media industry is a hard-hit area for overtime. When it is very busy, it is common to work overtime until 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening. However, Su Guangwei's team is obviously just making up the numbers in the department. There are no field staff or planners, and they are only responsible for revising manuscripts. The salary is low, but the work is small. They basically do not have to work overtime and can leave at 6 o'clock. After work, Zhou sent a message to Chen Xinha asking him when he would leave. Chen Xinha replied almost immediately, asking him to go downstairs directly. Zhou walked downstairs with his bag and waited for 2 minutes. Chen Xinha stopped in front of him on a small electric donkey, looked up and asked him, "You don't mind, do you?" Zhou smiled and shook his head. "I can't even afford an electric scooter. How can I look down on you?" The place Chen Xinha chose to eat was a Sichuan restaurant they used to go to frequently. Zhou was from the southwest and could eat spicy food very well. When he was interviewing in Sichuan and Chongqing a few years ago, he often took Chen Xinha to eat hot pot with him. After the waiter brought all the dishes, Chen Xinha ordered a few bottles of cold beer, poured Zhou a glass, opened another bottle for himself, and drank from the 2 bottles. After drinking for more than 30 minutes, he finally got down to business and asked Zhou about Tan Wen's recent situation. Zhou didn't even look up and answered coldly, "He passed away last year. We didn't have money for a funeral, so he was cremated and sent back to his hometown for burial." Chen Xinha said nothing upon hearing this. He just drank from the bottle. Outside the window was a busy snack street. The stained orange and red signboards were dazzling. The air was filled with the smell of cheap oil smoke, and the streets were filled with the sounds of diners shouting and laughing. After drinking half a bottle of wine, Chen Xinha put down his chopsticks. He half raised his head and looked at Zhou opposite him. "Zhou, was that your boyfriend yesterday?" "No." Zhou answer was very straightforward and cold, which made Chen Xinha a little stunned. "Then you just get into his car. Does it have anything to do with you?" Zhou raised his head and looked directly at Chen Xinha. His pupils were very dark. He looked very depressed when he didn't look at people, but when he stared at people, it made people feel palpitations. "Yes, it has nothing to do with me. I can't control it." Chen Xinha muttered to himself as he drank, "But I am just cheap. I am just curious. I am just curious about how you, Zhou, can be involved with someone like him. Don't you know what kind of people are around him?" "What kind of people?" Zhou laughed at himself. "People like me. You are curious about my relationship with him. Okay, I tell you, I slept with him, not just once, many times, and will continue in the future." "What? Reporter Chen, pity me. Want to save me, a fallen Omega?" "Zhou." Chen Xinha's voice became hoarse. His eyes were red, staring at Zhou. "Do you know what you were saying?" Zhou put down the cup and leaned back in the chair, folding his arms and looking at him. "Of course I know. I also know what you were thinking. But, Chen Xinha, this is all my business and has nothing to do with you. You were not like this before." Chen Xinha choked. "When you first entered me Xin, you slept in the basement, drank cold water, and ate steamed buns every day, and you never complained. Now you are like this, like, why? Is it just for a chance to come back? I tell you, Zhou, me Xin is not worthy of you at all. It is nothing. It has long been different from before. You sold yourself for it, for those ridiculous things. You." Chen Xinha drank a little too much, and his speech was unclear. Zhou felt that there was no need to continue the conversation. He stood up with his things, lowered his eyebrows, and said solemnly, "Chen Xinha, people always change. I am no longer the Zhou of the past. There are some things between you and me that cannot be explained. I know that you took good care of me in the past, and I sincerely thank you. Don't contact me anymore in the future. From the moment I made the decision, I never thought of turning back." "Zhou." Chen Xinha called his name unwillingly, but Zhou ignored him. After paying the bill, he turned around and left the restaurant and took the bus home. The house was dark and Zhang Sui didn't seem to be at home. After a simple wash, Zhou turned off the lights in the room and lay down on the small single bed. The summer cicadas outside the window were chirping, making people feel upset. He stared at the yellowed ceiling above his head in a trance. Qin Xinhe was right. He and Jiang Yuye did not meet by chance, but it was a trap he carefully planned. He just felt that people cannot always live like lambs in this life. They must have some blood. Since God cannot give me justice, then I will give myself justice with my own hands. In the thick darkness, Zhou Meng picked up his phone and sent a message to Su Guangwei. Zhou Meng, Lao Su, I have something to do. I won't be going to work tomorrow. Please ask for leave for me. The fluorescent light on the screen flickered on and off. Zhou Meng put down his phone and buried his head in the pillow. A strong sense of uneasiness and powerlessness swallowed him like an out-of-control beast. From the moment he chose to become a reporter, this feeling has always been with him, like a vicious curse from the devil of the abyss. Hui Sanatorium is located in the northern suburbs of Minnan City. It is the best sanatorium in the city. Its medical conditions and sanitary environment are among the best in the country. Patients who can live here are either rich or noble. A bed alone can be sold for 6 figures. Wu Xian just graduated from nursing school this year. Her family put a lot of effort into sending her to work here. She is very hardworking, smart, and capable, and is very popular in the nursing home. Early that morning, she went to the area she was responsible for and checked the rooms one by one as usual. The first few rooms were normal, but when she reached the room at the end of the corridor, an accident happened and the door could not be opened. She remembered that the patient in this room was in a vegetative state and had no relatives. She subconsciously thought that there was something wrong with the door. Just as she was about to call someone to fix it, the door opened by itself from the inside. A man in an old white shirt and black trousers opened the door for her and asked her if she was a nurse. She nodded in surprise and said she was here to make rounds. The man smiled and invited her in, introducing himself as a patient's family member who was usually busy and therefore did not come here often. The hospital has a rule that medical staff are not allowed to inquire about patients and their families. Although Wu Xian was curious, she did not dare to violate the rule. She checked the instruments in the ward and the patient's condition as usual. The man did not come to see if she was working seriously like other patients' families did. Instead, he sat in front of the bed, supporting himself with his arms, and put his hands together in front of his forehead, as if he was praying or thinking. Wu Xian thought he was a little strange, but she didn't dare to ask. She just looked at him quietly. She thought he was an alpha, although she was a beta and couldn't smell pheromones. But the man in front of her didn't look like an omega. He was very handsome, and he was no less handsome than the stars on TV, but his eyebrows were too cold, giving people a very cold feeling. After finishing her work, she turned and left the ward. The man stood up to see him off. When he lowered his head to close the door, Wu Xian saw that the neck covered by the white shirt was wearing a metal and leather anti-bite ring. "Teacher, I'm going back to McZin." After watching the nurse leave, Zhou Meng sat back in the chair beside the bed. He supported his head with his hands and muttered to Qinwan, but now they have changed their name to McZin Media, not McZin Times. The old guys above sold the newspaper to Xinxing, but don't worry, they are still doing news. I met Qin Xinhe and the others when I went back this time. Qin Xinhe, the silly guy, is still as stubborn as before, but Lao Su is different. Lao Su has been transferred to the entertainment department as an editor. I heard from him that a large internet company wants to poach him, and he is considering whether to go there. There are not many people in Shindu now, but Director Sun is still there, and she still likes to revise everyone's manuscripts and correct punctuation as before. Zhou Meng's voice gradually choked up. He took a deep breath, raised his head and looked at the person in front of him with his eyes closed. "I had dinner with Qin Xinhe last night, and he said that I was different from before. Well, I said yes, I accepted my fate, and Qin Xinhe got angry. Teacher, do you think he is mentally ill? He always thinks that everyone should be like him. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about something happy. I bought a bottle of iced black tea in the morning, and then I'll have another bottle if I win. I haven't won a prize in many years. Although it's just a bottle of iced black tea, it's still worth being happy about. I always feel tired recently. As soon as I close my eyes, the things in the past keep turning over in my mind. To be honest, teacher, I don't want to be a reporter anymore. I'm so tired, really tired." Zhou Meng put down his arms and lay on the hospital bed. Soft sunlight shone on him through the open window. He closed his eyes and suddenly remembered that the scene on his college graduation day was also so good. He was wearing a bachelor's gown and took a photo in front of the statue of Einstein at the school gate with Qin Wan, who had just rushed over from the newspaper office. Qin Wan asked him if he had really decided to work in a newspaper. He said yes, and then he couldn't remember what else he said. He only remembered that Qin Wan smiled and replied, "Then you must be prepared to fight to the end at any time. This is the fate of being a reporter." Zhou Meng raised his head in a trance. He looked at Qin Wan and smiled tiredly, saying silently, "Teacher, I remember. Always fight to the end." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Meng stood up, put on the coat draped over the back of the chair, and walked out of the ward. The corridor was empty and quiet. He walked forward along the side, lowered his head, and left the sanatorium. The sun was very strong outside, but Zhou Meng's hands were especially cold. He raised his head and glanced at the fiery red sun in the sky. The feeling of grief and powerlessness came over him again. He took out a bottle of spray tranquilizer from his bag, sprayed it on himself a few times, then waved for a car to go back to the city. A day is neither long nor short. Zhou Meng went to the sanatorium in the morning and walked around the city in the afternoon until the sky darkened. He called Zhang Sui to ask him what he wanted to eat in the evening, and then went home after buying vegetables at the market. The vegetable market in the western part of the city was not far from where he lived, only 3 or 4 streets away. However, it was the place where trouble was most likely to occur in the area because there were many bars nearby and drunkards often came out to cause trouble at night. Zhou Meng had just walked halfway with the bag of fish and vegetables when several alphas suddenly jumped out from an alley and blocked his way. The leader had dyed yellow hair and tattoos on his arms. He looked like a scoundrel and smiled at Zhou Meng. "What's the matter?" Zhou Meng raised his head and looked at them without fear. The other person touched his chin with his hand and looked at him obscenely. "Hey, don't you know that in a place like this, it is easy for an Omega to get into trouble when walking alone at night? So, you are very beautiful. Come and play with us, brothers. We will be very gentle and kind to you and make you feel good." As soon as the yellow-haired man finished speaking, an unpleasant smell of alpha pheromones hit Zhou Meng. Zhou Meng frowned slightly, sighed helplessly, put the plastic bag in his hand aside, and unbuttoned the first 2 buttons of his shirt. "Oh, so proactive?" The yellow-haired man joked with his companion with a silly smile. "Today I can be considered to have found." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Meng untied the collar around his neck. However, it was not an anti-bite ring, but a special inhibitory ring. The lemongrass pheromone attacked the alphas like a beast. In just a few seconds, the pheromones in their bodies began to riot under the induction of the high-level omega pheromones. It was extremely dangerous for an alpha to fall into a pheromone riot without an inhibitor. If not handled properly, it would cause serious physical defects and even affect the mind and turn into a madman. Zhou Meng bent down and took out a tomato from the bag. Then he carried the bag past several alphas who were kneeling on the ground, took out a high-strength inhibitor, and sprayed it around a few times. He took a bite of the bright red flesh and stared at them sarcastically. Although humans are essentially the same as animals, you can't just go into heat casually. From an evolutionary perspective, not every male of every species is eligible to mate with a female. Things like you who go into heat casually will be eliminated by natural selection. After all, society doesn't need trash, right? The alpha was completely suppressed by the high-level omega pheromones and was completely speechless. He could only stare at Zhou Meng. Zhou Meng was in no mood to tease them anymore. He took out his phone and called the emergency center. Whether you can turn back to normal depends on whether your pheromones are up to par. Garbage. Zhou Meng whistled briskly and carried his things home. The release of the pheromones that had been suppressed made his tense nerves feel much better. Young Master Jiang in the photo is very showy. Not only is he not wearing anything, he is also doing unspeakable things in front of the mirror. Zhou Meng took a few deep breaths and gave up the idea of calling Jiang Yuye to scold him. As soon as he sat down at his workstation, Su Guangwei came over with a large, old-fashioned teacup to chat with him. When Su Guangwei was in the deep department, he was famous for being a chatterbox. He could chat with anyone, from 80-year-old men and women to 8-month-old babies. He could talk for a long time. When he was busy with work before, Zhou didn't think it was a big deal if he didn't meet him often. Now that they are retired in the same department, Su Guangwei keeps talking in his ear every day, which makes him want to strangle this old-fashioned and kind-hearted old colleague to death on the spot. Speaking of which, Lao Chen recently brought in an Omega intern, a short-haired girl named Qian Qian. She said she wanted to go to Deep when she first joined the newspaper. She followed Lao Chen outside to cover news for more than half a month without a single complaint. She is very much like you were back then. Zhou didn't know whether Su Guangwei knew about the breakup between him and Chen Qianhe, but he felt that Su Guangwei's last sentence was definitely a joke. He raised his eyelids and replied indifferently, "What style? Madman style or fool style?" Su Guangwei pretended not to understand his sarcasm and laughed. "How can you do our job without some madness?" Zhou was too lazy to pay attention to him and kept typing on the keyboard, trying to make the sentence in front of him smoother. Su Guangwei had nothing to do, so he just sat beside him, watching him revise the manuscript and making clicking sounds from time to time. Zhou couldn't bear it any longer and was about to chase him away when he heard Lao Ding say sadly, "Mang, I may not be able to stay here with you in a while. You must take care of yourself in the days without me." Zhou knew that he was talking about job hopping, so he rolled his eyes at him and said coldly, "It would be great if someone poached you to be the director. It's better than being in the entertainment tribe. Don't be so sad. You can still be poached. Many people want to leave but can't. Once they leave, they have nowhere to go. I can't bear to leave you and Lao Chun, as well as Director Sun, Director Wang, and Lao Xie. If I were here, I could still see you on my way to and from work, but if I go there, I won't be able to see you. Then don't leave." Zhou interrupted his sentimentality in time to prevent Su Guangwei from getting more and more excited. "I'm getting married soon. If I don't leave, how can I support my family with this salary?" At this point, Su Guangwei seemed to have found another fun, and asked Zhou excitedly, "By the way, you are not young anymore. Have you ever thought about starting a family? You are beautiful, capable, and a high-level Omega. What kind of alpha can't you find?" Zhou paused typing. He turned his chair in front of Su Guangwei, facing him. "You are like this?" "Oh no, my buddy has a wife." Su Guangwei felt creepy when he looked at him, and quickly protected himself with his hands. "I don't mean anything else. I just think it's not a good idea for you to be single all the time. Do you remember Hua Hong, who joined the newspaper at about the same time as you? She is a mother of 2 children now, and you don't even have a partner now. There were so many girls who liked you in the newspaper, but you didn't like any of them. Wait, are you really going to marry Jiang?" Before Su Guangwei could finish the last 2 words, he received a death stare from Zhou. He shut up angrily, lowered his head, and didn't say anything else. "Teacher Zhou, Teacher Su, look at the trending searches." As soon as Su Guangwei finished speaking, the interns on the side started to get excited again and asked them to look at their Weibo. He took a deep breath and scrolled down with the mentality of watching the fun. This set of photos was taken by Jiang Yuye for a fashion brand. However, except for the underwear, everything else in the photos was not of this brand, because this rascal was only wearing a pair of boxer briefs. However, the smooth muscle lines and large areas of skin exposed in the Hawaiian sun were really handsome, but the meaning of sexiness was stronger. Zhou glanced at the comments section. Most of the messages were from Jiang Yuye's fans. They were either yelling or crying, thanking him for being willing to be the male bodhisattva of the domestic entertainment industry and allowing everyone to appreciate his beautiful body. Some were even trying to judge his size by the visibility of his underwear. Zhou was too embarrassed to continue reading, but apart from anything else, he still admired this group of fans because the data they finally came up with seemed to be not much different. As a well-known young man in the domestic entertainment industry, Jiang Yuye has countless fans and haters. Haters can criticize him in every aspect, but they can't criticize his appearance and figure, because he is indeed good-looking and has an impeccable figure. Seeing that no one in the comment section was scolding Jiang Yuye, Zhou had no motivation to continue reading. He turned off his phone and continued to work. However, Su Guangwei, the beat, was like a pervert. He mouthed to him with a lewd look on his face, "I understand you." Zhou glanced at him and ignored him. Just as he was about to send the revised manuscript to Ding Tian, He saw her walking towards them in her high heels. The leader was here, so Su Guangwei naturally couldn't slack off anymore. He took the tank and quietly slipped back to his workstation. He was originally assigned to the entertainment department for retirement. He was lazy on weekdays, but Ding Tian didn't care at all. She walked to Zhou Mang's desk with a smile and handed him a folder. Teacher Zhou, in a few days, OSS will have an event in Minnan and will invite many big names. Can you do an interview and write a tweet? If there is anyone free in the department, you can just take them with you. Zhou Mang was a little uncomfortable with her good attitude. He took the folder and responded with a smile. It's my duty. As soon as Ding Tian left, an intern came over and asked Zhou Mang if he could take her there. She hadn't seen a single star in more than half a month. Zhou Mang nodded and opened the folder amid her cheers. It detailed the theme, process, guests, and points that needed attention. It was clearly organized and well organized. No matter where it was placed, it would be an excellent plan. Several guests participating in the event are well-known celebrities in the circle. After reading the information and precautions, Zhou Mang began to prepare the interview outline. As media people, they usually do not directly contact the stars themselves, but communicate with the organizers of the event. The organizer this time is OS, a multinational advertising company, a well-known 4A, and is well known for its strong business capabilities. One of Zhou Mang's roommates in college worked at OS. After finishing the outline, he casually flipped through the pages to see if he could run into his roommate. Unexpectedly, instead of discovering his roommate's name, he discovered a name that he should have forgotten long ago: Ji Changfeng. Ji Changfeng is Zhou Mang's ex-boyfriend, a 3A level alpha with agarwood scent, a celebrity at the Minnan Public Security University. He is mature, steady, has a good figure, is gentle, considerate, and handsome. He is recognized as the Dream A in several nearby schools. Zhou Mang met Ji Changfeng when he was a freshman in college. At that time, he was doing odd jobs in a convenience store near the school. Ji Changfeng's school was very close to the store, so he often went there to buy things, and they became familiar with each other after a few visits. Less than a month after knowing each other, Ji Changfeng and Zhou Mang confessed their love, and Zhou Mang did not refuse, and they dated for 3 years. If Ji Changfeng had not been arranged by his family to go abroad after graduating from university, they would probably have gotten married. But fate is sometimes like this, and they can never reach the end no matter how destined they are. Thinking of the things in college, Zhou Mang felt a little depressed. He threw the folder aside and wanted to continue to deal with the work at hand, but he couldn't concentrate. He and Ji Changfeng broke up peacefully that year. They had a good relationship before, without any connection or grudges. But the more this happened, the more he was afraid to see Ji Changfeng, and the more afraid he was to think of himself back then. It's a new week again. Zhou Mang got up from bed at around 7 in the morning, changed his clothes, and hurried out. The West City district is a bit far from Mixin. It takes 30 minutes to take the subway and then change to a bus. People working in the media do not have a fixed working time. Even if they have gone home, they have to be ready to work online at any time. Sometimes if there is a problem with the manuscript, several editors may have to revise it overnight. The only thing that makes people feel comfortable is that they don't have to go to work too early in the morning. It was exactly 8:30 when Zhou Mang arrived at the office. Most of the people had not yet clocked in. He sat down at his workstation with the soy milk he had just bought downstairs, inserting a straw with one hand and pulling people into the work group with the other. The event at OSS was scheduled for 3 p.m., so he had to arrange his work in the morning to avoid any unexpected situations. The office gradually became lively after 9 o'clock. Zhou Mang borrowed a meeting room from Ding Tian to explain some precautions to several interns. By the time he finished the tasks at hand, it was already lunchtime. He was about to go downstairs to eat when a colleague from the next group came over with a large takeout box and asked if it was the takeout he ordered. Zhou Mang smiled jokingly and was about to mock himself for being a poor guy who couldn't afford to order takeout. He picked up the takeout order and saw that it was indeed his name and the phone number was correct. He took the takeaway box and took out his phone. There was a missed call and a WeChat message. The call should be from the takeaway boy, and the WeChat message was from Jiang Yuya. It was obvious who ordered the takeaway. Zhou Mang didn't want to pay attention to him and didn't reply. He opened the bag and saw that there were 6 pounds of crayfish in it. They were all big. The smell of spicy red oil made people drool. Zhou sighed, took out all the tableware, and called several colleagues who had not yet gone out to eat to come and eat together. Su Guanghui had the best relationship with him and ran the fastest. Before Zhou had even opened the chopsticks packaging, he had already started eating the shrimp. This guy couldn't stop talking. Even when he had something to eat, he still kept mumbling to Zhou. The others were not familiar with Zhou, so they shared some shrimps and slipped back to their workstations. I was wondering why you were so generous all of a sudden. Zhou was busy eating and just perfunctorily replied, "Just eat it if I give it to you. Why are you talking so much?" Su Guanghui realized that he was in a bad mood today, so he didn't continue to bring bad luck. After finishing his meal, he handed a bottle of water to Zhou and told him to be careful in the afternoon. Zhou responded, threw away the garbage, called the newspaper driver, and asked the interns to go to the event venue. Big brands would not invite only one media outlet to a press conference. When Zhou and his colleagues arrived, the venue was already crowded with colleagues carrying long guns and short cannons. Some of them knew Zhou, and when they saw him return to Meixin to work as an entertainment reporter, their eyes were full of disbelief. But he was not the kind of person who liked to build relationships. After a few pleasantries, he took people to the arranged location to wait for the interview. Most of the big names who came this time were actors, and they were all competitive, each dressed more flamboyantly than the other, especially the popular male A's, who were as flamboyant as a male peacock spreading its tail. The organizer arranged a seat for them relatively close to the front. Zhou held up his camera, adjusted the focus, and took picture after picture of the stars in the center of the red carpet, but he couldn't take a picture that satisfied him. He tried another angle, but still failed. After thinking about it, it was probably because the people above were not gorgeous enough to meet his aesthetic requirements. Zhou, although he looked cold and aloof, like a flower from the jailing mountains that was not stained by dust, was actually a person who was obsessed with looks and had very picky tastes. There were basically few alphas in the domestic entertainment industry that could catch his eye. When he first joined the newspaper, many alphas pursued him because he was smart, good-looking, and had a high information level, but Zhou didn't like any of them. He had never been in a relationship before college, and he only dated Ji Changfeng during college. Apart from other things, Ji Changfeng is indeed very good-looking, and is not inferior to Jiang Yiye in any way. After he and Jiang Yiye broke up, Zhou also considered finding another alpha, but he was too busy with work and had almost no time for socializing, and none of the A's around him could compare to Ji Changfeng. Based on the principle of better to be alone than to be with the wrong person, he has remained single and has not dated anyone again. Later, Jiang Yiye came into his life, and he no longer had the heart to think about love and marriage. He and Jiang Yiye maintained a delicate balance. If he took one step further, it was ambiguous, and if he took one step back, it was cold and ruthless. On the one hand, he exploited the other's value according to his own desires, and on the other hand, he was greedy for that illusory warmth. He said they were friends with benefits and lovers, and on the other hand, he wanted to eat the other alive. Zhou couldn't describe what kind of feelings he had for Jiang Yiye, but he knew that it was impossible for them to be together in this life. This world was too cold and could not tolerate the savage burning fire. After the long red carpet segment, Zhou finally had a chance to catch his breath. He gave a few instructions to a few interns, asking them to help with the interviews later. They just needed to follow the outline and not make any mistakes or offend anyone. Young people who have just graduated are always much more energetic than old-timers like him. When she heard that he wanted her to be interviewed, her face turned red and she ran out with the microphone. Zhou was a little worried to see her like this, but finally followed her reluctantly and watched from the side to avoid any problems that could be difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the people they met this time were very friendly, and the interview went very smoothly. After Zhou took a few more photos, he was about to take everyone back to Meixin when a familiar voice called him. "Amon, long time no see." He turned around and saw Ji Changfeng, wearing a dark black suit, standing not far behind him, waving at him with a smile. After not seeing each other for many years, Ji Changfeng was no longer as high-spirited as before, but had become steady and restrained. His original light blue uniform was also replaced with an elegant black suit. Zhou Meng knew that they were no longer the same as they were when they were young, but no matter how their appearance changed, the way Ji Changfeng looked at him was always the same. Such a serious and gentle look made Zhou Meng feel as if he had returned to a dream many years ago. He subconsciously picked up the camera hanging on his chest and took a photo of Ji Changfeng, then smiled and replied, "Long time no see, Changfeng. Reporters is generally not very high, but there will be some extra income. Usually when they participate in interviews at large-scale events, the organizers and some big names will give them some travel expenses, some more, some less, as a token of their appreciation." Ji Changfeng is the supervisor of OSS and the person in charge of this event. Originally, this kind of money-grubbing issue could be handled by his subordinates, but he wanted to find a suitable reason and said a few more words to Zhou Meng to take the job on himself, and even paid an extra sum of money. Zhou Meng was not stupid, so he could tell what he was thinking. He took the red envelope and handed it to the interns to let them divide it among themselves. A few young people were not so bold, so they each took out 100 yuan and gave the rest back to him. He smiled helplessly and said it was a food allowance for them, and they accepted it with peace of mind. On the way back to Mixin, a brave man asked Zhou Meng and Ji Changfeng if they knew each other. Zhou Meng looked up and asked him how he knew. The boy scratched his head and said that he felt that there was something wrong with the way Ji Changfeng looked at him. Zhou Meng said oh, and replied indifferently, "We talked about it before." The smell of gossip ignited the atmosphere in the car, and even the driver began to lean back, but Zhou Meng was in no mood to gossip with them, and he assigned them 2 or 3 tasks in a row before he calmed the situation down. However, he could control the intern but not his ex-boyfriend. As soon as he arrived at the company gate, Ji Changfeng called him and asked him to have dinner together in the evening. Zhou Meng thought about it and decided not to refuse. He even went to the barber shop to get his haircut before leaving. The restaurant that Ji Changfeng booked was a famous Japanese restaurant in Minot. A meal cost nearly 1,000 yuan. He and his wife had their last meal at this restaurant before they broke up. The bill was paid by Ji Changfeng. Zhou Meng originally wanted to have adult love with him, but Ji Changfeng refused, saying that he wanted to show off and leave a good impression on Zhou Meng before they broke up. During the 3 years they were in love, they shared almost all their expenses. Even the hotel room charges were split equally. It wasn't that Ji Changfeng was reluctant to spend money, but Zhou Meng was unwilling to spend his money. He was a person who was very afraid of owing favors to others, and always kept a proper distance from others. He would not accept anything even from his boyfriend. At first, Ji Changfeng knew about this situation and bought Zhou Meng a very expensive piece of clothing on Valentine's Day. As a result, the next day he received sneakers that Zhou Meng bought for him with his 1-year scholarship. Since then, Ji Changfeng has not bought him any expensive things, and he would choose cheap places when he went out to eat. After so many years, the two sat at the same place again and ordered the same meal, but their moods were very different. When Ji Changfeng handed the menu to Zhou Meng was still a little dazed. He took the menu, ordered a few things at random, and returned it. A very complicated emotion enveloped his heart, making him neither cry nor laugh. He could only stare blankly at the person opposite him. "I heard from them that you haven't had a smooth life in the past few years?" Ji Changfeng is a foxy-faced man who is very good at observing people's words and expressions. No matter who he is with, he will never be dull. When he is chatting and laughing, he has the demeanor of a young master from an ancient noble family. Zhou Meng was uneasy and had no confidence to speak. He didn't dare to look directly at Ji Changfeng, but just shook the cup in his hand. "Well, something happened 2 years ago and I was fired. Then I spent 2 years wandering around. I just returned to the newspaper a few days ago. I didn't expect to meet you when I returned. I thought you would. I wanted to join the army or become a policeman, but why did you suddenly want to join an advertising company and even become a director?" "I wanted to join the army at that time, but I was injured and my family didn't agree, so I had to give up. It just so happened that Oscar was recruiting, so I thought it would be a good idea to give it a try, and I didn't expect to be in my current position." Zhou Meng smiled and poured him a glass of wine. Everyone knows that it's hard to get into the advertising industry, and it's even harder to get into 4A. It's easy for you to say that, but you've suffered a lot in the past few years, right? Which industry doesn't have to suffer? Ji Changfeng lowered his eyes and picked up a peeled shrimp and put it in Zhou Meng's bowl. I remember you used to like this the most. Zhou didn't eat it. He just poked the light pink shrimp meat with chopsticks and looked up at Ji Changfeng. You have a good memory. Ji Changfeng's mouth corners slightly raised, and his gentle brown eyes flashed with a very beautiful light. In fact, during these years abroad, I have been thinking about you all the time. I remember a lot of things. You like spicy food, you like watercress, you squeeze ketchup into hamburgers, you like to eat shrimp but don't like to peel them, you hate coriander and mint, your favorite fruit is grapes, and your favorite potato chips are Lay's. Changfeng. Zhou interrupted Ji Changfeng. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. We broke up a long time ago. Ji Changfeng's hand paused in midair. He put the sushi on Zhou plate and put down his chopsticks. You rewrite. We haven't been together for a long time. Then why do you still say these things to me? Hearing this, Ji Changfeng looked at Zhou seriously, as serious as when he confessed to Zhou for the first time. Mang, let's get back together. Zhou did not answer, but just stared at him. I specifically asked the company to transfer back to China this time, and I came for you. This is a bit sudden, so I don't expect you to agree to me immediately, but I hope you can give me a chance to pursue you again. These words were like a broken knife cutting Zhou heart. He felt that this world was ridiculous and sad, just like his life, always letting people see the light and then fall into deeper darkness. I'm sorry, Changfeng. I can't promise you. Zhou raised his head and chuckled. Let the past stay in the past. You are so outstanding, you will definitely meet a better Omega in the future. You can't hang yourself on this crooked tree of mine. Mang, don't belittle yourself like this. You are very outstanding. Ji Changfeng's eyes drooped. I don't know if I will meet a better Omega than you in the future, but now I only have you in my heart. It doesn't matter if you don't want to be with me. I can wait for you. Wait for the day when you fall in love with me again. What if I choose someone else? Ji Changfeng smiled softly. I don't think I'm worse than anyone else, but if you really fall in love with someone else, I will respect your choice and bless you. After hearing his words, Zhou heart trembled a little, but his face still looked indifferent. Changfeng, you know what? You sound like the elegant and infatuated second male lead in TV dramas, commonly known as love-brained. Ji Changfeng pretended to sigh. Oh, really? But I'm not a gentleman. You know what kind of filthy person I am. I said this just to let you know that my love is not a burden. As long as you need me, I will always be behind you. After dinner, Ji Changfeng took the initiative to drive Zhou home. There was nothing to do on the way, so the two talked about Ji Changfeng's life abroad in recent years. It takes 40 minutes to drive from the bustling city center to the remote western city area. Zhou leaned his head against the car window and listened with half-closed eyes as Ji Changfeng talked about the bad things in the advertising company. Warm yellow street lights flew past the window, and half of his face was clearly reflected on the transparent glass. Zhou stared at the face reflected in the car window and interrupted Ji Changfeng. Changfeng. Yeah. Do you feel that I seem different from before? Ji Changfeng turned the steering wheel and slowly stopped in front of the zebra crossing. The glaring red was a little creepy in the dark night. Ji Changfeng raised his wrist to check the time. People always change. No one stays the same. If you don't change, you won't grow. Zhou straightened up, stretched his creaking cervical spine, and stared at Ji Changfeng's profile in a trance. That's what you said. But I feel that you haven't changed much. You're still the same as before, and I no longer have the vigor I had when I was in school. Sometimes when I look in the mirror, I even feel like I'm old. Being sad about the passing of time doesn't suit your style. Seeing the red light turn green, Ji Changfeng stepped on the accelerator and looked at Zhou with interest. Do you still remember when you were a junior in college and interned at a small newspaper in Minnan? You followed your teacher to a nursing home for an interview, and you were locked up in the basement. When the police arrived, you were fighting with the caregiver inside. He was tall and strong, and you knocked out one of his teeth when you went up to him. That's all in the past. Why are you bringing it up? I remember that the nursing home you went to was a notoriously shady place. You knew it was dangerous before you went there, but you went anyway. He said you wanted to help them, the elderly people who were beaten there. Now, if what happened back then happened again in front of you, would you still risk your life to go in and interview? Ji Changfeng's voice was not loud, but every word he said was like pearls falling into Zhou heart. He leaned back in his chair and sneered. Maybe, That's right, heroes will always grow old one day, but their hearts will never change. When Zhou got home, the lights were off and a faint minty scent filled every corner of the room. As soon as he smelled it, he thought that Zhang Sui's susceptible period had arrived. So he opened the door of the master bedroom and asked him if he needed help. Even if an omega and estrus is injected with inhibitors in time, there will be some discomfort reactions, but the severity varies. Zhang Sui is the unlucky one. He feels dizzy and hot at this time. When Zhou pushed open the door, he was curled up in the quilt like an ostrich. Zhou, can you help me get the inhibitor from the coffee table in the living room? It's newly bought. Zhou nodded and turned to find something in the living room. He took the inhibitor from the plastic bag, saw the box, stuffed it into his bag, and then exchanged a box of inhibitor for Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui's condition was obviously much better after taking the inhibitor. Zhou gave him some noodles. Zhang Sui, who had almost not eaten the whole afternoon, leaned on the bed and wolfed down the food. Zhou stared at the discarded packaging in the trash can in a daze. Did you change the brand of inhibitor? Well, I heard that Putai is cheap, easy to use, and cost-effective. It can save a lot of money every year. So I thought about changing the brand. Let's use the old brand. This one seems to cause allergies. You can't save money on yourself. Allergies? Zhang Sui put down the bowl and stared at Zhou. Are there any allergies to inhibitors? Well, after all, it's hard to buy good products at a cheap price. Zhou nodded slightly. He lifted his sleeve to show Zhang Sui his arm, which was covered with red spots, like some kind of rash caused by allergies. This is too serious. I'll just buy the original one. Oh, the box I just bought. I lost that box. You can use this one first. Zhou put away the bowl and took it to the kitchen. As soon as he turned on the faucet, he received a message from Jiang Yuya. Wild dog, I will go back to mine tomorrow. I will ask Liu to pick you up in Mixin when you get off work. Zhou hands were a little wet, so he didn't reply. After washing the dishes and returning to his room to rest, he found that Jiang Yuya had sent a message later but had already withdrawn it. He was very tired and didn't want to dwell on it, so he fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 8 o'clock the next day. He hurriedly packed himself up, bought breakfast downstairs, and rushed to the company. I had an interview yesterday. The main tasks of the past 2 days are to select materials and write manuscripts. The materials can be taught to the interns under me, but the final manuscript still has to be completed by Zhou himself. He was very good at writing news releases for the social section before, but now he didn't know how to perform when it came to the entertainment section. He spent a lot of time deleting and revising the draft sent by the intern, but still couldn't achieve the desired effect. He sent the finished product to Ding Tian near the end of the workday. After punching in and going downstairs, he saw Liu waiting for him downstairs in a very arrogant supercar. Passers-by exclaimed in envy at the luxury car. But Zhou himself felt that this car was like a pillar of shame to him. He covered his face with his bag, opened the car door facing the burning eyes of the people around him and the scorching sun, and then sat in the back seat. Don't drive such a flashy car next time. Liu could hear the dissatisfaction in Zhou words and explained with a smile. I'm sorry, Brother Zhou. Master Jiang asked me to drive this car here. If you don't like it, I'll talk to Master Jiang and we can change to a low-key one. When Zhou heard that it was Jiang Yuya's idea, he sneered. He didn't need to embarrass Liu, a poor worker, for a fool. He said softly, it's okay. I'll tell him to drive slower. I'm carsick. Okay. Liu slowed down the car, turned on the stereo, and picked some soothing light music for Zhou. Zhou guessed that Jiang Yuya probably came here to act crazy because he knew about Ji Chongfeng's situation. He couldn't help but sneer out loud, thinking in his heart how to fool Ji Chongfeng. This fool, tonight? As soon as the car arrived at the gate of the villa, Zhou saw Jiang Yuya wearing a Hawaiian holiday-style floral green outfit and standing on the porch in slippers, smoking, as if waiting for them. He got out of the car naturally, walked over, snatched the unfinished Furong King from Jiang Yuya's hand, and put it to his own lips. Jiang Yuya was stunned for a few seconds before he realized what had happened. He leaned forward and said to Zhou in a low voice, "Give me back the cigarette." Zhou raised his eyebrows proudly and smiled at him. "Whatever is in my hand is mine." Jiang Yuya was feeling angry, but seeing him like this, he couldn't get angry at all. He quietly told Zhou to smoke quickly and then go eat. Today's dinner was prepared by the chef that Zhang Yuya, specially invited from a Sichuan restaurant. This young master grew up in the south and is not very good at eating spicy food, but he is also a stubborn person. A few bites of spicy chicken made his face turn red. Zhou laughed at him while pouring water for him, and did not forget to make some sarcastic remarks about Zhang Yuya's poor performance. As a normal young male alpha who is extraordinary in some aspects, Zhang Yuya naturally cannot tolerate such provocation. After dinner, he pulled Zhou to the bedroom, saying that he wanted to show him his true strength. Zhou was obedient today. He took off his coat and lay quietly on the bed, staring straight at Zhang Yuya with his beautiful eyes. If it were in the past, Zhang Yuya would have pounced on him like a hungry tiger, but he was preoccupied today and just unbuttoned his coat and didn't do anything else. Just say whatever you want to say. Ask whatever you want to ask. Why are you so awkward? Zhou sat up and looked at the alpha in front of him calmly. Zhang Yuya sneered and asked Zhou coldly, "What is your relationship with Ji Changfeng?" "He is my ex-boyfriend," Zhou replied. "What about now?" Zhang Yuya asked. Zhou did not give him a clear answer, but stood up and hooked his shoulder. "What position are you standing on to ask me this? What is the relationship between him and me now? Does it have anything to do with you, Zhang Yuya? Who do you think you are? I have to tell you." Zhang Yuya seemed to have expected Zhou to do this, and said self-deprecatingly, even if he is an adult love partner, he should know whether the person he is having adult love with is clean or not, right? Zhou chuckled when he heard that. He took the initiative to kiss Zhang Yuya's Adam's apple. Hearing Zhang Yuya's breathing becoming more and more rapid, he leaned over and whispered in his ear, "You clearly know that nothing happened between us yesterday. What are you angry about now? If you just want to be my adult love buddy, then stick to your duties as an adult love buddy. If you want to cross the line, you have to pay a price." "Price?" "Yeah." Zhou suddenly smiled gently. He gently lay down on the bed and said indifferently, "For example, let me do it to you." Zhang Yuya took off his shirt and threw it aside, then grabbed his wrist and said with a smile, "Baby, you can do it on top, but it may not work inside." Zhou often felt that Zhang Yuya had some mental illness, and the disease might be schizophrenia. The specific manifestation was that he tormented him like a mad dog last night, and when he woke up this morning, he acted like an innocent puppy in front of him, and insisted that Zhou kiss him before letting him get out of bed. As a dedicated office worker who punches in and out every day and never comes in late or leaves early, Zhou naturally doesn't want to delay his work because of Zhang Yuya. But he also doesn't want Zhang Yuya to take advantage of him, so he simply kicks Zhang Yuya off the bed, grabs the clothes scattered beside the bed, puts them on hastily, and goes to wash up. Zhang Yuya, whose marriage proposal failed, did not want to let him go. He quickly put on his pajamas, walked up to Zhou who was still brushing his teeth, and denounced him as a heartless and unfaithful man. Zhou chuckled and generously acknowledged this identity, saying that adult love partners don't need feelings, and those who have feelings for their adult love partners are stupid people with love brains. As soon as he said this, Zhang Yuya's mental illness came back. He slammed the bathroom door shut, carried Zhou to the sink while he had just finished brushing his teeth, and kissed him forcefully. Zhou guessed what he wanted to do, but today was a weekday and he had to go to work, so he had no time to accompany Zhang Yuya in broad daylight. He pressed against Zhang Yuya's shoulder and tried to push him away but failed. Although the difference in physical fitness and strength between 3A level AOs was not that big, Zhou was just a reporter and naturally couldn't match Zhang Yuya, who worked out and lifted weights every day. Seeing that the dog was about to bite his neck, Zhou said sternly, "Zhang Yuya, I'm going to work today." "I know." Zhang Yuya supported the glass behind the sink with one hand, hugged Zhou waist, and buried his head in biting the buttons of Zhou pajamas. "I asked for leave for you last night, as your boyfriend." Zhou couldn't help getting angry when he heard this. He stretched out his hand to slap Zhang Yuya, but was grabbed by the other party's wrist. Zhang Yuya stared coldly at Zhou angry eyes and licked his wrist with a playful smile. "Are you angry?" "I can't be angry." Zhou questioned him. "I have never admitted that you are my boyfriend. You are spreading rumors by telling them like this. Then what are you going to do? Find a lawyer to sue me?" Zhang Yuya half squinted his eyes, and an ambiguous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then repeat in court in front of everyone how you slept with me. Recall how many times we slept together, what positions we used, and how long we did it. Idiot. Zhou Meng turned his head away and didn't want to look at him, but Zhang Yuye didn't mean to let him go. He tore off the thin clothes and was about to show his weapons when Zhou Meng suddenly grabbed him. Are you still angry? Because of what happened yesterday? Zhang Yuye laughed self-deprecatingly. I had a dream last night. Huh. I dreamed that you cheated on me. Zhou Meng took a deep breath and resisted the urge to beat the rascal to death. He raised the corner of his mouth and hooked his finger at Zhang Yuye. Didn't you say before that you wanted to play a big game? Zhang Yuye paused. He looked at Zhou Meng. How do you want to play? Zhou Meng leaned close to his ear and whispered 2 words, navel orange. Young Master Jiang, who was originally in the upper hand, could not resist the temptation, and the offensive and defensive situation was instantly reversed. He agreed to Zhou Meng's request, lay back on the bed obediently, and waited for Zhou Meng to visit him. Zhou Meng always keeps his word. He said he wanted to play big and never put on airs. He even took out the handcuffs that Zhang Yuye had placed in the drawer and used them. However, things only went as Zhang Yuye had expected in the beginning. If the handcuffs had not been of inferior quality, Zhang Yuye felt that he would have died here today. He struggled hard, pulled his hands free, threw the broken things on the ground, walked to the living room with a dark face, grabbed Zhou Meng, who was sitting on the sofa drinking yogurt, and took him back to the bedroom and played with him until noon. While taking a shower, he did not forget to teach a lesson to someone who was disobedient. It was already the morning of the next day when Zhou Meng got into the car with marks all over his body and a strong smell of tequila. He first took out a bottle of pheromone-blocking spray from his bag and sprayed it on himself. Then he took out a bottle of perfume and sprayed it again, finally covering up the smell that did not belong to him. But he could block out the smell, but he couldn't stop people from talking. Before he even entered the office area, Zhou Meng had already heard no less than 4 people discussing which rich man he had hooked up with. Zhou Meng chose to ignore it, and facing the hot gazes of others, he sat down at his workstation and started working. But the fact that Zhou Meng doesn't care about these rumors doesn't mean that other people don't care. For example, Zhao Yuan cares a lot. As soon as Zhou Meng opened the work document, WeChat on his phone started buzzing. He clicked on it and saw that it was a chat group in his company. He had set the group to Do Not Disturb, but he could not stand the idiot Zhao Yuan frantically at INGM in the group, asking him if he bought the luxury car he got the day before yesterday and how much he paid for it. He also posted a photo of him getting in the car in the group. It was clearly hinting to everyone that Zhou Meng had a sponsor. As soon as they saw the big gossip, the originally lifeless group suddenly became lively, with 99 messages added in 1 minute. People were either discussing cars or talking about who the financial sponsor was. Some also questioned whether Zhou Meng had entered the newspaper through the back door. Su Guangwei originally wanted to say a few words for Zhou Meng, but the message was swiped away as soon as it was sent. He could only send a private message to Zhou Meng to let him know that he didn't mind what these people said, but before the message was sent, Zhou Meng had already replied in the next group. Entertainment Zhou Meng at Finance Zhao Yuan. It's not expensive. Just over 10 million. If you like it, you can buy one for your wife. If you can't afford it, I'll let my partner give you a ride next time, and you can enjoy it for free. Entertainment Zhou Meng at Culture Lugua. I came back on my own merits. If you are not satisfied, you can confront the leader face to face. Do you need me to help you at Human Resources Director Wang? Entertainment Zhou Meng at Finance Fan Chun. I'm sorry that my boyfriend is rather snobbish. You definitely know him, but he definitely doesn't want to know you. As soon as these 3 messages were sent, the originally lively chat group suddenly fell silent. Su Guanghui stared at the 3 pearls of wisdom in the replies on the screen, marveling at them. He secretly marveled in his heart, saying that Zhou Meng was worthy of you. And then he slipped and sent out an emoticon package. Entertainment Su Guanghui. Concubine she returns to the palace. JPG Entertainment Zhou Meng. 6 With Zhou Meng's strong response, those who tried to stir up trouble in the company were beaten to death on the shore before they could even stir up trouble. During lunch, Su Guangwei asked Zhou Meng if he was really in a relationship with Jiang Yue. Zhou Meng rolled his eyes at him and shrugged. You believe me when I fool those idiots? But if you say this in the company, who wouldn't mind, right? When Zhou Meng thought of Jiang Yue, He got angry and cursed in a low voice. What a fool he is. Although Su Guangwei had never seen Jiang Yuye in person, he had heard of his vicious deeds. When he heard Zhou scolding Jiang Yuye like this, he couldn't help but give Zhou a thumbs up in his heart. He was indeed our deep god of war, Niu Hulu. Zhou. The two were eating happily when a short-haired girl came over with a plate and asked Zhou softly, Teacher, can I sit here? Zhou remembered that she was the girl who followed Qin before. Before he could speak, Su Guangwei said, Xiaoqian, you can sit down if you want. Qin put down the plate and sat down next to Su Guangwei, opposite Zhou. Thank you, Teacher Su. You're welcome. This is Zhou sitting opposite you. You should have heard of Teacher Zhou. Su Guangwei introduced her with a smile, then turned to look at Zhou. Qin, the intern that Lao Chen brought with me before. Hello, Teacher Zhou. Hello. Zhou raised his head and looked at the girl in front of him. She was young, energetic, and smart. She clearly didn't look like him at all. He didn't know how Su Guangwei judged that she looked like him. Su Guangwei couldn't stay idle while eating. Zhou ignored him, so he went to chat with Qin. Hey, Xiaoqian, Lao Chen is not with you? Qin nodded. Although she was answering Su Guangwei's question, she kept glancing at Zhou. Teacher is on a business trip in Beihai recently. He said it was very dangerous, so he didn't take me with him. Business trips are dangerous. It's easy to tell that Qin is probably doing secret investigations outside. Zhou smiled and said to Qin, secret investigations are quite dangerous. If you have a chance in the future, consider changing departments. The depth is not suitable for Omegas. Teacher Zhou, what are you doing? Qin lowered her head and dared not look at Zhou, poking the rice on the plate with chopsticks. Actually, I heard that working in Shindu is very hard before I came here, but I think I can stick to it. I'm just reminding you. It's not up to me to decide whether you want to leave or stay in the end. Zhou replied calmly, you should have heard about my past. As the saying goes, one knows whether the water is hot or cold after drinking it. How it is here depends on your own feelings. Old Zhou, don't instill a negative attitude in young people right from the start. If Director Sun hears it, he will say something to you. Su Guangwei pushed his glasses and smiled to comfort Qin. Xiaoqian, although the salary at McZin is not very good, it is still very easy for you to transfer to another position if you want. You can work in Shindu first. If you like it, stay. If you don't like it and want to change your position in the future, just tell Lao Chen directly. If you want to work somewhere else, you can also come to me and I will introduce you. Don't have too much psychological burden. Qin nodded, and after hesitating for a while, she looked at Zhou. Teacher Zhou, actually I chose to come to McZin because of you. I don't know if you remember that you went to the rural school in Les Han for an undercover investigation a few years ago. I was admitted from that school. At that time, thanks to you and Teacher Chun for helping us to get justice, otherwise I would not be able to get into university. Hearing her words, Zhou hand holding the chopsticks suddenly stopped. He and Qin did go to Les Han to do a report a few years ago. At that time, someone reported that someone in Les Han embezzled public funds originally used for school construction, resulting in hundreds of students having to go to school in dangerous buildings. After receiving the news, they took a train to Les Han overnight and entered the village as tourists. After the report came out, the higher-ups attached great importance to the problem here and built a new building for the students and installed computers. Recalling these things, Zhou felt as if she were in another world. She was still a high school girl at that time, but now she has graduated from college. I didn't know these things at first, but later I accidentally read the report written by you, Teacher Zhou, and then I knew that you helped us. Qin was a little moved when she spoke. Then I thought about becoming a reporter in the future and helping many people like you. I chose journalism as my major in college, and then came to McZin after graduation. For some reason, Zhou felt a pang of sadness when he heard Qin say that she chose to be a reporter because of him. He wanted to say something or make a comment, but when he saw Qin's passionate eyes, he couldn't say the words and could only swallow them like a knife. After thinking for a moment, he asked Qin, you have been in McZin for a while. Is there anything you are not used to? Qin replied, it's actually not bad, but I think it's quite different from what I expected. Zhou looked at Qin seriously. There is always a gap between ideal and reality. Many things taught in books are in the best state, but most of the time we are not in the best state. What if reality does not match what is taught in books? Qian Qian asked him. As long as you have a clear conscience, it's fine. A clear conscience. Qian Qian repeated these words, as if thinking about their meaning. Zhou Meng finished the meal on the plate and put down his chopsticks. You still have a long way to go. Chen Qianhe will teach you some things, but you have to understand most things by yourself. This is not an easy industry, but there is one thing you have to remember. You are just a reporter, not a savior. Don't be too cynical, and don't be too compassionate. Just be a reporter. Okay, you guys eat slowly. I have something to go back to the office first. Zhou Meng put the plate back into the recycling area, turned around, and left the restaurant. He did not return to the office, but bought a pack of cigarettes at the convenience store next door and went to the rooftop terrace to get some fresh air. Qinwen told him that journalists must always keep a clear head and not let their emotions dominate them. Otherwise, it is easy to report biased reports. No matter what happens or what they encounter, they must remain impartial and restore the truth as much as possible. But Zhou Meng was a rookie at that time. To put it nicely, he was a passionate young man, and to put it bluntly, he was an angry young man. When he got emotional, Qinwen asked him to go to the rooftop to get some fresh air, and then go back to think about the topic and write an interview outline after he calmed down. Over time, the rooftop became Zhou Meng's holy land of inspiration. He would go to the rooftop to smoke when he couldn't think of a topic, when he was tired from overtime, or when he was in a bad mood. The effect was comparable to that of smoking a cigarette afterwards. One cigarette made him feel like a god, and 2 cigarettes could make him fly to the sky. It's a pity that the weather in Minnan is not good today. It started to rain as soon as he reached the roof. Zhou Meng stood under the eaves, lit a cigarette, closed his eyes, and thought about what had happened recently. The complicated thoughts made him uneasy, and even his pheromones began to become restless. The tingling pain near his temple made Zhou Meng a little unbearable. He finished the cigarette, took out a painkiller from his pocket, and swallowed it dry. When Zhou Meng just left me Xian 2 years ago, he didn't feel old. Now, he is almost 28. Although it is still early for him to enter middle age, his body is not as good as before. There is no part of his cervical spine, stomach, and brain that is in good condition. He is like a shabby puppet that will fall apart at the slightest movement. Sometimes Zhou Meng would wonder if this was a punishment from God, but sometimes he felt that it was a form of penance. After all, he was already luckier than many people. The painkillers took effect little by little, and his originally chaotic brain gradually became clear. He leaned against the white cement wall at the door of the attic and lit another cigarette for himself. Dark clouds covered the sky above his head, and irregular white was inlaid in the black and gray barrier. A loud thunder exploded in the air, and white lightning with gold edges tore through the black clouds. Zhou Meng's hand holding the cigarette stopped in midair. The cigarette was half burned when he came to his senses, turned and walked into the attic. The WeChat notification sounded, and he took out his phone to see 2 messages. Ji Changfeng, there will be heavy rain tonight. Please keep warm. I will pick you up in the evening if necessary. Wild Dog, wait for me in your company's parking lot after work. I have a surprise for you. Zhou Meng took a deep breath and put out the cigarette ace with his hand. He thought about it briefly, sent a reply to Ji Changfeng, and prepared to go downstairs to go back to work. Zhou Meng, sorry, Changfeng, I have something else to do tonight, so I won't bother you. You should also keep warm and drink less iced cola. Just as he turned around, a loud thunder exploded in the sky, and the silvery white lightning illuminated the dim compartment. Zhou Meng looked at the sky through the window on the wall, thinking that the saddest thing in this era is that a wish has come true, but you have already ascended to heaven. You have the right place and the right people, but you were born at the wrong time. After work, Zhou Meng waited for Jiang Yuye in the underground parking lot as Jiang Yuye asked. The elevator bell rang, and he walked slowly into the dim parking lot with his bag. Just as he was about to use his mobile phone to send a message to Jiang Yuye, he heard a familiar gangster whistle coming from the side. Beauty, stop playing with your phone and look at me. Jiang Yuye drove a black Audi A8 and waved at him wearing sunglasses, with a cigarette in his mouth. He didn't look like a star at all. Instead, he looked like a second-generation gangster who had no education and was just waiting to die. Zhou Meng couldn't stand seeing him look so mean, so he gave him a fierce look, opened the back door and got in with a chill. "Young master, are you down and out? Don't drive your Rolls-Royce anymore? I'm afraid that being too high profile will cause trouble for you, so I bought a cheaper one. Are you satisfied?" Haha. Zhang Yuya had long been accustomed to his cold face. He turned on the car's Bluetooth radio, and after a burst of crackling sound, the host's clear and pleasant voice came from it. "Hear minen. Hear your voice. Hello everyone. I am the host Jatsua. It is now 18:30 in the evening. Welcome to the Voice of Minen Radio. Today we are going to talk about pheromone disorder." The female anchor's voice was both pleasant and infectious, but Zhou Meng had no intention of appreciating it. He leaned against the car window and read a public account tweet that Su Guangwei had just forwarded to him. The title of the tweet is "Disaster Reporting a Hypocritical Act of Profiting from the Misfortune of Humankind." It comes from a self-media blogger with hundreds of thousands of followers. It has been reposted and liked over 10,000 times, and has been read over 100,000 times. The content is as sarcastic as the title, using the Sui Yang fire incident some time ago as an excuse to point the finger at disaster reporting, saying that those media outlets doing disaster reporting are profiting from the misfortune of humankind. Zhou Meng spent several minutes reading the article and found it uninteresting, so he sent a boring emoticon to Su Guangwei. Su Guangwei did not comment on the content, but just said, "Check Weibo." He casually clicked on Weibo, and the post was actually on the real-time hot search with a high ranking. The details page said all kinds of things, including some cursing the media for being shameless and taking advantage of others, some media people themselves speaking out, and some who felt that there was no right or wrong in disaster reporting and that the reporters were the ones who were wrong. Zhou Meng felt a headache after reading the fragmented information, and he casually scanned a few highly praised posts and closed Weibo, and then Su Guangwei's message popped up. "Lao Su, how do you feel?" Zhou Meng, boring. "Lao Su, the article they mentioned was written by me, so sad Zhou Meng. You are not in the entertainment department." Lao Su, there weren't enough people there at the time, so I went back to help. I never thought that my article would become a hot topic one day. Zhou Meng, it's okay. They keep saying that the media is dead. Just treat them as if they are talking about dead people. Lao Su, you are really good at comforting people. Zhou Meng, thank you for the compliment. After the two of them exchanged a few words, Zhou Meng turned off his phone and looked out the window. The dense rain was like a spider web on the glass, making the whole world hazy and blurred. He coughed lightly and asked Zhang Yuye where he was taking him. Zhang Yuye just smiled foolishly and said he had a surprise for him. He was too lazy to pay attention to her, so he leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Now we invite Professor Zhang Chuanxi from the School of Medicine of Minnan University to explain the specific causes and prevention measures of pheromone disorder. Pheromone disorder is only a small probability event. The probability of occurrence is less than 1%, as long as everyone pays attention to diet and exercise. The clear and pleasant female voice was replaced by an old male voice. The deep and vague voice made Zhou Meng feel as if he was back in college. A wave of sleepiness came over him, and he subconsciously pinched his nose bridge and asked Zhang Yuye what he wanted to do. Zhang Yuye turned off the radio and replaced it with soothing music. He said something, but Zhou Meng was too sleepy to hear clearly. When he woke up, the car was parked in an unfamiliar underground garage. Zhang Yuye was sitting in the driver's seat drinking Coke. Seeing that he was awake, he handed him a bottle of yogurt. "Are you hungry? Have some yogurt to fill your stomach?" Zhou Meng took the yogurt and stared at the Coke in his hand. "Drink more." Zhang Yuye picked up the Coke bottle and drank all the remaining contents, then laughed shamelessly. Zhou Meng rolled his eyes at the shameless man in front of him, glanced around and asked him, "Where is this?" Zhang Yuye pulled out the car key mysteriously. "Get out of the car first. I'll tell you later." Zhou Meng followed Zhang Yuye in the elevator to the 19th floor, half believing it. When he opened the door, he found that it was a renovated apartment of about 100 square meters. It was a large flat with one unit per floor in the high-end community Jianghe impression, built by the river. The living room was designed with floor-to-ceiling windows. When he opened the curtains, he could see the night view of the Yangtze River and the entire mine. Newly bought? Zhou Meng walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and stared at the city shrouded in heavy rain. Not bad. a little over 1,000. Zhang Yuye took off his coat and put it on the sofa. He walked over and hugged Zhou Meng from behind, put his chin on his shoulder, and kissed his cheek affectionately. For you. Zhou Meng's body froze, and he replied coldly, I don't need it. I have a place to live. Yours is too small, and the location is remote. This place is close to your company and convenient for work. It's big and spacious. It's great to live here. Seeing that Zhou Meng didn't answer, Zhang Yuye continued, Do you remember what day it is today? What day? Zhou Meng asked. Zhang Yuye sighed softly, as if he was helpless and sighing. Today is the first anniversary of our acquaintance. The first anniversary. Well, the rain that day was as heavy as it is today. The embrace behind him was clearly warm, but Zhou Meng felt cold. Zhang Yuye's face was reflected on the transparent and cold glass, like an untouchable shadow. He smiled and asked Zhang Yuye, Is Master Zhang so gentle to every little lover? Zhang Yuye didn't answer, but bit his neck lightly and asked, What kind of answer do you want to hear, yes or no? Zhou Meng turned around and pushed him away. What does the answer have to do with me? I'm not one of those little lovers you keep. Zhang Yuye looked at him thoughtfully, as if he was thinking about how to answer. But before he could open his mouth, the doorbell rang. He turned to open the door, took the takeaway box from the assistant and put it on the dining table, and took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet on the side. Let's eat first. The dishes from your favorite restaurant are freshly prepared and still hot. Zhou Meng washed his hands and sat at the table. This restaurant serves typical Sichuan cuisine, spicy, fresh, and fragrant. The combination with red wine is a bit strange, but Master Zhang likes Zhou Meng, so he accompanies him. Because Zhang Yuye can't eat spicy food, the chef didn't put much chili, but it was still fragrant. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when the two finished their meal. Zhang Yuye insisted on dragging Zhou Meng to finish the remaining half bottle of red wine. Drinking it alone was boring, so he turned off the lights, turned on the big TV in the living room, and chose a movie to watch, the Hollywood classic Casablanca. The black and white images paired with the slightly tipsy red wine made it look very artistic. Zhou Meng was originally sitting next to Zhang Yuye. Halfway through drinking, he was pulled by him to sit on him. Zhang Yuye, who was a little drunk, kissed Zhou Meng with a glass of red wine. He was an alpha who loved strong liquor. The heavy smell of alcohol filled the room, making Zhou Meng feel a little dizzy. During the passionate moment, Zhang Yuye had already unbuttoned his shirt and kissed his neck all the way to his chest, leaving a series of ambiguous traces. Zhou Meng felt a little dizzy, so he just let him do whatever he wanted. But when it came to the critical moment, Zhang Yuye suddenly stopped and did not continue. Zhou Meng held his shoulders, knelt/sat on his legs, and asked him why he did not continue. Zhang Yuye raised his head and touched his lips with his, stroked his straight spine with his hands, and looked into his eyes seriously. In fact, I'm only good to you, because you are different from them, Zhou Meng. Zhou Meng's expression froze, and he smiled faintly. They all use their beauty to please others. What's the difference? They all have a purpose, but you don't, right? If someone asks Zhang Yuye's fans what they find most attractive about Zhang Yuye, many of them will say it is his eyes. He has a pair of truly beautiful eyes, and the golden glow flowing in them is more dazzling than any jewel in the world, making people unable to take their eyes away. But at this moment, Zhou Meng didn't want to look directly into those beautiful eyes. He lowered his head and gently kissed Zhang Yuye, smiling softly and answering, Yeah. Zhang Yuye chuckled, put his arms around his waist, and bit his seemingly fragile neck. Zhou Meng held onto the sofa, closed his eyes, bit his lower lip, took a deep breath, and let the desire and alcohol consume him. Before they knew it, the movie was over. Zhang Yuye carried him to the bathroom to clean up. They did it again under the shower and didn't lie down on the bed until nearly 11 o'clock. He fell asleep in a daze and woke up in a daze. It was still dark when Zhou Meng opened his eyes. When he turned on his cell phone, it was a little after 4 in the morning. He gently put down Zhang Yuye's hand that was on his waist, hastily put on a bathrobe, and left the bedroom. He took a cigarette from the box that Zhang Yuye had thrown on the coffee table, sat on the sofa, smoking and playing with the handmade pure gold lighter. It was unknown when the rain outside stopped. The whole city was wet, and the warm orange light of the street lamps was blurred as if it had melted into the water. Halfway through smoking a cigarette, Zhou Meng walked to the French window again and stared at the city where he had lived for many years. With a click, a golden red flame jumped out of the lighter in his hand. He recalled what Zhang Yuye had said before and couldn't help but find it funny. There is nothing in the world without a purpose. It's just that some people are after money, some are after love, and some are. The house that Zhang Yuye bought was indeed very close to McZin's office building, and it only took about 10 minutes to drive there. Zhou Meng got up in the morning and had breakfast with Zhang Yuye before rushing to the company. Before leaving, Zhang Yuye stuffed the key of the house into his hand, but Zhou Meng refused, so Zhang Yuye just threw the key into his bag. He was in a hurry to get to work, so he didn't bother with Zhang Yuye about it. He picked up his bag, pressed the button for the basement floor, and went to the underground garage to wait for Li Yulai to pick him up for work. Before seeing the address, Li Yu guessed that this was probably the house that Zhang Yuye bought for Zhou Meng. He felt that Zhang Yuye probably truly loved Zhou Meng. After all, there were many beautiful women around Zhang Yuye over the years, but only Zhou Meng was taken home by Zhang Yuye and even got the property. Unfortunately, he was just a driver and couldn't say anything. He could only pretend to be stupid and know nothing, and greeted his future wife as usual. Zhou Meng didn't get a good rest last night, so he felt listless today. He bought an iced latte downstairs at the company and took it upstairs. As soon as he entered the elevator, he heard the people next to him chattering about something. He thought they were talking about their own things again, so he didn't pay attention. As soon as the elevator arrived, he took the coffee and went to his workstation. During lunch, Su Guangwei told him that he just then realized that the people in the office building were not talking about him today, but about an Omega in the education section next door. That Omega worked overtime at the company last night and suddenly went into heat, almost triggering the heat of others. Fortunately, the company had a lot of inhibitors to avoid a major accident. Unfortunately, this Omega was diagnosed with pheromone disorder and will probably have to spend the rest of his life in a mental hospital. Alas, he is a poor guy. Shaoli has a good relationship with him. I heard from Shaoli that his family is going to come to the company to ask for compensation, saying that it is because of the pheromone disorder caused by working overtime every day and irregular life. The banners have been hung, and they will come to the company gate this afternoon to make trouble. Su Guangwei said with emotion, "This disease is also strange. It was unknown before, but once it was discovered, people everywhere got it." Zhou Meng lowered his head and continued to eat. How is the company going to deal with it? I don't know about that, but the leader who helped him yesterday was new, a talented graduate from Oxford, and he became the deputy editor-in-chief as soon as he arrived. Deputy editor-in-chief? Su Guangwei nodded and whispered to Zhou Meng, "She's a female alpha. I heard she worked at the Times before returning to China. She became a senior executive when she returned. But that's not important. What's important is that her last name is Xie. Same as old Xie?" Su Guangwei nodded with an expression that said, "I understand." Zhou Meng knew that there were many colleagues named Xie in McZin Media, but when they talked about old Xie, they usually meant Xie Qian, the boss of McZin. Before McZin was sold, Xie Qian was a senior partner of the newspaper and the second in command of the company. After McZin was sold and the original boss left, he became the current head of McZin Media. Because Qin Wan was very familiar with the big boss of the company, Zhou Meng had met him and even had dinner with him. It is an unspoken rule for the boss to arrange for his children to join the company. This rule exists in many companies, but Zhou Meng disagrees. After dinner, he and Su Guangwei went back to the office for a lunch break. The people in the elevator were still discussing what happened last night. It seemed that it caused a lot of panic in the company. Pheromone dysregulation syndrome is a pheromone disease that was discovered more than a decade ago. It usually only occurs in omegas. Omegas with this disease will find it difficult to control their pheromones and will be in a semi-estrous state for a long time, leading to mental disorders. Some serious patients will even have symptoms similar to epilepsy. Once diagnosed, it is basically incurable. Even if it is cured, there will be serious sequelae, and they will have to spend the rest of their lives in a mental hospital. There is no accurate explanation for the cause of this disease. Some experts say it is due to lifestyle habits, while others say it is a genetic problem. Due to the low incidence rate and the fact that most of the patients are poor and powerless lower-class omegas, there are not many teams studying this disease. In fact, this disease is far from Zhomeng. He has a special physique and can control his pheromones during estrus without the need for inhibitors. He only uses an inhibitory ring for a few days occasionally to prevent his pheromones from leaking out and affecting others, but he knows this disease very well. More than half a year ago, he personally witnessed an omega in the West City area fall ill and gradually turned from a normal person into a hysterical madman. Until now, he sometimes dreams about those things, but in the dreams, the one who fell ill was not the strange omega, but himself. I don't know how the company's top management talked to the family of the omega who had the accident. Probably they gave them a considerable amount of compensation, and the incident didn't become a big deal. After a few days, it gradually faded from everyone's sight, as if it had never happened. On Thursday, Zhomeng was staying in the office revising manuscripts for others as usual. Su Guangwei was planning to resign after his salary was paid next week. He had nothing to do, so he came to him with an old cadre teacup to chat. He also said that before leaving he was going to invite several of his former colleagues and leaders to have a meal together. Zhomeng wanted to refuse, but he couldn't stand Su Guangwei's persistent begging, so he finally agreed to the appointment. The two were chatting, and Zhomeng's cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that the caller was Ji Changfeng, he picked up the phone and went to the corridor to answer the call. Ji Changfeng works in an advertising company. His work intensity is even greater than when Zhomeng was a reporter. He often works overtime until 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening. Sometimes, when the client makes a sudden request, he has to lead the team to revise the plan all night long. It is very hard work. It happened that a few days ago, OSS received a large order from a well-known fast-moving consumer goods brand. Ji Changfeng was so busy that he had not contacted Zhomeng. He only called Zhomeng to have dinner with him after all the projects were completed. Zhomeng wanted to refuse, but Ji Changfeng said that he had already booked a restaurant. If Zhomeng didn't go, he would have to eat a double portion of roasted lamb legs alone. After a moment of hesitation, Zhomeng finally agreed. Although both are pursuers, in Zhomeng's eyes, Ji Changfeng and Chen Xianhe are completely different. Chen Xianhe is a colleague and a comrade in arms. He respects Chen Xianhe, but he will never be with Chen Xianhe. Ji Changfeng is his ex-boyfriend, and they have had an ambiguous relationship for 3 years. If he hadn't met Jiang Yuye later, he would probably have rekindled his relationship with Ji Changfeng. It's a pity that fate is like this. No matter how much he misses the old times and can't let go, he has to break up with Ji Changfeng. This is the only way that will not hurt Ji Changfeng. When it was time to get off work, Zhomeng took a taxi to the restaurant that Ji Changfeng had booked, a very famous Northwestern barbecue restaurant. When he arrived, the waiter was serving the dishes. Zhomeng glanced at the prices and transferred half of the money to Ji Changfeng. Both of them are in the media industry and have similar careers and a lot to talk about. They had a very pleasant chat over the meal, and it felt like they were back in college. After dinner, Ji Changfeng took Zhomeng for a walk by the river. The river breeze was very gentle tonight, and it felt particularly comfortable blowing on their bodies. The two sat on a bench by the sidewalk, looking at the sparkling river and drinking sparkling water. Grape-flavored sparkling water was Zhomeng's favorite drink when he was in college. It is now very difficult to buy, and Ji Changfeng had to search several convenience stores before he found it. Someone was playing the accordion on the side of the road. The melody sounded like the classic theme song Young and Beautiful from The Great Gatsby. The flashy music combined with the leisurely river view created a slightly ambiguous atmosphere, making both of them a little distracted. Ji Changfeng looked at Zhomeng affectionately. The ripples in his eyes were no less than those on the surface of the river, so gentle that they seemed to drown people. Being loved so tenderly should be a happy thing. But for Zhomeng now, this is a dangerous hidden danger. He took a deep breath and looked at Ji Changfeng seriously. I'm sorry, Changfeng, there is something I want to tell you. Ji Changfeng asked him with a smile. I have a boyfriend now, and I like him very much. Ji Changfeng's hand holding the sparkling water stopped in mid-air. He lowered his head as if thinking about how to answer. After a moment, he looked at Zhomeng and asked him softly, is he good to you? Zhomeng's heart trembled for a moment, but he answered calmly, he is very good to me. Ji Changfeng breathed a sigh of relief. When did you get together? We've known each other for a year, and have been together recently. A year. Yeah. Ji Changfeng didn't reply, and the two of them fell into silence. The river breeze blew over the water, creating ripples. It was so quiet that Zhou Meng could even hear his own heartbeat. On. If I had come back a year earlier, do you think we would have gotten back together? These words were light, but they weighed 1,000 pounds on Zhou Meng's heart. He lowered his head and didn't look into Ji Changfeng's eyes. He just replied in a low voice, I'm sorry, Changfeng, I didn't know. Ji Changfeng's expression dimmed, but his eyes were still bright. He patted Zhou Meng's shoulder gently. It's okay. Meng, I will bless you. If he bullies you, tell me, and I will help you solve it. Changfeng, you don't have to. Don't say that, Meng. Ji Changfeng interrupted him. I don't know if I will fall in love with someone else in the future, but even if we can't be together, we are still friends. You can tell me if you encounter any difficulties. I don't have much ability, but I will do my best to help you. Okay. As the night deepened, Zhou Meng refused Ji Changfeng's offer to take him home and took the evening subway back to the western city area alone. As it was the last train, there were few people in the huge carriage. He sat on the empty seat in a daze. Everything in the past drowned him like a chaotic tide, and his eyes became moist unconsciously. When he got home, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Sui had turned off the lights and gone to bed. Zhou Meng quickly washed up, changed his clothes, and lay down on the bed. He was obviously very tired but tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. He turned on the desk lamp and took out a thick red notebook from the drawer of the bedside table. He propped up his waist with a pillow and leaned against the bed to read it. There were a few photos and some reports cut from newspapers in the notebook. The notes were miscellaneous but clearly organized. Halfway through flipping through the pages, a photo fell out. Zhou Meng picked it up. It was a photo taken secretly from a distance. Because it had not been laminated, the portrait on it had begun to blur, but he could vaguely recognize that the person in the photo was Jiang Yuye. He put the photo back, closed the notebook, locked it in the drawer, turned over and lay down, and fell asleep near midnight. The next morning, Zhou Meng took the subway to go to work in the city as usual. He hadn't had a good rest for 2 days, which made him look haggard. As soon as he entered the office, he attracted many caring and sympathetic looks. The enthusiastic intern immediately gave Zhou Meng a cup of wolfberry and longan tea to replenish his blood, so that he wouldn't die in the office. Compared with the intern, Su Guanghui's emotional intelligence was much lower. He didn't say a word of sympathy, but asked him if he had been making love with Jiang last night and stayed up too late to cause kidney deficiency. Zhou Meng gave Su Guanghui a fierce look, and reluctantly forgave him considering that this guy would be going to the company next door to work 996 in a few days. In the afternoon, Ding Tian called everyone in the department to the conference room for a regular meeting, saying that it was to arrange work for the next week. But in fact, she assigned some tasks just before getting off work on Friday and wanted to see the results on Monday, which was clearly to make you go home and work overtime on the weekend, without any overtime pay. The meeting lasted nearly 2 hours, and when it ended it was almost time to get off work. Zhou Meng sat back at his workstation, ate snacks to kill time, and prepared to leave after work. He had just finished half a pack of Oreos when Su Guanghui suddenly sent him a message. He thought it was about work again, but when he clicked on it, he saw that it was a hot search link on Weibo. The entry clearly read Jiang Yuye, the word fiancé, is followed by a very conspicuous word explosion. Zhou Meng put the remaining half of the Oreo into his mouth. The coffee and chocolate tasted quite fragrant. He clicked on the entry and found that the most popular blog post already had hundreds of thousands of likes. Jiang Yuye fiancé, according to insiders, the popular superstar Jiang Yuye has already been engaged. His fiancée comes from a prominent family and may be worth over 10 billion. There were several high-definition photos attached to the blog post. In the photos, Jiang Yuye was dressed in a suit and tie as if he had just attended a high-society dinner. There was an omega standing next to him. The other person was wearing sunglasses and his features were not very clear, but his profile and figure were impeccable, even better than many pretty little OS in the circle. Zhou Meng was browsing Weibo while eating Oreos. Black cookie crumbs fell onto the table, but he didn't bother to clean them up. After he finished eating, he used a tissue to wipe them away. One wipe. At 6 o'clock, he picked up his bag and prepared to leave, but was stopped by Su Guangwei. Su Guangwei hesitated and seemed to want to comfort him, but his tone changed as soon as he opened his mouth and asked him what he thought about the matter. Zhou Meng smiled and answered leisurely, "I don't have any opinion. What does Jiang Yuye's fiancé have to do with me?" Zhou Meng didn't care, but that didn't mean Jiang Yuye's fans didn't care. When they were arguing on the internet about his fiancé, the third young master Jiang was drinking tea at his so-called fiancé's house. He and his rumored fiancée, Xiaolan, were betrothed to each other. Their mothers were good friends when they were young, and they became pregnant at about the same time. Feeling that they were destined to be together, they agreed that if the second gender of their children was different, they would become in-laws. More than 10 years later, one of them became A and the other became O. Unfortunately, because they grew up together and knew each other too well, they not only did not fall in love with each other, but instead they grew tired of each other and became a pair of enemies who disliked each other. Jiang Yuye had thought about canceling his engagement with Xiaolan a few years ago. After all, it was just a joke from his elders back then, and it didn't mean anything. However, the Jiang family had always disagreed and insisted on letting him marry Xiaolan, so the engagement had been delayed until today. Xiaolan didn't care about this. He was born in a wealthy family with a high reputation. His father was paralyzed at an early age. He became the boss of the family at a young age. Even after getting married, there were still many people trying to get into his bed. He didn't care about ABO between men and women. He liked the kind of cold beauties who gave him a cold face. He forced good women into prostitution. After seducing them, he would get tired of playing with them in a few days and change them. "Actually, I think your rival is pretty good looking." On a rare sunny day, Xiaolan sat in the hanging chair in her own glass greenhouse, drinking tea, tasting the freshly brewed Longjing tea while browsing Jiang Yuye's tablet. The alpha in the tablet was handsome and looked very upright, like a knight who would appear in a martial arts movie. Jiang Yuye, who was sitting on a rattan chair, heard him evaluate Ji Changfeng like this, snorted coldly, and questioned, "What's so good about him? How can he be better than me?" The corners of Xiaolan's mouth twitched slightly. He put down the teacup and used his left hand to twiddle his hair. "How should I put it? At least he is more modest than you, Jiang Sainer, and his personality is better than yours." "I have a bad personality?" Jiang Yuye almost jumped up from his chair when he heard this. "What's wrong with my personality?" Hee. Xiaolan didn't bother to pay attention to him and continued to look down at Ji Changfeng's information. When he saw that he graduated from Minnan Public Security University, he stopped and squinted his eyes to carefully examine the alpha in the light blue uniform in the photo. Brother Yi." A clear voice called out from the door of the greenhouse. A girl in a light blue police uniform walked in briskly, put her arms around Xiaolan's neck, and leaned over to look at the tablet in his hand. "Hey brother, what are you looking at? Your new girlfriend?" Xiaolan shook his head, looked at Jiang Yuye meaningfully, and then asked the girl behind him, I have a question for you. Suppose there are two alphas in front of you, both 3A, with similar height and figure, and both look okay. One is gentle and has a similar career to you, so you have a lot to talk about. The important thing is that you are each other's first love, and he still keeps his virginity for you after breaking up due to force majeure. The other one is very famous and rich, has a bad temper, and is always a troublemaker. Which one would you choose as your current boyfriend?" Xiaoyu thought for a moment and replied, "Choose the ex-boyfriend. After all, there's something to talk about, and it won't be boring." Jiang Saner, ha 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 ha. "I just said that no one with good sense would choose a loser like you." Xiaolan laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back, while Jiang Yuye's face beside her became visibly gloomy. Xiaoyu realized what was going on when he saw that something was wrong. He blinked and asked Xiaolan playfully, "Brother, you weren't talking about Brother Yi and his love rival, were you?" Xiaolan nodded and handed the iPad to Xiaoyu. She glanced at the photo and looked at Jiang Yuye embarrassedly. "Sorry, Brother Yi, I didn't know it was you. If I knew, I would definitely choose you." Jiang Yuye chuckled. "It's too late. Ha ha ha, you still don't believe it, then I'll ask someone else." Seeing Jiang Yuye's face full of dissatisfaction, Xiaolan turned around and shouted to the door of Bing. A minute later, Beidali Bing, wearing a suit and medium short hair, walked in. She stood next to Xiao Lan and asked, Mr. Lan, what's going on? Xiao Lan repeated the question to her and then asked her, a Bing, if you were O, who would you choose? Li Bing pushed his half-framed silver glasses and answered casually, can I only choose one? Can't I use Fu Ji's money to support my ex-boyfriend? Xiao Lan. Hiss. Xiao Yu. Ah? Zhang Yu Ye. Li Bing. As long as we are not discovered, it should be fine. Zhang Yu Ye. Please shut up. After being trending on Friday, the news about Zhang Yuye's fiancée quickly disappeared without a trace. His management team came out to refute the rumor, saying that she was just a friend he grew up with, not his fiancée. Although many people don't believe it, the relevant comments will be blocked as soon as they are released. In addition, some celebrities were later exposed to have secretly married and had children, so no one paid attention to this topic anymore. Zhou is not in the public relations business, but as a media person, he is very sensitive and can tell whether something is true or false at a glance, but he doesn't want to care and is too lazy to care. He and Zhang Yuye had no official relationship. At best, they were just adult love buddies, not even lovers, so what right did he have to care whether Zhang Yuye was engaged or not? But from the bottom of his heart, he still hoped that this was fake. After all, if Zhang Yuye really got married, he would go from being an adult love buddy to a mistress. Although Zhou had given up his dignity after having adult love with Zhang Yuye, he still couldn't accept being a mistress and interfering in other people's marriages. While he was thinking about countermeasures, Zhang Yuye called him and said that he was downstairs at his house and asked him to come down quickly. He changed his clothes hastily and went downstairs. As soon as he came out of the stairwell, he saw Zhang Yuye wearing a formal black dress, driving a luxury car worth tens of millions, wearing sunglasses and smoking on the side of the road. Seeing him coming, Zhang Yuye put out the cigarette and threw it into the trash can on the side, then turned and got into the driver's seat. Zhou opened the car door without saying a word and sat in the back seat, as if waiting for Zhang Yuye to speak first, but Zhang Yuye didn't notice. He started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards the city center. More than half an hour later, the car drove into the most famous business district in the center of Minot. Before Zhou could ask him what he wanted to do, Zhang Yuye dragged him into the elevator. A few minutes later, the elevator door opened automatically on the 10th floor. Hello, young Master Zhang. 2 rows of staff members in suits and white gloves smiled and bowed to him twice, which gave Zhou goosebumps all over his body. He was about to get into the elevator, but was pulled out by Zhang Yuye. The layout of the surrounding area shows that it sells high-end clothing, but today there is no customer inside, or rather, there are only 2 customers, him and Zhang Yuye. What on earth are you doing? They had known each other for a year, and had never met in public. Zhou was confused by today's situation. He pulled Zhang Yuye's sleeve and questioned him in a low voice. Zhang Yuye just smiled and didn't answer. After taking him around for a few laps, he called a few shop assistants to help Zhou pick out clothes. Before Zhou could react, the shop assistants quickly brought several piles of clothes and compared them to Zhou one by one, praising her for being beautiful and looking good in anything. Zhang Yu just sat on the sofa and watched them choose. He would keep the ones he liked and throw the ones he didn't like aside. It took more than an hour to pick out a few pieces that Zhang Yuye was most satisfied with. He asked someone to tip the shop assistants who took the clothes, then he left the clothes behind and sent everyone away, coaxing Zhou to change them for him. Zhou was unhappy and naturally unwilling, as he was not a cross-dressing doll. However, Zhang Yuye had a firm attitude, and seeing that he was unwilling, he held the clothes in one hand and hugged him with the other, and pushed and shoved them into the fitting room together. The fitting room of the high-end brand is large and bright. Zhou leaned against the fitting mirror, grabbed Zhang Yuye's collar angrily, and asked him what was wrong with him. Zhang Yuye smiled shamelessly and leaned over to kiss Zhou neck. Baby, there's a party tonight. You have to accompany me. You have to dress formally. Party? Yes, I know you care about my fiancé, but I'm afraid you won't believe me if I try to explain it to you. So I might as well take you to see him today and let him talk to you. Who cares about your fiancé? What does it have to do with me? Zhou turned his head away and ignored him. Zhang Yuye unbuttoned Zhou shirt with his hands. Don't do this, baby. You know, every time I see you like this, I want to. You. Zhou looked at Zhou Yuye with a playful look. This is a fitting room. Zhang Ye raised his lips and chuckled. What's wrong with a fitting room? Many people like to play in fitting rooms, right? Zhou Meng blushed at his shameless words. He picked up the clothes Zhang Ye picked for him and pushed Zhang Ye out. I'm going to change my clothes. Don't stay here. You're affecting my mood. Okay. Zhang Ye raised his hands in a servile manner, made a look of surrender, walked out of the locker room with a smile, and stood at the door waiting for him. Zhou Meng stared at the expensive clothes in front of him with some worry, but he still changed into the clothes as Zhang Ye said. The shopping guide chose a relatively casual azure shirt for him and a dark blue jacket and pants, which made him look a lot younger. However, clothes can change a person's appearance but cannot change a person's innate temperament. He looked at himself in the mirror. His dark eyes and pale face were full of coldness and numbness. He tried to smile, but no matter how he raised the corners of his mouth, his face was still cold. After taking a deep breath to calm down, Zhou Meng pushed open the door of the fitting room. Zhang Ye, who was leaning against the door, turned his head to look at him, then picked up his phone to take a picture of him. Our baby is so beautiful. Zhou Meng ignored him and looked up and asked, Can we leave now? Zhang Ye put his hand on his shoulder and ruffled his hair frivolously. Wait a minute, it's not enough to just change clothes. You have to put on makeup too. Zhang Ye is a big star, and his family is powerful. He usually brings his own stylist and makeup artist with him when he joins a crew or goes to an event. His styling team is one of the best in the industry and is notoriously expensive. They basically do not serve anyone other than Zhang Ye, and Zhou Meng is a rare exception. The makeup artist Ella is of Asian and European descent, but speaks with a northeastern accent. While Zhang Ye was in the bathroom, she helped Zhou Meng draw eyeliner while chatting with him. When Zhang Ye first entered the entertainment industry, Ella followed him. The two of them were old customers and had a good relationship. So you've been with Brother Yi for more than a year? After drawing the eyeliner, Ella skillfully helped Zhou Meng draw eyeshadow. She didn't use a lot, and just a little bit was enough to create a good light and shadow effect. Zhou Meng didn't dare to move and could only respond, Yeah. Then is Brother Yi good to you? Isn't he like that to everyone? Ella heard this answer and laughed softly. How can I say it? Not really. At least from his performance just now, I think he is quite gentle to you. His temper is usually like a bazooka, blowing up whoever he catches. Before, there was a little star who had been trying to hook up with him, and I don't know what happened, but he got angry and never showed up again. So fierce? Ella lowered her voice. It is said that in ancient times, accompanying the emperor was like accompanying a tiger. Brother Yi is just better than the emperor, but not much better. Ella. Zhang Ye's voice came faintly from behind them. Ella quickly smiled. Brother Yi is actually a very good person. He is willing to pay wages and never deducts employees' vacation time. You are really lucky to meet him. Okay, if you keep flattering me, I'll get out. Zhang Ye sat on an empty dressing table with his arms folded. Ella had just finished applying eye makeup to Zhou Meng. He reached out and lifted Zhou Meng's chin, looking at her carefully. Very beautiful. Zhou Meng glared at him and turned his head away. Zhang Ye, on the contrary, became interested and asked someone to bring the jewelry he had just picked and let Zhou Meng try them one by one. Although Zhou Meng didn't look like an Amjia, his wrists were still slimmer than those of an ALFA, and there were calluses on his fingers, showing that he was someone who held a pin all year round. Zhang Ye compared several bracelets but couldn't find a satisfactory one, so he asked someone to bring a watch to try. After Ella finished putting on her makeup, he chose a dark blue watch with a full diamond dial for Zhou Meng to wear. Zhou Meng took a look at the box containing the watch and felt uneasy. He couldn't wear this thing worth millions of dollars. If it got bumped or scratched, he wouldn't be able to afford the compensation even if he sold it. Just as he was about to reach out to take it, Zhang Ye grabbed his chin. A deep voice sounded in his ears, Baby, don't move yet. Zhou Meng didn't like the feeling of being controlled by others. He glared at him and said, Are you sick? Let me go. Zhang Ye pretended not to hear, asked Ella for an eyeliner, lightly added a line to the end of his eye, and then let him go. It looks better this way. Zhou Meng turned his head and looked at the mirror. He was no longer as lifeless, cold, and gloomy as before. Instead, he was strangely bright. The only thing that remained unchanged was his pair of black and white eyes. So Master Zhang likes this. Zhou Meng sighed and blew a hooligan whistle. You don't like this kind of makeup? Zhang Yuye lowered his head and asked him. Zhou Meng replied indifferently, I just think this is not like me. Zhang Yuye raised the corner of his mouth, jumped down from the dressing table, and put his hands on Zhou Meng's shoulders. Baby, this is indeed not like you. But it's okay like this. Zhou Meng rolled his eyes speechlessly. Who would compete with you for a powerless, ugly Omega? Only an idiot would do that, right? Zhang Yuye had a strange dream that night. He dreamed that he traveled to a Mary Sue world, which was the most cliched plot of a domineering CEO and an innocent and struggling little white flower. Just when he was about to break the mop in his hand and tear apart this nonsensical garbage world, the domineering boss Zhou Meng appeared in noble and gorgeous shiny leather shoes and a high-end handmade suit that looked valuable, and he immediately fell in love with the wild maid Zhang Yuye who was folding the mop. Zhou Francis Outyan walked up to the maid Zhang Yuye in a gorgeous manner, then lifted his chin and smiled evilly. Man, very good. You have successfully attracted my attention. Zhang Yuye looked at his wife who was acting so cool and arrogant. His temples ached. He tried to put on a kind smile and asked tentatively, Mango? As soon as he finished speaking, the overbearing CEO, Zhou Meng, suddenly covered his chest and looked at him with a sad face. You? How did you know my name? It's obviously only known to him. Zhang Yuye's face turned black, and he was about to ask Zhou Meng who he was. But the evil Zhou Francis Outyan grabbed his wrist, dragged him into the president's office, and threw him on the bed. Just when Zhang Yuye thought this was some new play, Zhou Meng's eyes had changed. They became bloodthirsty and arrogant, and 3 parts cold and indifferent. He sneered at Zhang Yuye and said, Man, tell me whether you seduced me on purpose. Zhang Yuye had never seen Zhou Meng show such an expression before. He stood up shamelessly. He nodded docilely according to the domineering boss Zhou Meng's intention. Then Zhou Meng laughed. I knew you had bad intentions, but it doesn't matter. You are just his substitute after all. After saying that, he started to tear his clothes. Zhang Yuye thought it was fun, and not only did he not resist, he even enjoyed it. Until he saw the amazing size of the domineering boss Zhou Meng. He realized that Zhou Meng was going to destroy his ace. So he fought back, but now, the one in front of him was Zhou Francis Outyan, and he was just a delicate little white flower, and he couldn't get away no matter what. Seeing that his chrysanthemum was about to be in danger, he suddenly woke up from his dream. When he opened his eyes, he was still in his home, and Zhou Meng had not mutated. He was lying beside him, hugging the carrot pillow he had just bought a few days ago and sleeping soundly. Zhang Yuye let out a long sigh, covered Zhou Meng with the quilt, and then closed his eyes and prepared to go back to sleep, but he couldn't fall asleep. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Why was Zhou Meng the boss in his dream, and he was the bunny maid? If they really wanted to play cosplay, Zhou Meng should be. Wait, rabbit maid. Zhang Yuye seemed to remember something, took out his cell phone from the bedside, and sent a message to Xiaolan. Zhang-san, where did you order your cosplay clothes before? Shanfeng? What? Zhang-san, urgently seeking. Zhang-san, transfer 10,000 yuan Mountain Wind. Link jump Zhang-san, thank you. Shanfeng, matching rabbit tail. Ketcha, take it for free. Link jump Zhang-san, immortal item. Zhang Yuye, what are you doing? Hearing the noise, Zhou Meng opened his eyes dazedly and looked at Zhang Yuye who was smiling at his phone. Zhang Yuye found that he was awake, put his phone aside, and kissed his forehead gently. It's okay, baby. Take care of some business. When Zhou Meng and Zhang Yuye came out of the mall, it was already completely dark outside. The night sky was beautiful, with a bright moon in the sky and twinkling stars. The whole city was shrouded in bustling lights, like an illusory and beautiful dream. The venue Xiaolan chose for the banquet was located on a small hill overlooking the river on the outskirts of the city. It was said that this hill and the villa on it were gifts from his mother when he became an adult, and together they could be sold for nearly 100 million yuan. Unlike the Zhang family who started out in the real estate business decades ago, Xiaolan's ancestors were well-known Hong Kong businessmen. His family could be seen in almost all walks of life. When he held a banquet, those who could come were basically not ordinary people. Zhou Meng just followed Zhang Yuye and casually walked around the back garden of the villa. He saw several business tycoons who were often in the newspapers, as well as some popular celebrities. Zhomeng usually felt that these people were out of reach, but when he really walked among them, he felt that they were no different from ordinary people, with 2 eyes and 1 mouth. "Hello, young Master Jiang. Hello, young Master Jiang." People coming and going came forward to greet Jiang Yuye when they saw him, but Jiang Yuye only nodded occasionally and didn't respond most of the time, acting like a little bully. Zhomeng felt uncomfortable following him and made an excuse to go to the bathroom, but in fact he just wanted to find a corner to get some fresh air and smoke a cigarette. This was a place that was too flashy, so flashy that it made him feel disgusted. He finally found a corner where no one was, and before he could light a cigarette, he was discovered by the receptionist. Zhomeng put away his lighter awkwardly and asked the receptionist with a smile where the toilet was. The receptionist politely took him into the villa and pointed him in a direction. Zhomeng walked slowly over there, looking at the landscape painting hanging in the villa's hall. Apart from anything else, the villa owner had a good aesthetic sense. The decoration of the hall was simple yet luxurious. Even a layman like him could see some of the points. Zhomeng stopped in front of a painting of a green landscape and studied the painter's brushstrokes and colors. Before he could come to his senses, a brisk and melodious piano sound came from the half-open house next to him. Zhomeng had previously worked with colleagues in the cultural section on an exclusive report on a musician. Although he was usually not very interested in art music, in order not to be a drag during the interview, he had done a lot of preparation in advance. He had some knowledge of some famous songs and quickly figured out that the piece being played was canon. Perhaps it was because the player's technique was so good that Zhomeng stood at the door and listened to the entire song without realizing it. When he saw the piano stop, he was about to turn around and leave, but he heard the person inside ask, "If you like, you can come in and listen." Zhomeng did not refuse the invitation. He gently pushed the door open and walked in. It was empty inside, except for a classical piano that looked extremely expensive placed near the window. There was a red velvet carpet underneath. It was probably the room that the owner of the villa used to practice the piano. Sitting in front of the piano was a young and beautiful Omega. He was wearing a dark black cheongsam embroidered with golden dragon patterns. His long hair was tied behind his head with a black sandalwood carved hairpin. His dazzling ruby earrings sparkled in the silvery moonlight. If he hadn't heard the sound of his voice, Zhomeng would have probably mistaken him for a girl. He had a dignified appearance, but there was an indescribable charm between his eyebrows, like a seductive fox. Zhomeng stood by the piano and listened to him play the song again. When the last syllable fell, he reached out to applaud him. Omega seemed to enjoy the praise from Zhomeng and asked him with a smile if he was a guest at the banquet this time. Zhomeng also had a good impression of the person in front of him and nodded to introduce himself to him. Hearing Zhomeng's name, Omega's bright face showed a hint of surprise. He stretched out his hand to Zhomeng. "So you are Zhomeng. Hello, my name is Xiaolon, Shan Fenglan, and I am Jiang Yue's fiancé." Zhomeng's expression froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. He smiled and shook hands with Xiaolon. "Hello, Mr. Xiao. You don't have to call me so strangely, just call me by my name." Xiaolon smiled brightly. "I heard Jiang Sainer mention you before, but I didn't expect that you were even more." Xiaolon stood up, walked to Zhomeng, leaned over and sniffed his ear intimately, more charming. Zhomeng was startled by his sudden action. After all, in his opinion, he and Xiaolon were half-rivals in love. After all, rivals in love would be jealous of each other when they meet. How could they tease each other right away? He stepped back unconsciously, trying to avoid Xiaolon. Xiaolon seemed to notice his actions and stared at him with a fake smile. "Don't you like me?" Zhomeng felt a little dizzy. "Did you make a mistake? I am an Omega." Xiaolon played with her hair with her hands. "I know, but I don't mind ABO, and you're just my type. Jiang Sainer is nothing, don't be with him, be with me. I can give you more. I remember you work at Mixin Media, right? If you like it, I'll buy it for you." Although Zhomeng was indeed an employee of MXIN, he had no interest in MXIN or in an UI relationship. He was thinking about how to reject Xiaolon when a strong pheromone came from Xiaolan's body. The rich scent of poppy flowers almost filled the entire room, making his body feel a little weak. However, they were both 3A. and it was naive for Xiao Lan to suppress him with pheromones. Zhou Meng tilted his head and looked at Xiao Lan in front of him indifferently. The smell of lemongrass was like an uncontrolled wave being released. Mr. Xiao, this is not how pheromones are used, right? Xiao Lan shrugged helplessly and replied with a smile. I'm sorry, sometimes I can't control my pheromones. I hope you don't mind, Mango. Mango. This address made Zhou Meng frown subconsciously. Just as he was about to tell the other party not to call him that, an awkward cough came from outside the door. Beat. A woman dressed as a housekeeper came in with a box and bowed politely to Xiao Lan. Mr. Lan, the things are ready. Xiao Lan looked at Zhou Meng, who was on guard, and motioned Li Bing to give him the box. Then just give it to Mango. The person in front of you is him. Mango. Hello Mr. Zhou. My name is Li Bing, and I'm Master Lan's assistant. Li Bing handed the box to him elegantly. This is a gift that Master Lan prepared for you. Zhou Meng didn't understand Xiao Lan's series of actions. He was about to refuse, but he heard Xiao Lan smiled and said, You can keep it. After all, you are Jiang Seiner's friend. Although Jiang Seiner and I can't be husband and wife, we are friends. Just consider it a gift for you. Xiao Lan winked at Zhou Meng after she finished speaking. I'll go take care of the banquet first. If you encounter any difficulties, come to me. My words are more effective than Jiang Seiner's. After Xiao Lan left with his assistant, Zhou Meng was the only one left in the huge room. The silvery moonlight filtered into the room through the glass. He opened the mahogany box, and inside was a suppression ring lined with black silk. The designer combined gold, leather, and gems just right, making an originally practical item as expensive as a work of art that should be displayed in an exhibition hall. Zhou Meng subconsciously reached out to touch his neck. He was wearing a black choker with a silver ring in the center. This was given to him by Jiang Yuye before he came here. There were letters engraved around the ring, probably the abbreviation of Jiang Yuye's name. He knew what it meant, and although he didn't like it, he had no right to refuse. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Meng closed the box, placed it on the piano, then turned and left the piano room. He had to go back to find Jiang Yuye, otherwise Jiang Yuye would come to find him later. The banquet in the garden had already begun. The invited orchestra was playing music on saxophone and violin that Zhou Meng could not understand. The champagne tower on the long table looked soft and luxurious under the lights and moonlight. Men and women in formal wear stood together and talked leisurely about the stock market, housing prices, and other people's family secrets. Zhou Meng wanted to find Jiang Yuye's shadow in the colorful light and shadow, but he couldn't see him. The clinking of glasses, the laughter and scolding in conversations, mixed with the melodious violin melody, filled every corner of the garden. This was probably how Cinderella felt when she first came to the prince's party. Zhou Meng laughed at himself. The swaying figures in front of him made him dizzy. He temporarily gave up looking for Jiang Yuye and slipped to the long table where the food was placed to eat dessert. He had just finished half a block of black forest when a man in a designer suit and slicked back hair walked up to him and said, Hello, I don't think I've seen you before. Zhou Meng raised his head and glanced at him, then replied, I came here to play with my friends. The man smiled awkwardly. Are you with friends? Are you Amjia? You smell so good. Zhou Meng paused for a moment while holding the fork. He looked at the ALFA in front of him with obvious intentions and said coldly, Whether I am Amjia or not should have nothing to do with you, sir. The ALFA coughed lightly. It is still related. If you are O or B, I think we can leave contact information. Do you understand what I mean? Zhou Meng took a deep breath, put down the plate, and was about to turn around and leave. But ALFA got impatient and grabbed his wrist forcefully. Why? Are you playing hard to get with me? This familiar and confident line made Zhou Meng not know how to refute for a moment. Seeing that the people around were looking at them, he lowered his voice to ALFA and said, Do I know you? Let go. Oh, so what if I don't know you? Anyway, we will know each other in bed soon. This young master has plenty of. The familiar smell of tequila came from behind him, and before Zhou Meng could react, Jiang Yuye hugged him in his arms. Jiang Yuye pinched the ALFA's wrist and asked him sternly, What is it? It's life, right? ALFA quickly let go of Zhou Meng's hand, endured the pain, and apologized to Jiang Yuye flatteringly. I'm sorry, young Master Jiang. I didn't know he was yours. I'm sorry. Zhang Yuye was not impressed by his apology. He stared at him with his eyes downcast and asked him coldly, "Your eyes don't seem to be working well. Is your brain working well? Let me ask you, do you know how many teeth a person has?" Seeing that the man didn't answer, Zhang Yuye released his hand, smiled and continued, 32 teeth. If I were to knock out your teeth one by one, at which tooth would you learn to apologize to our baby? I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean it. I really didn't. Alpha couldn't stop shivering and kept bowing to Zhou Mang, but Zhou Mang just looked at him expressionlessly. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. The people who had been watching the fun stopped whispering and laughing. They were as uneasy as chickens on a hot pot. Zhou Mang thought they were probably afraid of the person behind him. Zhou Mang had heard of Zhang Yuye's reputation as a vicious villain long before they met, but he had hardly ever seen Zhang Yuye get angry. In front of him, Zhang Yuye was more shameless and shameless. And now, he was like a wild beast that had just been released from a cage, imposing without anger, as if he would tear it apart if one didn't pay attention. Zhang Sanner, that's enough. Xiao Lan's voice came from behind the crowd, and the people standing in front of him moved aside to make way for him. He glanced at the alpha next to him with disdain, and smiled to smooth things over. After all, Master Su was invited by me. You have to look at the owner before you can beat a dog. If you don't give him face, you have to give me face. I will personally apologize to you after the dinner. Zhang Yuye's expression softened, and he frowned slightly, looking into Xiao Lan's aggressive red eyes. Xiao Lan, your taste has deteriorated significantly recently. You can even tolerate such filthy stuff. Xiao Lan sneered. Not only was she not angry, she also invited Zhang Yuye and Zhou Mang to have a small gathering aside. Zhang Yuye agreed, took Zhou Mang's hand and followed Xiao Lan, leaned close to his ear and whispered to him if he was okay. Zhou Mang joked, "Of course there is something wrong. Why didn't I realize that our young master Zhang has two faces before?" Zhang Yuye chuckled, "There are many things you haven't discovered. After things here are dealt with, I'll take you to the bed and take a good look at how many faces your man has." Zhou Mang glanced at him speechlessly, thinking that Zhang Yuye was indeed a person who thought with his lower body, and he would think about bed no matter what. He reached out and pinched Zhang Yuye's arm, but seeing that he was still smiling, he simply ignored him. The small gathering that Xiao Lan mentioned was actually just playing cards and chatting. The card table was set up near the swimming pool in the back garden. Unlike the front yard where the banquet was held, those who came here were all wearing casual clothes. Most of them were close friends who had a very good relationship with Xiao Lan, or those who had some relationship with him. Zhang Yuye and Xiao Lan grew up together. They were in similar circles, and their friends overlapped a lot. When he came in with Zhou Mang, there was a burst of whistles around. "Hey, this is the little beauty that Brother Yuye mentioned." The young beta in a thin shirt came up to them, looked Zhou Mang up and down, and then raised his eyebrows at Zhang Yuye. "You are pretty good, Brother Yuye. Come on, Xiao Jin. Don't tease him." Xiao Lan hugged Beta to his arms. "He will be anxious later and will go to your brother to complain about you." Xiao Lan. Hearing Xiao Lan wrongly accusing him like this, Zhang Yuye couldn't help but emphasize his tone. "Don't spread rumors everywhere. Who is complaining?" Xiao Lan ignored him and reached out to pull Zhou Mang. "Come on, Mango. Let's play our own games and ignore him." "That's right. Let's play cards together." Before Zhou Mang could react, he was pulled to the card table by Xiao Lan and the beta named Xiao Jin. They were probably playing Texas Hold'em before, using Xiao Lan's golden melon seeds as chips. Zhou Mang picked up one at random. The melon seed was solid and not light in weight. Including Zhou Mang, there were 4 people at the table: Xiao Lan, Xia Jin, and another beat. Zhou Mang originally wanted to make excuses by saying that he had no chips, but Zhang Yuye directly grabbed a handful of golden melon seeds from Xiao Lan and gave him, telling him to play as he pleased, and the losses would be charged to his account. Then he sat behind him in a servile manner and watched them play cards. Zhou Mang only knew how to play Landlord and Paparazzi and had never been exposed to these games. In the first few games, Xiao Lan basically led him to play, and then he gradually got the hang of it. After a few games, he had mixed wins and losses. But he had no interest in this game, and whispered to Zhang Yuye that it was his turn to come up and play. Zhang Yuye did not refuse, but as soon as Zhou Mang gave up his seat to him, he grabbed Zhou and insisted that Zhou sit in his arms and play with him. People around rarely see Jiang Yuye like this, and joked that they envied their good relationship. Jiang Yuye ignored them and just stared at the cards in his hand, saying that he wanted to win a limited edition Cartier for Zhou. As a result, Xiao Lan won all the chips in the first hand. Zhou stared in silence at young Master Jiang, who looked shrewd but could not count cards. Just as he was about to ask him to stop, Li Bing walked to Xiao Lan and whispered something in his ear. Xiao Lan then looked at Jiang Yuye and Zhou meaningfully and laughed loudly. A new friend is coming. How about we play later? Xiao Lan, you are not scared, are you? Jiang Yuye looked at Xiao Lan with a smile, as if he was determined to win. Xiao Lan had no choice but to wink at him. Jiang Yuye followed his line of sight and saw someone coming towards them. Boss Xiao, young Master Jiang. The man in a white suit led the group towards the guests. He greeted everyone and then introduced the person behind him to everyone. The person behind me is my brother, Ji Changfeng. Zhou, who was originally studying poker, looked up in surprise when he heard the name. The person in front of him was indeed Ji Changfeng, the Ji Changfeng he knew. He was a little panicked and wanted to get out of Jiang Yuye's arms, but was held tightly by Jiang Yuye. He realized that Jiang Yuye brought him to this so-called party not only to introduce Xiao Lan to him, but also to let him get to know Ji Changfeng again and let him see what a mess he is now. The man who brought Ji Changfeng here was called Ji Ping. He was in his 30s, had a big beard and was bald, and was in the building materials business in the Central and South China. Zhou had seen reports about him in the newspaper, but he didn't expect that this so-called building materials king would actually be Ji Changfeng's cousin. When Zhou was dating Ji Changfeng a few years ago, he realized that Ji Changfeng's family should be complicated, but he didn't care about it and didn't ask in detail. Now, meeting his family in such an awkward situation made Zhou feel dazed and confused. Ji Changfeng was gentle, elegant, and graceful. He attracted a lot of people's attention as soon as he came in. He followed Ji Ping to greet the people around him. When his eyes fell on Zhou and Jiang Yuye, they only stayed for a moment and then looked away as if nothing had happened. Jiang Yuye's hand wandered around Zhou waist, and he reached in through the gap between his shirt buttons. He used his rough fingertips to gently tap Zhou lower abdomen from time to time, and asked Ji Changfeng nonchalantly, "Do you want to play cards?" Before Ji Changfeng agreed, the original beta left with the excuse of having a stomachache, leaving his seat to Ji Changfeng. Xiao Lan sat in the main seat and smiled like a fox. "This is the first time, Changfeng, and everyone have met. Let's play a couple of games to get familiar with each other. The win is yours, and the loss is mine." Ji Changfeng couldn't refuse, so he sat in the beta-S seat, waiting for Li Bing to deal everyone new cards. He was very good at reading people's expressions, and under his gentle appearance, he had a very smart mind. From the moment he came in, he guessed that this was probably a trap set for him, and the person who set the trap was sitting opposite him, with Zhou sitting in that person's arms. A few cards were dealt to him. He lowered his eyes and glanced at the other people at the table without showing any expression, but he did not look at Zhou, as if he had never known them before. Ji Changfeng didn't know anyone well except Zhou. He wanted to play 2 rounds quietly and then find an excuse to leave, but the people at the table seemed to be well prepared and told him all the bad things about his family in a few words. "I heard that little brother Ji is not interested in the family business and will stay in OSS to work after returning to China?" After a round of games, Xia Jin, who won the most money, smiled and counted the melon seeds. When he took money from Ji Changfeng, he didn't forget to get close to him. Xia Jin is not from Minnan. His parents do business in Haiqing, and he is studying in Minnan. Because he is young, his parents are worried about him, so they ask Xiao Lan to take care of him. Xiao Lan is very concerned about him and always treats Xia Jin as his younger brother, caring about him. Xia Jin is very smart and is very well behaved when he is with him. He also helps him act as a wingman whenever he has time. "Young Master Xia, are you interested in this?" Ji Changfeng answered calmly. Xia Jin replied, "I'm just curious. Brother Yuye makes movies, so he may be related to your public relations and advertising. We do cooperate with celebrities like Mr. Jiang sometimes, usually when taking endorsement photos or involving us in advertisements. Occasionally, when they have some public opinion crisis, they will ask us for help to solve it. Then if I or my company encounters a problem, can I also ask you to solve it? Changfeng. Xiao Lan interrupted Ji Changfeng and looked at him thoughtfully, his frivolous eyes passing over his chest and body from time to time. Ji Changfeng elegantly put down the cards in his hand. If Mr. Xiao needs it, of course I can. Xiao Lan's smile deepened when he heard that. After playing his cards, he reminded Zhang Yuye, who had been silent for a long time. Zhang Sanner, it's your turn. How come you were so excited to see Ji Changfeng that you even forgot to play your cards? Baby, help me play. Zhang Yuye lowered his head and talked to Zhou Meng in his arms. When he saw him choose the cards and put them away, he looked at Ji Changfeng with a smile. I'm not Lu Xiaowei. It's hard to avoid being distracted when I have a beautiful woman in my arms. TSK. Xiao Lan didn't want to look at him. She held the champagne and said quietly, they say 3 omegas make a show. Why do I think you have more show than anyone else here? Zhang Yuye said frankly, as an actor, it's normal for me to have a lot of scenes to watch. I'm just usually very busy and don't have much time to take care of our baby. Zhou Meng felt a little numb on his back after hearing this. He glared at Zhang Yuye, but Zhang Yuye pretended not to notice and looked straight at Ji Changfeng. Young Master Ji, are you busy on weekdays? I always feel that you should be quite free. After all, others are working overtime. But you still have time to go out and eat roasted lamb legs. Come on, Zhang Sanner, people working in the media are much busier than you. Seeing that Ji Changfeng's expression was not right, Xiao Lan changed the subject, by the way. I remember Changfeng is also a 3A. 3A is rare nowadays, but we have gathered quite a few here. Ji Changfeng lowered his eyes and looked at the cards. 3A just means a higher level of pheromones. It doesn't mean everything is good. We still have to look at the overall quality of the person. Yeah, 3A is nothing special. Just like me and young Master Ji, we are both 3A. How can we know who is better if we don't compare ourselves with others? Zhang Yuye's words were full of sarcasm. Even a person with a low EQ could hear the gunpowder in them. Zhou Meng's hand holding the cards for him trembled slightly. He whispered to Zhang Yuye, did you do that on purpose? Zhang Yuye didn't answer, but raised his lips slightly, like a cunning fox, which made Zhou Meng want to slap him. What does young Master Jiang want to compete with? Ji Changfeng's calm and restrained voice came from the opposite side. Zhou Meng didn't expect that he would pay attention to Zhang Yuye. He was startled and looked up suddenly, only to see that Ji Changfeng had stood up at some point. He was wearing a casual suit today, without a bow tie, and looked like a catwalk model who had just walked off the show. Zhang Yuye patted Zhou Meng on the back and said, baby, come down first. Zhou Meng wasn't quite sure what these two alphas were trying to do, so he had to sit aside and wait and see. Zhang Yuye took off his dark black suit jacket, revealing the shirt embroidered with auspicious clouds. He looked around and finally set his sights on the 100-meter-long swimming pool. How about a competition to see who can swim faster? Zhou Meng felt that Zhang Yuye was probably stupid. Ji Changfeng was a graduate of the police academy and had received professional physical training. It would be boring for him to compete with him in swimming. But seeing that Zhang Yuye looked determined to win, he began to worry that there might be something fishy in the swimming pool. He secretly pulled Zhang Yuye's collar, signaling him not to do it, sneering, why are you swimming in a suit? Just play cards. It's okay, Mango. Xiao Lan interrupted him with a smile, saying meaningfully, why not let them change into swimsuits? I have plenty of these at home, so I don't need these 2 sets, but I may not have small sizes. While chatting and laughing, Xiao Lan signaled to Li Bing, take you 2 to change clothes. Li Bing was no longer surprised by this kind of scene, and responded expressionlessly, yes, please follow me, both of you. While Zhang Yuye and Ji Changfeng were away, Xiao Lan moved to Zhou Meng's side, leaned close to him and asked softly, who are you worried about, Ji Changfeng or Zhang Sanner? Zhou Meng knew that he and Zhang Yuye were in the same group, so he asked him bluntly, who am I worried about having a relationship with Mr. Xiao? Xiao Lan waved his hands helplessly. After all, I am Zhang Sanner's friend. It would be wrong not to help him. Zhou Meng didn't want to argue with him. He sat alone in his seat drinking champagne. Just after half a glass of wine, a burst of exclamations came from not far away. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw 2 alphas in swimming trunks walking out of the room. One was arrogant and domineering, and the other was steady and reserved. They stood there like peacocks with their tails spread out. Hey, Xiaolan whispered in Zhou Meng's ear. Mango, you are so lucky. Zhou Meng chuckled and really wanted to say to him, this blessing is given to you, do you want it? But looking at the shining look in Xiaolan's eyes, he felt that Xiaolan would definitely say yes, and would even ask him to give more. It is a recognized fact that Zhang Yuye has a great figure, but most people have only seen him show off his figure on TV or in magazines, and only a very few have seen it up close and personal. He has a well-proportioned body, from his neck to his shoulders and back, to his slightly thin but not skinny waist and his nimble long legs. Under every inch of his skin is firm but not exaggerated muscle, which is neat and sturdy, with clear lines. Compared to Zhang Yuye, who had a male model figure honed by years of fitness, Ji Changfeng was more pragmatic. His body proportions were extremely superior, and his muscle lines were no less than Zhang Yuye's. However, there were some deep or shallow mottled scars on his perfect body, especially a 4 or 5 centimeter long dark red scar near his heart, which was not hideous but more like a tattoo. Xiaolan took Zhou Meng to sit at one end of the swimming pool and watch this war between alphas. After a quick glance at Zhang Yuye, his burning gaze finally stopped on Ji Changfeng, or more precisely, on the scar on Ji Changfeng's chest. Ji Changfeng's injuries are left from college. The doctor said that if he had been stabbed a little off, he would have died. After hearing Zhou Meng's words, Xiaolan's expression became complicated. He wanted to lean on Zhou Meng, but Zhou Meng was obviously unwilling. He had to lean on the edge of the pool with his hands and stared at Ji Changfeng's figure in a daze. In order to ensure the fairness of the game, Zhang Yuye called Xia Jin over to be the referee. Xia Jin was a little too excited today, and when he saw that the time was almost right, he whistled at the two alphas who were disliking each other without even saying get ready. Fortunately, both of them reacted quickly. Before the whistle sounded, they jumped into the water together and swam to the other side. They were almost the same speed and swam fast. Before Zhou Meng could react to who arrived first, the slightly cold water had already splashed on his face. Along with it came Zhang Yuye's extremely aggressive pheromones and a pair of warm hands. Yohu! The people around screamed, and Zhou Meng lost his balance and was pulled into the swimming pool by Zhang Yuye. The cool water soaked all his clothes. As soon as he surfaced, Zhang Yuye hugged him in his arms and gave him a hateful kiss in the water. The burning tequila burned his soul, forcing him to close his eyes and give up struggling. Half a minute later, Zhang Yuye let go of Zhou Meng, letting him hold his shoulders to catch his breath, and looked provocatively at Ji Changfeng, who had just come ashore. Ji Changfeng's eyes were cold. He suppressed the anger in his heart and did not respond to Zhang Yuye. He just kept wiping the water stains on his hair with the towel given by Li Bing. I won, baby. Zhang Yuye said to Zhou Meng, you are my trophy. Zhou Meng wanted to slap Zhang Yuye, but there were too many people around. Zhang Yuye curled his lips, pulled out the bottom corner of his shirt, touched his tailbone, and whispered in his ear, I can be even more of a rascal. Zhou Meng knew what he was hinting at and panicked. If you dare to stay here, I'll kill you. Kill me? Zhang Yuye chuckled. He carried Zhou Meng to the edge of the swimming pool. After getting out of the water, he raised his eyebrows at Xiaolan and said, I'm sleepy. Do you mind if I stay here for one night? Xiaolan smiled sweetly. You can choose any room you like. As soon as the bedroom door closed, Zhou Meng picked up the pillow on the bed and threw it directly at Zhang Yuye, cursing him hoarsely. Zhang Yuye, you witch. Zhang Yuye didn't say anything. He locked the door and opened the heavy curtains without turning on the light. The bedroom he chose was on the first floor. Through the large glass windows, he could see the people gathering in the garden. The bright lights made the champagne tower look extremely beautiful, like a work of art made of sparkling crystal. The smell of strong liquor surged up. Zhang Yuye turned around. His golden eyes seemed particularly cold in the dimly lit room. He stared at Zhou Meng sitting on the bed and asked him gently, Are you angry? Zhou Meng didn't even look at him and sat on the bed without saying a word. The silent and depressing atmosphere in the room made Zhang Yuye feel a little uncomfortable. He walked in front of Zhou Meng, squatted down and looked at him. Are you angry because I made things difficult for Ji Changfeng? Or because I let Ji Changfeng know about what happened between us? Seeing that Zhou Meng still didn't speak, Zhang Yuya laughed at himself, pushed Zhou Meng down on the bed, and then kissed him forcefully. The expensive clothes were quickly torn into rags by him. Zhou Meng did not resist, but just looked at Zhang Yuya coldly. Although she fell into the water before, the makeup on Zhou Meng's face was not damaged. Only the blush on the corners of her eyes spread out, like a blooming crabapple, making this always cold face more seductive. Seeing him like this, Zhang Yuya felt aggrieved and angry but had nowhere to vent. He was not afraid of Zhou Meng scolding him or hitting him, but he just couldn't stand Zhou Meng's indifferent and nonchalant attitude. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuya picked him up from the bed and walked towards the bathroom. "Remove your makeup first. I'll take care of you later." Xiao Lan was a person who paid great attention to details. Even in the guest room, the bathroom was equipped with various things. Zhang Yuya put Zhou Meng on the black marble sink, lifted his face, and touched his lips with his thumb lightly. The bright red dyed his cheeks rosy, which looked like the traces of abuse in the misty steam in the bathroom. Zhang Yuya picked up an unopened bottle of makeup remover from the shelf, opened the lid and poured it onto the towel, then helped Zhou Meng remove the makeup on her face bit by bit. His movements were not rough, but not gentle either. After washing Zhou Meng's face, Zhang Yuya had adult love with him in the bathroom, then pulled him back to the bed in the guest room, took out things from the bedside table, and played with them one by one. Zhou Meng couldn't stand it, so he bit his shoulder and looked at him viciously with a puddle of water in his mouth. The feeling of being hated by the person under him not only did not make Zhang Yuya feel uncomfortable, but made him even more excited. He put the fake thing on Zhou Meng's chin and asked him with a smile, "Are you still angry now?" "Well." Zhou Meng couldn't help but gasp, "Zhang Yuya, you." Zhou Meng pressed his hands tightly against the window and cursed him in a hoarse voice. "Zhang Yuya, you rascal, witch." Zhang Yuya didn't respond, letting Zhou Meng scold him, then kissed his spine gently. "I know what you are thinking about, Zhou Meng. You are still thinking about Ji Changfeng, but I don't like you thinking about him. Do you understand? Who I am thinking about has nothing to do with you. Zhang Yuya, you witch. Don't take yourself too seriously." Zhang Yuya sighed melancholy, pinched Zhou Meng's chin with his hand, forced him to look at the ambiguous shadow reflected on the glass, and said to him slowly, "In fact, Ji Changfeng is nearby now. You like him so much, why don't I call him in and let him see how I play with you?" "Zhang Yuya, I won't let you go. The soundproofing of this mansion is neither good nor bad." Although Xiao Lan can't hear the full version of the pornographic palace, he can still hear some kitten-like cries. He glanced at the watch on his wrist and leaned against the wall to smoke. The smell of red wine beads spread around his lips. He squinted his eyes and took a deep breath, slowly exhaling light white smoke. "Master Lan." Li Bing quietly appeared beside him and spoke to him in a low voice. "The guests have been sent away, and the lady will be here soon." Xiao Lan nodded slightly, glanced at the closed door, and jokingly said, "I didn't expect Jiang Sainer to be so good after all this time." Li Bing had a faint smile on her face. She didn't respond to Xiao Lan's words, but mentioned another matter. "When I was seeing the guests off earlier, Mr. Ji Ping came to see me." "Ji Ping?" "Yes, he wanted to talk to you alone. I said you were busy, so he asked me to tell you that he wanted to marry us." The corners of Xiao Lan's mouth twitched slightly, and there was a meaningful smile in his eyes. "Marriage? What era is it still playing this game? It seems that the real estate industry has been in a downturn in recent years, and building materials have also been in trouble. If I remember correctly, Ji Changfeng is the only one in his generation who has not married, right?" Li Bing nodded. "Yes, the Ji family means that if you don't want to, miss." "Humph." Xiao Lan interrupted her. "They are thinking very well, and their attention is all on you, but it can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. They say that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and a duck that is delivered to the door must not fly away." Li Bing looked at the room on the side and frowned slightly. "Master Lan, what if young Master Ji and Mr. Zhou still have feelings for each other? Would this be considered as breaking up a couple in love?" "Haha." Xiao Lan laughed. "Breaking up a couple in love? It's not like you don't know Jiang Sanner's character. If Mango had been with someone else, maybe they could have been a couple. But unfortunately, he chose Jiang Sanner. If they dared to get together, Ji Changfeng would have died without knowing how. I'm not breaking up a couple. I'm saving a life, which is better than building a 7-story pagoda." After thinking about it carefully, Li Bing felt that Xiao Lan's words seemed to make some sense, so he held back what was in his heart. In the middle of Xiao Lan Hall, a cool night breeze blew in from the door, gently lifting the hair on his temples. He threw the cigarette into the ashtray, tilted his head, and told Li Bing, "The forecast says there will be heavy to torrential rain tomorrow. When Yuer comes back later, remember to tell her not to run around tomorrow." Li Bing responded and went to prepare for tomorrow's work. When she passed the tightly closed black door, she heard a slight hissing sound coming from inside, as if a kitten was scratching the door. The next morning, Zhang Yuye was woken up by a glass of cold water while sleeping soundly. He was about to ask who was so bold as to pour cold water on him, but when he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Lan, dressed in formal attire, standing by the bed and looking at him coldly. "You." Zhang Yuye was ruthlessly interrupted by Xiao Lan before he could finish his words. He looked at Zhang Yuye with great sorrow. "Zhang Sanner, your wife has already gotten up, but you are still lying in bed. Is this okay for you? If not, go see a men's doctor." Zhang Yuye had too much fun last night and drank several bottles of red wine. His mind was a little unclear. When he saw that there was no one around him, he realized what Xiao Lan was talking about and hurriedly asked him where Zhou Meng was. Xiao Lan gave him a look of disappointment. He said he wanted to go home. "I had arranged for someone to take him home, but he didn't want to and insisted on going alone. You should go after him quickly, because it's going to rain." Before Xiao Lan could finish, Zhang Yuye wrapped himself in a blanket and rushed to the cloakroom to change clothes. Xiao Lan shook his head helplessly, walked out of the room, and laughed softly. Zhang San, if it weren't for me helping you, you would never get a wife in this life." Zhang Yuye quickly changed his clothes, without even washing his face, and drove out of the villa, looking for Zhou Meng along the road down the mountain. Yesterday's weather forecast was very accurate. Today is a rainy day. Thick dark clouds are densely overlapping on the horizon. You can't see the original color of the sky at all. There is only the ink-stained gray and black. The air is damp and sticky, and the wind is full of water vapor mixed with the smell of earth, which makes people feel uneasy. There is only one road going down the mountain from Xiaolan's home to the city. Zhang Yuye drove down for 7 or 8 kilometers before he saw Zhou Meng's thin figure. He was not wearing a coat, only a shirt and trousers. His hair was blown messy by the wind, but he walked very fast. From the back, he looked no different from a 16 or 17-year-old student who ran away from his family in anger. Zhang Yuye knew that he had gone too far last night. He touched his nose guiltily, slowed down the car, and drove next to Zhou Meng. He said gently, "Get in the car. I'll take you home." Zhou Meng seemed not to hear his words. He lowered his head and continued to move forward without even looking at him. "Get in the car." Zhang Yuye continued to shout, but Zhou Meng still ignored him. The clouds in the sky grew thicker and thicker, and finally burst after a thunderclap. Fine raindrops fell like arrows, and the windshield was soaked with crackling sounds. Zhang Yuye cursed, stopped the car on the side of the road, chased Zhou Meng, and tried to pull him back into the car, but failed and got slapped in the face. "What the Hades are you doing, Zhang Yuye?" Zhou Meng turned around and looked at Zhang Yuye coldly. "I don't want to get in your car. Can't you see?" Zhang Yuye knew he was in the wrong, and answered after a few seconds, "It's raining so hard, you'll catch a cold." "A cold?" Zhou Meng sneered. "What does my cold have to do with you, young Master Zhang? I'm a broken woman. Even if I don't die of illness here, I'll be played to death by you, and I still think it's better to die of illness. Go back to where you came from and don't bother me." Zhang Yuye was speechless and stood there for a long time without uttering a word. Zhou Meng rolled his eyes at him and continued walking in the rain. The rain soaked his shirt thoroughly, and it was not pleasant as it stuck to his skin. He was unhappy, but he didn't care about so many things. He just wanted to get away from here as soon as possible, away from that which Zhang Yuye. After walking about a kilometer further down, Zhou Meng found that Zhang Yuye had not left yet, and was following him a few meters behind. He silently cursed Zhang Yuye for being an idiot, but his eyes couldn't help but become wet. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, forming a thin layer of water waves on the ground. When you stepped on it, it splashed large and small water. It was clearly an extremely cold day, but Zhou Meng felt hot. The intense nerve pain accompanied by dizziness made him suffer so much that he began to walk lightly. Before fainting, Zhou Meng thought weakly, this illness came at a really bad time. Zhou Meng opened his eyes dazedly, and what came into view was the yellowish-gray ceiling and the dusty chandelier. Zhang Yuye's voice came from the side, and it sounded like he was talking to someone on the phone. He tried to sit up with his hands, but he had no strength at all. The alternating hot and cold sensations and the constant pain in his nerves tortured him endlessly, leaving him with no energy to think. Awake? Zhang Yuye put down his phone and picked up the paper cup on the bedside table. Drink some water. I'll take you to the hospital later. Zhou Meng had a severe fever and his voice was hoarse. He only finished one word, and Zhang Yuye knew what he wanted to ask. He replied, this is a small hotel. You fainted on the road, and I carried you here. No. Hearing this word, Zhang Yuye felt helpless. He sat beside Zhou Meng's bed and held his hand. You are still sick. Don't talk for now. Have a good rest. Baby, I know I was too much last night, but I just don't want you to leave. Zhou Meng did not hear what he said next. When he woke up again, it was already late at night. The rain outside had not stopped yet, and the air was filled with the faint smell of disinfectant. Zhou Meng slowly sat up and looked around. He was probably in a hospital ward, but the bed was actually a double bed. Zhang Yuye hadn't even changed his clothes or covered himself with a blanket. He was lying next to him in his shirt, looking quite pitiful. But when Zhou Meng thought about what happened last night, he got angry. Although he was willing to have this kind of relationship with Zhang Yuye, he didn't really like him after all, and even had some resentment. In his opinion, this relationship was a lowly thing that couldn't be put on the table, but last night Zhang Yuye did that in front of Ji Changfeng. He even humiliated him in bed. But come to think of it, why should Zhang Yuye consider his feelings? They are already having an affair, so how can he expect true mutual understanding? The long-suppressed emotions were aroused, and the nerves in his brain seemed to be ignited by a raging flame, with one stabbing pain after another. Zhang Yuye woke up when he heard the sound, and saw Zhou Meng curled up at the head of the bed. He went over to ask him, "Are you still feeling uncomfortable?" Zhou Meng glared at him. "Why? You treat me like a child, giving me a slap and then a sweet date?" Zhang Yuye sat up and leaned next to him, gently pulling Zhou Meng into his arms. "I'm sorry, baby. I was wrong last night. Please don't leave me. I'll do anything for you." Zhou Meng's expression froze, and he said to Zhang Yuye, "We are just adult love buddies. Don't you find it disgusting to say that?" Zhang Yuye patted his back gently like coaxing a child. His light golden eyes were full of tenderness, enough to drown a person in it. "As long as you are willing, we can also be a couple." Unfortunately, Zhou Meng did not appreciate it. He broke free from his arms and sneered. "I'm sorry, Master Zhang, I don't want it." The timeline is about half a year since the two of them met. Winter came relatively late in Minnan this year, with temperatures starting to drop near December. However, the late arrival did not affect its biting coldness. In just a few days, the temperature dropped rapidly from over 20 degrees to 3 or 4 degrees. It also rained intermittently for more than half a month, and everywhere was wet and bone-chillingly cold. Towards evening, Zhang Yuye changed his clothes and went downstairs to the restaurant for dinner. He was supposed to be shooting a commercial abroad, but because today was New Year's Day and also Mr. Zhang's birthday, he had to postpone his work and take the earliest flight back home. Mr. Zhang has always been low-key and not a person who likes extravagance and excitement, so he did not invite other guests to the birthday party, but only called a few relatives with whom he had a good relationship. Zhang Yuye was the last person to come to the table. He sat at the first seat on the right of the main seat, opposite Zhang Lu and his wife, and next to him was Zhang Jianhong. Before he came of age, he usually sat behind his two brothers at such family banquets. But when he was 18, old man Jiang took his hand and asked him to sit here. Since then, this has become his exclusive seat, and it has also become a concern for many people in the Jiang family. Before the dinner started, the people at the table couldn't hold back their thoughts and took advantage of the old man's birthday party to express their feelings to him and get some benefits. Zhang Yuye had no interest in these things and just watched them flatter each other silently. But he wanted to hide, and others might not be willing to let him go. After just half a glass of wine, someone brought the topic to him. On the surface, they praised him for being very successful in the entertainment industry and bringing honor to the Jiang family. But behind the scenes, they ridiculed him for finding a job as an actor and bringing shame to the family. Jiang Yuye could naturally understand what he meant, but this was the old man's birthday after all, so he narrowed his eyes and pretended not to understand, and looked at the cousin with a smile. "Uncle, you're too kind. I'm just an actor, taking pictures and recording videos every day. Naturally, I don't have the hard work you do. Nor do I have your courage, after all. You can easily lose tens of millions in Macau without blinking an eye, and I still need Grandpa to help make decisions before I dare to decide which industry to invest in." The cousin's face turned pale, and he glanced at Jiang Lu. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, he changed the subject and asked about the recent situation of Jiang Yue's father. As soon as he finished speaking, the people at the table all looked a little strange, and the person sitting next to him kept kicking him. He realized that he had said the wrong thing and was about to make amends. Jiang Yuye spoke quietly. "My dad? He's fine. He eats vegetarian food and chants Buddhist scriptures in the temple every day, praying for our family. If your cousin is really curious about how he is doing, you can go to the temple to take a look. It's just that his eyes are completely blind now. He can't see anything, and he can't even tell people from dogs. He may not recognize you." "Okay." Old man Jiang, who had been silent, suddenly interrupted them. "We've finally gathered together. Why are you all talking so sarcastic? We are all family. We need face, money, and affection. Dad is right. We should have a happy birthday party." Jiang Lu happily called on the kitchen staff to serve the dishes. "Bring some longevity noodles, Dad. I wish you a long life." The meal lasted for more than an hour. Jiang Yuye felt stuffy in the room, so after wishing the old man a happy birthday and delivering the gifts, he found an excuse to leave and secretly drove away from the backyard. It was drizzling outside, and the temperature was low. A layer of hazy fog had formed on the car windows. Jiang Yuye didn't know where to go, so he turned around a few times on the road and finally drove towards the West City area. When he passed an adult products store on the street, he suddenly stopped, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and sent a message to Zhou Meng to ask him where he was. After 2 minutes, Zhou Meng didn't reply to his message. Jiang Yuye felt uncomfortable. He put on a mask, a hat, and glasses, and walked into the store with pink lights. When he came out, he just received the message from Zhou Meng. "ZM, at home. Are you busy? Jiang Yuye, tell me your location. I'll come find you." "ZM? Are you mentally ill?" Jiang Yuye. Reporting location. ZM location link. Seeing the link, Jiang Yuye couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips. All the emotions that had accumulated at home disappeared. After turning on the Bluetooth speaker, he followed the navigation instructions and drove towards Zhou Meng's house. Decades ago, the western part of the city was an industrial area with many large factories, many workers, and many houses. Later, the factories were relocated to other provinces, and many people moved with them. This area gradually declined and became the largest urban village in Minot. Jiang Yuye seldom came here before. He turned several corners before he found the residential area where Zhou Meng lived. Fortunately, this area was built a long time ago and the roads were relatively wide. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to drive in. After entering the community, Jiang Yuye realized that he seemed to have forgotten to ask Zhou Meng which building he lived in. He called to ask, but Zhou Meng didn't tell him and asked him to wait there, and he would go downstairs later. 10 minutes later, Zhou Meng appeared in front of Jiang Yuye wearing a black coat that looked a bit old. Jiang Yuye put out the cigarette in his hand, tapped the car window, and said, "Get in the car." Zhou Meng opened the car door and sat in the soft and comfortable seat in the back seat. He asked him coldly, "Today is New Year's Day. Why are you looking for me in the middle of the night?" Jiang Yuye turned the steering wheel, drove out of the community, and whistled, "Fire." Zhou Meng was speechless for a moment. His voice was not loud, but Jiang Yuye still heard it. Jiang Yuye was not angry and just thought he was flirting. He hummed Casablanca and drove towards the suburbs with Zhou Meng. After driving for nearly an hour, Jiang Yuye finally stopped and turned around to see that Zhou Meng had fallen asleep in the back seat without him noticing. Jiang Yuye did not wake him up. Seeing that the rain outside had stopped, he gently pushed open the car door. Outside was a quiet lake. The blue waves were shimmering in the dim night, quiet and peaceful. Zhang Yuye stood by the lake and lit a cigarette, staring at the ripples in the lake. The night wind blew quietly, and a bird seemed to be startled and flew up from the dense woods in the distance. Zhang Yuye suddenly recalled a story someone told him by the lake many years ago. There was a bird in the state of Chu which did not fly for 3 years. If it did not sing, it would be a surprise. If it did, it would soar into the sky. He was young at that time and didn't understand why the bird didn't fly for 3 years. But now he knows that it was waiting for an opportunity to fly. Thoughts of the past came flooding back to him. Zhang Yuye sighed deeply and prepared to go back to the car, but when he turned around he saw Zhou Meng standing behind him. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. Awake? Zhou Meng didn't answer, picked up a stone and skipped it on the lakeside. Don't tell me you're going to have adult love here. If so, I'm afraid I can't help but kill you and sink your body to the bottom of the lake. Pesque, then I must be very resentful. I have to ask you to come to the bottom of the lake to accompany me. No, master, you've become a ghost. Please be kind and let me go. I'm nothing. Don't tell me. I really think you are different from others. Zhang Yuye was talking and laughing while taking something out of the trunk of the car. Zhou Meng walked up and saw that it was a box of fireworks. He frowned slightly. You mean this cannon? Zhang Yuye laughed and asked him, You want another cannon? Go back to the car and shoot it later. I bought something that can be used. Zhou Meng couldn't help but kick him, but Zhang Yuye became even happier. He hummed a song as he put out the fireworks, then lit them, and pulled Zhou Meng aside to watch. Zhang Yuye took these fireworks from home before he left. Zhang Lu and the others probably planned to set them off for the old man, but he ended up setting them off for Zhou Meng to see. Brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky, as if the most brilliant colors in the Milky Way were brought to the world, and after staying for a moment, they fell like meteors. Zhang Yuye and Zhou Meng remained silent, just calmly watching the fireworks in the sky. The New Year's Eve bell rang from the dimly lit city in the distance. Zhang Yuye whispered to Zhou Meng, Happy New Year. Zhou Meng glanced at him calmly. You too. Happy New Year. Zhang Yuye smiled but said nothing. A strange thought started to occur in his mind. He wanted to know if Zhou Meng would still be willing to watch the fireworks with him and wish him a Happy New Year after everything was settled. Zhou Meng has been a tough guy since he was young. When he was in elementary school, he was shorter than his peers because of poor nutrition. Many bad students liked to bully him in groups, hitting his calves with wooden brooms and forcing him to kneel down and sing for them. Although Zhou Meng is not tall, he is more stubborn than anyone else. He was beaten more than a dozen times with injuries all over his body, but he didn't show any intention of kneeling. After entering junior high school, although he was still thin, he grew taller quickly. In addition, he had been doing heavy work at home for many years, so he was stronger than others and was ruthless in fights. Basically, no one dared to bother him anymore. Zhou Meng was not a man who hated evil, but he was vindictive. When he was 9 years old, his mother died of illness. Before she died, she lay on the hospital bed and did not tell him who his father was. He only knew that his father was an ungrateful, deceitful rascal. He had nowhere to go, so his mother's friend sent him back to his hometown to live with his elderly grandmother. The old lady was a good person. She raised Zhou Meng by collecting waste and sent him to junior high school. Although it was not a good school, she gave him a diploma and a chance to continue his studies, which gave him hope. But what she didn't expect was that only the time he walked into this school as a parent was because Zhou Meng beat up a classmate, and the other parent came to seek explanation. The shabby office was crowded with 7 or 8 parents. She led Zhou Meng to stand aside helplessly and let them abuse her. When they were halfway through the abuse, the teacher, who originally didn't want to deal with the matter, couldn't help but ask those parents how they wanted to deal with it. Their eyes widened as they gave 2 choices: pay the money or have Zhou Meng drop out of school. The old lady's hands were sweating when she heard this. Everyone in the town knew that his family was poor. It was a problem to have food, not to mention pay the money, but dropping out of school. She was about to ask them how much money they wanted, but she heard the young Zhou Meng coldly say to them, You can drop out of school, but I will beat them up every time I see them on the street in the future. His words made the parents on the other side very angry. They raised their sticks to hit the teacher, but were stopped by someone. The man looked quite young, elegant, and wore a pair of framed glasses. He seemed to be from a big city. When the teacher next to him saw him, he immediately came over with a smile to mediate between them. In the end, it was this stranger who helped them solve the problem. After Zhou Meng came out of the office, he asked who the man was and why he wanted to help them. He said his name was Qinwen, and he was a reporter in Minnan. He just couldn't stand those people bullying them like this, so he helped them. He also said that as long as Zhou Meng could get into high school, he could give him money to study, and it would be no problem for him to get a doctorate. Later, Zhou Mengo was admitted to high school and then to university. When choosing a major, Qinwen suggested that he study computer science, but he firmly chose journalism and communication, saying that he wanted to be an upright journalist like Qinwen in the future, serve the society and help more people. Now thinking back to what he said at that time, Zhou Meng couldn't help but find it ridiculous. Those so-called ideals and beliefs came from Qinwen, from the kindness that could never be repaid. But now this kindness has turned into an incurable disease buried in his heart. After spending a day in the private hospital found by Jiang Yuye, Zhou Meng, who had not yet fully recovered, returned to his post very professionally. He was still furious and did not want to see that rascal Jiang Yuye for the next few days, so he simply went back to the company to have some free time. Going to work while sick was not a new thing for Zhou Meng. One New Year's Eve, there was a big news in Nanhai. A farmer had been bullied by a village tyrant for many years. In anger, he took a knife and killed the village tyrant's entire family on the eve of the Spring Festival. News reporting requires timeliness, and 1 minute late is a loss. The news reached Mexin in the morning, and Zhou Meng flew there at noon. As a result, he worked hard for several days, but the manuscript was rejected as soon as it was submitted to the editor-in-chief's office. The reason given was that it was the Spring Festival holiday, and the whole country was celebrating, so it was not appropriate to publish such news. Zhou Meng guessed that someone had come to say hello again, so he didn't say much, just reminded Director Sun not to forget to pay him overtime. Because of a cold, he felt dizzy all day, and after the morning meeting, he lay down at his workstation to rest. Su Guangwei resigned on Wednesday, saying that he would treat his old colleagues to a meal on Tuesday, and asked Zhou Meng to remember to make time. Zhou Meng's mind was not very clear. After he vaguely agreed, he remembered that Jiang Yuye seemed to say that he would come to see him on Tuesday. After a brief thought, he sent a message to Jiang Yuye, asking him to go away and have fun, and not to bother him. Jiang Yuye was probably busy and did not reply. He put down his phone and took a painkiller with the cold water in the cup before he felt better. After work, Zhou Meng took the bus as usual and then took the subway back to the western city. He had never lived in the house that Jiang Yuye bought for him. After all, he didn't pay for it. Even if his name was on the house, he didn't feel at ease living there. He often felt cheap, that he had a good life but had to suffer, but he couldn't lower himself and accepted Jiang Yuye's things with a clear conscience. There were a lot of people on the subway during the evening rush hour. Everyone had tired looks on their faces, but they still had to squeeze in. Zhou Meng leaned against the pillar in the center of the car and barely stood firm. He put on his Bluetooth headphones and listened to the evening news. The rumble of the fast-moving subway and the crisp announcement in the headphones mixed together, so he couldn't hear clearly. He only vaguely heard that Putai Group was going to acquire a certain pharmaceutical company to research new drugs. Zhou Meng knew little about the financial circle, but he was very familiar with the Putai Group, which was the Jiang family's industry. They originally started out as industrialists, but later became successful in the pharmaceutical industry. They were the largest taxpayer in Minnan, except for the Xiao family. Jiang Yuye is the third young master of Pro. It is rumored that he holds 10% of Putai's shares, which is equivalent to dozens of small targets in cash. However, Jiang Yuye does not seem to be interested in his family's business. He only likes acting, and is nicknamed a silly and sweet girl who loves art by people in the celebrity circle. Liu told Zhou Meng these words on the way to work one day. After listening, Zhou Meng leaned against the car window, gently rubbing his temple with his index finger, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised. He thought it was quite ridiculous that some people thought that Jiang Yuye, who was born in such a family, was naive. He was clearly the most disguised wolf in the world. He looked like a dog at ordinary times, but when he showed his fangs, the prey would not know how it died. The evening news ended on time, and the subway arrived at the terminal. Zhou followed the crowd and got off the train. As soon as he got out of the station, a cool breeze made him shiver, and he almost dropped the briefcase in his hand. The moon tonight is very round, hanging in the sky like a jade plate, so beautiful that Zhou can't take his eyes away. He sat at the exit and wanted to take a rest before going back. As soon as he took out his mobile phone, he saw the message Jiang Yuye sent him. Wild Dog, I will be going to Europe in a few days to attend a film festival. I have asked my aunt to go to Jianghao Impression to cook for me every day. Liu will also be with you during this period. Don't squeeze into the subway when you go to and from work. Just let him pick you up. Zhou frowned unconsciously and typed out a reply stiffly. Zhou, I have my own place to live. I don't need you to worry about it. Less than a minute after he sent the message, another message came. Wild Dog, it's okay if you don't want to go, but it's a pity that I have to pay them for nothing. Zhou didn't want to argue with him. After sitting quietly for a while, he walked slowly home. The orange street light stretched his shadow very long. A few moths circled around the light bulb but couldn't fly in. He stopped under the lamp and looked at the tiny moths, suddenly feeling a strange melancholy. He reached out and caught one, then opened his palms and let it fly away, watching it fly towards the unreachable light again. Zhou mouth curled up slightly. He thought it was time to find an opportunity to talk things out with Ji Changfeng. On Tuesday night, Su Guanghui reserved a table at a well-known Hui Muslim barbecue restaurant near the unit and invited everyone to eat roasted whole lamb. This restaurant has been open in Minnan for more than 10 years. When they were still in the deep department, whenever someone had insomnia at night, they would call and invite everyone to come here for a drink and barbecue. Now people are leaving, and there are only 8 people attending the party, including Qian. After everyone arrived and exchanged simple greetings, they began to eat. Su Guanghui asked the waiter for a red wusu, and he was determined not to leave until he was drunk. Zhou said that he had not recovered from his cold and only drank coconut milk. So Su Guanghui ordered him a large bottle and asked him to finish it before leaving. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone was a little drunk and chatted at the table. Director Sun, who was sitting next to Zhou suddenly asked him how he had been doing in the past 2 years. Zhou was a little embarrassed when he thought about his bad things. After thinking about it, he said that he made money by taking photos for others. Although the money he got was not much, he could live. Upon hearing this, Director Sun burst into tears in front of everyone, then picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank it all. He patted Zhou on the shoulder and apologized to him repeatedly, saying that it was because he failed to keep him back then that he had been left alone and helpless for the past 2 years, and that he was sorry for Tan Wen's care over the years. Everyone at the table knew that she was referring to Zhou being fired from the newspaper 2 years ago, so they kept silent and just lowered their heads to drink. Seeing that Director Sun was already drunk, Zhou gently comforted her by saying that she was living a good life now and that she didn't need to blame herself, but Director Sun still couldn't stop crying. She has been in Magazine for more than 20 years and has worked her way up to her current position with her own abilities. However, when her reporters were fired or even banned by the industry for some unfounded reasons, she could do nothing but watch them leave. In fact, a few years ago, some companies came to the newspaper to find her, and the positions and salaries offered to her were better than those of MIXIN, but she just couldn't bear to leave MIXIN. When she first joined the industry, MIXIN was still a small newspaper. She and a few friends who loved journalism personally brought MIXIN to glory and watched it decline bit by bit. She regarded the newspaper as her home and every outstanding reporter as her own child. But the times were such that most of the time she was willing but unable to do anything. Director Sun's crying was like a trigger, stirring up the sadness of the people around him. They all drank and cried out their bitterness over the years. Zhou leaned back in his chair and listened to them talking. He felt very depressed and found an excuse to go to the back door where there were few people to smoke. This barbecue restaurant is located in a downtown area. The back alley is shared by several restaurants. There is a row of large blue trash cans filled with slop. It looks dirty, but fortunately the smell is not strong. Zhou found a relatively clean place, took out a lighter from his waist, and was about to find a cigarette box when a cigarette was handed to him. Take mine. Zhou and Qin had not seen each other for more than 10 days since they parted at the Sichuan restaurant. He squinted his eyes and took a closer look. He found that Chen Qianhe looked much more haggard, and his temples were even gray. Zhou Meng took the cigarette handed to him by Chen Qianhe, lit it, and then borrowed a lighter from Chen Qianhe. The two of them leaned against the gray wall and looked at the moon in the sky silently. They wanted to speak, but didn't know how to start. After a while of silence, Zhou Meng was the first to break the silence. He didn't look at Chen Qianhe, but just lowered his head to count the ants at his feet. I heard that you were working on a new case in Beha some time ago. Now there are 3 known victims. Is it difficult to handle? I can't say. Chen Qianhe put down the cigarette and tilted his head to look at Zhou Meng. The orange-red light made his profile particularly clear. Chen Qianhe was a little absent-minded, but soon retracted his gaze. How are you in Jiang? These days? Not bad. Zhou Meng shook off the cigarette ash on his fingertips and laughed silently. He has always been good to me. You don't plan to be single forever, do you? Let's finish the things at hand first. When this report comes out, I plan to take my annual leave and go back to my hometown to relax for a while. I'll just go on a blind date after listening to my mother. Zhou Meng joked. Blind dates? I always thought that this would never happen to us in our lifetime. But now I think that without blind dates, it is indeed difficult for people like us to be single. Chen Qianhe did not answer, but asked Zhou Meng, what are your plans for the future? Will you always follow him? I don't know. Zhou Meng said calmly, let's take it one step at a time. Maybe I will die young and have no future? Don't talk nonsense. Chen Qianhe took out a box from his pocket and stuffed it into Zhou Meng's hand. I bought it before you left. I originally wanted to give it to you as a confession gift. Now I don't need it, and it's a pity to throw it away. You can keep it, just think of it as a gift from an ordinary friend. Zhou Meng didn't answer. Aren't you going to date someone new in the future? You're giving. TSK. Chen Qianhe rolled his eyes at him. Giving something you were going to give to someone else to your partner, isn't that cheap? Zhou Meng smiled sadly, opened the box and saw a white jade guanyin pendant inside. It was in good condition and looked expensive. He felt bad and was thinking about how to return the gift. Chen Qianhe seemed to see through his thoughts and said calmly, just keep it. Please help me take care of Xiao Qian in the future. I haven't been in a good state since she joined the company, and I haven't been able to take care of her. Okay, you should also pay more attention to rest and don't let work affect your health. Zhou Meng threw the cigarette into the trash can beside him and was about to turn around and go back to the restaurant when he heard Chen Qianhe ask him, Zhou Meng, do you still remember what we said the day we first met? You said that your biggest ideal in life is Qianhe, people will always change. Zhou Meng interrupted him, his black and white eyes without a trace of emotion. When talking about ideals, everyone can be a saint. But when talking about reality, everyone is a witch. I just did what I wanted to do. That's all. Chen Qianhe's expression froze, and he slid down the wall, half crouched in place, took out another cigarette from his pocket and lit it. The lights in the distance became hazy in his eyes, and the noisy sound with the smell of oil smoke sounded like endless sorrow and bitterness to him. What Zhou Meng said is indeed correct. When talking about ideals, everyone is very sacred. But when talking about reality, they are inevitably decadent. There are always too many variables in this world, which make everyone fall into the quagmire unexpectedly, become muddy and dirty, and then slowly get used to it. After a while, he raised his hand to wave away the smoke in front of him, slowly stood up, leaving only a silent sigh. Hello, everyone. I am Chu Luo, a reporter for Capital TV. I am currently at the Luoning Wetland Park, which has recently become a hot topic on the internet. The display screen of the old wall-mounted TV had been broken for a long time. No matter what program was playing, it would always emit a layer of green light, making the fair and beautiful Omega reporter in the program look like a vampire who had just crawled out of a grave. The fan under the TV is also an antique. It has been running in the restaurant for more than 10 years. There is a thick layer of oil on the blades, and it can't bring much wind. It should have been retired long ago, but the owner was reluctant to replace it because he was worried about the money, so it has kept it until now. Zhou Meng disliked the noise of the fan, so he sat relatively far away from it, eating tofu rice while looking up at the news on TV. When Ji Changfeng sat opposite him, he came back to his senses and greeted him with a smile. I'm here. Ji Changfeng didn't respond and ordered a bowl of tofu rice. the same as his. Before the boss served the food, he glanced at the TV screen and asked Zhou Meng, "Is this the classmate in your university class who you had a bad relationship with?" Zhou Meng was a little surprised. "I didn't expect you still remember him. Actually, our relationship wasn't bad at the time. We just often competed for first or second place. After graduation, he went to Capital TV station. It seems that he is doing much better than me now." Ji Changfeng didn't continue the conversation. He added several spoonfuls of chili oil to the tofu pudding, mixed the chili and the white tofu pudding, and then slowly spoke. "You asked me to meet you today because you have something to tell me?" It was the most stuffy season in Minnan now. The air was filled with sticky humidity. The creaking sound of the fan and the rustling sound of the TV, mixed with the summer heat, made people even more upset. Zhou Meng opened a can of ice soda and handed it to him. "Well, I want to talk to you about Zhang San." Hearing this, Ji Changfeng stopped using his chopsticks. He looked up at Zhou Meng and replied indifferently, "Eat first, and we'll talk after you finish eating." Zhou Meng responded softly, asked the boss for 2 bottles of iced orange soda, and waited for him in silence. Ji Changfeng ate quickly when he was in school. After he went to OSS, he only ate faster because of his busy work. In just a few words, he had already finished 1/3 of the meal. He picked up the glass bottle and drank half of the soda. He looked up at Zhou Meng, who was in a trance, and said faintly, "There is a cross-river bridge next to us. Let's go and relax?" "Okay." The two walked side by side through the dirty and narrow old alleys, just like they did a few years ago, bought popsicles for 2 yuan each at the store in front of the unfinished building, walked around several high-end office buildings with more than 30 floors, and finally boarded the dark red cross-river bridge with its paint peeling off. Summer in Minnan is always a cause for complaint. Whether it is a rainy day or a sunny day, the air is extremely humid. Clothes will stick to your body if you stay outside for a while. After a while, they will become sour and smelly, like the smell of rotting animal fur. It is relatively cooler near rivers, but there are many mosquitoes. If you are not careful, they will crawl all over your ankles and bite you, leaving scarlet lumps. Zhou Meng didn't hate this city, but he particularly hated its unpredictable climate and humid air, especially the sticky feeling in the summer that felt like being entangled and wrapped in spider silk. There were few pedestrians on the bridge tonight. A gust of river breeze blew past, slightly dispersing the long-accumulated heat. Zhou Meng felt a lot lighter all over. While biting a popsicle, he watched the cruise ship carrying singing, dancing, and lights on the river sail southward. When the orange-yellow lights swaying in the water gradually faded out of sight, he pulled out a box of yellow Crane Tower from his pocket, took out the last cigarette, and stuffed the popsicle stick he had just finished eating into it. After a crisp click, a faint flame ignited in the deep blue night. Zhou Meng lit the cigarette and then passed the light to Ji Changfeng. Ji Changfeng did not refuse and smoked with him. After a moment of silence, Zhou Meng put down the cigarette in his hand and put his arm on the fence. He didn't look at Ji Changfeng's expression, but just looked at the endless Yangtze River. "Changfeng, although it's a bit self-indulgent to say this, I don't want you to interfere in my affairs with him." Ji Changfeng's fingertips trembled slightly, and he answered casually, "After you and him left that day, Xiao Lan came to see me. He told me that you two really loved each other and asked me not to interfere." Zhou Meng smiled quietly without revealing his expression. "Did he tell you that?" "Yes." Ji Changfeng answered slowly, "But I didn't believe it. We've been talking for so long. I can still tell whether you like someone or not. That day I thought you were forced by him, but then I thought, this kind of thing is unlikely to happen to someone like you." Ji Changfeng's words made Zhou Meng feel like he had a lump in his throat. He wanted to defend himself but couldn't say anything. "I ran into Chen Yu in the company a few days ago. He told me that 2 years ago, after you left McZin, he approached you and wanted you to go to Austin, but you refused. Amon, you could have found a better job at that time, but you refused and insisted on being a paparazzi. Why is that?" Ji Changfeng used to study criminal investigation at the People's Public Security University. When he spoke to people without emotion, it was always as if he was interrogating a criminal. Zhou Meng felt very uncomfortable. He gently used his hands to straighten his messed-up hair and replied calmly, "Maybe it's because I like it." "Really?" Ji Changfeng turned around, leaned against the bridge, and looked at Zhou Meng with an expressionless face. Then why didn't your camera fall into the hands of others, but happened to fall into his hands? Was it an accident, or? Ji Changfeng. Zhou Meng interrupted him, snorted, and asked coldly, "Are you here to force a confession?" Okay. Don't you want to know how I met Jiang Yuya? Zhou Meng interrupted him again. "I tell you. The reason why I became a paparazzi is because this identity makes it convenient for me to get close to him and will not arouse too much suspicion. I knew he would appear in the hotel that day, and I gave him the camera on purpose. As for what's in the camera, what's in the camera?" Zhou Meng turned around and took a puff of cigarette, then squinted his eyes and exhaled a puff of white smoke, as if talking about something ordinary and insignificant. "Pornographic video. I recorded myself." Although he was mentally prepared, Ji Changfeng couldn't help but grab Zhou Meng's shoulders and asked him harshly, "Zhou Meng, do you know what you're doing?" Zhou Meng lowered his head and didn't look at him. "Of course I know. You." Ji Changfeng was a little out of breath. His breathing became particularly heavy, and he said in a low voice, "Aren't you afraid that he will show the video to others or give the camera to others?" "I'm sure I'll do this, and even if it's shown to others, it's not a big deal." "Zhou Meng, you are really—" Ji Changfeng was so angry that he laughed, and then he quickly regained his composure. After thinking for a moment, he asked seriously, "You are so deliberate to get close to him because of what happened to Teacher Qin 2 years ago?" When Zhou Meng heard Qin Wen's name, his expression froze slightly, and he shook his head and replied, "No." Ji Changfeng smiled helplessly. "I can tell at a glance that you are lying." Zhou Meng didn't answer and quietly finished the cigarette in his hand. Ji Changfeng leaned next to him and took out a rectangular piece of paper from his bag and handed it to him. Zhou Meng scanned the words printed on it in the faint moonlight. It was a plane ticket to Turin. "Changfeng." Ji Changfeng solemnly put the plane ticket into his hand and said, "Amon, come with me to go abroad. I will take care of you for the rest of your life." Zhou Meng's expression froze, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look into Ji Changfeng's eyes. "I'm sorry, Changfeng, I can't leave. If they can hit someone once, they can hit someone a second time. Don't you understand?" Ji Changfeng stared at him, trying to persuade him, but Zhou Meng had made up his mind. He struggled to get away from his hand and smiled bitterly. "I know, but I can't let it go. Besides, in this situation, even if you and I leave, Jiang San will not let us go. If he dares to come to you, I will dare to do it." A cold light flashed through Ji Changfeng's eyes. "At worst, killing him will be considered revenge for you." Although this sounded like a joke, Zhou Meng didn't think it was funny at all. After all, he didn't know others, and Ji Changfeng would really kill someone. When he first met Ji Changfeng, he thought that Ji Changfeng was a gentle and elegant gentleman like everyone else. Later, after getting to know him for a long time, he found that this guy was really gentle when he was gentle, and really dirty when he was dirty. He smiled more elegantly than anyone else, and was really crazy when he was crazy. "Calm down, Changfeng." He took a half step back to keep a distance from Ji Changfeng. "This is my own business. I don't want you to get involved." Ji Changfeng couldn't control his emotions. His eyes were bloodshot. "So you, just going to let me watch you die?" "Don't worry, Changfeng." Zhou Meng tried to comfort him. "I won't die, and even if I do, none of them will be able to escape. Is it worth it for you to do this? Teacher Qin can't wake up anymore." Zhou Meng threw the cigarette ace into the trash can, turned around and looked at Ji Changfeng with a beautiful and gentle smile in his eyes. "It is worth it for a man to die for his friend." Zhou Meng's freshman year coincided with the change of the leadership team of the hospital. The old dean, who was about to retire, dragging his body with illness, taught them the last lesson on the history of news communication. When the school bell rang, the old dean neither called his name nor spoke. He took a piece of chalk and wrote on the blackboard, "An iron shoulder carries moral responsibility, and a skillful hand writes articles." In a few big words, he said that Mr. Li Dajiao's words were his ideal in this life. He remembered it from the time he was a student until his retirement, and then asked the students in the audience what their ideals were, and answered them one by one in order of seating. The students who answered earlier are all quite normal. They all talked about the official language that teachers and seniors are happy to hear. They talked about speaking for the masses, supporting justice, fighting for the public interest, etc. However, when they were near Zhou Meng, their painting style gradually became strange. There are people who are committed to becoming multimillionaires, people who want to get ahead, and people who don't want to do anything but just want to mess up. The old dean was not angry after hearing these answers. Instead, he smiled and praised them for having ideas and being quite pragmatic. When the microphone was handed to Zhou Meng, he slowly stood up and said loudly, "I have no ideals." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter in the classroom. The old dean knocked on the table twice to signal everyone to be quiet and looked at Zhou Meng kindly. "Come here, classmate. Please sit down. It is a good thing to have no ideals." "How do you say that?" "People who have no ideals are not sad. People who have no ideals are not sad." While half asleep and half awake, Zhou Meng suddenly raised his head and almost touched the corner of the iron window above. The humid night wind carried the smell of earth and blew into the room. The cicadas chirped louder and louder, making people upset. He raised his hand to close the window and sat on the creaking wooden chair, holding a gel pen in a daze. After being lost in thought for a while, he started writing a few words in his notebook. Handwriting interview records and topic selections are habits shared by many journalists, and Zhou Meng is no exception. No matter where he travels, he always carries a notebook with him to jot down various things, sometimes meeting minutes, sometimes topic selection reports. Interview outline. Occasionally I will mention a poem or two when I feel it. His grades have not been bad since he was a child, but his handwriting is ugly. When he was in high school, he was often jokingly called Morse code by his class teacher, which only he could decipher. After sorting out the contents, he closed the notebook, locked it on the bedside table, then opened the bedroom door and went to the kitchen to make dinner. As soon as the filleted fish was taken out of the pot, Zhang Sui's drunken voice came from the kitchen door. "Ah, it smells so good. What is it?" Zhou Meng covered the pot and turned to look at the rice and sweet potatoes simmering in the rice cooker. "Boiled fish fillets. Did you go out for a drink?" "Well, I was in a bad mood, so I want to have a drink with my friends." Zhang Sui followed. He slid down the wall at the door of the kitchen and replied in a muffled voice, "The results just came out and I failed again." Zhou Meng put down the spatula in his hand, washed his hands hastily and went over to comfort him. "It's okay. There will be another chance in the future." Zhang Sui's face and eyes were very red. He hugged his knees and stared at Zhou Meng with only half of his face exposed. He asked him seriously like a child in kindergarten, "I haven't passed the exam in so many years. Is this really true in my life? Is there still a chance?" Zhou Meng patted his shoulder lightly and said with a gentle smile, "How could it not be possible? You are so good that you will definitely pass the exam. It's just that the timing is not right." After hearing what he said, Zhang Sui let out a long sigh, then buried his head and began to sob. Zhou Meng knew that he was depressed and needed to vent, so he stopped persuading him. He cooked the food and turned off the stove before helping him go. Living room for rest. Zhang Sui is a few years younger than Zhou Meng. His parents divorced early and started their own families. He lives with his elderly grandfather. When he was young, his grandfather was a teacher at the Academy of Fine Arts and was somewhat famous. He always wanted his legacy was passed on to his grandson, and Zhang Sui was willing to learn from it, but the reality was always cruel. He began to take the Academy of Fine Arts exams at the age of 16, and failed to pass the exams until his grandfather passed away due to illness a few years ago. When the old man was dying, he told him to change his profession and live a happy life if he couldn't do it anymore. But this matter had become knotted in his heart, and he could not let it go, and he never told others. Zhou Meng has been renting an apartment in Jiangsu for 2 years and has never heard him mention his past. These things were all told by the owner of the canteen downstairs. People nearby felt sorry for him, but there was nothing they could do about it. Most of the people living in this area in this way, he is considered lucky to have an old house nearby. After a simple dinner and getting Zhang Sui, who was already asleep, into the bedroom, Zhou Meng sat alone in the living room watching TV. Worried about disturbing Zhang Sui's rest, he neither turned on the lights nor the sound, and just stared at the screen of portraits and subtitles. As soon as midnight arrives, local satellite TV likes to broadcast some silly dramas about family troubles, such as car accidents, cancer, evil mothers-in-law, cheating, divorce, and evil sisters-in-law. At this time, Zhomang couldn't help but change the channel. The old TV flickered to CCTV 12. The night host, wearing a crisp suit, stood in front of the coded but still bloody photos of the murder and vividly described the murder scene. Zhomang put down the remote control in his hand, picked up the ice coke, and listened with great concentration. He has been very courageous since he was a child. He is not afraid of life and death and is not afraid of ghosts and gods. When he was bullied in elementary school or encountered something unpleasant, he liked to go into the mountains alone. Once he went there all night and didn't come home, scaring his grandmother so much. Took the villagers into the mountains to take a look and found that he was lying in front of his mother's grave and fell asleep. After being taken down the mountain, someone asked him if he wasn't afraid of sleeping in a grave at night. The young Zhomang shook his head and said he was not afraid. He felt that those buried there were his relatives, and there was nothing to be afraid of. He should feel at ease. There was a big earthquake the year he just graduated and entered Mixin. Tanwan took him to the earthquake area to report. Because there was still the possibility of aftershocks, they lived in tents with the local people and ate more than half a meal. I have been eating Master Kong's braised beef noodles for half a month, and I have been crying for half a month, from morning to night. What impressed Zhomang the most was an old lady in her 60s. She was the only one in her family of 5 who escaped. Her husband, son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter were all buried under the rocks. She never cried after the accident. She just sat in front of the tent every day waiting for the rescue team to come back. One day, Zhomang went to distribute supplies to her and happened to encounter an aftershock. The old lady, who looked frail, protected him under her body, almost injured waist. Zhomang felt so sorry that he took care of the old man every day and chatted with her. Talking about the aftershocks that day, he asked the old man if he wasn't scared at that time. The old man's ears were not very good, and he repeated it several times before he could hear what he was saying. He frowned and said to Kuhl that his whole family had left here and would not come back. If she was left here alone, she would die so that she could reunite with them. There is nothing to be afraid of. Zhomang felt sad for a while after hearing this. He wanted to persuade the old man a few words, but the words came to his lips but he couldn't say them out, so he could only stay silent along with the old man. 10 days later, the rescue team dug out several corpses from the earthquake area and asked someone to claim them. The old man seemed to feel something and walked forward and pulled the white cloth over his head. When he opened it, then took Zhomang's arm and fell to the ground, still without saying a word. Zhomang went to deliver food to her early the next morning, but there was no answer even after he called twice. When he walked up, he saw that she was already out of breath, and the clothes used as pillows were almost soaked. From then on, Zhomang no longer believed that people are doing it, and God is watching. He had seen too much suffering in the world and misfortunes. No matter how kind and upward the person was, he was as cold as paper in the face of the cruel fate. It shattered into pieces when touched. At first, he would feel sad about these things, but after a long time, he was left with nothing but weakness and numbness. There are too many painful and miserable people in this world, and he is just an ordinary reporter, not a saint or a bodhisattva. Nothing can be done, and nothing can be done to change anyone's fate. Unknowingly, the clock on the wall reached 1 o'clock in the evening, and the program had come to an end. The murderer was sentenced to death for intentional homicide. The victim's parents burst into tears holding the victim's portrait when being interviewed by reporters. Zhomang picked up the remote control and was about to turn off the TV when his phone, which had been turned off, suddenly lit up. As soon as he unlocked it, a message from Jiang Yuye popped up, first a few photos and then a message. Wild dog. I saw a very beautiful house in Vienna with a garden at the door. I want to buy it for you. Wild dog. Beautiful Poppy. I always think it looks like something you will like. Zhomang stared at the slightly pretentious news on the screen for a long time. He couldn't help but wonder if Jiang Yuye had damaged his brain by not reading the almanac when he went out, or if he had been snatched away by something weird. He crushed the can and threw it into the trash can. He tapped the phone hard to send a message to Jiang Yuye. Mango, your brain was finally kicked out by a donkey? Wild dog, are you still up so late? Mango, I won't work on the weekend tomorrow. Wild dog, I just miss you. Let's play video do. Mango, climb. Wild dog, Little Penguin Cries. JPG. Zhou Meng stared at his cell phone and cursed secretly, turned off the TV, and turned back to the room. There were a few flying insects on the old ceiling fan. He opened the window to dissipate heat, put on his pajamas, lay on the mat, and counted sheep, waiting for his turn. 1,056 sheep felt faintly sleepy after entering the sheepfold. Just as I was about to close my eyes, my phone suddenly rang. He thought it was another harassing message from Jiang Yuye, and was about to curse when he opened it and saw that it was a text message from an unknown number. It's not too late to stop now. There is a photo below, which shows the dilapidated windows of an old residential building. Zhou Meng suddenly stood up and looked out the window. There was nothing outside, only the dark night and the pale moonlight. The bluish fluorescence of the screen hit Zhou Meng's face, making him look extremely pale. He held the phone in both hands and tapped a line of words. Only the dead will let go. After Su Guangwei resigned, Zhou Meng legitimately took over his shift, changing from reporter to editor of the week. His base salary increased by 500 yuan, but the content of his job remained unchanged. He still revised manuscripts for everyone. Although it was boring, it was easy and he didn't have to work overtime. That morning, Zhou Meng walked into the office on time as usual, sat at his workstation, drinking coffee and revising manuscripts. Only 5 minutes before work time, the news in the entertainment department's work circle had already jumped to 99. After Zhou Meng clicked on it and found that there was nothing for him to do, he continued to enjoy the smoothness of his avocado latte. However, before he had even finished the cup of coffee, he received a message from Ding Tian asking him to go to the office to discuss work. His right eyelid twitched, and he felt something was wrong, but he still took the notebook to Ding Tian's office. Ding Tian greeted him with a smile, and poured him tea, which made Zhou Meng a little at a loss. He said thank you several times before sitting down. Ding Tian's position in MIXIN is not high, but she has many common problems like leaders in the media industry. When talking to people, she does not talk directly about work, but starts with "we are media people blah blah." After fooling people, and after making big promises, she starts to talk about business, and this so-called business is often not a good thing. Zhou Meng has heard this a lot since he started working. He squinted his eyes and pretended to listen carefully, but in fact he didn't hear anything. After talking for a long time, Ding Tian finally got to the point, saying that there was an urgent task that needed to be handled by Zhou Meng, and it had to be done by him. Zhou Meng had a vague guess but didn't say anything, waiting for her to make it clear. Ding Tian took a sip of tea to soothe her throat and continued, saying that recently MIXIN Entertainment had teamed up with several well-known domestic media and brands to hold a red carpet event in Minnan, and wanted to invite many well-known big names to participate, but some of them had some conflicts with the company before, so it was not easy to deal with them. She hoped that Zhou Meng could help communicate with them. Teacher Zhou, I know this is a bit sudden, but this event is very important to the department, and everyone has been very busy recently, so what do you think? Ding Tian's words were very nice. Everyone was too busy to deal with it, so they asked Teacher Zhou to help, but Zhou Meng knew in his heart that this was actually a thankless job, and others were unwilling to do it, so they passed the buck to him. It was a pity that he was just an employee and couldn't say much. The leader had already spoken, so how could he not go? He smiled and responded calmly. After taking the document from Ding Tian, he turned around and left the office and went back to his workstation to check. The first few pages of the document were an introduction to the event and a description of the process. In the back were the guests who needed to be contacted. The big star that Ding Tian mentioned was Jiang Yuye. Zhou Meng subconsciously reached out and rubbed his brow. He couldn't help but start to wonder if this was specially arranged by Jiang Yuye. He then used the company's landline to call Jiang Yuye's agent. Jiang Yuye's agent is called Sun Yu, who has been working in the entertainment industry for more than a decade and has brought out many big stars. He is now considered Jiang Yuye's exclusive agent. Zhou Meng had met this entertainment legend before, but they were not familiar with each other. Jiang Yuye usually kept work and personal matters separate. Zhou Meng was not familiar with the personnel relations at his workplace. The only person he had spoken to was the makeup artist Ella. After a few beeps, the call was connected. Zhou Meng did not reveal his identity, but only said that he was a reporter from MIXIN Entertainment and wanted to invite Teacher Jiang to participate in the event. The other side seemed to be a bar or something like that. There was a lot of noise and the sound of men and women laughing. After waiting for more than a minute, Zhomeng finally heard Sun Yu's voice. He told Zhomeng the time and address, saying that he wanted to have a face-to-face meeting. Zhomeng wrote down the address, turned the page, and contacted the stars one by one. After wasting half a day, not only did he fail to reach an agreement with any of them, but he was also very angry. Even looking at Zhang Yuye's sour face made him feel better. Although Zhang Yuye likes to show off and act like a big shot, the people around him are still very polite. Unlike some stars, not only are they arrogant, but their assistants and followers are also unreasonable. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhomeng arrived at a restaurant according to the address given by Sun Yu. The restaurant was designed in a pure Chinese garden style, with only private rooms but no lobby. There was no word hotel or restaurant on the sign, only the large words Fuchin Mountain Residence carved in mahogany. It seemed like a high-end place for celebrity banquets. After Zhomeng explained his purpose, the waitress in Cheongsam took him through the central hall and into the backyard with a smile. Unlike the simple and elegant decoration outside, the interior of the restaurant was decorated in a classical and gorgeous style, quite like an ancient imperial palace. In the center of the backyard was a small pond of several dozen square meters, with many lotus flowers planted in it. The faint fragrance of flowers and agarwood mixed together like the smell of a Buddhist shrine. Zhomeng followed the host across the stone bridge with dragon patterns carved on it, and finally stopped in front of the room called Guangmingding. "Mr. Sun is inside. Please go ahead." After Zhomeng thanked the host, he knocked on the closed mahogany door. A burst of flirtatious laughter came from inside, and about half a minute later someone called out, "Come in." "Hello, I'm Xian." Zhomeng pushed open the door and took half a step inside when he stopped where he was. Sun Yu was not the only one in the room. There were many people sitting in front of the pear rosewood round table in the middle. They were all celebrities in gorgeous clothes, and the person sitting in the main seat was Zhang Yuye. Seeing someone coming in, everyone in the room looked towards the door. Zhomeng felt very uncomfortable being stared at by them. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Sun Yu called him. "Reporter Zhou is here. Come in and sit down. We are waiting for you." Zhomeng took a deep breath and walked into the room with a false and winding smile. The people in the room were dressed gorgeously and revealingly. In comparison, Zhomeng looked as poor as a farm worker who had just finished moving bricks at the construction site. There were tea stains on the hem of his clothes that had been splashed on at some point in time. He looked around the room and was then embarrassed to find that all the seats were already full and there was no extra space. The people at the table also realized this problem, but no one said anything. They just smiled and waited to laugh at him. Zhomeng guessed that Sun Yu did it on purpose, but was unsure of Zhang Yuye's intention. He was just about to find an excuse to leave when Zhang Yuye, who had been sitting in the main seat without saying anything, spoke up. "Baby, come here." The people at the table seemed surprised to hear such an intimate name. They lowered their heads and stopped looking at Zhomeng, only exchanging glances with the people around them. Zhomeng didn't quite understand what Zhang Yuye was doing, but he still walked to Zhang Yuye obediently and was about to ask in a low voice. Zhang Yuye suddenly stood up and asked him to sit in his seat. Then he stood behind him, put his hands on Zhomeng's shoulders, leaned over and announced to him and everyone at the table, "From now on, as long as there is a seat with my name on it, no matter where it is, with whomever you are with, you can sit there." Zhomeng never liked dealing with such occasions. After Zhang Yuye fed him a few bites of food, he said he wanted to leave. Zhang Yuye raised his eyes to glance at Sun Yu, who was sitting opposite him, and without saying hello, he took Zhomeng's hand and left. The two had just walked a few steps when his work assistant chased them out and muttered that he would drive them back to the manor. But Zhang Yuye didn't seem to like this assistant very much. He sat in the driver's seat himself, and after Zhomeng got in the car, he stepped on the accelerator and drove directly onto the highway, leaving only a string of exhaust gas for the assistant. Zhomeng had been busy all day, exhausted both physically and mentally. He leaned limply on the passenger seat, thinking back to what happened today, and suddenly asked Zhang Yuye, "You and your agent have a bad relationship?" Zhang Yuye didn't answer him, but asked him softly, "What would you like to eat tonight? How about crayfish?" He rubbed his temples with his hands, and after 2 or 3 minutes he replied, "Seafood porridge. I want something light." Zhang Yuya's eyebrows curved. Okay, I'll ask someone to book a table. It's hot now, so let them make some ice sour plum soup or something to cool you down. Zhang Yuya. You haven't answered my question just now? If you don't tell me, I'll think that you did this on purpose to make fun of me. Hearing this, Zhang Yuya suddenly braked. Zhou Meng leaned forward suddenly. After recovering, he glared at Zhang Yuya fiercely. Master Zhang, King Zhang, can you drive more steadily? Are you going to send both of us to heaven? If you want to die, die by yourself. Don't drag me down with you. I still want to live a few more years. I've been focusing all my attention on you. Zhang Yuya shamelessly tried to make up for himself, then his eyelids drooped, revealing a rare, pitiful look. What you said before is almost right. My relationship with Sun Yu is indeed not good. Or it should be said that it is very, very bad. Aren't you his boss? Zhou Meng was a little surprised. If the relationship is not good, just change someone else. Change someone. Zhang Yuya laughed at himself. It's not that easy. I'm only his boss in name. His real boss is the Zhang family. Not me, Zhang Yuya. I originally thought that they would only care about my work, but I didn't expect that they would extend their hands to you. But don't worry, I can handle it all, and no one will bother you again in the future. Zhou Meng leaned against the window and stared at the mountains in the distance in the rearview mirror. He suddenly asked Zhang Yuya, what is our relationship now? Zhang Yuya hesitated for a moment and replied calmly, it's whatever you think it is, right? Zhou Meng felt that Zhang Yuya was not in a good state. Normally, this rascal would definitely be annoyed with him, but today he was calm and indifferent. I think. Zhou Meng sneered. Nothing. Zhang Yuya did not refute. While waiting for the traffic light, he sent a voice message to his assistant asking him to go to the restaurant to reserve a table. He also turned on the car stereo to play Hotel California. 10 minutes later, the sports car drove into the underground garage of a high-end hotel. The assistant in a suit had been waiting at the elevator entrance early. When he saw Zhang Yuya coming, he straightened his clothes and greeted him with a smile. Zhang Yuya was in a depressed mood and didn't have a good face to him. He led Zhou Meng to take the direct elevator. The assistant followed behind the two of them and didn't dare to say a word. The smile on his face was almost frozen. This hotel is very different from the previous Fuchin villa. It has a European palace style and is extremely luxurious from the inside to the outside. The crystal lamps hanging from the ceiling can dazzle people's eyes, but Zhou Meng has no intention of appreciating them. As soon as the dishes are served, he buries his head in eating without caring about his image at all. Zhang Yuya had eaten and had no appetite, so he sat opposite Zhou Meng and looked at him. After Zhou Meng had cleared the food on the table, he spoke and asked Zhou Meng in a low voice, "Are you still blaming me? Because of what happened at Xiaolan's house that day?" Zhou Meng raised his head and snorted. "Is it useful to blame you? It has already happened. So what you mean is..." Zhang Yuya looked at Zhou Meng excitedly. "You forgive me?" Zhou Meng took out the documents that Ding Tian had given him this morning and handed them to Zhang Yuya. "The premise for forgiving you is that you help me deal with them." Zhang Yuya took the document and flipped through a few pages. "Okay, no big deal. But I have one condition." Seeing him getting more and more demanding, Zhou Meng couldn't help but turn him over. "It was you who came to ask for my forgiveness, but now you're putting forward conditions." Zhang Yuya smiled and replied, "I want to call you Amon. Is that okay?" The bright lights of Minun shone through the floor-to-ceiling glass wall into Zhang Yuya's pale golden pupils, making Zhou Meng unable to look away. The flickering candlelight created an ambiguous shadow, and the smell of tequila filled the air. Zhou Meng felt a little drunk, but what he had drunk before was clearly sour plum soup. He propped his head up with his hands, pretending to be calm. "If you want to call me that, you can." With permission, Zhang Yuya quickly returned to his gangster nature. He stood up and walked in front of Zhou Meng, hooked his arms around his neck and kissed him. After kissing him until he was confused, he carried him to the sofa on the side and did something indecent. The two hadn't done it for more than 10 days, and the fire was ignited at once. Half-heartedly, Zhou Meng agreed to accompany him to do 69, listening to him shouting his name over and over again, and then leaving his thing deep inside. When he woke up the next morning, Zhang Yuya had already left. He left him a note saying that he was going to shoot a magazine cover and asked Zhou Meng to get some rest before going to work. He would ask someone to take care of the event guest issue. Zhou Meng leaned against the window and yawned. Thinking of what Zhang Yuye did last night, he couldn't help but curse a few words. After changing his clothes, he took Li Yu's car to the newspaper office. Zhang Yuye is very efficient. Not long after he started working, he received calls from guests saying they could come to the event. The change in their attitudes was like the face changing in Sichuan opera. After finally finishing the company's affairs, Zhou Meng ordered a cup of lemon tea and slacked off at his workstation. Because a big event was going to be held, everyone in the office was extremely busy, and even a few interns were taken to the venue to do hard labor. Although Zhou Meng is also considered a member of the department, his salary consists of a base salary plus commission. He felt that this activity was boring, and he didn't care about the commission, so he didn't go to help. Only by doing as much work as you are paid can a normal workplace atmosphere be created. Unfortunately, before he had even finished half of his lemon tea, an old colleague came over and asked him to help deliver an expedited document to Ding Tian, who was in a meeting upstairs. Zhou Meng had a good relationship with him, so he didn't refuse. He took the documents and went to the meeting room upstairs. The door of the meeting room was half open, and he could hear the arguments of several old leaders from the corridor. When Zhou Meng was still in deep in, he had followed Qin went into meetings and had a quarrel with his old leader over several reports. 2 years later, when he stood at the door of this conference room again, he did not have the courage he had before. He hesitated for half a minute before knocking on the door and going in. Except for a few new leaders, everyone in the conference room knew him. Zhou Meng lowered his head to avoid several burning gazes and quickly walked to Ding Tian to put down the documents. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by an unfamiliar female voice. "Reporter Zhou, since you're here, sit down and listen." Zhou Meng looked up at the person who was talking. It was a beautiful woman he had never seen in the newspaper office. She had a cold brow and looked about the same as Xieqian, who was sitting in the main seat. He roughly guessed the other person's identity, said okay, and sat in a chair in the corner to listen to their meeting. Although the meeting was already halfway through, Zhou Meng had a rough idea of what they were arguing about. The people from Xinjiang wanted to make drastic reforms, support internet celebrities, and reap the benefits of short videos, but the old leaders disagreed. The two sides argued for more than an hour without any result, and finally had no choice but to adjourn the meeting and agreed to argue again tomorrow. Zhou Meng followed Ding Tian downstairs. As soon as he arrived at the door of the department office, Ding Tian suddenly asked him if he knew the editor-in-chief Xie. Zhou Meng shook his head and said he was not familiar with him. Ding Tian was about to say something but stopped herself. She only reminded Zhou Meng to try not to get too close to the editor-in-chief Xie, because the other party was not a good person. Zhou Meng didn't know much about the open and secret struggles between them. After thanking Ding Tian, he returned to his workstation and continued to slack off. It was finally time to get off work, and he quickly left the office with his things. Just as he swiped his card downstairs, 2 men in black suits and sunglasses walked up to him and said in a hostile tone that President Jiang wanted to see him and asked him to follow them. Zhou Meng knew he couldn't escape, so he got into the car with them. After driving for about 20 minutes, he was taken into a private club. Zhang Jinhong, the eldest son of the Jiang family, was wearing casual clothes and drinking tea by the swimming pool. When he saw Zhou Meng coming, he took off his sunglasses and looked at the person in front of him carefully. After a while, he asked him coldly, "Are you Yuye's new girlfriend?" "She's pretty." Although they are cousins, Zhang Yuye and Zhang Jinhong do not look alike. Zhang Yuye has a mixed-race appearance and is not inferior to Hollywood celebrities when standing together with them. Zhang Jinhong is well-dressed, but his eyes reveal the shrewdness of a businessman. When he looks at people, he always gives people the feeling of being stared at by a venomous snake. Zhang Jinhong didn't arrange a seat for Zhou Meng, nor did he look at him straight in the eye. He just stared at the men and women playing in the swimming pool and said in a very harsh tone, "I heard that you and Yuya have known each other for more than a year?" Zhou Meng clenched his fists, stood aside, and answered calmly, 1 year and 1 month. "Will he be willing to spend money on you?" "I don't care about that. No one doesn't care about money." Hearing this answer, Zhang Jinhong tilted his head to look at him and sneered. "In this world, if you don't have money, you are not even considered a human being. Tell me, how much do you want?" Zhou Meng repeated his words monotonously. I don't care about this. Then what do you care about? Jiang Jinhong frowned, but the corners of his mouth were still raised. Do you care about Yuya? Or do you care about the identity of Mrs. Jiang? What I care about? Does it have anything to do with you? Zhou Meng calmly met Jiang Jinhong's aggressive gaze. Using your dirty mind to guess other people's thoughts? No matter how you guess, you will only get a dirty answer. Humph. Jiang Jinhong folded his hands on his chest and kept rubbing the jade ring on his thumb. Reporter Zhou, I have seen a lot of witches like you. Before getting married, they said it was because of love, not because of money. But I have to remind you that sometimes, money is important, but life is much more valuable than money. Yes, life is indeed more valuable than money. As soon as Jiang Jinhong finished speaking, a sarcastic and angry voice came from the door. Zhou Meng turned around and saw Jiang Yuya, wearing a high-end men's suit and a Jaeger LeCoultre watch, walking towards them aggressively. Jiang Jinhong saw that his brother's expression was not good, but rather a little subtle. He changed his arrogant attitude and looked at Jiang Yuya with a kind smile. Yuya, why are you here? Jiang Yuya ignored him and took Zhou Meng into his arms. After confirming that everything was fine, he answered, Big brother should know that I don't like people to touch my things. Life is more valuable than money, but different people have different fates. The life of our baby is more valuable than yours. Heh. Jiang Jinhong's smile was a little hard to hold. He narrowed his eyes and met Jiang Yuya's gaze provocatively. Yuya, don't be too absolute in what you say and do. Otherwise, it's easy to get into trouble. That depends on whether the other party has the ability, right? Jiang Yuya gave him a cold look and left the club holding Zhou Meng's hand. Liu drove the car to wait for them in the underground garage. As soon as they got in the car, Jiang Yuya hung on Zhou Meng like a hypochondriac. Zhou Meng couldn't bear to see him being so disgusting, so he slapped him on the head and said, Get lost. Jiang Yuya grabbed his hand with a playful smile and rubbed him a few more times. Don't be so fierce, it will make people misunderstand. Hee. Zhou Meng moved aside, glanced at the unfamiliar scenery outside the car, and asked him, Where are you going? Back to the studio to shoot the cover. Huh. Jiang Yuya's previous fierceness was gone, and he was gentle with a bit of grievance. I was just halfway through shooting when I heard someone say Jiang Jinhong was causing trouble for you. So I left everyone else and rushed over. Now I have to go back and finish the shoot, otherwise people will accuse me of being a big shot again. Zhou Meng's eyelids trembled slightly, and he reached out and tapped Jiang Yuya's forehead. Actually, you don't have to do this. I can protect myself. Meng. Jiang Yuya's expression became lonely, and he looked at him like a drowned puppy. I just feel sorry for you. What have you done to me? I clearly promised you that this kind of thing will never happen again. Zhou Meng rarely saw Jiang Yuya with such an expression. He was always so high and mighty, looking down on everyone. But how come now? When can you finish shooting? I have something to tell you. Zhou Meng looked away and interrupted him. It will be quick. You can wait for me in the lounge later. There are fruits in it. You can sit and play with your phone. Then let's go back to Jianghao impression after the shooting. I want to eat grilled lamb chops. Okay. Jiang Yuya laughed and shouted to Liu, who was still driving in front. Did you hear me? Liu responded repeatedly. I heard it. Boss, don't worry. I will deal with it later, and I will definitely satisfy your wife. What are you talking about? Zhou Meng couldn't help but laugh and scolded when he heard this title. If you say anything else, your boss will fire you. Oh, no, brother Zhou. The studio where Jiang Yuya shot the cover was not far away. After arriving there, Zhou Meng waited for him in the lounge as Jiang Yuya had asked. The conditions inside were good, with iced fruits and fans available. He sat down and ate a few grapes, then felt bored, so he stood at the door and watched Jiang Yuya shoot the cover. This rascal's face is really resistant to being taken. Several cameras were pointed at him from various angles, and he never got ugly in the photos. People didn't get tired of looking at him for a long time. He was indeed worthy of the sky-high insurance price of tens of millions. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, and Jiang Yuya soon noticed it, smiling gently in his direction. Zhou Meng felt a little guilty, rolled his eyes at him, and turned back to the lounge to continue eating grapes. The plate of grapes was empty when Jiang Yuya, who had just finished shooting the cover, came in with his makeup on and insisted that Zhou Meng help him remove it. Although Zhou Meng is an Omega, She seldom wears makeup in her daily life as she is exposed to the wind and sun. She knows nothing about these things, and she just splashes makeup remover on Jiang Yuye's face. In the end, Jiang Yuye had to remove the makeup on his face by himself. When they returned to Zhonghao Impression, it was completely dark outside. Because someone came to clean from time to time, the house with warm yellow lights was clean and cozy. The two of them ate freshly baked lamb chops with ice beer. The heat and humidity of Minun melted in the cold beer. Even the world was no longer noisy and fell into a rare calm and peace. After washing up, Zhomeng pushed open the door of the living room but found that Jiang Yuye was not inside. He turned and went to the living room and found that Jiang Yuye was sitting alone in a rattan chair on the balcony, looking at the scenery. The golden city in the night was reflected in Jiang Yuye's eyes. He looked calm as if he was thinking about an extremely difficult problem. Zhomeng walked over and sat on the transparent glass coffee table in front of the hanging chair. He looked at Jiang Yuye, who was in a trance. "What are you thinking about?" Zhomeng curled his lips. "Don't you think you've been acting weird lately?" Jiang Yuye calmed down and asked him, "Strange? Well, you don't act like a young master anymore. You act like a poor puppy that is about to be thrown away." Jiang Yuye's eyes were dazed. "Just what? It's only like this to you." Seeing his innocent look, Zhomeng found it funny. He lifted Jiang Yuye's chin with his hand and asked him coldly, "Are you really only like this to me?" The pale golden eyes stared at him, full of devout and intense love. "Zhomeng, I like you. Let's go out together." Zhomeng lowered his eyelids. A strange light flashed across his eyes. He touched Jiang Yuye's face and kissed him softly on the forehead. "I'm sorry, Before he could finish his next words, Jiang Yuye suddenly leaned over and kissed him, leaning on the coffee table. After a brief collision, he whispered in his ear, "I can wait until the day you are willing." Zhomeng's heart trembled, and even his breathing became rapid. "You don't have to be so nice to me. I'm actually not as noble as you think." Jiang Yuye smiled and kissed his cheek. "I just like the way you are naughty." Zhomeng glared at him, pushed him back to the chair, and said seriously, "Let me tell you something. Yes, I'm planning to move here from the West City District, so don't ask an aunt to come and clean. I'll do it, and it'll be considered rent. It's not like you need the money. It's so tiring to do it yourself. But didn't you dislike it before? This is close to the newspaper office, more comfortable. West Market is too far, and commuting every day is really tiring. Okay, let you find a reliable moving company tomorrow. Never mind, the furniture is complete here. Just swipe my card if you want to add anything, and let's leave the old things in the past. We have to look forward. Only by looking forward can there be hope." The next day after work, Zhomeng went back to the West City District to pick up his things and told Zhang Sui about the move. Although he didn't care much about himself, he didn't want to implicate others. After receiving the photo that night, he felt uncomfortable and worried that they would be desperate and take action. After thinking it over, he still felt that it was safest to live with Jiang Yuye. After all, Jiang Yuye was the third young master of their family, and no matter how daring those people were, they would not dare to attack him. Zhomeng didn't have much to take with him, and it could all fit in a woven bag. After packing his luggage, he stood in front of the window of the room, gazing at the several-meter-tall locust tree at the door. He drew a smiley face on the glass with his hand, then closed the door and said goodbye to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui was reluctant to leave him and held back her tears in the living room for a long time. She took out her phone and said she wanted to refund him half a year's rent, but Zhomeng confiscated it and wished him to be admitted to the Academy of Fine Arts as soon as possible and realize his dream of becoming a painter. After the two hugged briefly, Zhomeng took his things and left the community. Liu drove very slowly today, and Zhomeng asked him if he was worried about something. He said that seeing this scene reminded him of the time when he left his hometown to come to Minun to work. He was born in a small county in the north. His family was very poor, and he had a low level of education. He couldn't find a good job locally, so he thought of coming to Minun to try his luck and earn money to support his family. "I couldn't find any work in the first month after I arrived. I basically slept under the bridge and ate steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and boiled water every day." Liu recalled his previous experience, and he was crying a little when he spoke. Zhomeng listened to him calmly and asked him suddenly, "How did you end up working for Jiang Yuye?" "Well, There was a crew recruiting extras. I was thinking of earning 1 or 200 yuan by working for a day. After filming, I was sitting on the set eating lunch. Suddenly, I received a call from home saying that my mother was seriously ill and needed money urgently. I couldn't even support myself at the time, so how could I send money home? I sat on the set crying. Then my boss saw me. Is it Zhang Yuye who helped you? Yes, it was my boss who helped me. He lent money to my mother for treatment. He heard that I could drive and asked me to be his driver. He paid me more than 10,000 yuan a month. If I hadn't met him at that time, I don't know what I would be like now. Liu sighed with gratitude, to be honest. Brother Zhou, although my boss looks a little fierce, he is actually very good and kind. You will definitely not lose out by being with him. Zhou Meng had no intention of listening to Liu's chatter. He took out his Bluetooth headset and put it on, leaning against the window to listen to the news broadcast. The black sedan passed the suddenly lit streetlights and drove into the city's endless stream of cars. As the night gradually darkened, Zhou Meng suddenly felt a great sense of sadness. His experiences in the past few days made him feel that he had never really understood Zhang Yuye. If Zhang Yuye had nothing to do with that incident, then he did this. Zhou Meng, I like you. Let's go out. The scene of last night reappeared in Zhou Meng's mind. He took a deep breath and forced himself not to think about it. If he was wrong, he had to make the same mistake all the way and never look back. Once he looked back, there would be no recovery. After moving into Zhenghe Impression, Zhou Meng's daily commuting time was greatly shortened. He could sleep an extra hour every day, and he was in much better spirits than before, but he still suffered from dizziness and headaches frequently. After going to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor said it might be caused by cervical spondylosis compressing the nerves. After taking the X-ray, it was found that his neck was indeed not in good condition and had begun to bend and deform. Cervical spondylosis is considered an occupational disease in the media industry. 8 out of 10 media people have abnormal cervical vertebrae, and they will become more and more abnormal. After Zhang Yuye heard about this from Liu, he specially found a Chinese medicine doctor who was good at acupuncture and massage to come to Zhou Meng's home every week to treat him. Each massage lasted for an hour. The master was in his 30s, from Suzhou and Hangzhou. He had a soft voice and was good at talking. The massage he gave seemed to make Zhou Meng laugh. However, he was caught by Zhang Yuye once and never came again. He was replaced by another master who couldn't talk. Zhou Meng thought he was making a fuss, but he was too lazy to get angry with him, so he didn't say anything. On the contrary, Zhang Yuye didn't know what medicine he had taken these days, and he didn't say hello. He hadn't seen him for 4 or 5 days, and he didn't contact him. Zhou Meng thought he had a notice, so he didn't think much about it. He went to work as usual, and when he was free, he would buy some vegetables and cook for himself. He lived a comfortable life. That evening, Zhou Meng had just finished cooking and put the food on the table when Zhang Yuye, who had disappeared for a few days, walked in with a cold look on his body. Zhou Meng helped him take off his coat, then turned around and went to the kitchen to add dishes and chopsticks. Zhang Yuye washed his hands and stared at the steaming dishes on the table in a daze. After Zhou Meng served the food to him, he raised his eyes and smiled at Zhou Meng. Thank you for your hard work. A man. Zhou Meng didn't answer, but put a piece of shrimp into his bowl with chopsticks. Have you been filming outside these days? Yes. Zhang Yuye explained softly, shooting a commercial in the wilderness. The signal is not good. Is that so? I thought something happened to you. What could happen to me? Zhang Yuye raised his eyebrows at Zhou Meng as usual. Is there anyone who has the ability to threaten me? Zhou Meng laughed dumbly. I made some mung bean soup this morning and put it in the refrigerator. Can you drink some after dinner? Zhang Yuye lowered his head and thought for a moment before smiling. Okay, it's hot now, so it's good to drink some mung bean soup. After dinner, Zhou Meng took a shower as usual. The warm water vapor cast a thin mist on the mirror in front of the sink. He wiped the water vapor off his hair with a dry towel and walked out of the bathroom in his bathrobe. Zhang Yuye did not change his clothes. He wore a thin black shirt and sat on an independent lazy sofa reading a script. He didn't turn on the main light on the ceiling of the bedroom, but only lit a small night light next to the sofa. The warm yellow light made Zhang Yuye look less sharp and cold, and his whole person became softer, reminding people of the golden and red sunset shining on the top of the snow-capped mountains at sunset. Zhou Meng walked over and took off his black thin framed glasses, then lowered his head and kissed him. Zhang Yuye was acting strange today, just hugging his waist and kissing him a few times without saying a word. Zhang Yuye. Zhou Meng felt uncomfortable. He stroked his neck and was about to touch down when he touched a sticky and warm liquid. Meng, don't. Zhang Yuye wanted to avoid him, but Zhou Meng pressed him down on the sofa. His eyes were covered with a layer of haze, and he said to Zhang Yuye in an almost cold tone, "Turn around." Zhang Yuye still looked at him and smiled. I told you to turn around." Zhou Meng's expression was cold, as if covered with a layer of frost. For most of his life, he had been enduring. In front of Qin Wan, Ji Changfeng, and Zhang Yuye, he tried his best to make himself look more in line with the requirements of this era for an Omega, so much so that after a long time, he almost forgot the blatant cruelty hidden under the warm flesh and blood. Zhang Yuye had never seen Zhou Meng like this. In the past, no matter how fierce Zhou Meng was to him, he was the dominant one in this relationship. But at this moment, their roles seemed to be reversed at some subtle moment. He became weak, while Zhou Meng became fierce, as if he wanted to grab his throat and eat him alive. Okay. Zhang Yuye couldn't stand the pressure and had no choice but to obey. He turned around and knelt on the sofa with his back to Zhou Meng. Under the light of the incandescent lamp, a dark red mark was faintly visible on his dark black shirt. Zhou Meng held his breath and helped him take off his shirt. His originally fair and smooth skin was covered with crisscrossing scars, some of which had already scabbed over, and some of which were bleeding. These scars that were almost deep into the bone were like an ugly multi-legged insect clinging to Zhang Yuye's back, gnawing at his flesh and bones. You. After a moment, Zhou Meng came back to his senses. In shock, he reached out and gently touched the scars on Zhang Yuye's back, trying to use a calm tone to ask, "Who hit you?" Hiss. The pain that penetrated deep into his muscles and bones made Zhang Yuye gasp. "It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't move here. I'll apply medicine for you." Zhou Meng had a gloomy expression as he took out the medicine box he brought from the old house. Various medicines, ointments, sprays, and bandages were laid out. After opening the bottle, he used tweezers to hold a cotton ball dipped in medicine and slowly applied it to Zhang Yuye's wound. His movements were very gentle, but he still couldn't avoid the irritation of the wound by the medicine. Hearing Zhang Yuye's breathing become heavy, he couldn't help but speak. "Don't bear the pain. It will feel better if you scream. I won't laugh at you. It's so embarrassing to scream." Zhang Yuye replied with a smile. "After all, it hurts. Tell me, what's the matter with your injury?" Zhang Yuye knew that he would not let go unless he got the answer, so he answered in a low voice, "My grandfather beat him. It was because of me. It has nothing to do with you." Zhang Yuye interrupted him, "Because I wanted to break off the engagement with Xiaolon, but they didn't agree, and they had no choice but to beat me to vent their anger." Zhou Meng lowered his eyebrows. "That shouldn't be the case." Zhang Yuye laughed at himself. "This is how feudal families are. After all, I ruined their financial resources. I was just beaten up, which is nothing." "Zhang Yuye." Zhou Meng suddenly called his name softly. "Yes, I'm here. Is it because of me that you don't want to marry Xiaolon?" Zhang Yuye wanted to look back at him, but because of the wound on his back, it was inconvenient. So he could only answer in a muffled voice, yes and no. Zhou Meng's movements of applying the medicine became slow. Zhang Yuye continued, "I don't like Xiaolon, and Xiaolon probably doesn't like me either. They forced me to marry into the Xiao family, hoping to get the benefits of the Xiao family. But I'm not someone who is willing to sacrifice for the family's interests. I'm very selfish. Besides, I like you, Zhou Meng, and I will only marry you in this life." Zhou Meng felt a little sad at this, and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. After helping Zhang Yuye wrap the gauze, he whispered, "It's stained with medicine. I'll go wash my hands." Before Zhou Meng could leave, Zhang Yuye grabbed his wrist. He looked at Zhou Meng with a smile in the moonlight and asked him devoutly, "Zhou Meng, can you date me?" Zhou Meng's eyes were a little red, and thousands of thoughts were flowing in his eyes. After a moment, he spoke, "I." Zhang Yuye quickly stepped forward and hugged him. "Zhou Meng, you know what? I really like you." Zhou Meng did not answer, but asked him to pay attention to the wound on his back. Be careful. If the wound breaks again, you will have to change the medicine again. Zhang Yuya gently touched the corner of his lips. Then you can love me, okay? Zhou Meng's eyes trembled slightly, and he hooked his neck and kissed him intimately. I love you, but I have to go wash my hands first. Zhang Yuya reluctantly let him go and let him go to the bathroom. The frosted glass door was gently closed. Zhou Meng leaned against the cool black marble table, leaned against the sink, turned on the faucet, and poured cold water on his face. The cold touch made him sober up a lot. Zhou Meng didn't quite understand why Zhang Yuya did this. They were clearly just taking what they needed and using each other. But why did Zhang Yuya seem to really fall in love with him? He took a deep breath to calm himself down. The person in the mirror was still pale, with some bloodshot eyes. After wiping away the tears with his hands, he repeated his stiff smile in front of the mirror over and over again, trying to make himself look as natural as possible. What does it matter whether you are in love or not? As long as the truth can be found out and those who deserve to die can all be killed, it is okay to deceive anyone, use anyone, and pretend to be anyone. It doesn't matter even if the final result is to be despised by others and fall into an endless Hades. The sound of running water continued to come from the washroom. Zhang Yuya turned off the small light beside the sofa, stared at the opaque glass door, and chuckled. The bright moonlight could only illuminate half of his body, while the other half was hidden in the darkness. He hummed a folk song from the Manan region softly, repeating I love you, but there was no trace of tenderness or sweetness in his eyes, as if he was a poisonous snake or centipede crawling out of a cold and gloomy place. Zhang Yuya often felt pained for being born in the Zhang family. He hated everything there, those hypocritical people, and the bloodiness and brutality hidden by gold, jade, and jewels. He had thought about escaping more than once, but quickly gave up the idea. After all, he has the same cold blood in his body as theirs. Because of a serious back injury, Zhang Yuya postponed all the announcements for the next week and stayed at Zhanghao Impression for a week. Zhou Meng was considerate of him because he was injured, so he served him tea and water at home, and took the initiative to help him relieve his needs at night. But Zhang Yuya not only likes to take advantage of others, but is also a person who only remembers to eat and not to be punished. That night, the two of them watched a famous French high-scoring movie in the living room and opened a bottle of wine. When they were halfway through drinking, Zhang Yuya suddenly got interested. While Zhou Meng was not paying attention, he poured all the wine on him. His knuckles went down along the back of Zhou Meng's neck, touched his back through his shirt, and then bit open the buttons. You know what? You taste like wine now. It's great. Zhou Meng couldn't stand him like this. He wanted to push him away but was afraid of touching his wound, so he turned his head away and didn't look at him. Don't call me like that. It's like calling a child. Zhang Yuya chuckled and tore off the exquisite wrapping paper, leaving a series of teeth marks on his collarbone. Zhou Meng cried out softly and cursed. Zhang Yuya, you rascal, are you still a child? Yes, I am a child. Zhang Yuya raised his head and smiled at him shamelessly. So baby, please love me more. Zhou Meng did not answer. The corners of his eyes were red from the stimulation, and he looked like he would cry if he did it any longer. However, his expression was not pitiful, but rather a bit colorful despite his coldness. Seeing that he remained silent, Zhang Yuya continued to say some obscene words to tease his nerves. To be honest, baby, do you still remember the first time we met? At that time, I thought you were frigid. After all, you looked really iceberg, but later I found out that you actually liked it, right? Like what? Like being treated obscenely by me like this. Zhang Yuya suddenly became more violent. Zhou Meng couldn't help but gasp. Then he stretched out his hand to hook Zhang Yuya's neck. Looking at him provocatively, Zhang Yuya, if you think this is obscene, then you are quite innocent, little boy. Didn't anyone teach you this when you were studying in Paris? Humph. Facing his doubts, Zhang Yuya was not angry. Seeing his unfocused eyes, he smiled and kissed his neck. This kind of thing is always learned through practice. Practice makes perfect. Even if I don't understand, I can still make you feel comfortable, right? Zhou Meng did not answer, but just opened his mouth to breathe, to make up for the missing nutrients in his body. Zhang Yuya was very satisfied with what he had just done, but his expression suddenly dimmed. He remembered something not so good. Stroked Zhou Meng's fair neck and asked him, "Baby, who do you think is stronger, me or your ex-boyfriend?" Hearing this question, Zhou Meng suddenly came back to his senses, and his tone became cold. "Are you crazy? Do you like to mention others at this time?" Zhang Yuye smiled and said, "The desire to win among alphas." Zhou Meng ignored him and reached out to touch his chest, asking him gently, "Is your back injury okay?" Zhang Yuye held his hand and kissed the back of his hand gently. "It doesn't hurt anymore. It's good." Like this. Zhou Meng turned his head and responded coldly, then reached out and hit Zhang Yuye on the back. The force was not strong, but Zhang Yuye was not feeling well either. He cried out in a muffled voice, then stared at Zhou Meng with an aggrieved look. "Baby, you murdered your husband?" Zhou Meng glanced at him and whispered, "Who is your real husband? At most, he is your adulterer." Zhang Yuye smiled and said, "Okay, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." After tossing and turning until midnight, Zhang Yuye finally stopped and carried Zhou Meng to the bathroom. When he finished cleaning, Zhou Meng was already very sleepy, but his hair was not dry yet. So he sat on the bed and waited for Zhang Yuye to get the hairdryer. During this period, they slept together almost every night, and the pheromones were a bit strong. Zhou Meng smelled the alcohol and cursed a few times. He picked up a foreign magazine that Zhang Yuye had left on the bedside table and opened it to see that it was the latest medical journal. He took out his phone and took a picture of the cover, then put the magazine back. When Zhang Yuye came in with a hairdryer, Zhou Meng was playing Candy Crush. Zhou Meng melted the last ice cube, and then the celebratory music came from his phone. He seemed to recall something and suddenly asked Zhang Yuye, "Yuye, I only knew that you went to college in Paris before, but I didn't know what you studied. It's impossible that you studied acting, right?" Zhang Yuye didn't expect him to ask this suddenly. He paused with his hand holding the hairdryer, chuckled and said, "I majored in electronic engineering in college. Didn't expect that, did you?" "Ah, I really didn't expect it. I thought you would choose a medical major?" "Huh." Zhang Yuye looked at him in surprise. "Medicine? Although my family makes a lot of money from medicine, I'm not interested in it. Besides, the life of a medical student is very hard. I can't survive 8 or 9 years. Come to think of it, how come you think I'm studying medicine? Do I have the temperament of a doctor? Didn't you play a doctor when you first debuted? I remember that TV series was called Emergency Room or something, and you played it quite naturally. I thought you were a real medical student. You've also seen this?" Zhang Yuye teased him. "I thought you never watched these things and only liked to watch news, documentaries, and movies." Zhou Meng replied softly, "I watch it sometimes. I'm not that rigid. But why did you return to China to become an actor? It's very different from electronic engineering." "Of course." Zhang Yuye dragged out the last syllable, "because I'm a silly and innocent person who loves art." "Haha." Zhou Meng mocked him. "If you're a silly and innocent person, I'm the compassionate and savior of the world." Zhou Meng's hair was not long, and it was blown dry in a short while. Zhang Yuye put the hairdryer on the bedside table and hugged him while lying on his side. "You are indeed a saint." Hearing him say this, Zhou Meng couldn't help but start to wonder if he was really out of his mind. He didn't understand the sarcasm and was about to ask him if he knew the meaning of the word. Zhang Yuye suddenly raised his head and met his eyes with a smile. "You are the Holy Mother who saved me. Holy Mother, please forgive my sins." Zhou Meng laughed in silence. The words stuck in his throat, and after a while he answered, "I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep." Zhang Yuye stood up and turned off the bedroom light, then put his hand on Zhou Meng's waist. The air conditioner was turned on a little low, and the two of them fell asleep quietly under a very thin goose-down quilt. At midnight, Zhou Meng woke from his dream. When he opened his eyes, it was still dark outside. He had only slept for less than 2 hours. Zhang Yuye was very quiet when he slept and hardly moved. Zhou Meng gently put down the hand that was on his waist, walked down from the bed, and looked at the person on the bed in the moonlight. Zhang Yuye's brows were furrowed, as if he was having a nightmare. Zhou Meng recalled their conversation before going to bed, leaned over and gently touched his forehead, and said in a very low voice, "I'm sorry, Zhang Yuye, I can't forgive anyone." Zhou Meng walked lightly and turned to leave the room. The cold moonlight poured into the room through the large windows. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuye opened his eyes. Light gold flowed in his pupils, dark and unclear. A little after 8 in the morning when the work alarm clock rang on time, Zhou Meng reached out to turn off the ringtone and opened his eyes sleepily. There was no one around him. He changed out of his pajamas, washed up, and prepared to go to the kitchen to make breakfast in his slippers. He smelled the burnt aroma of toast before he reached the kitchen door. He stood at the door and leaned in to see Zhang Yuye, wearing the blue cat apron he had bought at the supermarket downstairs, beating eggs in a frying pan. He looked calm and skillful, like a kitchen veteran. Zhou Meng had never seen Zhang Yuye cook before. Zhang Yuye had the dazzling aura of a rich young master and a big star, so he naturally thought that he was a man who had never done housework. It was novel to see him cooking. He folded his arms and came forward, teasing, "Hey, master, are you going to make breakfast for me? Well, let me show you my cooking skills." Zhang Yuye said as he picked up the frying pan and flipped it upwards. The beautiful poached egg turned over in the air and then fell steadily into the pan. He raised his eyebrows at Zhou Meng proudly. "How is it? You can flip the pan?" Zhou Meng picked up a washed tomato from the glass bowl and leaned against the table to watch Zhang Yuye cook. "I thought you had never been to the kitchen. After all, according to the book, a master like you needs at least 10 maids and 5 or 6 cooks to serve you. How can it be so exaggerated?" Zhang Yuye laughed. "I'm not that delicate, am I? Although a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen, I still know some basic survival skills. Besides, the internet is so developed now, you can learn anything you want, right?" After that, Zhang Yuye scooped out the fried eggs, put them on a plate, sprinkled salt and pepper on them, and started to process the freshly baked bread. While cutting the bread, he did not forget to stare at Zhou Meng. "Also, baby, wash the tomatoes several times before eating them. There are pesticide residues on them, which is very bad for your health." Zhou Meng was speechless for a moment and ate the remaining half of the tomato in a few bites. After washing his hands, he helped Zhang Yuye bring the plate to the table. Although the breakfast Zhang Yuye made was simple, the heat and taste were well controlled, and it was no worse than the one sold outside. After a simple meal, he rushed to work as usual. Today was Monday, and the traffic was very congested, but fortunately Zhanghao Impression was close to Mixin, so he could still find time to buy a cup of coffee before entering the office building. The first few years after graduation were the time when he was most passionate about his career. He didn't need coffee to stay awake. He could just pick up his camera or computer and start working. But now, even if he drinks coffee, he still feels sleepy and can't concentrate. To borrow Su Guangwei's words, this is called decadence after seeing the reality clearly. "When I was young, I always felt that I could pick the stars with my hands, and that I could do anything as long as I worked hard. But now, I have seen too many things and suffered too much loss, and I just feel that the life of most people is a sad one that can be seen at a glance. In fact, there is not much difference between the life of a human being and that of a bird or beast." After buying coffee, Zhou Meng sat down at his workstation on time, staring at the densely packed words on the screen in a daze. Recently, Minan's activities have been very frequent, and the entertainment department is very busy every day. Logically, Zhou Meng's work should have increased, but Zhang Yuye seemed to have informed his superiors, and Ding Tian never asked him to do anything else, but just asked him to help write manuscripts. He thought this job was boring and was too lazy to go out, so he just slacked off and read political news and comments while doing it. When he was about to open a blog to relax at dinner time, Su Guangwei's messages came flooding in. Zhou Meng thought he was here to complain to him again about how internet companies don't treat their employees as human beings, and that they have to work overtime every day. He even thought of some words of comfort, but when he clicked on them, he saw links to several news reports. In fact, this incident was exposed by someone in a post online 2 years ago, but it never made a splash and the post fell into oblivion. About 2 months ago, the parents of one of the victims called Chen Xinhe, and they learned that such an incident had occurred at Beihai University and that there was more than one victim. Chen Xinhe stayed in Beihai for more than a month before he figured out what was going on. Professor Li from the School of Pharmacy was highly respected and admired on campus. He usually behaved quite decently, but whenever he met a student he liked, he would deliberately fail the student. When the student came to him, he would trick the student into having a relationship with him under the pretext of tutoring. If the student disagreed, he would use threats and inducements about the student's degree and future, and he would also PUA the student, causing the student to have psychological problems and be forced to drop out of school. He investigated at least 5 victims, but only 3 of them were willing to testify. Chun Xianhe published this article with their consent, hoping that this incident would attract public attention and give them justice. Although modern people are open-minded, they cannot escape the words adult love is taboo, let alone illegal adult love. The report attracted a lot of attention as soon as it was released and has been on the hot list. Zhou Mang saw that it was a post he had seen before, so he ignored it and clicked on the following links. His expression suddenly darkened. The hot posts were also talking about the same thing, but they were hinting that it was a hype, a fake news planned by Chen Xianhe who bribed students to attract attention and earn traffic by slandering Professor Li. The posts were well-founded and even said that the hard evidence would be released today. He always felt that these posts were a bit strange. He called Chen Xianhe, but the prompt tone said that he was out of service area. Helplessly, he had to send a message to Su Guangwei asking him if he could contact Chen Xianhe. As soon as the message popped up, a news push appeared above the chat page. At that time, he told me that as long as I cooperated with him in the interview, he would give me a large sum of money after I became famous. Professor Li is a very good person. I know that doing this is a rumor, but my family is really in financial difficulty and I really need money. Yes, it was him. He said he was a reporter from the Magazine Times. His name was Chen Xianhe. He was the one who told me to say that. When Zhou Mang pushed open the door, the video had just reached the end. The interviewee's unclear crying sound came from the phone. Zhang Yuye clicked to exit, put the phone on the coffee table in the living room, raised his eyebrows and smiled at Zhou Mang. Are you back? Yeah. Zhou Mang didn't get in touch with Chen Xianhe the whole afternoon, and he felt uneasy, and his expression didn't look very good. Zhang Yuye noticed that he was in a bad mood, so he stood up and poured him some water. Sit down for a while. I'll heat up the soup and then we can eat. Zhou Mang nodded suddenly, and just as he picked up the water cup, he remembered something. He took out his cell phone, found Director Sun's number, dialed her, and asked her if she knew about Chen Xianhe. Director Sun and Chen Xianhe have worked together for 6 years and naturally know that this matter is not simple, but public opinion is very unfavorable to me Xian now, and she cannot contact Chen Xianhe, so she can only issue an announcement saying that they are investigating and will deal with other matters after finding Chen Xianhe. She and Qian went to the address left by Chen Xianhe, but the neighbor next door said that he had just left yesterday and said he was going back to his hometown. She called his parents, but they also said they didn't see him. Zhou Mang comforted Director Sun with a few words, and after hanging up the phone, he wanted to send another message to Chen Xianhe. As soon as he opened the dialog box, a new message popped up. It was Chen Xianhe's reply. Chen Xianhe, I'm fine, don't worry. Zhou Mang's heart was relieved a little. After thinking for a while, he wrote back to Chen Xianhe. Zhou Mang, where are you now? Let's chat? Chen Xianhe, I've been to a nearby county for a while. I'll be back to mine tomorrow. Don't worry about me. Chen Xianhe went offline after replying this sentence. He put down his phone only after Zhou Mang and Director Sun reported that they were safe. Zhang Yuye came out of the kitchen carrying soup and saw him sitting on the sofa in a daze. He called him affectionately, "Baby, come and wash your hands and eat." Hearing Zhang Yuye's voice, Zhou Mang came back to his senses, washed his hands, and sat at the dining table waiting for Zhang Yuye to serve him the meal. The dishes on the table were all Zhou Mang's favorites: stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots, scrambled eggs with shrimp, stir-fried white lotus, corn, radish, and pork rib soup, all of which looked delicious and must have just been delivered from a restaurant. Zhang Yuye passed the rice to Zhou Mang, picked up a piece of shrimp with chopsticks and put it in his bowl. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Zhou Mang skimmed off the minced garlic and put the shrimp into his mouth. The texture and taste were good. Not bad. Zhang Yuye picked up other dishes for him. What about these? They're all delicious. Zhou Mang responded, then buried his head in eating and stopped talking. Halfway through the meal, Zhang Yuye broke the silence and suddenly asked him, "Baby, are you thinking about Chen Xianhe?" Zhou Mang took a deep breath and frowned slightly. "Well, I always feel uneasy." Zhang Yuye scooped him a bowl of pork rib soup and said, "Professor Li has a team behind him." Zhou Mang raised his head and stared at Zhang Yuye. Do you know anything about this business? Zhang Yuye continued. After all, I am also a public figure and have PR needs. I looked through the relevant comments and hot comments below and saw several old acquaintances. They are all old marketing accounts that are trying to stir up trouble. They were the ones who said that I slept with my fans and cheated on them. Sleeping with fans? Of course it's a rumor. I'm not that kind of person, Zhang Yuye explained. Maybe some people who don't like me deliberately found a studio to blacken me, but your old colleague may be in big trouble. Zhou Meng didn't have much appetite to drink the soup. He picked up a piece of juicy white radish and put it in his mouth, and replied calmly, in this line of work, troubles never stop. Which line of work doesn't have troubles? Zhang Yuye continued quietly. I say this because Professor Li is not an ordinary person. He is not only famous, but also well-connected in the medical circle. The interests between them are like a spider web. Once one person falls, many people from all walks of life will be affected. Even if he finds his conscience and wants to surrender, the people behind him will not agree. The interest chain and network behind Professor Li are not something you can touch, unless they themselves collapse from within. To put it cruelly, when you meet such people, even if you really find out the truth, it is useless. It is just like hitting a rock with an egg. They have many ways to reverse right and wrong and divert conflicts. As long as the heat is over, they can always continue to be at large. Zhou Meng seemed to be thinking about something, lowered his eyes, and asked him, Then how do you think this matter should be handled? Zhang Yuye felt a little hot from eating. He unbuttoned his collar and leaned back in his chair, like an expert who knows this well. Now the 3 victims mentioned in the report have all changed their confessions. They have no credibility in front of the public. It's useless to go to them. You can't expect other victims to come forward. It doesn't matter what the truth is. What's important is to find a credible third-party platform to speak out and make the public believe that you are right. Fight a desperate battle and go directly to the police. Maybe there will be a glimmer of hope. It's strange. Why didn't these victims call the police when they got into trouble, but came to you reporters to solve the problem? The girl's family couldn't stand the humiliation and had to withdraw the case. Moreover, the victims he picked were all sensitive and inferior and were not valued by their families. When they encountered such things, they were worried about being retaliated against and affecting their future. They didn't want to make a big deal, so they had to let it go. Zhang Yuye frowned slightly and put down his chopsticks. This world is really like this. A rope will break at the thinnest part, and misfortune will find the unfortunate. Zhou Meng snorted, This is not a problem with the world. It's that there are too many bad people and too few good people. Zhang Yuye said, reaching out to clean up the dishes, but was stopped by Zhou Meng. You made the meal. I'll wash the dishes. Zhang Yuye hired a professional team to decorate this house. All the furniture available on the market is available here, and the kitchen appliances are more complete than those in the furniture mall. But Zhou Meng doesn't like to use electric things like dishwashers and sweeping robots. He likes to do housework directly, and always thinks that he can make money faster than usual if he has an active brain. There weren't many dishes for 2 people, so they were washed quite quickly. Zhou Meng put the clean plates into the cupboard, turned around to turn off the lights in the kitchen, and went to the balcony to get some fresh air. It was rare that Minnan had had sunny days in a row recently, and the night sky had also become much clearer, with a few bright stars faintly visible. Zhou Meng stared at the moon in the sky for a while, then unconsciously reached into his pocket, which was empty. Then he remembered that his cigarettes had been taken away by Zhang Yuye 2 days ago. After cursing softly, he took out a box of newly bought yellow Crane Tower cigarettes from his briefcase and took Zhang Yuye's gold lighter with him, then leaned on the balcony to enjoy the wine in the moonlight. He was not a person who indulged in adult love, but he had a lot of worries in recent years and became addicted unconsciously. Zhou Meng was unwilling to give it to him and slapped his hand away. Go smoke your own. Hey, I'm just trying to help you quit smoking. I'm just being kind. Zhang Yuye sat on a rattan chair at the side and pretended to be sad. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but you hit me. I feel bad. Zhou Meng was used to his usual mischief, so he turned to him without any emotion. Again, best actor? Zhang Yuye smiled awkwardly. I just saw that you were unhappy and wanted to tease you. Zhou Meng held a cigarette between his legs and squinted at him. Does the wound on your back still hurt? Seeing that he was concerned about his injury, Zhang Yuye responded elegantly, I'm not that delicate. I'm well now. Why don't you sit on me tonight? Then it's time for you to go back to work. Before Zhang Yuye could finish his words, Zhou Meng interrupted him coldly. When he heard that Zhou Meng wanted to send him back to work, he came over aggrieved and looked at Zhou Meng. Baby, can you bear it? Send me to work now. Zhou Meng was ruthless and impartial. Of course I can bear it. After all, I have been killing fish for many years, and my heart has long been cold. Zhang Yuye's plan failed, so he came up with another one. He hugged his waist, leaned close to his ear, and bit his earlobe. Have you ever heard of this saying? Huh. No matter how cold a man is, he is always warm down there. Zhou Meng glared at him. His ears turned red, and he cursed, get lost. Zhang Yuye not only didn't leave, but also put his hand on his shoulder and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Come on, you're just being too arrogant. Zhou Meng wanted to avoid him and move to the side, but Zhang Yuye picked him up and put him on the glass coffee table in front of the rattan chair. He was about to curse, but Zhang Yuye held his wrist and leaned over to kiss him. The unfinished cigarette ace slipped from his fingertips. The lingering and passionate kiss almost drowned him. Don't think about these things when you get home. Zhang Yuye let go of him slightly and pressed his forehead against his. Relax, baby, everything will be fine. The originally stimulating and fierce smell of strong liquor suddenly became soft and steady. Zhou Meng buried his head in Zhang Yuye's shoulder. Will it really get better? Yes, everything will be fine. Chun Qian's case quickly fermented online. In just one night, the comment sections of all Me Xian's media accounts were occupied by people who came to seek justice. Various forums were full of insults against Me Xian and Chan Qianhe, and some people even published his personal information directly with the intention of leading people to cyberbully him. This matter is like a traffic password, which has fed a large group of so-called righteous people who do not know the truth overnight. Zhou Meng didn't let Li Yu drive him today. He took the subway to the company. As soon as he got out of the subway station, he saw several people holding mobile phones and selfie sticks, live streaming and walking towards McZin. He lowered his head to avoid the cameras and followed the crowd towards the office building. Before he reached the door, a young man suddenly grabbed him and asked him in broken Mandarin with some dialect, Hey, young man, are you an employee of McZin? Before Zhou Meng could answer, the strange man turned around and shouted to the phone at the end of the selfie stick, Hey, everyone, we are now at the entrance of McZin. We found a guy who works here. Let's ask him if he is an employee of McZin. If he is, we will ask him to take us to find this Chen Qianhe. Come on, brother, look at the camera. Are you an employee of McZin? Zhou Meng didn't answer and shook off the man's hand. That's not how you beg. You should at least bring a bowl. When the strange man heard what he said, he immediately got angry and raised his hand to slap him. Hey, how can you talk like that? Zhou Meng stood there in silence, a cold light flashing from his eyes, coldly looking into the man's eyes when he saw the security guard coming over here. He took the selfie stick and turned to another place. These days, some people want to be famous so much that they can do anything. Are you okay? A calm and clear female voice sounded behind Zhou Meng. He felt familiar with it and turned around to see that it was the editor-in-chief Xie whom he had met in the conference room some time ago. I'm fine. Zhou Meng responded, Thank you for your concern. Editor-in-chief Xie nodded slightly and looked at him with a faint smile. I forgot to introduce myself before. My name is Xie Jingyi. From now on, you can just call me Sister Jingyi. Faced with her sudden enthusiasm, Zhou Meng felt something was wrong, but he still politely shook hands with her. I think Sister Jingyi should know me, so I won't introduce myself. Whatever you say. Xie Jingyi carried her bag and glanced at the anchors who placed reeds at the entrance of their office building, and then asked Zhou Meng, I heard from them that you had a good relationship with reporter Chen before, and they are going to hold a meeting today to discuss this matter, and you will also attend. She did not give Zhou Meng a chance to refuse. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked into the building with her bag. A minute later, someone came out and coaxed away all the people gathered at the door. Zhou Meng had no interest in watching the clown show at the door, so he showed his work badge to the security guard and followed him into the building. People were arguing about this matter outside the office building and inside the office building. He pinched his brows lightly, calmed himself, put his things away, and went to the conference room upstairs to find her as Xiejingyi had asked. Just as he reached the office door, a water cup suddenly hit him and broke into several pieces in front of him, emitting a bright white light. Zhou ignored the glass and pushed the door open and walked in. There were about 10 people sitting in the small conference room. Most of them were senior executives of McZin, and there were also a few respected veteran reporters, sitting in front of their chairs like Mithraea statues. Xiao Zhou is here. Xie Qian, who was sitting in the middle of the conference table, was not surprised to see Zhou Meng come in. He was very enthusiastic. After greeting him, he casually pointed to a seat for him and motioned for him to sit down. Zhou Meng had been in the industry for many years and had seen all kinds of situations. He didn't care about the burning gazes on him at all and sat down in the empty seat next to Director Sun without hesitation. As soon as he sat down, the war on the table broke out again, with the desk as the boundary, separating the two factions. One side demanded to draw a clear line with Chen Qianhe immediately, while the other side wanted to find out the truth first. Neither side was convinced by the other. If this matter is not handled properly, it will be a major crisis for both Chen Qianhe and Mi Xian. However, most of the people sitting at this table are not interested in Chen Qianhe's situation. They only care about the company's reputation and interests. The current Mi Xian media is very different from the previous Mi Xian times. Before Xinqing acquired shares in Mi Xian was a company with the final say, and daily decisions were made by several bosses. Now that Mi Xian has been acquired by Xinqing, they have to take into account their opinions. After all, they are the boss and they are just employees. Logically speaking, the person with the most seniority and power in this conference room should be the current president Xie Qian. However, the meeting was already halfway through and Xie Qian had no intention of expressing his opinion. He just sat in the middle and watched them quarrel quietly. Manager Song, who was sent by Xinqing to work on site, was not someone to be trifled with. He slammed the documents on the table and demanded Xie Qian and his team to fire Chen Qianhe as soon as possible and cut ties with him. However, the old employees, represented by Director Sun, obviously disagreed and wanted to wait until the investigation had definite results before making any plans. Manager Song didn't have the patience to listen to Director Sun's slow and steady explanation of the doubts, so he slammed his hand on the table to interrupt her. I know that Chen Qianhe used to be a good reporter, a good student, and a good colleague of yours, but everyone, I know this is useless. Netizens don't know, the public doesn't know, and even if they know, they won't believe it. Good people can fall, and they only believe what they want to believe. We are all in the media, so we shouldn't not understand this, right? Manager Song, according to what you said, because these netizens think that reporter Chen has problems, we should distance ourselves from him before the truth comes out. Then I think you have a problem. Shouldn't you get out now? I get out? Is that the same thing? Teacher Zheng, you are an old reporter. I'm not angry with you. But to be honest, this era is different from more than a decade ago. You are no longer the uncrowned king, and the media has no credibility. If you tell others that you are a reporter, who will care? Now is the era of omni-media. Anyone can be a reporter, and the public no longer buys your accounts. I'm doing this for everyone's sake. If Xinqing hadn't helped you back then, McZin would have collapsed long ago. Manager Song's tone suddenly softened. You talk about journalistic ideals all the time. Ideals are important, but eating is more important, right? There's more than just one reporter here, Chen Qianhe. There are also hundreds of employees. Do you want to ruin everyone else's livelihood because of him? As soon as he said this, the originally noisy conference room suddenly fell silent. Director Sun took a deep breath, pushed back the glasses that had slipped off his nose, and looked at Xie Qian solemnly. Old Xie, I know what Xiao Song said makes sense, but I still can't let it go. Old Zhang, and Old Zhao all came here when McZin was first established. It was a good time back then, and everyone was full of fighting spirit. We also know that things are different now. So should we destroy a good kid and a good reporter for our own benefit? If it turns out that it was Qianhe's fault, and he did do it, I admit it and I will go with him. But if it turns out that he didn't do it, how can we say that we are journalists? Xie Qian half closed his eyes. His sight swept over everyone in the room, and finally landed on Xiejingyi. Sister Sun, I understand your thoughts, and I also know that you have been wronged in McZin over the years. I came to this meeting today on the one hand to discuss the result of Xiao Qin's matter with everyone, and on the other hand I want to announce one thing. I have cancer. The doctor said I won't live much longer. All my shares will be handed over to Jingyi. Let her handle this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire conference room suddenly fell silent. Those who were originally filled with righteous indignation hung their heads and did not speak. They only glanced at the reactions of the people around them and then looked at Xie Jingyi, who had also not expressed his opinion. Xie Qian placed his left hand on the table and kept turning the red beads hanging on his hand with his right hand. His eyes were lowered, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing that no one was talking, his gaze swept across everyone and fell on Zhou Meng on the side. Zhou Meng didn't like to make eye contact with people, especially someone as sophisticated and shrewd as Xie Qian. He lowered his head to avoid Xie Qian's gaze and waited for Xie Jingyi to speak expressionlessly. "I have decided to suspend him from his post for investigation. If it is found that reporter Qin is indeed at fault, he will be dismissed and fined. If someone deliberately framed him, he will be prosecuted." Xie Jingyi's calm and cold voice broke the silence, leaving almost no chance for anyone to refute. Manager Song was not convinced and was about to refute, but was interrupted by her stern voice. "I know that the result of this handling may make some people dissatisfied, but the shareholder of Mixin is Xinqing Group, not any one person. If Xinqing has any problems, you can talk to me alone. If anything goes wrong, I, Xie Jingyi, will take the responsibility." After the meeting, Zhou Meng did not return to the entertainment department's office area. Instead, he followed Director Sun to Shindu's office. There was not much difference between here and before he left, except for a few more empty workstations. Director Sun asked him to sit on the bench for a while, then she got up to make tea for him. The jasmine tea she brought from her hometown was fragrant even with just a little bit of it. In the past, when they were tired from covering news, Director Sun often made tea for them. Time flies, and Zhou Meng hasn't had her tea for more than 2 years. Last night, Xiao Chun sent me a message about this, and I saw what he meant. This matter is not his problem, but now those people on the internet think it is his fault. The internet has developed too fast in recent years, and it is going to eliminate us old bones. Director Sun leaned back in the chair in a daze. As she got older, her eyesight was not very good, and she liked to squint when she spoke. Zhou Meng held the cup with both hands and drank the tea slowly. Did he call the police? He should have, but we don't know how this matter will turn out in the end. Director, I want to go to Beha. Zhou Meng stared at the tea leaves in the cup in a daze. When Director Sun heard what he said, his expression suddenly became serious. You can't go. Zhou Meng didn't look at her and continued. This matter is obviously not that simple. If I don't go to Beha in person, I will be worried. Zhou Meng, I know you are thinking about Qinhe, but this matter is at the forefront of the sea right now. It is safer to leave it to the police. If something happens to you, even if Qinhe is proved innocent, he will feel bad. Do you understand what I mean? What about Qinhe? He is now. Zhou Meng's words were interrupted by the ringing of his cell phone. He pressed the answer button and heard Su Guangwei's anxious voice, asking him to check Weibo. As soon as Zhou Meng clicked on it, a live video was pushed to him. In the live broadcast, a young girl wearing a worn t-shirt and jeans and with messy hair was kneeling in front of the door of Mixin, holding a piece of cardboard. Many people were around her taking pictures. On the cardboard were large words, "Give me justice," painted in bright red paint. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want justice for my father. After hearing the words inside, Zhou Meng stopped pushing the door suddenly. After hesitating for a moment, he pushed the door open. There were only 3 people in the conversation room. Xie Jingyi, Zhang Xiao, an old reporter who was half his teacher, and the girl who was kneeling downstairs of me Xin building during the live broadcast. As soon as Zhou Meng and Director Sun walked in, the girl's eyes followed Zhou Meng. When she saw him looking at her, she said coldly, I remember you. You came to my house too. Your home? Yes, my name is Lu Yun. My home is in Xin in town, Nanqing. In September 2018, you and a man named Chun came to my house. My father was not at home, so I opened the door for you. 18 years. Zhou Meng's thoughts drifted to a few years ago. At that time, he did go to Nanqing with Chen Qianhe, but something happened in Xin later, so he came back a few days later. As for why they went to Nanqing, he couldn't remember it clearly. He only vaguely remembered that it was related to the migrant workers asking for wages. After Lu Yun finished speaking, she threw a well-preserved old newspaper in front of Zhou Meng. He picked it up and saw that it was the September 23, 2018 edition of the Mixin Times. The headline on the front page read, "South City contractor absconded with wages. Where should migrant workers go?" The main reporter was Chen Xianhe. "My father Lu Hao didn't get any money from the boss at all. He worked hard for a whole year and didn't get a penny. But you slandered him indiscriminately, saying that he took the money away, leaving him with nowhere to go, and he had to jump off the building to prove his innocence. Is this you? Is this your professional cultivation?" Lu Yun's voice was sonorous and powerful, and every word was brilliant. She didn't sound like she was lying at all, but rather like she was expressing her long-accumulated resentment. "I remember this incident. I was the one who reviewed Chen Qianhe's manuscript at the time." Deng Xiu looked serious, her brows furrowed, and she asked her calmly, "At that time, a dozen migrant workers said that they saw the boss hand the money to your father with their own eyes. The boss also said that he did give the money, and there were photos as evidence. And you just said that your father didn't receive the money. How do you explain this?" Lu Yun's eyes were red from being so emotional that she almost cried. "The photo shows that my dad received the money, so the money must be with him? The boss just said that he would keep it temporarily, but he didn't say it was wages. My dad is an honest man, so I kept it for him. But within 2 days, the boss took the money back. He didn't admit it, and instead framed my dad by saying that he hid the money." Deng Xiu's face turned pale, and she rubbed her brows with her hands. "What about the co-worker who reported your dad back then?" "The co-worker who reported my dad later followed that boss and became the new foreman. He had long disliked my dad and wanted to find an opportunity to squeeze him out. He also made up the story that my dad had mental problems. My dad is in good spirits. He was jailed for stealing when he was young, but I am his daughter. How can I not understand what kind of person he is?" "Calm down first, Miss Lu." Xie Jingyi stood up and poured a glass of water for Lu Yun and placed it in front of her. "It's been more than 4 years since this happened. If what you said is true, we will of course apologize to you and clear your father's name. But now these words are just your one-sided words. You need evidence to make people believe that what you said is the truth." "Evidence?" Lu Yun snorted lightly, took out a few sheets of paper from the backpack she was carrying and spread them on the table. "This is my asset certificate, a blood letter my father wrote before he jumped off the building. Evidence has to be believed by people. Didn't you suspect that my father took the money? He only has a self-built house in the countryside, not much savings, and I am his only daughter. The money can't just disappear out of thin air. Ms. Lu, we will investigate this matter thoroughly. Please rest assured." "Investigate thoroughly?" Lu Yun interrupted Director Sunday. "You said you would investigate thoroughly. Now my father is dead, but what about the truth? Where is the truth? I want to see Chen Qianhe. I want him to give my father justice." Seeing that Lu Yun's emotions were beginning to get out of control, Zhou Meng was about to stand up to comfort him when the door of the reception room was suddenly pushed open. Chen Qianhe, who had disappeared for 2 days, was still wearing his old coat. He looked at Lu Yun calmly. "Miss Lu, can we talk alone?" When Lu Yun saw him, she suddenly became excited. She picked up the paper cup on the table and threw it at Chen Qianhe. "Rascal." If Director Sun had not been quick-witted, Lu Yun's slap would have landed on Chen Qianhe's face. After more than 10 minutes of commotion in the reception room, Lu Yun finally calmed down and agreed to have a good talk with Chen Qianhe. In order to prevent the two from fighting, Director Sun and Zheng Xiu stayed inside. Zhou Meng stood at the door of the reception room for a while, felt stuffy, and wanted to go to the corridor to get some fresh air. He ran into Qian Qian walking towards the meeting room. He stopped Qian Qian and told her not to go in yet, and to wait until Chen Qianhe came out before talking about anything. Qian Qian looked stubborn on weekdays, but was very obedient at critical moments, and followed Zhou Meng downstairs to buy coffee. As soon as the two entered the elevator, Qian Qian suddenly asked Zhou Meng, "Teacher Zhou, do you believe in Teacher Chen?" Zhou Meng looked at her. "What are you talking about?" Qian Qian buried her head and answered after hesitation, "2 things. If you are asking me whether I believe in Chen Qianhe's character, then I will definitely tell you that I believe it. But if you are asking me whether I believe that there will be problems with his report, I can only answer you that I believe it." But Teacher Chun is so outstanding and so upright. How could he? Qian, judging whether a report is biased is not to see whether the person who wrote the report is a good person or professional, but to see whether the report itself reflects the facts and whether the content is objective and accurate. Zhou interrupted her. A person, no matter how outstanding he is, he will make mistakes sometimes, because he is not a god, not omniscient and omnipotent, but an ordinary person who can be deceived by his eyes, brain, emotions, and other people. Then according to you, teacher, is it true that anything written by a person cannot be trusted? After a ding sound, the elevator door opened to both sides. Zhou looked at Qian, whose face was flushed, and answered calmly, "Maybe you should go back to school to improve your media literacy." Qian stopped talking. She had her own answer in her heart, but it was different from Zhou. The two men walked out of the company hall with gloomy faces. There was still a crowd of people gathered at the entrance of the building. Some came to watch the fun, and some came to make money. In the crowd, someone could be heard cursing Qianhe. It was probably in a local dialect, which was very unpleasant. Zhou eyes moved from them to one he passed by, and then pulled Qian towards the coffee shop with an expressionless face, not letting her run around. Compared to the hustle and bustle outside, the coffee shop was much quieter. Zhou paid Qian and ordered a cup of iced American coffee. While waiting, he asked the waiter for a glass of ice water and swallowed a painkiller with the ice water. He couldn't remember exactly how many times he had taken it this month, but he felt that it seemed to have become the norm, with pain, dizziness, and numbness all the time. "Teacher Zhou." Qian's voice brought Zhou back to his senses a little, and he asked her softly, "What's wrong? What if we really made a mistake in the report, then what should we do?" Zhou put down the cup in his hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. "People with conscience apologize, pay money, and live in the shadow all their lives, while people without conscience don't care and are still unrestrained. Have you heard the story of Rashomon? A samurai who was driven out of his home and wandered the streets took shelter from the rain on the dilapidated city gate, which was full of corpses of sinful people. There he met an old woman who was pulling the hair of a female corpse. So the samurai asked her why she did that. The old woman said that the dead woman sold dried snake segments as dried fish to others when she was alive, and she was not a good person. And she wanted to rip women's hair to make wigs, because only in this way could she earn money to survive. She was forced to do so, not a bad person. This sounds a bit ridiculous." Zhou knuckles gently tapped on the glass, making a sound similar to that of wind chimes. "But this is actually what we encounter most of the time. Everyone in a dispute, even bystanders, judges right and wrong from their own standpoint. This is the instinct of living things, seeking benefits and avoiding harm, and choosing to remember and talk about what is beneficial to them. The world of adults is different from that of children. Life is not an exam with right and wrong. Most things in this world are neither right nor wrong. A few years ago, when I was an intern like you, I encountered an incident in which a whistleblower said that he was deceived by a cosmetic surgery agency and spent a lot of money, but the surgery failed. The agency not only refused to compensate him, but also called the security guards to violently expel him. After receiving this news, my teacher told me not to rush and to wait for a while and do a detailed interview before reporting. So I interviewed the whistleblower again a week later, but he was no longer willing to let us report this incident." Qian frowned slightly. "Why?" "Because of money." Zhou replied calmly. "Maybe he did want to make a big deal about this before he found us. But then the plastic surgery agency found him and said that if he didn't continue to expose the secrets, he would be compensated. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided not to make a big deal about this, because once it became a big deal, she would get less." "Why is this so?" Zhou sneered. "In modern society, everyone can be a tool, and journalists are no exception. Every day, there are thousands of people in this world praying to us, hoping that the news reports can pay attention to them and hoping that the public can see them. But among these thousands of people, how many are truly good people, and how many are telling the truth? If you are an ordinary person, you can resonate with anyone, sympathize with him, or resent him. But if you are a reporter, you must always remain calm, rational, and even cold, because what you need is the truth that is covered by emotions and interests. Remember this sentence: Truth is the life of news. After working in the industry for many years, Shinha can no longer remember why he chose this major. He only remembers that it was because of an autobiography by a well-known journalist. He saw many things he had never seen before and a life that he would never be able to touch, good and bad, sad and happy. It was like a mirror, sometimes like a kaleidoscope. He was shrouded in an indescribable emotion. He just felt that this was a noble and just profession, and he wanted to be one of them. Later, Shinha was successfully admitted to a good university, graduated with a degree in journalism and communication, and after rigorous screening, he was employed by the best newspaper in Minot. Here he met many people like him. They all wanted to know the truth, wanted more people to see the truth, and let those who were living in dire straits have the opportunity to be seen. He has been to many places with his predecessors and colleagues in the newspaper, including dark underground mines, dirty restaurant kitchens, nursing homes filled with wailing and crying, murder scenes, and various disputes. He does not feel hardship or tiredness, and always thinks that his work is meaningful and can help more and more people live a better life. This is his ideal and the belief he has held since he joined the company. He has persisted in McZin for many years with this belief. People around him have left one after another, but he has always been on the front line and at the scene. Shinha remembered that one spring they received news that a serious false and wrongful conviction had occurred somewhere. Chinwan took them there and stayed there for a long time before they found out the truth and cleared the person involved. After being released from prison, the person knelt excitedly in front of them, called them justice and cried, saying that he could never repay such kindness in his lifetime. Shinha has heard such words from many people. He never regarded himself as a hero, nor did he think he deserved the praise and honor. All he cared about was the idealistic dream of his youth. One day in August 2018, he received a call from someone who tearfully begged him to give everyone justice. He came to the South City with a camera on his back and lived in a shed with a dozen migrant workers who were owed wages. He listened to each of them complain, curse, and cry, and watched a man in his 30s kneeling on the ground crying like a child under 3 years old. Shinha couldn't express his feelings. He just felt that the world was always like this, as if all the suffering was meant to make the fate of the unfortunate people even more difficult. Although Chinwan often said that those who work in journalism should not be too emotional, Shinha often wondered, if a report or a commentary has no flesh and blood and is just cold facts, then what is their meaning? He is not a saint, but he is compassionate and often feels that the world is unfair. Most people live in misery and cannot be freed for their whole lives. He may be able to help them. Unfortunately, he did not see the truth this time. The fairness and justice he believed in turned into bloody bullets, piercing an innocent soul and his last dignity and ideals. When Zhomeng led Xian back, he happened to meet Director Sun and Shinha coming out of the interview room. Both of them looked unhappy. Zhomeng roughly guessed the result and wanted to comfort Shinha, but he didn't know how to say it. If this happened to someone else, they would say something like no one is perfect, no one is without fault, but Shinha couldn't do that. He was very serious and couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes, let alone such a serious reporting bias. Teacher Chin, have you eaten? Xin pursed her lips and mustered up the courage to ask Shinha. Shinha was not in a good state at the moment. He nodded in response to Xin and turned to look at the people who were making trouble downstairs. Zhomeng handed him the iced coffee he had just bought. Shinha, ignore them. Let's talk? Okay. Shinha smiled bitterly. I want to smoke a cigarette. Let's go to the rooftop. The temperature in Minot today is approaching 37 degrees, and the scorching sun near noon is almost melting people. Shinha squatted on the ground with his back against the fence, smoking and drinking an ice-cold Coke he just took out of the vending machine. He stopped only after drinking 3 or 4 cans in a row. Zhomeng stood aside and watched him quietly. The strong sunlight made it difficult for him to open his eyes. He could only squint and see things. Zhomeng, to be honest, I think I am a particularly ridiculous person. Just like a pig that wants to fly to the sky. As ridiculous as that. He clearly hadn't drunk, but his voice was full of drunkenness, as if he had never been sober. What are you talking about? Zhomeng replied, You are ridiculous. Don't belittle yourself. If you are ridiculous, then this world will be a huge joke. Chun Qian's pale cheeks were a little red from the sun, and his hand holding the cigarette was shaking slightly. Zhou, I know you are comforting me, but I really think it's ridiculous. Do you still remember that year when we felt renewed? Teacher Qin asked us why we chose to be reporters. I said that I wanted to help more people, let everyone see what is happening in this society every day, be the voice of the masses, speak for the people, and realize the ideal of journalism. So I run every day, go to various places, interview various people, and then write one report after another. But is this really meaningful? Most of them are still living in the same old days, still living like pigs and dogs, like ants, and I seem to have done everything. And it seems that I have done nothing. Do you understand what I mean? Zhou lowered his head, trying not to let the sun sting his eyes. He reached out and patted Chun Qian's shoulder. You've done enough. If it weren't for you, many people might never get the attention of society in their lives. You let the world see them, didn't you? Chun Qian deformed the can in his hand and threw it into the distance. What's the use, Zhou? Being seen, forgotten, and then dead? Thousands and thousands of people are like this. What can we do? We talk about morality and justice and write about the prosperity and peace, but what is the truth? His words were so sincere that Zhou could not continue. He just lowered his eyes and stared at the vast sky in the distance. Zhou, I have always envied you. Chun Qian stood up, holding the half-person high fence, and looked at Zhou with a smile. What do you envy about me? Zhou was unsure of what he meant, so he had to follow his words and ask. Actually, after Teacher Qin got into trouble, the case was transferred to me. Chun Qian choked up and continued, but I didn't take it, because I knew that if I took it, I would probably end up like him. I haven't dared to tell you this, fearing that you would think I'm a coward, but now I think I am indeed a coward. You are different from Zhou. No matter what happens, you always stand on the right side. You always rush forward without hesitation. You are everyone's hero. What nonsense are you talking about, Chun Qian? Zhou looked at him seriously. You are not a coward. You are a hero, a good reporter, and a great hero in the eyes of many people. Do you give up investigating a case? Do you want to label yourself a coward because of a mistake you made? Since there is a problem, then make amends. If you feel that you have done something wrong, then correct it. Why complain about yourself here? Make amends. Chun Qian said nothing after hearing this. He lowered his head and fell into a long contemplation. Well, actually you don't have to take those things on the internet to heart. I don't care what they say. Chun Qian interrupted him. I only care about my own problems. Remember the ending of Lu Zhishan and Water Margin? I have never cultivated good deeds in my life. I only love killing people and setting fires. Suddenly the golden shackles were opened, and the jade locks were torn off. The tide signal came on the Qintang River, and today I know who I am. Qian, I know that what happened recently has hit you hard, but it doesn't matter. You still have me, Lao Su, Xiao Qian, Director Sun, Teacher Deng, and many people who are willing to believe in you. Let's find out the truth of the matter together before making a decision, okay? Just like we did back then. Like we did back then? Zhou extended his hand to him and looked at him with a smile. Yes, we are together, just like we did back then. Chun Qian stretched out his hand and shook it tightly, then released it and asked him, Amon, do you have any more cigarettes? Zhou shook his head. It seems that there are no more. I have some at my workstation. Can I give you 2 later? Chun Qian laughed. I want the most expensive one. Zhou nodded, took 2 steps forward but found that Chun Qian did not follow him. He turned around and called him to go back together, but Chun Qian did not move, just staring into the distance in a daze. Zhou asked him, not going back? Chun Qian came back to his senses a little, said something silently, and then looked at him with a smile. Zhou, goodbye. Chun Qian, realizing what Chun Qian was trying to do, Zhou rushed over and called his name, but he was a step too slow. Chun Qian was like a dead leaf gently falling from the 24th floor, and then fell heavily into the dust amid one silent curse after another, dyeing the gray and white world into a warm and moist blood red. You watched him jump? The lights in the police station were a bit blinding. Zhou lowered his head. The buzzing sound tore at his nerves, making it almost impossible for him to concentrate. After the police officer sitting opposite him repeated the question, He finally heard what they were asking. He answered in a muffled voice, "Yes, I saw him jump." The police officer continued to ask, "Did he say anything before he jumped?" "What did he say?" Zhomang's consciousness was a little hazy. Although this happened a few hours ago, he could not remember the situation clearly. He only remembered that Chen Qianhe did not seem to close his eyes when he was lying in a pool of blood. He asked me if I had a cigarette and could give him one. I said I had one downstairs and I would go get it for him. He said okay. When I turned around again, he said goodbye, and then, did he do anything strange before that? Zhomang recalled everything that happened today in his mind. He stretched out his hand to rub his temple and recounted what happened during this period about Beihe and Lu Yun, and then went back to the conversation between him and Chen Qianhe on the rooftop. He said that he envied me and felt that he was like a coward sometimes, but I didn't expect him to commit suicide. He has never seemed like someone who would commit suicide. The police officer in charge of recording paused for a moment. Then he looked up at Zhomang and asked him calmly, "Why do you think Chen Qianhe jumped off the building?" Hearing this question, Zhomang suddenly raised his head, his expression distracted, and answered weakly, "I don't know." Because Zhomang was an eyewitness to Chen Qianhe's suicide by jumping off a building, he had stayed in the police station the longest. By the time the police confirmed all the information and let him go, it was already completely dark. The door of the small police station was crowded with a dozen reporters who wanted to get the first-hand news. When they saw someone coming out, they would go up with their cameras and ask if they knew Chen Qianhe. Zhomang didn't want to meet them, so he borrowed a hat and a mask from the policeman. He put them on before walking towards the door. As soon as he arrived in the hall, he ran into the policeman bringing Chen Qianhe's parents in. The two elderly people were approaching their 60s. Their hair was almost completely white, and their expressions were bleak. Chen Qianhe was born in a small city near Minnan. His family was average, and he was the only son. His sudden departure was like a nightmare that the family would never be able to wake up from. Zhomang lowered his head and passed by them. All the sounds around him were infinitely amplified. The heavy breathing, sobbing, redundant shouting, and chaotic heartbeats. He closed his eyes, forced himself not to think, and quickly squeezed through the crowd in front of the police station. He walked to the beef noodle stall across the street and leaned against the electric pole to catch his breath. Beep beep, a dark black car stopped beside him. Zhomang raised his head in embarrassment and met Zhang Yuye's gaze. He opened the car door and staggered into it. Zhang Yuye handed him a bottle of mineral water and asked softly, "You haven't eaten yet. Shall we go get something to eat?" Zhomang leaned against the glass and said, "I don't have much appetite. I'll leave it to you." Zhang Yuye knew that he was feeling upset, so he stopped disturbing him and turned the steering wheel towards Zhanghe Impression. Towards afternoon, the weather in Minnan changed. The originally bright and scorching sun was obscured by a dark cloud. Then, thousands of dark clouds densely covered the entire sky, making it impossible to see a single ray of light. It might rain heavily tonight. A thick and humid layer of moisture accumulated in the air, making everyone sticky. The black Audi followed the orange traffic, crossed the dark red bridge across the river, and drove into the community in the dense rain. After returning home, Zhomang was still somewhat absent-minded. He stood alone on the balcony smoking. The rain outside was not heavy. The raindrops were as fine as needles and threads, mixed with the hot wind that smelled of clay and drifted into the balcony. Amang. Zhang Yuye brought the freshly cooked porridge to the table and stood up to call Zhomang to come in for dinner. Zhomang did not respond, staring intently at the endlessly rushing Yangtze River in front of him and the blurred street on the other side in the rain. "Zhomang?" Zhang Yuye walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Zhomang suddenly came back to his senses. Eat something. I cooked seafood porridge for you." Zhomang shook his head gently. "I don't really want to eat. I have no appetite." Zhang Yuye grabbed his wrist and pulled him towards the restaurant. "I know you're sad, but you still have to eat. People are made of iron and food is made of steel. If your body breaks down, you really can't do anything." Zhomang was pushed by him to sit at the dining table. Zhang Yuye served him a bowl of porridge. He picked up the white porcelain spoon and took a few bites. The taste was not bad, but the continuous nervous dizziness affected his taste buds, making him unable to taste the saltiness. He just mechanically repeated swallowing. After finishing a bowl of porridge, Zhang Yuye, who was sitting opposite him, couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up and sat next to him, staring at him without saying a word. Zhou realized it later and looked up to ask him if there was something on his face. Zhang Yuye thought for a while, then reached out to touch his cheek. Zhou, cry if you want to. Zhou raised his lips. Who told you I wanted to cry? Zhou didn't know why he was suddenly irritated by this sentence and looked at Zhang Yuye coldly with red eyes. I didn't. Zhang Yuye said nothing as he put away the dishes and put them into the dishwasher in the kitchen. The rain outside seemed to have gotten heavier, making a crackling rhythm on the glass. His light golden eyes flashed a cold light in the darkness. He turned off the kitchen light, turned off all the lights in the living room and balcony, and walked into the bedroom with a faint smell of lemon detergent. Zhou seemed to have finished washing up and was curled up on the bed, flipping through a thick collection of novels. He didn't look much different from usual, except that he turned the pages a lot slower. Zhang Yuye went to the bathroom and took a quick shower. He only wrapped himself in a bath towel and sat down on the edge of the bed. The 3A level alpha had a strong healing ability. The wounds on his back had already scabbed over and were showing signs of improvement. Seeing Zhou ignoring him, Zhang Yuye reached out and took the book out of Zhou hand. Zhou eyes were dull, and he turned over and lay on his side on the bed, ignoring him. Zhang Yuye's hand traced his face all the way down to his thin back and soft waist. The smell of strong liquor filled the entire room, like a long brewing storm at sea. Zhou tense nerves completely broke with Zhang Yuye's actions. He tightly grasped Zhang Yuye's hand, sat up and looked straight at him. The pheromones surged along with his emotions, and the bitter smell of lemongrass completely suppressed the smell of strong liquor. Are you sick again? Apart from the temporary marking at the poolside, this was the second time Zhang Yuye felt the omega pheromone suppression from Zhou. He smiled bleakly and kissed Zhou ambiguously. I just want you to relax, Mang. I know what you're thinking, but it is not your fault after all. You know what I am thinking? Zhou found it funny for some reason. Why do you think so, Zhang Yuye? The pale golden eyes dimmed, and Zhang Yuye looked at Zhou calmly. Do you know how my mother died? Zhou seemed to realize something. He let go of Zhang Yuye's hand, lowered his eyes and asked him, how did he die? Zhang Yuye took a deep breath and tried to make his tone gentle. She died in my studio. In front of me, she stabbed my drawing pencil into her neck. Isn't it cruel? Zhang Yuye smiled bitterly. I was only 11 years old at that time, and my biggest dream was to become a painter. Zhou lowered his head, not daring to look into Zhang Yuye's eyes. I'm sorry, Yuye. I didn't know you. Zhang Yuye gently reached out and stroked his hair. Amon, I know it's cruel for you to have a good friend leave you in front of you. Cry if you want to. Make a scene if you want to. You can do anything in front of me. Zhou nose felt sore and his voice became choked. I just felt that I could have held him back. If I had discovered it earlier, I could have held Chen Xinhe back and he wouldn't have fallen and wouldn't have died. Zhang Yuye hugged him in his arms. Don't think like that, Amon. Don't think like that. Back then, I always thought that if I could go back earlier, I could stop my mother, but later I realized that some things cannot be changed by us. All we can do is look forward. Opinion with the death of Chen Xinhe, and at the same time, the old case of Lu Yun's father was also dug up. Public opinion was in an uproar, but the reality was tragic. On the third day after Chen's father and mother arrived in Minnan, they sent Chen Xinhe's body for cremation. The old couple knew what had happened recently, but they did not say much, nor did they accept the compensation proposed by Xiejingyi. They took Chen Xinhe's ashes and drove back to their hometown. Deng Xiu found out the truth about Lu Yun's father's case. She and Lu Yun stayed in Xinan for 10 days and went door to door to find people who knew about the incident and finally pieced the truth together. The facts were indeed the same as Lu Yun's description, but it appeared too late, so late that many people no longer believed the truth. As for Professor Li's case, the result came out half a month later. There was nothing wrong with Chen Xinhe's report. The student's subsequent recantation and the slander of Chen Xinhe as fake news were also designed by him. This matter was indeed done perfectly, and it even seemed more real after Chen Xinhe jumped off the building. But God his eyes after all. Just when public opinion was about to die down, Professor Lee's wife suddenly produced video evidence and exposed him by real name for not only seducing students but also committing academic fraud, financial fraud, and many other illegal and criminal acts. After many twists and turns, the incident ended with Chun Shin-ha committing suicide and Professor Lee being arrested. However, it seems that no one cares about the truth anymore. Everyone in Rashomon has their own truth. Because of the injury on his back, Jang Yuya has turned down many commercial performances recently and also canceled a film invitation from a director. On weekdays, when he has nothing to do, he stays in Jiangha Impressions house reading books and watching old movies. Young Master Jiang has always been generous. He directly asked people to transport the large bookcase in the Burns Manor to the city. The bookcase was equipped according to the area of the villa. It was too large to fit in the elevator and could not be disassembled. In the end, he asked people to carry it up the stairs. After the bookcase was installed, Zhou Meng went to the study to take a look. The cabinet body fit perfectly with the wall, and there were many dark red wooden grids from top to bottom inside for books. The outside was separated by glass to prevent dust. A quick glance showed that this cabinet could hold hundreds of books, much like a private library. Zhang Yuya looks careless on weekdays, but he is extremely meticulous in some aspects. The types of books he put in are very diverse, ranging from astronomy and art to folk tales, and even some programming teaching textbooks and old scriptures that have been out of print. Each type of book is numbered and neatly placed in the upper and lower parts of the bookshelf, and in the middle are some old discs, records, and tapes. Zhou Meng came to his study several times. He was wearing black, thin, framed glasses and was sitting on a soft chair with a book in his arms, reading it. The record player on the side was playing pop music from last decade. He looked very comfortable. It was Friday, and Zhou Meng just got home from work and found that Zhang Yuya didn't seem to be at home. He was in a bad mood recently and didn't want to care about it. After changing his shoes, he went to the kitchen to cook. Ever since Zhang Yuya started to teach himself to cook, the family no longer hired an aunt. The two took turns cooking and occasionally went out to change the taste. Zhang Yuya had probably just left not long ago. The dumplings in the kitchen steamer were still steaming, and there was freshly cut watermelon on the table. Zhou Meng picked up a piece. It was crisp, sweet, and just the right amount of ice. It has been a while since Chen Xinha's incident, but Zhou Meng still thinks of Chen Xinha from time to time. He met Chen Xinha's parents before they passed away, and the three of them had a meal together without saying anything. The two old people knew what happened between him and Chen Xinha, and before leaving, they told him not to blame himself, saying that the person has passed away, and the living people can live up to their trust only if they live well. Although he said so, letting go was not an easy thing. Zhou Meng often felt that Chen Xinha had not left yet. He and Qin Wen stood at his bedside and cried all night, asking him to avenge them. After eating half a plate of watermelon, he still felt unsatisfied and wanted to go to the refrigerator to cut out half a watermelon and eat it with a spoon. But before he opened the refrigerator door, Zhang Yuya came back with a bag of miscellaneous things he had just bought from the supermarket. Seeing Zhou Meng was about to open the refrigerator, Zhang Yuya threw the things on the cupboard and reached out to hold the refrigerator door to prevent him from opening it. Zhou Meng's eyes widened and he glanced at him. "What are you doing?" He smiled and said, "You ate a piece of ice watermelon yesterday. You can't eat it today." "I'm almost 28. Zhou Meng crossed his arms and glared at him. "Can you stop treating me like a child?" Zhang Yuya replied sarcastically, "You also know that you are old. You can't." Before he could finish his words, Zhou Meng kicked him on the calf. "You are old. Your whole family is old." "Okay, my whole family is old." Zhang Yuya followed his meaning and said with a smile, "I am old too. So I'd like to trouble our reporter Zhou to accompany me, an old man, to eat less cold food. I bought barley yogurt and green grapes, and I'll make some for you after dinner." Zhou Meng ignored him, turned around and left the kitchen, not forgetting to take the remaining half plate of watermelon away. Zhang Yuya smiled helplessly. Although Zhou Meng was 2 years older than him, he was sometimes like a child. The more he was forbidden to do something, the more he liked to do it. After finishing the things in the kitchen, Zhang Yuya brought a large plate of steaming dumplings to the table, and also made some steamed snacks such as soup dumplings and Highland barley yogurt with grapes. Zhou Meng looked at the delicately shaped dumplings and soup dumplings on the table and thought that Zhang Yuye bought them from a hotel. After asking, he found out that this guy was bored recently and got a recipe book to learn from. Apart from anything else, Zhang Yuye's learning ability is indeed very strong, and the finished product is no different from the one sold outside. My mother is from southern Fujian. When I was a child, she often made this for me. Try it and see how it tastes. Zhang Yuye picked up a steamed dumpling and put it in Zhou Meng's bowl, staring at him expectantly. Hearing Zhang Yuye mention his mother, Zhou Meng recalled what he said that day. He couldn't help but feel pity, took a bite of the dumpling, and replied with a smile, "It's delicious." Zhang Yuye was very happy to be recognized. He pushed the white porcelain plate with the dipping sauce in front of him and said, "Want some sauce? I put litsi cubiba in it." Zhou Meng grew up in the mountainous area of the southwest. The locals like to eat hot and sour food. When cooking hot pot or fish, they like to put litsi cubiba in it. Previously, Zhou Meng and Zhang Yuye had eaten at a restaurant selling local specialty sour soup fish. Zhang Yuye choked and coughed as soon as he took the first bite. Zhou Meng laughed at him for not being blessed by the god of Zirjin, but he didn't expect that this guy actually remembered this and specially adjusted the sauce to his liking. "You are really..." Zhou Meng's nose was sour. He wanted to scold Zhang Yuye but couldn't. He lowered his eyelids and dipped the familiar seasoning and ate the fresh shrimp dumplings. Well, very delicious. Zhang Yuye was even more proud and raised his eyebrows to ask him to try other things. When he was half full and in a better mood, he propped up his head and asked, "Amon, can you accompany me to Qingzhou next week?" Zhou Meng put down his chopsticks after hearing this. "Qingzhou? Why do you suddenly want to go there?" Qingzhou and Minnan are not far apart, only a few hours' drive away, but Qingzhou is surrounded by mountains and has a dangerous terrain. Its development has never been as good as Minnan, and there are no large companies that can support the scene. The scenery over there is beautiful. I want to take you there to relax. I have already asked for leave for you. Just accompany me." Zhou Meng put down the chopsticks in his hand and glanced at Zhang Yuye indifferently. "Don't ask for leave for me next time. It's not like I don't have a mouth." Zhang Yuye nodded repeatedly, the smile in his eyes not diminishing. "So, baby, do you agree?" Zhou Meng did not answer, but asked him, "How long will you be gone?" "About a week." "Of course, you can, but you are not allowed to ask for leave from your boss without my consent in the future." Zhang Yuye agreed repeatedly, but when he picked up the chopsticks, his eyes became gloomy again. But there was still an ambiguous smile on the corner of his mouth. July is the hottest month of the year in Minnan, with temperatures approaching 40 degrees Celsius. Even on rainy days, the temperature can still be 36 degrees Celsius. The entire city is like a giant steamer that will cook all the living things inside. In comparison, Qingzhou is much better. Qingzhou has high mountains and green waters, and its own natural barrier keeps the heat from the north and south out. It has been a good place to escape the summer heat since ancient times. Before coming here, Zhang Yuye didn't tell Zhou Meng where they were going, but just asked him to bring a few more changes of clothes. The distance from Minnan to Qingzhou was not far, so Zhang Yuye drove Zhou Meng there by himself. The only people following them were Li Yu and a man named Wei He, who Zhang Yuye described as his assistant. Two large G-cars drove away from Minnan along the highway and headed southwest. Zhou Meng was sitting in the passenger seat and felt a little bored, so he connected to the car's Bluetooth to listen to a storytelling version of Water Margin. After the car left the Minnan area, the originally cloudless sky was soon covered by a few irregular clouds, and the sun was no longer as hot as before and became much warmer. Zhou Meng was attracted by the scenery of Qingzhou outside the window. He did not pay attention to the exciting part of the storytelling and opened the car window to look outside. The mountains on both sides are not very high, and the layers are intertwined like a green landscape painting. Only a few handsome mountains can vaguely show the towering ancient trees standing on the peaks. The rest are mostly continuous hills with soft lines, rippling outward like waves, giving people a warm and soothing impression. The sky here is clearer than that of Minnan. Although the sunlight is not as warm as that of Minnan, the color of the sky is deeper than that of Minnan. At a glance, the three colors of blue, green, and white are harmoniously integrated. Such colors reminded Zhou Meng of his hometown, Qianzhou. The Tianhe Mountain there was somewhat similar to Qingzhou, but the forest was denser and more dangerous. If you were not careful, you would be bitten by poisonous snakes and centipedes in the mountains. How is it? Isn't the scenery here beautiful? Zhang Yuye's voice brought Zhou back from his memories. He nodded lazily, stared at the road sign at the corner, and asked Zhang Yuye, "Where are we going? You don't want to sell me into the mountains, do you? TSK, what are you thinking about all day? Do I look like a human?" Zhang Yuye smiled and drove the car into a somewhat remote town, then parked in the backyard of a farmhouse. The owner of this house seemed to be very familiar with Zhang Yuye. After a simple handshake, he led them to the pavilion built in the backyard. There were many fruit trees planted in the yard. It was not yet the season for ripening, and green fruits of various sizes hung on the trees, giving it a unique kind of vitality. Zhang Yuye seemed to have greeted the host in advance. There were no other tourists in the courtyard, and Li Yu and the others did not follow. Only he and Zhou were sitting at the mahogany-8 immortal table under the pavilion to eat. The ingredients were all grown by the owner himself. The food was not amazing, but extremely delicious. After the meal, Zhang Yuye said he was sleepy and didn't want to go into the house. He insisted on sleeping on the rattan chair in the pavilion and even pulled Zhou to accompany him. Zhou was not very happy. After kicking him, he walked around the yard with a palm leaf fan in his hand. The backyard of this family was quite large. In addition to vegetables and fruits, there were also many flowers and plants planted. The single-family compartment used to store miscellaneous items was an old brick house with red tiles and white walls. The walls had begun to fall off and were covered with a layer of light gray mud. The farmhouse scenery was not stunning, but was particularly pleasing to the eye. Zhou leaned against the bright red pillars of the corridor, his eyes wandering to the lavender irises in the corner of the brick house. This flower shouldn't bloom at this time, but it is still blooming. Such beautiful color reminds Zhou of an event many years ago. It was early summer of one year. He and Qianhe were still very young, and Qinwen had not gotten into trouble yet. He led them to do a secret visit in a small county town. They were discovered before they had stayed there for a few days, and the villagers chased them for several miles with hoes and shovels. When they stopped, the sky had already darkened. The clear red of the setting sun burned the entire sky, and the golden red light poured down from the sky and fell all over the ground, blending into the deep green of the forest. Zhou was so exhausted from running that he lay on the grass by the forest to catch his breath. Qianhe told him to be careful not to touch things like scorpions and centipedes. Zhou smiled and said that he was used to being stung by these things when he was a child, so he already had antibodies in his body and would soon evolve into a scorpion man to punish evil and promote good. Qinwen, who was checking the camera at the side, listened and cursed a few words with a smile, asking Zhou to complete the evolution as soon as possible, so that he could use his superpowers and suffer less when he went out for interviews in the future. Zhou laughed and glanced inadvertently, and found that Qianhe was only wearing one shoe, and the other shoe was missing. It seemed that he had just run away, but Qianhe himself did not seem to notice it. Zhou was about to open his mouth to remind him, but he saw Qianhe staring at a place in a trance. He looked over there and saw a beautiful field of wild irises. He wanted to tease Qianhe and joked, "You are so engrossed in looking at it. Who does this flower remind you of?" Qianhe's neck turned red first, then his face and ears. He coughed a few times and replied, "No." Zhou didn't know what Qianhe was thinking at that time. He just thought that he had someone else in his heart. He leaned over and patted his shoulder. "Oh, if there is someone, just go after him boldly. Don't wait there. If you wait too long, he will fly away with someone else." Qianhe nodded vaguely, then looked at Zhou. "What about you? You don't have anything you like?" Before he could finish, Zhou shook his head and replied, "I'm usually busy as a dog, so I don't have time to like others." Qianhe's eyes dimmed. He walked to the side of the road, picked an iris and handed it to Zhou. "For you." Zhou didn't quite understand what he meant and didn't ask any further questions. He looked at the purple-blue flower for a long time before realizing that Qianhe's pheromones seemed to have this smell. The end of the memories is Minun with red snowflakes floating in the air and the cold corpse covered with white cloth in the morgue. After Qianhe left, Zhou often wondered why he jumped off the building. Is it because of public opinion, endless cursing, misunderstanding, or because of the lack of courage to take that step, or because of that wrong report. Zhou couldn't explain it clearly. He just felt that this industry was really cruel. It was so realistic, but it always lured those with ideals to jump in and then let them be smashed to pieces. A breeze with a light floral scent blew by, and Zhou eyes suddenly became moist. He originally thought that he had seen so many deaths and deaths over the years, and should have been numb to it. But when people around him left one after another in front of him, he still couldn't accept it. These things were like fine molds that gradually covered his heart and then bloomed into rotten flowers. Zhou. Zhang Yuye's voice came from behind. Zhou turned around and saw that he had put on a bamboo hat from somewhere, with a dogtail grass in his mouth. He raised his eyebrows and asked him, "Do you think I look like the knights in Jin Yong and Gulong's novels?" He was dressed casually today, wearing a loose white t-shirt and black pants. Zhou cleared his throat, walked up to him, took his hat, and put it on his head. "Didn't you say you wanted to sleep?" Zhang Yuye leaned over to help him tie his hat. "I can't sleep without you." Zhou glared at him. "Are you a child? Can't you sleep without your parents around?" Zhang Yuye laughed and replied shamelessly, "Yeah, it's true." Zhou didn't want to continue chatting with him, so he adjusted his bamboo hat and said, "Is there a fish pond nearby? I'd like to experience the feeling of being alone in a boat with a straw hat and raincoat." "The fish pond is a bit far, but you can take this with you and go fishing when you get there." "To the place?" Zhou asked Zhang Yuye. "So where are you taking me?" Zhang Yuye raised the corners of his lips, covered his eyes with his hands, and whispered softly in his ear, "Don't think about anything, listen." Zhou didn't quite understand what Zhang Yuye wanted to do, but he still closed his eyes and listened calmly as he said. Because his vision was blocked, his hearing was amplified and all the sounds around him became exceptionally clear. Even the sound of grass and trees being blown by the wind could be heard clearly, followed by the tiny chirping of insects and the sound of bells ringing from the distant mountains. The rich and long sound of the bronze bells almost stirred people's souls. Zhou never believed in ghosts and gods since he was a child, but his grandmother believed in them very much. When he was a child, she often took him to various Taoist temples to burn incense, worship the city god, the land god, the Buddha, the Bodhisattva, and the three pure ones. After his grandmother passed away, he never set foot in such a place again, not because he didn't believe it, but because he was afraid of being reminded of the past. People's moods always change with the environment they live in. Logically, the more they experience, the more they should get used to it. However, in Zhou opinion, the more they experience cruel things like death, the more afraid they are, and the more they worry that they will be the last one. The temple that Zhang Yuye brought him to was located on an inconspicuous hill in Qingzhou. There was no driveway for the car, only steps paved with blue stone slabs winding upwards, leading directly into the depths of the quiet forest. Without a road, the car naturally couldn't drive up. Zhang Yuye asked Wei He to find a family in the village at the foot of the mountain and leave the car there. The four of them then carried their luggage and walked up the mountain. The mountain did not look very high from the outside, but the road was rugged and covered with weeds and dead branches. It took them nearly 40 minutes to reach the temple entrance on the mountainside. There is a bamboo forest planted near some deserted ancient temples, which rustles in the evening breeze. Compared with the big temples in Minnan City, this place is very simple. The mahogany plaque has been faded by rain, and only the words Qingzhou Temple can be vaguely made out. It was sunset when they arrived. The golden light shining on the dark green bricks and tiles gave people a special sense of tranquility. Zhang Yuye handed the things in his hand to Wei He, walked forward and knocked on the closed mahogany temple door. Not long after, a little monk opened the door from the inside and curiously poked out half of his round head glowing white. Zhang Yuye seemed to know him. The two talked in a low voice for a few words, and then the little monk turned around and ran back to the temple. Zhou didn't understand why Zhang Yuye brought him to such a place. Just as he was about to ask, Zhang Yuye suddenly took his hand, pulled him over the high wooden threshold, and walked into the temple. "Sure, I'll tell you later." Although Qingzhou Temple looks a bit shabby from the outside, it is very clean inside. In the Buddhist hall to the north of the front yard, there is a very luxurious gilded Buddha statue, and there are several small statues below, with the best agarwood burning. Even people who don't believe in this will be infected by the atmosphere and feel reverence when they walk into such a place. He was lost in thought as he stared at the statue of the Bodhisattva. Before he knew it, Zhang Yuye had led him to the entrance of the Buddhist temple. Zhang Yuye let go of his hand and asked him softly, "Zhou, do you believe it?" Zhou wanted to answer that he didn't believe it, but it seemed that he shouldn't say such words in such a place, and he was hesitating about how to start. Zhang Yuye smiled calmly. "Wait for me at the door." After finishing speaking, Zhang Yuye turned around, stepped over the high threshold, came to the statue of the Bodhisattva, put his hands together and repeated the kneeling movements. He looked extremely pious, as if he pinned all his hopes for life on this. I don't know why Zhou felt that Zhang Yuye was so strange. Could it be that someone like him would rely on gods and Buddhas? It seemed as if they would never be able to touch each other's true self. They were so close, yet their hearts were so far away. They were so close and yet so far away, so intimate and yet so distant. After the kneeling ceremony, Zhang Yuye stood up and lit a stick of incense. White smoke swirled and slowly flew into the air. Then it filled the surroundings, making it difficult to see clearly. He lowered his eyebrows, but with a smile on his lips, he looked at Zhou and said, "Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat." Zhou did not answer and followed Zhang Yuye from the corridor to the backyard. Seeing that Li Yu and the others did not catch up, he asked, "Zhang Yuye, do you believe in Buddhism?" Zhang Yuye slowed down and replied quietly, "I don't know either. Maybe I believe it." The vague answer left Zhou confused, but he did not continue to ask. He lowered his eyes and thought about what had happened recently, and suddenly he had an illusion that he was in another world. Zhang Yuye led him around a lotus pond and stopped at the door of the innermost room. This temple seemed to have been built during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Although it was maintained by later generations, the main layout and decoration still had an old atmosphere. The layout of the room is simple, with a wooden bed, cabinet, dressing table, and desk and chair. The furniture is old but well-maintained, without a trace of dust. Zhou health was not very good to begin with, and he had been walking on the mountain road for a long time. When he saw the bed, he wanted to lie down on it and sleep forever. He even forgot to take off his shoes. In comparison, Zhang Yuye was quite energetic and didn't look tired at all. He simply packed his luggage and asked Zhou what he wanted to eat. Zhou wanted to say fish, but thinking that this was a temple, he closed his eyes and answered vaguely, "Anything is fine." Zhang Yuye smiled silently and soon came in with 2 bowls of vegetarian noodles, calling Zhou to eat at the desk. Although Zhou didn't have much appetite, he felt uncomfortable with an empty stomach. He ate half a bowl, then put down his chopsticks and asked Zhang Yuye, "Come to think of it, you haven't told me what you wanted to do by bringing me here." Zhang Yuye frowned slightly and replied calmly, "Do you remember what I said before about my mother?" Recalling what Zhang Yuye said that night, Zhou was speechless for a moment. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "Well, if you don't want to mention it, you can." Zhang Yuye interrupted him with a smile, "I just want to bring you to meet her and visit my father." "Meet her?" "Yes." Zhang Yuye drank the remaining noodle soup in the bowl, put down the bowl, and said calmly, "My mother has already met you. As for my father, it's a little late now and he's resting. I'll take you to meet him tomorrow." "What? Met?" Zhang Yuye raised his head and looked at Zhou, a beautiful and strange light flowing in his light golden pupils. He raised the corners of his lips and smiled gently. "Well, her body is buried here. I'm sorry to bring up your sad story." Zhou lowered his head, avoiding Zhang Yuye's sight, and responded to him in a low voice. "It's nothing." Zhang Yuye said calmly, "I've been used to it for a long time." "Yuye, it's really nothing. I just want to take you out to relax. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. My matter happened a long time ago. I've been used to it for a long time." Zhang Yuye reached out to touch Zhou hair. "If you don't want to eat the rest, give it to me." Seeing him say such a cruel thing so easily, Zhou heart trembled a little. He watched Zhang Yuye finish the half bowl of noodles quietly, and subconsciously reached out to help him lift the hair that was blocking his forehead. Light golden light poured out from the open door behind Zhang Yuye, coating his outline with a layer of light golden halo. When Zhou was stunned, he had already grabbed his wrist and put it on the side of his face to rub it intimately. "I'm on," If I want to tell you about my story, would you be willing to listen? Zhou knew that he shouldn't ask about these things and shouldn't have too much contact with things related to Jiang Yuye. What kind of person is Jiang Yuye, and what does he have to do with him? But those golden eyes were so beautiful that his soul and heart trembled with them, so beautiful that he was willing to give up his clarity of mind at this moment, sink into them, and burn himself to death. The night in the mountains comes quickly, and soon the sun sets in the west. The deep blue night sky, dotted with stars, covers the earth. The mountains in the distance appear deep and peaceful in the night. The night wind is mixed with water vapor from the surrounding streams, leaving only a cool touch when it blows on the face. Jiang Yuye spread a picnic blanket on the soft grass halfway up the mountain, sprinkled mosquito repellent around it, and then sat down next to Zhou. Both of them had their own thoughts, and they looked up at the brilliant starry sky in silence. Although under the same sky, the stars in the mountains are always brighter, flickering and jumping as if there is life. The sounds of summer cicadas and frogs come from the lush vegetation around, as if they will never stop. Would you like some water? Jiang Yuye took out a bottle of mineral water from his picnic bag and handed it to Zhou. He curled up his knees and stared at the overlapping mountains in the distance. You didn't sleep this late at night and asked me to accompany you out just to drink water? Jiang Yuye chuckled, took out a washed tomato from the lunchbox and handed it to him. Do you want to eat it? Zhou blinked and shook his head in reply. Don't worry about pesticide residues now, little boy. How can there be any pesticides on homegrown tomatoes? Jiang Yuye used a knife to cut the skin of the tomato, then tore it off bit by bit. I just thought you seemed to like eating this, so I picked this. I like to eat everything. It just depends on my mood. Jiang Yuye laughed silently and ate the peeled tomato whole. The sour and astringent smell filled the air. He wiped the juice from the corners of his mouth and hands with a tissue and talked to Zhou. Actually, I had never been to the Jiang family before I was 8 years old. At that time, my father had a bad relationship with them. My mother and I lived in southern Fujian. She loved astronomy and often took me out to watch the stars at night. Minnan? I thought you grew up in Minnan? Jiang Yuye nodded. Yes, my grandfather was a fisherman in southern Fujian. He had a beautiful yard with many flowers planted there. It was very close to the beach. Every time the tide went out, I would go there with other kids to pick up shells and stuff. It's a pity that after coming to Minnan, I can never go back. Zhou heard the regret in his tone and comforted him. When you have time in the future, go live by the sea for a while. Jiang Yuye naturally leaned his head on Zhou shoulder. Well, I don't remember why my mother took me back to mine. I was still young at that time and didn't understand many things. I just felt that the Jiang family was very strange. My second uncle, 2 brothers, grandfather, and those miscellaneous relatives always looked at me in a strange way. No, Jiang Yuye replied calmly, I am not cut out for this. At that time, my dream was to be a painter, a great painter like Van Gogh or Monet. They always supported me, even when I later said I wanted to be an engineer or a star, they never objected. Isn't that good? Jiang Yuye turned his head to look at Zhou. His eyes with golden light flowing through them were a little out of focus. It's neither good nor bad. It was not until many years after my mother passed away that I figured out the meaning of their gazes. Hesitant to speak? They always look at me like they're looking at a bird in a golden cage. Zhou breathing stopped for a moment. He pondered the meaning of this sentence. When his eyebrows were lowered, he saw Jiang Yuye's eyes shining brightly. It may be a bit strange to say this, but for me, the Jiang family doesn't need a third young master, an excellent heir, or an artist. What they need is a beautiful and flamboyant bird, a mascot, with feathers made of gold, and chains made of gold. Jiang Yuye's voice with a gasp struck Zhou heart. He seemed to have forgotten his relationship with Jiang Yuye and fell into a long and lasting sorrow. He said, in the wild, there will always be someone who truly loves you. Jiang Yuye paused for a moment after hearing this, and he turned the snake-shaped silver ring on his finger. My mother told me the same thing a long time ago, but ever since she got hysteria, I have never met someone who truly loves me like she does. Those who approach me always have various purposes. They fear me, admire me, and say they love me, but I know that they fear the Jiang family behind me and love power. They like the golden wings, not Jiang Yuye himself, not me. Zhou gently stroked Zhang Yuye's hair. In fact, I used to think about this a lot, and often felt that no one would like me. After all, I'm not really easy to get along with or approach Omega. But later I found that there are still people in this world who are willing to approach you and understand you, but sometimes you need to be patient before they will appear. Fate is a wonderful thing. No one can accompany us for a lifetime, but there will always be someone who loves you. Zhang Yuye raised his head and looked at him seriously then. Amang, are you willing to love me? Zhou Meng's expression froze. Even his breathing became slow. Yuye, I will love you. Zhang Yuye leaned forward to kiss Zhou Meng. A faint smell of tomatoes spread between them. Zhou Meng's eyes trembled slightly, and he let Zhang Yuye kiss him for a while before pushing him away. Stop it. Yeah. Zhang Yuye obediently stopped teasing him, just leaned on his shoulder and stared at the stars in the sky. Amang, do you know? In fact, from the first time I saw you, I felt that you were different from others. You are very special. What's so special about me? Do I look particularly decadent? No. Zhang Yuye replied. You may not feel it yourself, but Amon, you have a very free feeling. Zhou Meng was speechless for a moment. What does freedom feel like? Zhang Yuye thought for a while. No matter what you do, it always goes smoothly. You never care about anyone's opinion and just follow your heart. Zhou Meng found it a little funny. Who in this world is truly free? He didn't want to spoil Zhang Yuye's fun, so he picked up a piece of dogtail grass and twisted it around his fingertips and asked Zhang Yuye, do you have any wine? After being stunned for a moment, Zhang Yuye actually took out a bottle of plum wine from his bag, uncorked it, and handed it to him. Zhou Meng had just asked casually, but now he felt a little embarrassed, so he whispered to Zhang Yuye, can we drink here? Zhang Yuye smiled and said, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. Drink it, it's okay. They didn't bring cups with them, so Zhou Meng took a few sips from the bottle. The slightly cool wine slid into his stomach with the sweet and sour taste of plums. He remembered what Zhang Yuye had said about his mother, and a subtle guess came to his mind. Yuye, you said before, your mother has hysteria? Well, when I was 10 years old, she had serious mental problems. The doctor said it was a hereditary mental illness that caused hysteria. Since then, they locked her in the house and didn't let me see her again because they were afraid that she would hurt me. Zhang Yuye's body naturally slid from Zhou Meng's shoulders, fell into his arms, and rested his head on his thighs. The last time I saw her was on my 11th birthday. I pushed open the door of the studio as usual. She was standing inside wearing a beautiful white gauze dress. I thought she was cured, so I rushed over excitedly and hugged her. She was still as gentle as before, but when she looked at me, her eyes were full of. Zhou Meng put down the bottle and gently stroked Zhang Yuye's cheek. They had done many overly intimate things, but they had never calmly revealed their feelings to each other like this. I can't describe how she looked at me, but I know she was very afraid of me at that time. I just wanted to hug her and comfort her. But she, in front of me, she stuck the pencil I used for drawing into her throat. She bled a lot and her clothes were stained red, but I don't know why she kept smiling. Maybe she was glad that she was finally freed. Zhang Yuye's tone became heavier, with slight gasps and sobs. The weak orange light of the kerosene lamp cast a shadow on his face, and his butterfly-like eyelashes trembled slightly. Zhang Yuye stretched out his hand to cover his eyes, as if he didn't want Zhou Meng to see him like this. Yuye. Zhou Meng handed him the unfinished green plum wine. Want some? Zhang Yuye's eyes were stained with a light red, and his golden eyes were like treasures in a glass window. He wiped away the wine stains from Zhou Meng's mouth with his hand, and asked him in a hoarse and low voice, Amang, can you feed me? Zhou Meng didn't answer. He took a sip of the wine from the bottle, leaned over, and kissed her. The taste of the wine lingered between her lips. Zhang Yuye hooked his neck, and when they were lingering, he asked Zhou Meng, will you really love me? Maybe it was because they had drunk some wine, but they both felt sleepy before 10 o'clock. They took their things back to the temple, washed up simply, and went straight to bed. Having walked a lot of mountain roads during the day and drunk more than half a bottle of plum wine, Zhou Meng fell asleep almost as soon as he hit the bed and could barely lift his eyelids. The night in the mountains was cold and humid. Seeing that Zhou Meng was sleeping soundly, Zhang Yuye glanced at the time, got up to tuck in the quilt for him, changed into a relatively formal black tang suit, gently pushed open the wooden door and walked out of the room, heading towards the Buddhist temple in the front yard under the cool moonlight. Most of the people in the temple had gone to bed, and the door of the Buddhist hall was closed, allowing only a glimpse of golden color through the hollow patterns on the wooden door. It was quiet and silent, with only the frogs in the ancestral hall dormant among the lotus leaves, making low but clear gurgling sounds. Zhang Yuye pushed open the heavy mahogany door with a silvery moonlight. The majestic golden statue of Bodhisattva stood in the center of the hall, with lowered eyes as if watching everything happening in front of the hall. He stood there and stared at the Bodhisattva statue for a while, then turned and walked into the back hall. The layout here was somewhat similar to the previous one, except that there was a small white jade statue of the goddess less than half a meter tall and a tablet on a separate altar. Zhang Yuye lit a red candle on the side, offered 3 incense sticks to the statue in front of him, then knelt on the cushion, clasped his hands together, and kowtowed devoutly to the statue. The flickering light of the red candle cast shadows of varying shades on his face. Zhang Yuye took out a string of prayer beads from the box under the altar and twirled them between his hands. The round red beads turned one by one between his hands. He breathed steadily, half closed his eyes, and seemed to be mumbling something. Master. Wei He was afraid of disturbing him, so he stood in the back hall for a while before calling Zhang Yuye in a low voice. Zhang Yuye opened his eyes. The bright red candlelight flickered with brilliant golden light in his eyes, like a blazing flame. Here? Wei He didn't dare to get too close to him, so he just stood aside and leaned over to answer. Well, I've looked everywhere, but there's nothing. The rosary in Zhang Yuye's hand paused for a moment. We've also looked in the West City District and Mexin. Are there any clues? Wei He shook his head. Jiang Ming only said that his brother gave the list to Qin Wen before, but he didn't say what form it was in. I suspect that reporter Zhou may not know about the list. He knows. Zhang Yuye interrupted him calmly. The patients he visited in Shishir and Fuxing Hospital before were all on the list. Then, now, don't worry, we have plenty of time to play slowly. Zhang Yuye chuckled. He turned to look at Wei He. His originally gentle and warm golden eyes were full of icy coldness. Anything else? Li Zirue died in the detention center. It was said that he had a sudden heart attack. What did he say before he died? He didn't say anything. He just admitted his own problems. Zhang Yuye continued to fiddle with the rosary in his hand and said sarcastically, what a good dog. He never forgets to help his master keep a secret even when he dies. Wei He did not answer. His voice became low. Master, there is one more thing. Tell me. Zhang Jianhong and the others seem to have noticed that reporter Zhou is investigating the Mintai pharmaceutical factory. Do they know about the list? At present, they don't know, but reporter Zhou's current situation may be more dangerous. His relationship with Qin Wen is neither close nor distant. Zhang Yuye pondered for a while and said calmly, don't worry about them. As long as we can get the list, it will be fine. In this situation, the more conspicuous he is, the safer we will be. When Wei He heard this answer, his eyebrows twitched unnaturally. Master, do you really think so? Wei He, you have been with me for 4 or 5 years, right? Zhang Yuye didn't answer his question, but talked about something else. Wei He took a half step back and answered calmly, it will be 5 years by the end of the year. Zhang Yuye paused for a moment, and then continued coldly. A general success is built on the sacrifice of thousands of men. Zhou Meng wanted to use me to find out the truth, so I gave him this opportunity. Use is always mutual. Or do you think I really fell in love with him? Master, I just think that this is too much for him. If you want to succeed, you have to make sacrifices. Zhang Yuye suppressed the turbulent emotions in his heart and sneered hoarsely. If my mother had been more cruel back then, it wouldn't have turned out like this. If they had met me at that time, I would have cut each of their throats with a knife and thrown their bodies to feed the dogs. Wei He didn't dare to say anything in reply. The originally solemn Buddhist hall was shrouded in an eerie silence, and the only sound that could be heard was the continuous sound of the rosary beads being plucked. The flickering candlelight stretched Zhang Yuye's shadow very long. Wei He knew that he had run into bad luck. He only sighed in his heart, but his face was still calm. Looking at the blazing red candle, he he suddenly remembered that there was one more thing he had to remind Zhang Yuye. Master, Xiaolan should have guessed what we are doing. Zhang Yuye stood up and walked to the side, opening the half-open wooden window. The moonlight cast a cold chill on him. I'll talk to Xiaolan in person, so don't worry about it. Compared to the others, my good brother is difficult to deal with, but he's the easiest one to handle. If you have nothing else to do, go and rest first, and be careful not to let others notice. After Wei he left, Zhang Yuye was the only one left in the entire Buddhist temple. He stood by the window in deep thought for a while, then turned back to the statue, kneeling on the cushion and staring at it. A line of crystal tears fell from his light golden eyes. Zhang Yuye wanted to wipe away his tears, but he couldn't stop. He took a deep breath helplessly and reached out to touch the cold statue. Mom, don't worry. I will make them get the retribution they deserve, but don't worry. I won't let them go down to disturb you. I will only make their life worse than death. As soon as he finished speaking, a cool breeze blew in from the window, extinguishing the bright candlelight. The back hall was once again shrouded in darkness, with only the moonlight shining in through the window as the only source of light. Zhang Yuye sniffed softly. The dull pain in his chest made him unable to kneel. He fell on his back on the cold ground. Images of screaming in pain kept appearing in his mind. Zhang Yuye closed his eyes and took out a cigarette and a lighter. After a crisp click, the faint flame illuminated his tear-stained face. He lit the cigarette, and the pale ashes fell on the luxurious silk clothes. You will forgive me, and forgive all my sins. Zhang Yuye murmured a few words in a low voice, looking at the mahogany beams with a distracted gaze. The heavy smell of agarwood and tobacco in the hall intertwined to form a unique smell that could make people hallucinate. Zhang Yuye closed his eyes, and the past flashed before his eyes again. He saw a woman in a white gauze skirt standing in front of the beautiful and pale oil painting. The bright red blood flowing from her neck almost stained half of her skirt. It was almost noon the next day when Zhomeng woke up from his sleep. It was a rare occasion that he did not have a nightmare last night, and he seemed much more energetic. When Zhang Yuye came in with a plain bag, Zhomeng had just changed his clothes. Seeing that he didn't knock on the door, he complained in a low voice, "Remember to knock before coming in next time." Hearing this, Zhang Yuye put the plate on the table, leaned over to hug him, shamelessly buried his head in his neck, and replied with a smile, "You've already eaten. Are you still afraid that I'll look at you a few more times?" Zhomeng pushed him away. Ahem. What are you talking about? Zhang Yuye knew that he was shy, so he stopped teasing him. Eat something. You didn't eat much last night. I'll take you to meet my dad later. Although the Zhang family is one of the largest wealthy families in the entire central and southern regions, they have always been very low-key. If it weren't for Zhang Yuye, most people might not have heard of them. After Zhang Yuye became popular, some media also tried to dig into their family's affairs, but found nothing. Zhomeng and Zhang Yuye have known each other for more than a year, and he rarely heard him talk about his family. If Zhang Yuye hadn't opened up to him, Zhomeng would never have thought that the seemingly arrogant and domineering young master Zhang actually had such a tragic experience. Your father, is he good to you? Zhomeng felt that he shouldn't ask such a question, but he couldn't help it. His face was always cold, and he looked at everyone without any emotion. But sometimes his heart was softer than anyone else. Once the feeling of pity came up, even the best professional ethics were thrown out of the window. He often felt that he was not suitable to be a journalist, but he couldn't let go of some things, so he was stuck in the middle. If he took a step forward, he would be smashed to pieces, and if he took a step back, he would feel guilty and couldn't raise his head in his life. After going around in circles, it came back to that sentence. This is a really cruel industry that wears away people's blood and compassion bit by bit. Zhang Yuye was obviously stunned when he heard this question. He poured tea for Zhomeng slowly and said, "My father is very good to me, but he is blind. After my mother passed away, he was not in a good mental state. If he said something strange to you, don't take it to heart." Yes. Zhomeng lowered his head and took a bite of the bun. It tasted good and the filling was plenty. However, he had something on his mind and was not in the mood to savor it carefully. After eating, he followed Zhang Yuye to the Buddhist temple in the front yard. Grandpa Jiang had 3 sons in total, and named them after the 3 stars of Fu, Lu, and Shou in the hope of bringing good luck. In his middle age, he finally got married and had children and settled down, but his wife died of hysteria. After he cried himself blind, he became a monk and practiced hard in the temple. The third son, Jiang Shou, although his name contained the word Shou, was frail and sickly, and died early. It is rumored that there was once a high monk who was invited by Mr. Jiang to visit the Jiang residence. Before he even entered the door, he noticed that the feng shui of their old house was strange, cursed by ghosts and full of resentment. If left unattended, the family would die out and the people would be destroyed. These words frightened Mr. Jiang, so he invited the master to sit in the house for 3 consecutive days to perform a ritual, built a Buddhist temple in the house, and spent a huge amount of money to order people to build a pure gold Buddha statue to enshrine in the house. He also donated tens of millions of yuan to many temples in Minnan, and also donated to build many orphanages and relief homes. The internet was not well developed when this incident happened, and many people only regarded it as a folk legend. However, some people also said that since the Jiang family invited this golden Buddha, their fortunes have indeed changed. Not only did they reverse the situation of losses, but they also flourished in the pharmaceutical industry and became a giant in the industry. Most of these things were just rumors Zhou Mang had heard from the public. Jiang Yuye had never taken him to the Jiang family, so he was not sure whether the Jiang family really worshipped a golden Buddha. But what was certain was that something did change the fate of the Jiang family that year, but there was no way of knowing what it was. Jiang Fu was very different from what Zhou Mang had imagined. This eldest son of a wealthy family did not look wealthy at all, and even looked extremely decadent. Hearing someone coming, Jiang Fu stopped reciting and asked hoarsely, "Yuye?" Jiang Yuye responded in a muffled voice, "Father, it's me." Jiang Fu reached out his hand and touched the cane, then stood up shakily. Jiang Yuye quickly stepped forward to support him. "Father, did you bring friends here?" Jiang Fu asked him. "You didn't even tell me in advance. I'm your elder, so I can't be rude no matter what." Jiang Yuye responded softly, "Yes, his name is Zhou Mang and I." He paused abruptly and looked at Zhou Mang with a hint of hesitation, as if asking him how to more appropriately describe his identity. Zhou Mang lowered his eyes, and for a moment he couldn't think of a suitable and decent word to describe their relationship. Jiang Yuye did confess to him, but he never really agreed. In this case, are they lovers, or just friends with benefits? Before Zhou Mang could come up with a suitable answer, Jiang Fu interrupted his thoughts. "Ask Huiji to make a pot of Longjing tea, and we can go inside and drink while we chat." Huiji was the young monk who opened the door to them. Before Jiang Fu became a monk, there were only 2 monks in the temple. Jiang Fu became a disciple of the older one and took the Buddhist name Huidu. Huiji is his junior fellow apprentice. A few years ago, the abbot passed away, and his junior fellow apprentice went out to study, so Jiang Fu took over the abbot's duties. He is blind, so Huiji does most of the work in the temple. The Jiang family also found someone else to help take care of the vegetable garden and the hygiene of the temple. This was where the abbot gave lectures to pilgrims. There are many scriptures inside. If you're interested, take 1 or 2 and read them. Just remember to return them before you leave. Jiang Fu's voice was clear but always with a heavy breath, like the rustling of an old blower. "Father, please be careful, there is a threshold ahead." Jiang Yuye supported Jiang Fu and walked cautiously in front. Zhou Mang followed them more than a meter away. The midday sun was bright, shining through the old eaves and the old painted mahogany, shining on the 2 people, leaving mottled and swaying light and shadows, making Jiang Yuye's figure tall and upright. Looking at Jiang Yuye's back, Zhou Mang felt a little sad. He stretched out his hand and looked at the sunlight falling into his hand, leaving only a silent sigh. The reception room in the temple is located on the left side of the front yard. The room is not large, but has excellent lighting and ventilation. Although it is old, it does not have a trace of disgusting atmosphere. Instead, it makes people feel peaceful and contented. Not long after the 3 of them sat down, Huiji came in with freshly brewed Longjing tea. Jiang Yuye took the wooden tray with the teapot and cups and skillfully poured tea for Zhou Mang and Jiang Fu. When he sat back in his seat, Zhou Mang noticed that Jiang Yuye was wearing a crescent white tang suit with light silver phoenix patterns embroidered on it. The people of Chu worshipped the phoenix, and the Jiang family made their fortune in Chu. The old man liked to use the phoenix as decoration, which could be considered half of the family emblem. As if he noticed that he was looking at him, Jiang Yuye smiled at Zhou Meng leisurely, with beautiful and brilliant golden light flashing in his eyes. Zhou Meng lowered his head in panic, picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and then put it down unnaturally. Zhang Fu didn't notice their little movements. After drinking his tea, he asked casually, "Come to think of it, Yuye, you haven't been here for quite a while." Zhang Yuye stopped smiling and replied, "I was quite busy recently and had no time. I'm sorry that my father was worried." Zhang Fu shook his head. "It's okay. As long as you care about this place, there's no need to come here often. The mountains have been uneasy lately. There are always mosquitoes and wild animals. You should be more careful. Safety is the first priority. If you live well, your parents will be at ease." "Father is right," Zhang Yuye responded calmly. "How is your family doing recently?" Zhang Fu changed the topic and mentioned the Zhang family. Zhang Yuye did not rush to answer. He picked up the teacup and drank it calmly before saying calmly, "Grandpa is in good health. There is nothing wrong with him. Second uncle and his family are also doing well. There were some problems with their business before, but they are all resolved now." "So, your second uncle came to see me some time ago, and he said that you and Xiaolin have contacted for an engagement?" Zhang Yuye didn't seem to expect Zhang Fu to ask this question. His eyes wandered to Zhou Meng. "Well, I have someone else I like, so I canceled my engagement with Xiaolin." Zhang Fu was not surprised by this. He just asked Zhang Yuye calmly, "Marriage is your own business. You don't have to listen to your family. Just do what you want. But Xiaolin has taken good care of you since you were a child, and his mother Hetty is also very good to you. You have to remember their kindness in your heart. Don't get angry and offend everyone. I know my limits." Zhang Yuye didn't want to continue this topic. After speaking vaguely for a few words, he stopped talking. Zhang Fu sensed that the atmosphere was not right, so he finished the tea in his bowl and sent Zhang Yuye to the front yard to boil water. After Zhang Yuye left, he spoke to Zhou Meng. "Actually, I've heard of you before you came, reporter Zhou." Zhou Meng didn't know how to answer for a moment and asked him vaguely, "Uncle Zhang." "Uncle Zhang knows me?" Zhang Fu smiled and said, "Although I live in this temple, I know a lot of things that happen outside. I have also heard about what happened between you and Yuye, but don't worry, I will not cause you any trouble. I just want to remind you." "Remind me?" Zhang Fu's tone suddenly became heavy. Reporter Zhou is a journalist. He can certainly see people's hearts better than an old man like me. But I still want to remind you that sometimes what you see with your eyes and hear with your ears may not be the truth, even if it is true. "Dad, the water is here." Zhang Yuye quietly appeared at the door of the room and interrupted them with a smile. "What are you talking about? You look so happy." "Nothing. I just listened to Uncle Jiang talk about Buddhism." Zhou Meng took the initiative to hand over the cup, motioning Zhang Yuye to add some water for him. "Buddhism? Well, it's just as the Heart Sutra says, stay away from delusions and ultimately attain nirvana." Ever since he had accompanied Zhang Fu for tea that day, Zhou Meng had rarely seen him anywhere other than the Buddhist temple, and they had hardly spoken to him. After 2 days of simple rest in the temple, Zhang Yuye suddenly suggested taking him around the surrounding area. Although it was close, Zhou Meng had never been to Qingzhou before, so he let Zhang Yuye arrange the itinerary for him. The town below Qingzhou Temple was built several decades ago. Nothing has changed much over the years, and walking in those yellowed and peeling old buildings still gives people the illusion of going back to the 1980s or 1990s. Zhang Yuye is a public figure after all, so he can't just wander around the streets openly. He only dares to go out after putting on a hat, mask, and glasses. The two of them hold hands and walk to places with fewer people. Zhou Meng thought it was interesting and wanted to buy it back, but Zhang Yuye wouldn't let him. He pulled him towards the shop selling sweet soup and desserts. "Okay, I'm just kidding." Zhou Meng suppressed his laughter and asked Zhang Yuye to walk slower. Then he quickly stepped forward and whispered in his ear, "You are right here, so I don't have to stare at the photo every day." Zhang Yuye's ears turned red unnaturally. He coughed twice. "Then when we get back later, I'll take it off little by little for you to see." "Hey." Zhou Meng lowered his voice in amazement. "You really are." Zhang Yuye put his arm around his soft waist. What's wrong with me? You are allowed to flirt with me, but I am not allowed to play straight? Zhou Meng glanced at him, pinched Jiang Yuye's arm, then turned and walked into a small shop selling sweet soup, and found a relatively secluded corner to sit down. This shop that sells sweet soups also sells smoothies, ice cream, and the like. Zhou Meng can't eat things that are too sweet, so he ordered a blueberry yogurt smoothie and only ate half of it. The rest went into Jiang Yuye's stomach. The pace of life in Qingzhou is slow, and the people coming and going on the road are much more leisurely than those in Minot. Zhou Meng picked up the palm leaf fan placed on the table by the store owner, waved it while half squinting his eyes to watch the children playing with the dog on the roadside. After a while, he felt sleepy and yawned unconsciously in Jiang Yuye's arms. Are you sleepy? Jiang Yuye let him lean against him and scooped a spoonful of smoothie into his mouth. I don't know who slept until 8 in the morning, and it's just past 12, and I'm sleepy again. Zhou Meng didn't want to argue with him. He stuffed the palm leaf fan into Jiang Yuye's hand, leaned on the table, and said in a low voice, "Help me take a nap for a while." Jiang Yuye smiled helplessly. The gentle wind blew into the lobby of the shop with the faint fragrance of summer flowers. Jiang Yuye supported himself with one hand, tilted his head to look at Zhou Meng's closed eyes, and fanned him. He was so absorbed in watching that he didn't even notice that the smoothie in the cup had melted. This moment was so beautiful that he even wanted to freeze time at this moment. Zhou Meng opened his eyes dazedly and looked at Jiang Yuye. He found that Jiang Yuye was in a daze. He suddenly reached out and pulled down Jiang Yuye's mask, then leaned forward and gave him a quick kiss. The kiss with the flavor of blueberries made Jiang Yuye lose consciousness for a moment, and his eyes widened. But before he could react and deepen the kiss, Zhou Meng pulled up his mask again and said with a smile, "Come back to your senses." Jiang Yuye's pale golden eyes blinked a few times, and then a bright smile appeared on his face. He stood up and put his arm around Zhou Meng's shoulder. "Let's go somewhere else." By the afternoon, they had already walked around the surrounding streets. The two of them found a cool place to sit and rest for a while. Next to the public chair was a road sign. Zhou Meng walked over and took a closer look. In addition to the Qingzhou Temple, there was also a mountain temple nearby. He asked Jiang Yuye if he had ever been to the mountain temple. Jiang Yuye shook his head and said that he had only heard of it and roughly knew where it was, but he had never been there. Seeing that Zhou Meng seemed interested in this, Jiang Yuye went to a supermarket nearby to buy some things and said that he could take him to the mountain to have a look. Jiang Yuye said that he knew where the mountain temple was, but after taking Zhou Meng up the mountain, they wandered around for a long time and couldn't find the right location. If they hadn't happened to meet a pilgrim, the two would probably have gotten lost in the mountains. These mountain temples can be found everywhere, but the years when they were built and the statues they enshrine vary greatly. Some temples are built in the mountains and lack offerings, so they become dilapidated over time and cannot even shelter from wind and rain. But the one in front of them was obviously different. Although the decoration inside the temple was simple, it was clean and tidy. Near sunset, there were even pilgrims visiting, and the incense was very strong. Zhou Meng bought incense from the old man at the door. The old man whispered a few words to him in dialect. Hearing what he said, he looked at Jiang Yuye with an unconcealable smile on his face. Jiang Yuye sensed something was wrong, walked up to him and asked in a low voice, "What did he just say to you?" The old man said that this temple is very spiritual, and everything you pray for will come true, especially marriage. If a pair of lovers enter the temple together, they will be together forever. If they are not destined to be together, or if it is a bad fate, they will soon be separated. Jiang Yuye raised his eyebrows. Is it really that effective? Do you believe it? Of course I don't know if it works if I haven't been in there. Zhou Meng curved his eyebrows and put his arm around Jiang Yuye with a smile. Don't you want to know whether we can make it to the end? Jiang Yuye paused for a moment and then laughed out loud. Okay, then let the mountain god see if my feelings for you are true. In this mountain temple, one can also ask for divination or fortune. Zhou Meng and Jiang Yuye walked in side by side holding incense sticks, and after lighting them, they worshipped the statue. The heavy scent of agarwood lingered in the hall. The mountain god standing in the center had his eyebrows lowered, as if he was listening intently to the wishes of those who were burning incense. Zhou Meng inserted the incense stick into the incense burner in front of him, clasped his hands together, and silently recited his wish in his heart. Even though he knew there were no gods in this world, he would still choose to recite that wish in his heart over and over again. He wanted to find out the truth for Qin and avenge him. He did not ask for justice or heaven's will, but only asked to take thousands of evil spirits to Hades with him before he died, even if he was eaten alive or cut into pieces. After making the wish, Zhou Meng glanced at Zhang Yuye, his handsome brows full of seriousness and piety. What is he asking for? Zhou Meng was a little curious, but then he felt extremely sad. He couldn't explain how he felt about Zhang Yuye now. He just felt that Zhang Yuye was really pitiful. How could such a sincere love fall on such a cold-hearted person like him? But pity aside, Zhou Meng's heart was still clear. Plots where people are moved by love and let go of hatred often only appear in movies, TV shows, and novels. In reality, surging hatred will only grow more intense with time, and then burn everyone involved to ashes. After thinking for a while, Zhou Meng picked up the hexagram cup on the incense table, shook it a few times, and a fortune stick fell out of it. The 50-second fortune stick? It takes a lot of effort to fish for the moon in the water, but it still doesn't come out. Don't talk nonsense. It will only waste your energy and make you lonely. After recuperating in Qingzhou for a while, Zhou Meng's mood was obviously much better than before. Zhang Yuye said goodbye to Jiang Fu and took him back to Minnan. It rained heavily for several days in a row as the great heat approached. Before we entered Minnan, the hot and humid water vapor surged up and formed a hazy layer of mist on the car windows. Zhang Yuye's return trip was not convenient for travel. It was a Saturday, and there happened to be a rainstorm. They were stuck on the Cross River Bridge for an hour before they could successfully enter the city. It was raining too hard outside to order takeout, so Zhou Meng just ordered some noodles and fried a few eggs. When the steaming noodles were served on the table, it was thundering outside. Although the glass in the living room had good sound insulation, it still couldn't block out the roaring thunder. From time to time, a few bright white lightning flashed across the dark and gloomy sky. The heavy rain was blown obliquely into the terrace by the wind, hitting the transparent glass with crackling sounds, leaving a series of muddy watermarks. Zhang Yuye got a pair of plain glasses from somewhere and put them on his straight nose to pretend to be gentle, half leaning on the single sofa to read a magazine. When he saw that the noodles were ready, he calmly put down his things and walked over slowly. Neither of them is a picky eater, and they don't have any taboos. They just like or dislike food. They cook casually on weekdays. When Zhou Meng first met Zhang Yuye, he accompanied him to eat at a roadside stall. As a result, the two of them had diarrhea the next day and almost went to the hospital. Oh, our young master Jiang has become more polite? Zhou Meng handed the chopsticks to Zhang Yuye and did not forget to tease him. Zhang Yuye raised his eyebrows and asked him with a smile, "How is it? Do you feel like a university professor?" University professor? Zhou Meng shook his head. You don't look like a university professor at all. Zhou Meng's ears felt hot from being stared at, and he scolded with a smile. Get lost. You are talking nonsense. If you don't eat now, you will get noodles later. Zhang Yuye waved his hand and whistled softly. Okay, eat now. The rain had not stopped after dinner. Zhou Meng took a shower, changed into a robe, and dried his hair with a hairdryer. The dull pain from his nerve endings made him feel dizzy. He turned and walked to the bed in the bedroom and opened the window. The cold wind blowing on his face made him feel a lot more comfortable, but after a while he felt cold again. Helplessly, Zhou Meng closed the window and his eyes fell on the stack of magazines that had not been turned for a long time on the bedside. He took out inhibitors and painkillers from his backpack. When Zhang Yuye opened the door, Zhou Meng had just swallowed a pill with hot water. Zhang Yuye's expression froze, and he walked up to Zhou Meng and put his arm around his shoulder. Are you feeling unwell? It's my estrus period, and I feel very dizzy. Melicontin doesn't seem to work, so I want to try an injection of an inhibitor. Zhou Meng showed Zhang Yuye the box of inhibitors with a phoenix icon. Zhang Yuye took it, glanced at the packaging, and returned the box to him. He stroked Zhou Meng's neck with his fingers, a AAA level omega like you doesn't need inhibitors, right? Besides, I'm still here. If you take inhibitors to deal with the estrus period, wouldn't it make me look useless? The smell of strong liquor quickly spread throughout the room. Zhou Meng felt as if he had fallen into a wine vat brewed by the god of wine, and even his breath was tainted with drunkenness. He patted Zhang Yuye's hand away, and after calming down, he replied calmly, "It is said that this brand is more effective in relieving the pain caused by estrus. It works well for you, but it can't relieve pain? Is that so? Then you try it." Zhang Yuye chuckled, then leaned close to his ear and smiled, "But I can guarantee that it is definitely much better than this thing. I will let you experience it carefully later to see if your husband is really useful." Zhou Meng glanced at him, opened the box, and the cold inhibitor was pushed into his body. The pain and dizziness quickly disappeared, and he let out a long breath and leaned back in the chair. Before he could come to his senses, Zhang Yuye suddenly reached out and lifted up his chin, leaned over, and kissed him. The strong alpha pheromones made Zhou Meng dizzy again. He kissed Zhang Yuye vaguely for a while, then hooked the belt of Zhang Yuye's nightgown and fell on the bed together. The two hadn't done it for a while, so this time they were quite passionate. In the second half of the game, Zhou Meng got excited and turned over to press on Zhang Yuye, holding his shoulders and moving himself. The electric shock-like stimulation makes people lose their minds, as if falling from a height of 10,000 meters, and the body can't stop shaking and trembling. Zhang Yuye held his back with his hands, his light golden eyes full of aggression. He wanted Zhou Meng to bend down and kiss him. When he got no response, he pinched Zhou Meng's soft waist and pulled him down. "Be gentle." Zhou Meng pressed his shoulder and scolded him in a coquettish voice. "You really don't know how to be gentle with women." Zhang Yuye smiled and helped him push away the hair stuck to his forehead due to sweat. "That's because our baby doesn't even want to kiss me. How about you call me husband and I'll go slower?" Zhou Meng patted his shoulder heavily. "Husband? Old ghost is still okay." Zhang Yuye pretended to be sad. "Hey, we haven't even gotten married yet, and your wife is thinking of being buried with me? Shame on you. Who is your wife?" Zhou Meng cursed him, but he didn't stop. "I suddenly want to smoke." Zhang Yuye pulled him into his arms and patted his back. "You have to quit smoking, baby. You've been addicted to it lately. It's not that easy. I used to say I would stop smoking, but now I can't. I can't suppress the discomfort in my heart without this." Zhang Yuye knew what he was referring to. He held Zhou Meng's hand and clasped his fingers together. "Don't think too much about everything. Think more about yourself." Zhou Meng smiled silently. "Sometimes I wish I could be more selfish, more shameless, but I just can't do it. It would be great if a person could be completely bad or completely good and not regret anything he did. Unfortunately, most people are caught in the middle. If they do too much, they blame themselves, and if they are bullied, they regret not living up to their expectations. No matter what they do, they feel unhappy. Then don't think about it. Forget all these things." Zhang Yuye said softly, "How about I help you forget it?" Before Zhou Meng could react, Zhang Yuye suddenly turned over and pressed him down. He didn't resist much, but just cursed Zhang Yuye in a low voice. "Stupid ace." Zhang Yuye thought he was just flirting, and after a passionate kiss, he asked him, "Do you still feel bad?" Zhou Meng turned his face away and stopped looking at him. "You're so annoying." Zhang Yuye leaned forward and kissed his cheek again. "I only bother you." He reached out his hand and hit Zhang Yuye's shoulder gently, and his consciousness was suddenly awakened by something he remembered. Yuye, what's wrong? Still not feeling well?" "You. Don't. Stop for a while." Zhang Yuye looked at the person under him without any smile. "Baby, can you stop just like that? It's easy to cause problems with your body, okay? If you don't consider me, you should at least consider your own future happiness, right?" Zhou Meng didn't want to answer his series of questions and said vaguely, "I'm serious." "Oh." Zhang Yuye didn't slow down his movements at all, but was even more forceful than before. "Then go ahead. I'm listening carefully too." Zhou Meng glared at him fiercely, stretched out his hand to hook his neck. "I want to go back to the depth." Zhang Yuye suddenly stopped, wiped the tears from Zhou Meng's eyes with his fingertips, and after a moment he gently bent his head to kiss him. "If you like, go ahead." On the first day back in Mixin, Zhou Meng wrote an application to be transferred back to the depth department. Ding Tian seemed to have expected that he would not stay in the entertainment department, so she signed without saying anything. Except for the interns who were close to him, No one else in the entire department cared about whether he stayed or left. Although they sat in the same office, there was an unbridgeable gap between everyone. Zhou didn't have much stuff, all of which could fit in a cardboard box. During his lunch break, he moved his stuff to the deep-drying department upstairs and returned to his original workstation where he had sat for 3 or 4 years. Since Chen Xinhe left, Director Sun has frequently asked for leave. She is old and cannot stand the continuous stimulation. She is clearly not yet at retirement age, but most of her hair has turned white. At this time, everyone in the office went out to eat. Zhou stood alone in front of the window, gazing at the bustling city with tall buildings in front of him. The sky washed by the heavy rain was as clear as a mirror, and the scorching sun made people's eyes sting. This is a really strange place, Zhou thought. Half of it seems to be made of gold, dazzling and gorgeous, making everyone envious, while the other half is built with the dirtiest mud, rotten and dilapidated, making people despise and hate it. From the moment he left his hometown and came to Minnan, Zhou often felt that his original choice was wrong, but fate did not allow for a second chance, and he was not the type to give up easily, so he stayed in this situation between gold and mud for many years. Teacher, Zhou? The sound coming from the door brought Zhou back to his senses. He turned around and saw Qian standing at the door holding a stack of materials. Well, I've been transferred back. Zhou explained with a smile. We'll be colleagues in the future. Really? Qian replied excitedly. That's great. This office is finally not so deserted. As if realizing that what she said was not very nice. Qian suddenly fell silent, put the things in her place, and changed the subject awkwardly. Well, Director Sun is not here today, and Teacher Ding went on a business trip, so it's just me. The two of us in the office. Is that so? Zhou sat back in his chair, lowered his eyes and asked, So now there are only 4 people in Shindu, including me? Well, there was another teacher who resigned a few days ago. Zhou heart sank, and he propped up his head and looked out the window. It was clearly midsummer, but for some reason he felt a little cold. Teacher Zhou. Qian walked up to him and looked at him hesitantly. I know this may not be a good idea, but can I ask you a question? Zhou looked up and found that her eyes were wet, shining brightly under the sunlight. If you have any questions, just ask them directly. Teacher Chen, did he say anything to you when he left? Hearing this question, Zhou was stunned. After a short silence, he said to Qian has said that he hopes that we can live well and happily. Drop after drop of tears slid down the girl's face and fell to the ground. Qian couldn't help sobbing. Teacher Zhou, I don't understand. I really don't understand. Teacher Chen is such a brave and righteous person. Why would he jump off the building? Xiao Qian, don't think too much. Zhou stood up and patted Qian's shoulder. If Qianhe was still alive, he would definitely not want you to worry about him. He is a hero and a soldier, but he is also an ordinary person. Can we respect his choice? Teacher Zhou, I just feel sad. Qian cried out of breath. Why did such a good person like him encounter these things? He clearly did nothing wrong. Zhou took out a tissue and handed it to her to wipe her tears. His voice became choked with sobs. I know what you want to say, but it has already happened and we can only accept it. If you really want to cry, just cry out loud. It will make you feel better. Qian no longer suppressed herself. She hugged Zhou, her tears almost soaking Zhou's clothes. Zhou wanted to comfort her a few more words, but he didn't know what to say. His own heart was rotten. How could he help others mend their hearts? Qian cried for a while before she realized that her behavior was a little inappropriate. She apologized to Zhou repeatedly. Zhou waved his hands and said that he didn't care. After comforting her, he turned and went to the bathroom. He didn't really want to go to the toilet, he just wanted to wash his face. An intense and heavy sadness surged into his heart, and no matter how he struggled or called for help, he would be drowned out. He couldn't describe what this feeling was, but he couldn't let it go. He just felt like countless sharp knives were cutting his heart repeatedly, without stopping for a moment, as if death was the only relief. At this moment, he suddenly understood some of Qian's thoughts. When the sadness that penetrates deep into your bones comes, you cannot find relief no matter where you escape. You can only accept it or die. The cold water briefly restored his consciousness. He wanted to find a place to smoke a cigarette, but didn't dare go to the rooftop. After thinking for a long time, he found an empty corner in the stairwell. As soon as he lit up a cigarette, he received a message from Su Guangwei. Lao Su, I heard that you have returned to the depth? Zhou Mang? You knew it so quickly? Lao Su, I am not ordinary well informed. So why do you suddenly want to return to Chengdu? Isn't the entertainment department much better than Chengdu? Zhou Mang, why do you care so much? Lao Su, okay, I understand. You are concubine Shi leaving Ganlu Temple and going back to the palace to kill a lot of people, right? Zhou Mang, if you have nothing to do, just get out of here. Don't bother me. I have a lot of things to do. Lao Su, oh, don't worry. I came to see you because I have something to ask. I heard from other people in Mixin that Lao Xie and his team seem to be considering demolishing Chengdu. Is it really okay for you to go back now? Seeing this message, Zhou Mang's brows furrowed, and he held a cigarette in his mouth and tapped the phone keyboard with both hands. Zhou Mang, who told you that? Lao Su? Director Wang, when we were drinking a few days ago, he said that there are not many people in Chengdu now, and they are planning to disband the department directly, but the specific details are still under discussion. Zhou Mang. Zhou Mang was not surprised that the top management of MXIN wanted to disband Chengdu. This was a place that prospered because of the times and declined because of the times. The people caught in it were all dust and sand. How could they have an impact on the surging waves? In fact, Zhou Mang didn't care whether he was in the depth or not. It didn't matter which department a person like him went to, but his heart still trembled when he thought of the years he had spent here. A cigarette slowly burned out between his fingers. He shook the ash off his fingertips and stared at the sun in the distance through the narrow window of the stairwell. Buzz. The phone vibrated again, but this time the person who sent him the message was Jiang Yuye instead of Su Guangwei. Yuye, I have someone prepare a large Austrian lobster tonight. When you get off work, send me a message and I'll pick you up. Zhou Mang couldn't help but have tears in his eyes and replied to Jiang Yuye with a wry smile. Man, okay. I'll wait for you in the parking lot when the time comes. As the end of the workday approached, Zhou Mang was still feeling a little heavy-hearted, and he almost fell when he was going downstairs with his bag. He came out a little later than his normal time to get off work, and when he arrived at the parking lot, most of the people had already left. Jiang Yuye hadn't arrived yet, so Zhou Mang was standing near the elevator waiting for him. He was just about to take out his headphones to listen to some music when he saw a familiar person coming out of the elevator. Reporter Zhou Xiejingyi, wearing a little black dress, stopped in front of Zhou Mang and looked at him with a smile. It feels like we haven't met in the company for a long time? Zhou Mang replied calmly, I went on vacation some time ago. Hearing this, Xiejingyi reached out and patted Zhou Mang on the shoulder. It's a good thing to get more rest. Only when you adjust your mood can your body be healthy. Facing Xiejingyi's concern, Zhou Mang always felt a little strange, but he couldn't say it. So he could only politely reply, Thank you, Sister Jingyi, for your concern. It's my duty. By the way, are you waiting for someone here? Do you need me to give you a ride? Zhou Mang shook his head repeatedly. A friend is here to pick me up, so I won't bother you. Okay then. Xiejingyi took out her keys and walked towards her parking space. Before she had taken a few steps, Zhou Mang called her, Sister Jingyi. I heard that you were planning to demolish Chengdu? Xiejingyi paused there, stunned for a few seconds before asking him, Do you want it to stay? Zhou Mang smiled bitterly. I understand your approach. I just think it's a pity. Then stay. I won't turn off depth. You can stay there forever. Xiejingyi was afraid that he didn't hear clearly, so she repeated it again. Depth is good. It suits you very well. You will have a new colleague coming over in a few days. Zhou Mang suddenly didn't quite understand what Xiejingyi was thinking. But the news was good after all. He was about to thank Xiejingyi again when a dark black Audi drove up to them. With the sound of the engine roaring, the glass slowly lowered, and Jiang Yuye, wearing sunglasses, stuck his head out and greeted Zhou Mang. Baby, get in the car. Xiejingyi looked in the direction of Jiang Yuye. A gleam of light flashed in her dark brown eyes, and then she fixed her gaze on Zhou Mang and asked, Is this your friend? Zhou Mang was afraid that she would see Jiang Yuye's identity, so he stepped forward to block Jiang Yuye and replied with a smile, Yes. Then you guys have fun. I'm leaving first. After Xiejingyi got in the car, Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door, and sat in the passenger seat. You don't pay attention. What if someone finds you? Zhang Yuye reached out to pinch his face. If you're discovered, then it's discovered. At worst, I'll just say you're my wife. Zhou rolled his eyes at him and replied unhappily, Get lost? Who is your wife? Zhang Yuye laughed and looked in the direction of Xiejingyi again. Come to think of it, who was that just now? New boss, the daughter of the previous boss. Why is there a problem? Zhang Yuye touched his chin, chuckled and rolled up the car window. Nothing. I just thought she looked familiar. Jinggong Building is located in the center of Minnan Tiandi, the most prosperous central business district of Minnan City. It is the tallest business office building in the city and the headquarters of Shaw Group. Xiao Lan is a person who attaches great importance to the separation of public and private affairs. He never discusses official business with others in drinking parties or at home. No matter how close his friends or relatives are, if they want to cooperate with him, they have to come to the Golden Palace to find him. People who don't like him often say that he behaves like an emperor and that he thinks of himself as Kangxi or Yongjing just because he makes some money. But when it comes to discussing business, they will still abide by the rules set by Xiao Lan and come to the Golden Palace to find him with the contract. This was Zhang Yuye's first time coming to this place, or rather, it was his first time discussing business matters with Xiao Lan in his own capacity. Although they grew up together, Xiao Lan and he are in completely different situations. Xiao Lan suffered most of the hardships in his life during his youth. The old man Xiaozhen almost ruined Xiao Lan in order to have a powerful alpha son. Zhang Yuye has never been happy in his life except for his happy youth. Pain and hatred always lingered around him, making it impossible for him to get rid of it for a moment. Led by his secretary, Zhang Yuye took the elevator directly to the top floor. His figure was reflected in the elevator door that was as bright as a mirror. His eyes, which should have been full of affection, were filled with icy coldness. The dark red gem earrings reflected the faint light. He straightened the collar of his suit, and after the elevator bell rang, he walked out of the elevator alone and came to Xiao Lan's office. The layout here was almost as luxurious as Zhang Yuye had imagined. Potted plants made of precious plants and millions of stone ornaments were piled up here as if they were free. It could barely be considered a chaotic, but orderly place. He didn't say hello to Xiao Lan, but walked straight to the black leather sofa in the center and sat down. Xiao Lan seemed to be waiting for him to speak first. She didn't look at him directly, but teased the bed of fish in the fish tank with a piece of water grass. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuye spoke first, Mr. Xiao. Hearing this title, Xiao Lan's expression froze. This is the first time you call me like this. Zhang Yuye replied calmly, to discuss business with Mr. Xiao, of course I have to follow Mr. Xiao's rules. Talking about business. Xiao Lan turned around and sat opposite Zhang Yuye, raised his hand and poured him a cup of tea. I don't know what business you want to discuss with me. About the Jiang family and Putai Pharmaceutical. Zhang Yuye, do you know what you are talking about? Xiao Lan became serious. He stared into Zhang Yuye's eyes. Have you thought about the consequences of doing this? What I am doing? Mr. Xiao knows it very well. Zhang Yuye chuckled, picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip of tea. After success, all the industries of the Jiang family, as long as I can get them, will all be given to you. Xiao Lan's hand paused in midair. You know, I never touched the pharmaceutical industry. Besides, are you so sure that you can defeat them? If you fail, the risk is extremely high. It won't fail. Zhang Yuye interrupted him. Even if it doesn't succeed, there is only one ending in the end. What? Zhang Yuye replied calmly. I will use a knife to slowly cut their throats one by one, or set them on fire to burn them into charcoal, or add something to their cups. Xiao Lan couldn't help but sigh after hearing his plan. What if I don't agree to cooperate with you today? Will you kill me too? Zhang Yuye shook his head, a bright smile on his face. I always take revenge when I have revenge. Why should I kill you? Besides, you won't reject me, will you, Brother Alan? Xiao Lan sensed the threat in his words, and the oppressive pheromones were released as the owner's mood changed. Yu Yi, there must be a limit to your madness. Going too far can be very dangerous. Zhang Yuye pretended to nod obediently. Of course I know this truth, and I don't force you to cooperate with me. I just think that if we put ourselves in each other's shoes, we would both make the same choice, no matter now or in the past, don't you think? Xiaolan did not answer. His eyes became deep, and the ring inlaid with gemstones knocked on the teacup with a few crisp sounds. Zhang Yuye, you really are. You have been hiding your talent since you were a child. Zhang Yuye smiled silently, stood up and prepared to leave. If you don't hide it well, you will die easily. Okay, Brother Alan, I have to go and wait for your good news. Wait a minute. Xiaolan called him. Are you sincere to Zhomeng? Zhang Yuye stopped where he was. Why are you asking this? I'm just curious about how bad a lunatic like you can be. Zhang Yuye was silent for a while, and then answered coldly, I was just acting for him. If I don't act more realistically, how can I attract Zhang Lu's attention? Xiaolan watched Zhang Yuye leave the office meaningfully. He put the cup back on the table. Half a minute later, Li Bing came in from another door holding a stack of documents. Master Lan, everything you want is here. Xiaolan didn't look at the stack of documents. He crossed his arms and repeatedly thought about what Zhang Yuye had just said. Did you hear everything? Yes. Then what do you think I should do now? Li Bing said seriously, if young Master Zhang is really sure to bring down the Zhang family, we will be the biggest beneficiaries. But if he fails, our losses will be unpredictable, and he poses a threat to you. Do you need me to take action? Xiaolan raised his hand to signal her not to continue. This is a big bet. But this time I bet on Jiang San to win. Master Lan, you don't know him. He would only choose this moment if he was sure. People like him who are extremely cunning and good at disguising are the most terrifying. They may seem innocuous at ordinary times, but once they make a move, the knife will stab you in the vital part that will definitely kill you. Li Bing said worriedly, what about the other thing? He won't tell anyone about it. He'll just threaten me at most. Xiaolan stood up and returned to the fish tank. The valuable fighting fish swayed its tail under the pale blue light. But this reminds me of something in the past. The past? Well, you hadn't come to the Xiao family yet. Hetty had just divorced the old man. Zhang San and I were in the same junior high school. He skipped a grade and was a junior 1 grade below me. We hadn't split up at the time. Because of the old man, I was often bullied at school. Once, they poured the water used to wash the mop on me in the corridor, and Zhang San, who had just skipped a grade, saw it. Then what? Xiaolan chuckled. Then no one bothered me again until graduation. Was it Master Jiang? At first I didn't know it was him, until one day I followed the old man to his house and found him kneeling alone in the Buddhist temple. Then I learned that after the day I was splashed with water, he found everyone who had bullied me and pushed their heads into the toilet bowl one by one. The parents of those people found the Jiang family, and he was severely beaten by Master Jiang. Xiaolan turned around and half leaned on the glass fish tank, recalling the not-so-nice experiences in the past. After knowing this, I asked him why he did this. Wasn't he afraid of their revenge? He looked at me straight and said, they don't dare, because they are afraid of death, but I am not. Li Bing's expression became complicated. How old was young Master Jiang at that time? A teenager. About 12 years old. Xiaolan replied, he was a head shorter than me. I was also quite shocked when I heard what he said. After all, he was completely different when Aunt Lien was still alive. At that time, he was a very lively and kind child. He would cry loudly while watching TV. Then, Master Lan, how are we going to deal with the relationship with the Jiang family in the future? Xiaolan thought for a moment, then grabbed a handful of fish food and threw it into the fish tank. Let's wait and see. But there's one thing you have to pay attention to. Have someone keep an eye on the Jiang family. If there's anything wrong, tell Zhang Yuye directly. Don't let this kid really kill himself. Li Bing received the order and left the office neatly. Xiaolan half leaned over and stared at the fish in the fish tank fighting for food. He watched carefully, but his mind was thinking about other things. He was a little curious about what Zhang Yuye was like behind those fake masks. Was he really a ruthless and heartless ghost? On Wednesday, Director Sun finally returned to the office. Deng Xiao and Zhao Ming were still on business trips, so there were only 3 people in the office. It wasn't dead quiet, but it was very deserted. Qin Xian received several calls for submissions in the morning, but they were all trivial matters. After hastily jotting down the information, he forwarded it to the department next door that specializes in lifestyle reporting. When Zhou Meng had nothing to do, besides daydreaming, he liked to flip through paper books. He often put some biographies in his bag, sometimes biography of Wang Yangming and sometimes biography of Su Shi. Once, Zhang Yuye saw it by chance and asked him how much he had read. He flipped through it and found that he had only read less than half of both books. Zhang Yuye joked that he was just pretending, and he was not convinced and asked Zhang Yuye if he had read every one of the many books he bought. Zhang Yuye laughed and told Zhou Meng to pick any book from the bookcase. As long as he read the name, he could tell him the general content. Zhou Meng didn't believe it, so he took out a book of folk tales that compiled many short stories and asked Zhang Yuye to retell one of the stories called The Temple of the Broken Head. Zhang Yuye stretched out his hand and pushed the decorative mirror on his nose. A golden light flashed behind the lens. This story is about a woodcutter who had a strange disease. He would have a splitting headache every midnight and could not sleep all night. The disease would only be relieved after sunrise. He consulted many doctors, but none of them could relieve it. One day, he went up the mountain to chop wood and got lost. Near dusk, he came across a temple. There happened to be a gust of evil wind around, so he thought of going in to take shelter. The strange thing is that this temple looks very popular and has extraordinary decorations, but the statue has no head, which looks a bit strange. But the woodcutter did not think much about it. Seeing that this place is popular, he also burned incense and knelt down to pray to the nameless statue to cure his headache. After kneeling down, the wind outside stopped, and he left the temple and returned home smoothly. That night, he had a rare good sleep at midnight, and his headache did not recur. He felt that this temple was very effective and told his good friend, the fisherman, about it. After hearing about this, the fisherman went up the mountain to look for the temple. He searched for half a day but couldn't see any trace of the temple. As it was getting dark, the fisherman prepared to go down the mountain. However, a layer of fog had risen in the mountain. He wandered around until midnight before he saw the temple that the woodcutter had mentioned. He walked in when he saw the flickering lights inside. However, the Buddha statue he saw was not headless, but instead had a bloody human head on it. The fisherman was so frightened that he rolled and crawled down the mountain. After he recovered, he wanted to warn his friend that there was something wrong with the temple. However, when he knocked on the woodcutter's door, it was not the woodcutter who opened the door for him, but a headless zombie. Zhou Meng sat on the desk with the book in his hands and smiled as he looked at Zhang Yuye, who was sitting on the chair. "It's not bad at all. You're amazing, Teacher Zhang." Zhang Yuye stood up and took the book from his hand, flipped through it briefly, and put it back in its place. "Of course, I have a very good memory. I can remember some things after seeing them once. But this story reminds me of a question I saw some time ago." "What?" Zhang Yuye placed one hand on the table beside Zhou Meng, and the other hand went up along his waist and finally rested on his shoulder. "Suppose you live in a primitive tribe, and one day a god with supernatural powers comes to the tribe. As a primitive man, how would you judge whether this so-called god is good or bad?" Zhou Meng didn't look him in the eye. He lowered his head and thought for a while before answering. "If I were just a person, I wouldn't care whether he was good or bad. After all, he has supernatural powers. I can't control him. I just accept it. If I were a member of the tribe, as long as I wasn't the leader, my opinion wouldn't matter. Why would I bother thinking about it? I would just do what I should do." Zhang Yuye smiled silently. He stroked Zhou Meng's chin and kissed him lightly. "I like your answer." Zhou Meng coughed lightly and pushed him away, then stepped barefoot on Zhang Yuye's lower abdomen and smiled ambiguously. "What is the correct answer?" "There is no correct answer, but the answer to this question is that if the gods do something beneficial to primitive people, then they are good, and if they do something harmful to primitive people, they are bad." "Oh, I see." Zhang Yu also grabbed his ankle and pushed him down on the desk. "Well, so baby, my God, will you fulfill the wishes of your devout believers? How can there be believers like you?" Zhou Meng looked at him unhappily. "You are blaspheming." Zhang Yuye chuckled and pulled off his tie. He hooked his arm around Zhou Meng's neck and licked his collarbone. "How can something that makes you feel comfortable be considered blasphemy?" "Xiaozhou, Xiaozhou." Director Sun's voice pulled Zhou Meng back from his memories. He looked in Director Sun's direction blankly. "Ah, what's wrong? Is it too hot in the room? Your face is so red." Can I turn down the air conditioner a few degrees? Zhou quickly shook his head. It's okay, director. I just had a fever and a cold these 2 days. I should be well soon. It's okay. Director Sun sighed softly upon hearing this. Alas, you young people just don't know how to take care of your health. You will suffer when you are old. Zhou smiled and said, yes, but let's leave the future to the future. Director Sun wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by a knock on the door. She called out, come in, and a young man with slightly long hair and a work shirt walked in. Excuse me, is this the depth department? I'm here to report in. My name is Chu Luo, Chu for King of Chu, and Luo for Luo River. Ahem. Hearing the name, Zhou quickly put down his teacup and looked up. The person standing at the door was indeed the Chu Luo he knew. After not seeing each other for many years, his old classmate has not changed at all. He is still as energetic as when he was in college, and he is the focus wherever he stands. Chu Luo was also a little surprised to see him. The beautiful Omega blinked at him. Hey, husband, I didn't expect you to be here too. Ahem. Zhou was almost choked to death by his words. Don't yell. Chu Luo's smile was still bright. Got it. Husband, call me when we get home. Ahem. Zhou explained to Director Sun and Qian, who looked confused. We are friends from college. I was just kidding. Chu Luo walked up to Zhou very skillfully and put his arm around his shoulders. Yeah, I was just kidding. Zhou and Chu Luo were in the same grade in class when they were in college. They were both Omegas and always competed for the first or second place, so outsiders didn't think they had a good relationship. But in fact, they didn't know each other very well in the first 3 years of college. They didn't live in the same dormitory, didn't often go to the teaching building to study, and hardly saw each other except during class time. It was not until the summer vacation of their junior year that the two of them participated in a study tour organized by the school and were assigned to the same dormitory. They became familiar with each other and became good friends. They even went on a trip together before graduation. Compared with Zhou, Chu Luo is a traditional Omega. He is handsome and delicate, with a pair of almond-shaped eyes as bright as the moon and a clear and moving voice. He is the dream Omega of many people, but this tradition is limited to appearance. In terms of personality, his explosiveness is no weaker than Zhou. In the words of people in their class, Zhou is a person who is consistent in his inner and outer qualities. He looks hard to bully, and actually he is not easy to bully. But Chu Luo is like Lin Daiyu, who uproots a weeping willow tree, or Yang Guifei, who kills Hua Xiong with warm wine. He looks gentle and pretty in front of people, but when fighting, he is as good as Li Kuei, the Black Whirlwind. After graduation, Zhou stayed in Minnan and Chu Luo went to the capital. Because they were both busy with work, they gradually lost contact. But now they have become colleagues. Zhou felt inexplicably emotional and let Chu Luo hug him, just like many years ago. Yu Yinfa, it's outrageous. When I went to the company to stamp my seal yesterday, I was actually stuck in a maze. I remember you were doing well at Capital TV. Why did you suddenly switch to Minnan? Zhou soaked most of his body in the steaming hot spring pool, half closed his eyes, leaned against the pool, and talked to Chu Luo. Our department changed a leader some time ago, and he insisted that I sleep with him, otherwise he would change my program. Chu Luo was a little sleepy and couldn't help yawning while talking. If he was handsome, it would be fine. But he is bald like an eagle, and his belly is bigger than a pregnant woman. He still wants me to sleep with him. Why doesn't the old witch ask his second uncle to accompany him? Then you resigned? Well, before I left, I specially replaced the tea in his office with bitter gourd. So bitter that this son of a witch would die. Chu Luo scolded the shameless dog leader, and his voice suddenly became low. Alas, in fact, even if he didn't do this, I would have been ready to resign. Perhaps because they admired each other or because they knew each other too well, Zhou did not ask him why he resigned. But he could not help but sigh. Some things are indeed. The more you see them, the more afraid you are. Even if you don't see them anymore, you are still afraid. TSK, I find that you are talking more and more in riddles now. Chu Luo smiled and leaned beside him. Remember Wang Hao? The monitor of the class next door. His father is also a reporter. Zhou lowered his head and thought for a while. Well, I remember he went to the capital after graduation, didn't he? Yes, he went with me. He was admitted to a mental hospital some time ago. Ah, didn't expect it? Chu Luo sighed. He had depression and hadn't been cured for several years. He threatened to commit suicide every day. His family had no choice but to send him there. To be honest, I haven't been in a good state in recent years. I always can't sleep well at night. You know, in our line of work, we can't avoid lying. But when we lie too much, sometimes we even deceive ourselves. Zhomeng felt sad and didn't know how to comfort Chu Luo for a moment. Coincidentally, the cell phone in the watertight bag beside him rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Jiang Yuya. Just as he was hesitating whether to answer the call, Chu Luo came up to him and asked with a smile, "Hey, your boyfriend called to check on you?" Zhomeng threw his phone aside and said indifferently, "He's not a boyfriend." "He's not a boyfriend? Could he be an adult love buddy?" Zhomeng glanced at him. "Can't you think of anything else besides this every day?" Chu Luo replied leisurely, "There are more bitter. Do you want to hear my words?" Zhomeng knew that this guy was deliberately talking nonsense to tease him. So he took advantage of the situation and moved forward to hook Chu Luo's chin. "How bitter is it? Tell me about it." Chu Luo's face suddenly turned red, and he took a step back. "Don't do that. If you continue like this, I will really treat you as my husband." Zhomeng laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. "Who told you to tease me first?" Chu Luo puffed up his cheeks and rolled his eyes at him. "You really are. Do you usually get along with Alpha like this?" "That depends on the person. I am still very sensible." "Alas, what a pity. What a pity." Chu Luo propped up his chin with his hand, leaning on the edge of the hot spring. "It's a pity you're not an alpha. If you were an alpha, I would have snatched you away long ago. Or it would be nice if I were an alpha. Ha 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 ha." Zhomeng laughed along with him. "You make it sound like I'm popular." "Of course you are popular. Can't you feel it yourself? Although some people seem to be afraid of you when you were in school, they actually had a good impression of you." Zhomeng didn't quite understand what he said. Why don't I look like that?" "Maybe because you are real." Chu Luo interrupted him. "We are like birds in a cage, but you are different. You are a free bird." Zhomeng laughed in silence. In this era, there is no such thing as freedom or non-freedom. We are all just fish in the pond. Chu Luo didn't continue the previous topic, staring at Zhomeng for a while. "But if you don't take this into account, you will also be very popular. A beautiful, arrogant, and talented Omega like you is the easiest to arouse others' desire to conquer you." Zhomeng teased him intentionally. "If that's the case, then you're the same." "Huh." Chu Luo chuckled. "If I were the same, why didn't I see you coming to conquer me?" Zhomeng was choked by his words and stopped talking. Chu Luo smiled triumphantly, walked out of the pool wrapped in a bathrobe, picked up the tablet on the sofa, and asked Zhomeng, "Order something to eat." "What do you want to eat?" "I'll treat you. Fried rice with egg. I haven't had it for a long time. I want seafood." Zhomeng walked out of the pool and answered Chu Luo's questions while taking out his phone to reply to Jiang Yuye's message. He had just turned it off, and he already had more than a dozen unread messages on WeChat. After simply explaining where he was and who he was with, Jiang Yuye calmed down. However, he would not let Zhomeng spend the night alone with others and insisted on driving over to pick him up. Zhomeng could not resist and sent Jiang Yuye his location. This hot spring resort hotel is indeed worth its high cost. There is no egg in the plate of egg fried rice with seafood. It is all seafood. Zhomeng ate half of it and drank a glass of red wine with Chu Luo. Just as he was about to finish the remaining shrimp and squid on the plate, Jiang Yuye called again. But before he could answer the call, Chu Luo snatched his phone away, pressed the answer button, and called out sweetly, "Hello, what's up? Is there anything I can do for my husband?" When Zhomeng heard this, his back felt numb. He snatched the phone back from Chu Luo and responded awkwardly, Yuye, are you here?" Jiang Yuye on the other end of the receiver quacked like a duck in a boiling pot when he heard his voice. He talked for a long time, but Zhomeng could not hear clearly. He said him vaguely and planned to go downstairs to coax him. Otherwise, there would be another fierce battle in the evening. Zhomeng had no choice but to take him with him. In order to prevent this guy from being too shocked when he saw Jiang Yuye, he gave him a shot of cardiotonic in advance. "You may know him. Don't be too surprised when you see him later." "Someone I know? Could it be one of our former classmates?" Or are you having an unspeakable relationship with some big star? Before he could finish the rest of the words, Chu Luo stood there in a daze. A handsome man in a burgundy suit leaned his head out of a black luxury car and greeted him. For a moment he thought he had seen it wrong, but after he calmed down, he realized that the person in front of him was indeed Zhang Yuye himself. He looked at the long-faced Zhang actor, then at Zhou Meng, who looked calm. A lot of words came to his lips, but in the end only a few words came out. Oh my God. After sending Chu Luo home, the two drove back to Jianghe Impression. Zhang Yuye was obviously a little angry about what happened today. He didn't say a word to Zhou Meng after entering the house. Zhou Meng knew he was in the wrong, so he cut the fruit and brought it into the study room, intending to feed Zhang Yuye, but he turned his head away. Well, you even jealous of an omega? Zhou Meng put the watermelon in his mouth and smiled at him. Zhang Yuye stared at the magazine in his hand. Haha, it's clear that some people don't even let go. Zhou Meng laughed out loud at this. He sat on the armrest of the mahogany chair, turned Zhang Yuye's face over, and stuffed a grape into his mouth. Before Zhang Yuye could react, a strong smell of lemongrass surged towards him like a tide. Zhou Meng bit his lips and then bit the green grape. The sweet and sour juice exploded in his mouth, and the desire exploded along with it. Zhou Meng turned over and sat astride the oversized chair, pulling off the tie on Zhang Yuye's neck. Zhang Yuye wanted to push him away but was held down by Zhou Meng. The oppressive feeling of the top pheromone made Zhang Yuye feel a little breathless, as if all the nerves in his body were wrapped in the breath of grass and trees, and he couldn't move. Don't move. Zhou Meng lowered his head and looked at Zhang Yuye, his amber eyes flashing with a dangerous and bright light. He sighed softly and asked Zhang Yuye, Yuye, do you know how seahorses continue their population under extreme circumstances? Zhang Yuye did not answer. Zhou Meng kissed his face gently again. The strongest and most ferocious male seahorse in the group will transform into a female. This is a very strange phenomenon, but it may also happen to humans. Just like now, although they are all 3A, Omega has absolute dominance in the strength of pheromones. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Meng suddenly bit the gland on the back of Zhang Yuye's neck. The electric shock almost made Zhang Yuye lose control. This was an experience he had never had before. He completely handed over the control to the Omega and let himself fall into the torrent of moisture and desire. Is it a temporary mark? Zhang Yuye panted heavily, and his dark shirt was soaked with sweat. Zhou Meng held his shoulders and straightened his upper body. Do you like this feeling? Zhang Yuye still had no energy. His voice was hoarse with desire. Why wasn't it like this before? Zhou Meng's hand went down, playing with the thing in his hand, and sneered, because Yuye, I'm afraid you will really never be able to leave me. Zhang Yuye originally thought that he knew Zhou Meng well enough, understood every trait of his, every breath, every heartbeat. But that was not the case. He overlooked one important thing, the most primitive desire hidden deep in everyone's heart, the beast-like inferiority formed from fighting. So what if they are saints or gods? When the desire to dominate arises, they always like to play with their prey in the palm of their hands, and then devour their flesh and blood and essence bit by bit, enjoying the pleasure of being above everything and controlling the universe. Although Zhou Meng had taken the initiative many times in the past, it was almost never like today. The lemongrass with a bitter taste grew rapidly, wrapping Zhang Yuye in it and pulling him into a Hades of pleasure and near death. He couldn't say it, he just felt that this was an extremely dangerous and terrifying thing. To completely hand himself over to another person to dominate and control, to let his soul fall, his consciousness blurred. Do you like this feeling, Yuye? Zhou Meng was sitting on the edge of the bed in a thin nightgown. The lights in the bedroom were not on. The silvery white moon hung on his body like a layer of soft gauze. Zhang Yuye had a dreamlike illusion, and after calming down, he replied, no wonder. Few alphas are willing to be marked by a 3A level O. Zhou Meng chuckled. It's just a temporary mark. Who was it that promised me to mark him? Zhang Yuye pulled Zhou Meng into his arms and said, if you want, you can do that. Zhou Meng rolled his eyes at him. You'd better avoid saying this kind of thing to others in the future. Once you are marked by O, as long as he is not around, your susceptible period will be very uncomfortable. just like the withdrawal reaction. Zhang Yuye heard this and kissed Zhou Meng's wrist in a very ambiguous way. If it's for the person you love, then what does it mean? Because he had to go to work the next day, Zhou Meng didn't dare to stay up too late last night. When he woke up, Zhang Yuye was still sleeping. Zhou Meng did not wake him up. He left the room quietly and went to the kitchen to make himself a simple breakfast. He sat at the dining table, eating toast while reading the morning news. The climate this year is very strange. Since the beginning of summer, many areas have been experiencing continuous high temperatures. Some cities in the north have not seen a drop of rain for 10 days or half a month, and many places have experienced people dying from the heat. He didn't care much about this and was about to turn off his phone when a new push notification popped up. Reporter takes you to visit the Puji Relief Home to see how conscientious national enterprises assume social responsibilities. The relief home in the video is bright and spacious, clean and tidy, and the medical staff coming and going and the sick children receiving relief all have the same formal smile on their faces. The camera followed the reporter around the orphanage and finally turned into a simple office. The director, who was sitting behind a wooden chair, smiled and accepted the reporter's interview. He answered calmly, and no one could hear a single question. But when the camera passed over the director's desk, Zhou Meng pressed the pause button. It zoomed in on the screen, and a familiar medical journal was lying in the middle of the bright yellow desk. Zhou Meng flipped through the photo album and found the cover of the magazine he had taken on the bedside table many days ago. After comparing, he found that it was the same magazine. After discovering the magazine, Zhou Meng searched the contents inside. This is a journal founded by an authoritative foreign institution. Each issue includes the latest discoveries in different fields of medical research, and the theme focused on in this issue is nerve paralysis. Zhou Meng initially thought that Zhang Yuye was concerned about these issues because he knew that there were problems with the drugs produced by the Zhang family. However, from Zhang Yuye's subsequent behavior, he did not seem to know. Then why did this magazine appear there, and how did the director of the relief home happen to have one too? Zhou Meng's mind was a little confused. He put down his phone and tapped his temple with his knuckles. Before he could recover, a phone call came in. After clicking on the answer button, Chu Luo's teasing voice came from inside. "How was it, Meng? Did you sleep well with our big star last night? Is he good? Is he as capable as his fans say?" Zhou Meng rolled his eyes subconsciously. "Talking about this so early in the morning. Aren't you sick?" "I'm fine, buddy. I'm not." Chu Luo smiled and turned the conversation back to the point. "By the way, where do you live now? I'll drive to pick you up. If there's a job, you have to accompany me." "A job?" Chu Luo's voice suddenly dropped. "Well, death is knocking on the door." In disaster news reporting, in order to restore the truth and uncover the causes behind the accident, the news media often try to interview family members or partners who have lost their loved ones. This process is called death knocking on the door. Zhou Meng had done a lot of similar reporting before and had interviewed relatives and friends of the victims after large-scale catastrophic accidents. This was a very difficult job. During the interview process, he had to dig out useful information while paying attention to the emotions of the interviewees so as not to cause them secondary harm. What he feared most when he first joined the newspaper was such an interview. The death of a life is not a heavy rain for a family, but a fog that will never dissipate. The depression and gloom brought by death make everyone breathless, but they have to face it again and again, looking for the departed souls in their memories. When Zhou Meng walked to the gate of the community, Chu Luo had just parked his car on the side of the road. He was wearing a casual dark black loose t-shirt with a white skull pattern on it. His slightly long hair was tied behind his head with a black rubber band. "Hey, who did you learn this style of dressing from?" Zhou Meng opened the passenger door and sat in briskly, returning to the non-mainstream. "TSK. How can this be called non-mainstream? This is called dark style dressing, understand?" Chu Luo took out a lollipop from his pocket and handed it to him. "Want one?" Zhou Meng didn't answer. "Your habit of eating candy hasn't changed." "I never get tired of candy," Chu Luo said, unwrapping the paper, holding the lollipop in his mouth, turning the steering wheel. "But Mengzi, you have made great progress. This location and this decoration, it must be worth at least several thousand, right?" Zhou Meng looked down at the information Chu Luo had sent him earlier and answered vaguely, "Well, Zhang Ye bought it. I'm just staying there temporarily. My name wasn't on it, so the price has nothing to do with me. How can you say it doesn't matter? If you take him down, you'll be the wife of a wealthy family in the future. Not to mention this big flat. Even a Hollywood villa can be bought with just one word. Zhou Meng smiled bitterly and said, I'm not destined to be rich. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Chu Luo didn't quite understand what he meant. Why? Zhang Yuye is not really like what those reports say, not only has a bad temper, but is also a rotten cucumber thing. That's not the case. Zhou Meng replied faintly, I've been with him for so long, and I haven't seen anyone around him. But what? Zhou Meng's knuckles rose and fell on the edge of the car window. He seemed to remember something and asked Chu Luo, if a person says he loves you, but in fact he has been hiding things from you and using you, what would you do after you knew the truth? Break up, of course. Chu Luo answered without hesitation. Don't break up and keep him for the new year? Are you addicted? Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Meng almost choked on his words. What if, in fact, he lied to you for your own good? Chu Luo turned a corner and drove onto the highway according to the navigation. That depends on the extent of the lie and what you want to gain from this relationship. In short, don't be too in love, or you might get cheated and lose both your money and your life. Haha, do you think I look like a love-sick person? While waiting for the red light, Chu Luo tilted his head to look at Zhou Meng. You don't seem like the kind of love-brained person who is willing to die for the other person, but you do seem like the kind of love-brained person who would really want the other person to die. Zhou Meng? Seeing his expression, Chu Luo laughed. I was just kidding you. You are so nice. How could anyone be willing to lie to you? The car drove for dozens of minutes and finally stopped in front of a rescue home in the Minnan Economic Development Zone. There was no special parking lot nearby, so Chu Luo simply parked the car in a shady area. The Economic Development Zone is located in the suburbs of Minnan City. In the early years, it was not within the administrative planning area of Minnan City. Later, in order to build Minnan City into an economic center in the central and southern regions, the province allocated some land from several nearby counties and cities to Minnan City. However, because these places are too far from the city center, they have not seen much improvement after several years of development and are still as desolate as before. Zhou Meng's eyes swept across the blue and white four-story building in front of him, and finally his gaze fell on the staircases on each floor and the iron fences installed outside each window. He couldn't help but ask Chu Luo, is this really a rescue home? Not some kind of mental hospital or correctional facility. Chu Luo adjusted the camera and took a few photos of the shelter in front of him. It's right here. Look, it's written on the plaque. Zhou Meng followed his gaze and saw that there was indeed a plaque with the words Renji Relief Home written on it next to the iron door at the entrance of the relief home, which was somewhat similar to a prison. Chu Luo walked up and knocked on the door of the security room. He identified himself to the security officer inside and said a few words. The man then cautiously let them in, but would not let them leave the security room. They had to wait for the director to come before they could enter the shelter for an interview. Zhou Meng always felt that the atmosphere here was very strange, but because the security guard was still there, he had to use his mobile phone to send a message to Chu Luo. Meng, didn't Dean Han, who contacted you, explain the situation to you in advance? I always feel that something is strange here. Luo, she only said that most of the patients rescued here were seriously ill and homeless, and she didn't go into detail about other things. Zhou Meng had just received Chu Luo's message when Director Han, wearing a black suit, walked in. She was about 30 years old, very kind, with a faint smile on her face. You are reporters Zhou and Chu from Mixin, right? Director Han smiled and shook hands with them. Hello, my name is Han Chuanxia, and I am the director of Renji Rescue Home. After a brief greeting, Han Chuanxia led them into the shelter. This place indeed did not look like a regular shelter. There were almost no patients in the corridors and backyard, only medical staff rushing back and forth. The doors and glass of the wards were specially reinforced, as if to prevent patients from escaping. Han Chuanxia led the two through the long corridor on the first floor and turned into an office at the back. After inviting them to sit down, he personally poured each of them a cup of tea. Actually, I think you should have guessed that we are not an ordinary rescue home. Seeing that Zhou Meng and the others looked a little strange, Han Chuanxia explained, We only rescue a special type of patients. These measures in the rescue home are installed for their safety. Chu Luo stared at the tea in the cup for a while, took a sip and looked up at Han Chuanxia. Special patients? Yes. Han Chuanxia took out a booklet from the drawer and handed it to Chu Luo. Most of the patients we take in suffer from severe pheromone disorder. Hearing this term, Zhou Meng's hand holding the cup couldn't help but tremble. He asked Han Chuanxia, Director Han, "You mean that this rescue hospital is specially built for patients with pheromone disorder?" "Yes, we have a total of 112 patients in our hospital now, all suffering from severe pheromone disorder." Han Chuanxia stared at Zhou Meng calmly, but his tone was particularly heavy. "Just a week ago, one of our patients died of this disease. This is the 5th patient who has passed away since we founded the hospital." Chu Luo quickly flipped through the list in his hand and handed it to Zhou Meng. This was a list of inpatients, and each page recorded in detail the admission time, identity background, and treatment information of the inpatients. Zhou Meng flipped through the pages one by one. The oldest patient was 57 years old, and the youngest was only 16. Most of them were omegas from poor families. Zhou Meng looked at the pale and thin faces in the photos and felt panic in his heart. Before he could turn to the last page of the list, a beast-like howl broke the deathly silence of the rescue home. "It seems that a patient is sick. Do you want to go and see him?" Han Chuanxia seemed to have long been accustomed to such voices. She stood up leisurely and tentatively asked Zhou Meng and his friends for their opinions. "It's just right. I can also take you to understand the situation in the hospital in detail. Then I'll trouble the dean." Chu Luo took out a recorder and a handheld camera from his bag and was about to catch up with Han Chuanxia. Seeing Zhou Meng still standing there in a daze, he gently touched his arm and asked, "Mengzi?" Zhou Meng suddenly came back to his senses and took a deep breath. "It's okay, let's go." Chu Luo noticed that he didn't look very well, so he leaned forward and asked him in a low voice, "Are you feeling unwell?" Zhou Meng shook his head and said, "A little anemia, nothing serious." Chu Luo took out another candy from his pocket and stuffed it into his hand. "I gave it to you before, but you didn't want it. Eat some." Zhou Meng did not refuse him this time. "Let's deal with the interview first." The two followed Han Chuanxia all the way up to the 3rd floor. As soon as they reached the stairs, they saw several people in white coats walking quickly towards a room with a half-open door. Seeing Han Chuanxia, those people greeted her one after another. The leader introduced her. "She's from room 314. She just moved in last month. She's still in the withdrawal period. Her mental state isn't very good, and she's very aggressive." As soon as the group arrived at the door of the room, they heard louder and louder shouting and crying coming from inside. Zhou Meng looked inside through the gaps between the white coats and saw a young woman in a hospital gown being forcibly pressed on the bed by 2 nurses. She struggled hard, her mouth full of abuse and shouting, "Let me go. You bunch of rascals, let me go. I feel so uncomfortable. I feel so painful. My whole body hurts. Give me medicine." Her voice became particularly hoarse due to long-term shouting, and people could only hear a few intermittent words. Seeing that she still couldn't calm down, the nurse next to her directly found a rope to tie her hands and feet to the bed. She still kept yelling and cursing, but the people around her were already used to it and just stood aside and watched coldly. Seeing the nurses treating the patients so roughly, Chu Luo couldn't help but frown. He looked at Han Chuanxia seriously. "Dean Han, they don't have mental problems. You are doing this. Once you get this disease, it's no different from a mental illness." Han Chuanxia interrupted him. "There is very little information about this disease outside, so you don't understand it. Its situation is much more serious than what the experts on TV say. Not only will the patients have a similar insanity, but they will also have body pain similar to a drug addiction. If we don't do this, they will hurt themselves. There is nothing we can do about it." "Similar to a drug addiction?" Chu Luo quickly grasped the key words in Han Chuanxia's words, and his eyes once again passed over the woman tied to the bed. "So serious? Come with me." Han Chuanxia turned around and led them up one floor. The doors and windows upstairs were not as tightly sealed as those downstairs, but the people trapped inside could not get out. Through the windows reinforced with iron wire, Zhou Meng saw one pale and thin patient after another, like ghosts. Some of them just sat on the bed motionless, while others frantically hit their heads with their hands, muttering something constantly. This is not Hades, but it is no different from Hades. Looking down several floors, they hardly saw a sane patient. All the people locked in the rooms were like puppets without souls, mechanically repeating painful murmurs. After returning to the dean's office, Chu Luo had not yet recovered from the shock and sat in the chair silently thinking about something. Zhou Meng seemed much calmer. He made a brief interview outline in his notebook, trying to clarify all the problems here. In fact, this was not his first time to come into contact with these patients. During the 2 years in the West City district, he had seen many patients diagnosed with pheromone control disorder. Once, he was almost strangled to death by a crazy omega. No one understood better than him the horror of this so-called disease. It was like a ghost crawling out of the abyss, dragging people into Hades without giving them any chance to breathe, leaving them with no hope of reincarnation. But the funny thing is that the people who created this Hades are now sitting on the altar, accepting worship and admiration with peace of mind, while those helpless wails and unforgettable sufferings are compiled by them into article after article praising suffering, becoming a folk remedy written in human blood. The interview lasted until noon. When the two of them walked out of the hospital, the sun was at its highest point of the day. The scorching sun scorched the slightly barren land, so bright that it was hard to open your eyes. Mangzi, I think we shouldn't have come here, and we shouldn't have accepted this interview. After getting in the car, Chu Luo didn't drive immediately. He took out a box of huangalu, lit one for himself, and gave one to Zhou Meng. I have a feeling that this report won't be published. Zhou Meng didn't answer him, but just lowered his head and drew circles on the notebook in his hand. After a moment, he said coldly, according to Dean Han, she wants us to report those deaths so that more people can pay attention to those patients with pheromone disorder and pay attention to this disease. Don't think it's too simple. Yeah. Chu Luo pinched his tightly locked brows. But even if the news is sent out, it will be suppressed. Otherwise, when the disease first appeared a few years ago, the public should have realized the problem. Someone is obviously behind this, isn't it? If I hadn't received her call this time, I probably wouldn't have known that this so-called disorder would be so serious. So, what do you think now? Zhou Meng put out the cigarette that hadn't been smoked yet in the ashtray and stuffed the candy that Chu Luo had given him into his mouth. Are you still going to interview? Chu Luo's slender knuckles danced on the steering wheel. He closed his eyes and leaned back in the seat. After thinking for a while, he asked Zhou Meng, go ahead. Just think of it as doing it for the truth. If you can't report it, then don't report it. It's good for one more person to know the truth. Zhou Meng was slightly stunned. I thought you wouldn't continue. Chu Luo smiled bitterly. If it was the previous unit, I would not continue. But I have saved enough money for retirement now. Even if they want to ban the entire industry in the future, I don't care. At most, I can go back to my hometown to farm. Why didn't I realize that you still had the idea of retiring to the countryside before? Zhou Meng's eyes trembled slightly in the sun, and he circled a name on the notebook with a neutral pin. I remember that your ideal when you were in college was to be on the Spring Festival Gala. Okay, you are teasing me with things from the past. Who doesn't want to eat swan meat when they are young? But in the end, they realize that they are not even a toad. How can there be a toad like you? Don't belittle yourself. Dean Han said that she has already informed the family of this patient in advance, and we can just go directly. Zhou Meng put the notebook away and stuffed it into his bag. After entering the address, he turned on the car radio. There were no interesting programs during the lunch hour, and the radio station was playing hit songs from the 1980s and 1990s. Chu Luo turned the car and drove towards the city, following the rhythm of rock music. Halfway there, Zhou Meng suddenly remembered a key issue, so he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Ji Changfeng. Man, Changfeng, please do me a favor and check the sponsors and background behind the Renji Rescue Home. Ji Changfeng quickly replied to him. Changfeng, I will write back to you in a few days, man. Okay. Looking at the tall buildings gradually receding outside the window, Zhou Meng felt a strange panic in his heart, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He always felt that there was some kind of secret connection between the things that had happened recently, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He could only stay vigilant and rational as much as possible. The patient who died of pheromone control disorder not long ago was namely Yuan, a native of Minnan. He was diagnosed with severe pheromone control disorder in October last year. Because his family was poor and could not afford the expensive medical expenses, his family sent him to Rinji Rescue Home. When he arrived at the shelter, he was already very ill, with persistent pain all over his body, confusion, and impaired vision. Han Xuanxia and her colleagues tried many ways to help him relieve his symptoms, but in the end they were unsuccessful. Li Yuan was unable to escape the pain until the moment his heart stopped beating. His last words before his death were to beg the doctor not to save him and let him die. Chu Luo followed the navigation and drove into the western city area. A few minutes later, they stopped in front of an old residential area. Although it is marked with the name of a residential area, it is actually a community consisting of dozens of self-built houses, many of which are converted from containers. It took Zhomeng some effort to find the house written on the address. It was a small 2-story brick and stone structure built several decades ago, with moss beginning to grow on the shady side of the walls. Li Yuan's family lived at the innermost part of the second floor, perhaps for ventilation, or perhaps because he knew Zhomeng and the others were coming. The door was not closed. Zhomeng knocked on the wooden door a few times, and a middle-aged woman with short hair walked out of the dim room. She looked like Li Yuan's mother. Zhomeng revealed his identity to her. After hurriedly looking at the press card, the woman weakly invited them in. This is a house that is completely in the shade. Although the windows are open, sunlight can only shine in at a few times of the day. There are 2 beds in the room of about 40 square meters. It serves as both a bedroom, kitchen, and living room. The room was filled with a faint musty smell. Li's mother moved 2 plastic stools from under a bed for them to sit on. When Zhomeng's eyes adjusted to the dim light, he found a man lying on the single bed not far from him. That's my husband. He had a car accident a few years ago and can't get out of bed. Li's mother took 2 paper cups and poured a glass of water for each of them. We don't have any tea leaves at home, so you'll have to make do with this. Chu Luo took the cup with both hands and replied softly, "Thank you." Mother Li's expression froze. She sat down opposite them uncomfortably, rubbing her fingers awkwardly. Dean Han told me that you were coming. If you have anything to ask about Xiao Yuan, just ask directly. Zhomeng lowered his eyes, not looking into Mother Li's eyes. After careful consideration, he asked her softly, "Can you first introduce us to the general situation of your family?" Mother Li spoke with a bit of Minnan local accent, but not as hurriedly and forcefully as the local vendors on the roadside. Instead, her voice was soft, and it was difficult to hear what she was saying if you didn't listen carefully. We are an ordinary family. In the early years, before Xiaoyuan's father had the accident, he drove a truck. I worked as a worker in the factory, and we lived well. Later, his father had an accident while working. It cost a lot of money to survive, but he became disabled. At that time, Xiaoyuan was still in high school and was very sensible. In order to reduce the burden on me, he would secretly go out to work after class every time. When Li's mother recalled the past, her eyes became wet and her voice became choked. She kept wiping the tears from her eyes with the sleeves of her shirt. Seeing this, Chu Luo quickly handed her a tissue. She said thank you with tears in her eyes and continued to talk about what happened in her family. Ropes break at the thinnest part, and misfortunes always come to the unfortunate. After Li's father's accident, the Li family lost their pillar and lived in poverty. After the college entrance examination, Li Yuan applied for a free teacher training program at a school in Minnan to save money for his family. He would go out to do odd jobs to earn money to supplement the family expenses for his mother. If he hadn't had this disease, he should have graduated successfully in June and become a teacher in a school. It's a pity that the heavens were ruthless and made him stay at the age of 22 forever. After asking about the basic situation of Li Yuan's family, Zhomeng asked a few more questions about pheromone disorder. Li Yuan was just like all the patients he had met before. He had no idea why he got the disease. There was nothing wrong with their living habits, work and rest, and living environment. They also had no special physical symptoms. For them, the disease was like an unexpected disaster. Zhomeng wrote down some key information and mentioned the rescue home. Strangely, Li's mother was not familiar with the rescue home. She didn't know there was such a place in Minnan before. It was only when she heard a patient's mother mention it in the hospital that she came up with the idea of sending Li Yuan there. He told me at the time that this rescue home was opened by a kind-hearted person. They are very low-key. Only a small number of people with this disease know that they can treat it. Zhou paused his pen when he heard this answer. That strange feeling surged into his heart again, as if a pair of wild beast's eyes were watching his every move in the dark. When they left Li Yuan's house, the sky had gradually darkened. Some burning red clouds floated in the deep blue sky. The night wind was not cool but extremely hot and humid, covering people's exposed skin with a layer of sticky water vapor. Chu Luo picked up 2 bottles of half-frozen Qinggan pu'er tea from the freezer on the street. After scanning the code to pay the bill, he quickly got into the car. I'm so used to living in the capital that I almost forgot that the weather in this place is the most uncomfortable. I really don't know what our ancestors thought of settling here thousands of years ago. Our ancestors had their own considerations. Maybe the climate wasn't so bad at that time. Zhou teased him while replying to messages. He was so engrossed that he didn't even notice the ice water Chu Luo placed next to him. Chu Luo rarely saw him like this, and asked curiously, "Who are you chatting with so engrossed?" Zhou turned off the screen and looked at him calmly. "My lover said he wants to treat you to dinner tonight. Are you going?" "I'll go." "So generous? Just say whether you want to go or not." "The movie king invites me. Of course I have to go. Otherwise it would be disrespectful to him," Chu Luo said excitedly, humming a few popular songs of the moment. "Where are we eating?" "Qingfeng Mingyue Tower." "Okay, I'll drive over right away." Zhou looked at Chu Luo with a smile. "There's one more thing. If Zhang Yuye invites you to dinner, can you write this manuscript today?" "Sure. Wait for me here." Chu Luo glared at him in a complaining manner. "But who told you that your partner has money? So I'll write it." Zhou didn't answer, but leaned back in his seat and rubbed his temples, glancing out the window from time to time. Seeing that he looked unhappy, Chu Luo slowed down the car, turned up the air conditioner, and asked him softly, "Is your old problem coming back again?" Zhou half closed his eyes and answered softly, "Yeah. You've had this problem for several years. Haven't you been to the hospital for a thorough checkup? Don't take painkillers all the time. They only treat the symptoms and not the root cause, and they're not good for your stomach." "I went to the doctor a while ago, and the doctor said it was mainly a pheromone problem. It happens when I get emotional, and there's no good way to treat it." "Alas." Chu Luo sighed softly. "Omegas are like this. They can't escape the torture of pheromones and estrus all their lives. When I was just differentiated, I could take half a board of pills every time I was in estrus, but now I subconsciously feel sick when I see that stuff." Zhou smiled bitterly. "You are better than me. I probably can't live without this thing in my life. Sometimes I want to just endure it, but when it hurts, I want to cut my head off with a knife." "Don't think so." Chu Luo couldn't help but frown. "I still think you should find a big hospital to check it out." Zhou didn't want to continue discussing this matter with him, so he closed his eyes and rested by the car window. The pain from his left brain nerves from time to time made him have no energy to think about what happened today. His thoughts fell into chaos, as if he could no longer find a trace of clarity. Qingfeng Mingyue Tower is the most famous Chu cuisine restaurant in Minot. Many local dignitaries like to eat there. It has also won Michelin stars, but its location is a bit remote. Zhou closed his eyes for a while on the road, and when he opened his eyes again, the sky had completely darkened. The moon was hidden by a cloud, leaving only a hazy halo. He asked Chu Luo, who was parking the car vaguely, "Are we there yet?" "Yeah." Chu Luo pulled out the key swiftly. "Does your head still hurt?" "It's okay. He's in the top floor box. Just go up directly." Chu Luo is from this province, but not from Minot. He had heard of this place's reputation a few years ago, but had never been here. He stared at the gorgeous decorations in the restaurant hall for a long time before coming to his senses. Zhou noticed that he was not in a good state and asked him in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Chu Luo smiled in relief. "I remembered my ex-boyfriend. He took me to a place like this for the first time." "Ex-boyfriend?" Zhou asked subconsciously. "Which one?" Chu Luo pursed his lips helplessly. "We talked in the capital. You don't know him." Zhou felt that there must be something going on when he spoke, and asked curiously, "From the capital? Second generation?" "He's not as rich and famous as your boyfriend, and we've been apart for several years. It's so boring to talk about him." You might as well tell me how you hooked up with a rich guy like Jiang Sanxiao. Zhou Meng spoke vaguely, argued with Chu Luo for a few words, and then pulled him to the box on the top floor. When they entered, Jiang Yuye was standing by the window smoking, and the bitter smell of tobacco mixed with pine wood floated in the room. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Jiang Yuye turned around and looked at them with a smile. Although it was a private party, he was dressed quite formally, with a bow tie and cufflinks, and he also had his hair done, looking like a model who had just walked off an international catwalk. Zhou Meng walked up to him, took the cigar from his hand, put it to his lips and took a few puffs, then laughed and scolded him, "Show off." Jiang Yuye raised the corners of his lips naturally, put his arm around his shoulders, and whispered in his ear, "Your friend is here. I have to give you face." Zhou Meng then realized that Chu Luo was still in the room. He coughed lightly and pushed Jiang Yuye away. "Didn't you say we should eat? Okay, let the waiter serve the food right away." Jiang Yuye's ordering skills are not very good, and he always emphasizes the word expensive. Even if it is an ordinary home-cooked dish, he will spend 4 or 5 figures. Chu Luo stared at the table full of delicacies from land and sea and didn't know how to pick up his chopsticks for a moment. After careful consideration, he picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it in the bowl. This lotus root and pork rib soup, which cost several hundred yuan, was indeed different from the one sold outside. Both the meat quality and the seasoning were first-rate and extremely delicious. Even a picky old eater like him could taste the taste. Chu Luo ate several pieces in a row and was about to try the lobster on the plate next to him. As soon as he picked up the chopsticks, he found that Jiang Yuye, who was sitting opposite him, was staring at him with a smile on his face. He subconsciously felt that this guy had bad intentions and asked calmly, "Jiang, third young master, do you have anything to ask me?" Jiang Yuye had one hand on Zhou Meng's waist. He didn't eat, but only drank. When he heard Chu Luo's question, a smile appeared in his beautiful golden eyes. "Nothing, it's just that I haven't seen anyone with such a good appetite like reporter Chu for a long time." Chu Luo heard the sarcasm in his tone, and silently cursed Jiang Yuye in his heart, then winked at Zhou Meng, who was sitting next to Jiang Yuye, and asked him to take care of it. Zhou Meng lowered his head to drink soup, pretending not to see it, and picked up a piece of shrimp for Jiang Yuye with his chopsticks. "Don't just drink, eat something." "Okay." Jiang Yuye looked at Zhou Meng sweetly, and did not forget to raise an eyebrow at Chu Luo. Chu Luo gave him a fierce look, buried his head in his food, and no longer paid attention to the couple in front of him who were showing off their affection. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Yuye suddenly asked about their interview today. Seeing that Zhou Meng didn't seem to want to talk about it, Chu Luo made up a few words to fool Jiang Yuye. But Jiang Yuye was so smart that he got Chu Luo's general idea in just a few words. Chu Luo felt a little nervous, so he made an excuse that he wanted to go to the bathroom and ran out of the room like a rabbit. He thought he would just go to the bathroom to smoke a cigarette and then slip away and never eat with Jiang Yuye again next time. The public toilet in this high-end restaurant is also decorated in a very luxurious way. The tiles on the wall look unusual. Chu Luo stood at the door and found a relatively secluded corner. Just as he took out his cigarette, he heard someone calling him at the door. "Reporter Chu." He was a little stunned. Seeing that the man was just standing at the door and had no intention of coming in, he simply did not respond and pretended not to be inside. "I know you are in there. There is no need to hide." Hearing the other party's confident tone, Chu Luo suddenly became angry. He lit a cigarette and held it between his fingertips. He walked out briskly and sneered at the person at the door. "Why, third young master Jiang has taken a fancy to me and wants to take me away by force?" Jiang Yuye met Chu Luo's gaze calmly. The deceptive smile on his face was gone. Instead, he looked extremely aggressive and cold. "Reporter Chu is really a joker." Chu Luo looked normal. "If that's not the case, then why did you follow me here?" Jiang Yuye didn't answer directly, but brought up another matter. "I asked someone to check you yesterday. No one at Capital TV made things difficult for you. They were even prepared to promote you, but you didn't accept it. Instead, you resigned and went to Mixin." Chu Luo paused for a moment while holding the cigarette. "So what? What does this have to do with you, third young master Jiang?" "It has nothing to do with me." Jiang Yuye played with the pure gold lighter in his hand. The click, Click sound revealed dangerous information. I just don't like people like you around him. Ha ha ha. Chu Luo leaned against the smooth tile wall and shrugged as if he heard a joke. Someone like me? Zhang Yuya. I think I am much cleaner than people like you. What a mess you are. Do you really think no one knows? Really? Zhang Yuya whistled softly, and orange-red flames danced in those beautiful golden eyes. It's two different things for the living to know and the dead to know. Chu Luo was previously a reporter for the entertainment section of Capital Television, but his ability in news reporting was no worse than those who specialized in reporting. He was a typical doer and was extremely efficient at work. He sent the complete report to Zhou Meng as soon as he got to work the next day. Zhou Meng opened the document, modified it carefully, and then sent it to Director Sun and the editorial department for review. It was not until the end of the afternoon that the editorial department replied saying that the report could be published. The house that Chu Luo rented was not far from the company and was on Zhou Meng's way, so he said he would give Zhou Meng a ride after work. As a result, as soon as Zhou Meng walked out of the company gate, he saw Liu waiting for him at the door in the same eye-catching luxury car as before. Zhou Meng hadn't seen Liu much since he came back from Qingzhou. Zhang Yuye usually picked him up and dropped him off at work. When he asked about it, he found out that Liu had gone back to his hometown to visit relatives some time ago and had only returned to Minnan yesterday. Zhou Meng didn't want to ask too much about other people's family affairs, so he sat in the back seat with his phone in his arms, staring blankly. Today is a rainy day. Just in the afternoon, a thick layer of dark clouds gathered on the horizon. Looking out of the car window, the ink-colored clouds almost occupied the entire sky. The hot and humid water vapor made the world blurry, and people could only see the general outlines of some buildings. After Zhou Meng entered the house, the raindrops that had been accumulating for a long time began to fall. Zhang Yuya was not in the living room, and the balcony door was not closed. Zhou Meng called his name softly, but got no response. He had to close the balcony door first, and then go to the bedroom to find Zhang Yuya. It wasn't raining heavily outside, but the house was so quiet that the sound of rain seemed particularly prominent. Zhou Meng closed all the open doors and windows, walked quietly to the bedroom, and smelled an especially strong smell of liquor before he even opened the door. His hand that was pushing the door was slightly stunned. After a few seconds of pause, he realized that Zhang Yuye's susceptible period seemed to be today. Just like the estrus period of Omega, Alpha also has a susceptible period, during which they will find it difficult to control their pheromones, lack a sense of security, and are very eager to be comforted by the pheromones of Omega. Especially alphas with fixed partners, and those who have been marked will feel extremely uncomfortable during the susceptible period, but the susceptible period cycles and symptoms of alphas with different physiques are also different. Zhang Yuye's susceptible period is relatively long, and he only encounters it once every 3 months or so. However, his symptoms are much more serious than those of ordinary alphas. He can hardly go out, and he will go crazy if he comes into contact with the pheromones of other alphas. The first time Zhou Meng encountered Zhang Yuye's susceptible period, he was unable to get out of bed for several days. The next 2 times, this rascal was much gentler, but it still made him feel very uncomfortable. Recalling those bloody lessons, Zhou Meng wanted to run away, but after a psychological struggle, he decided to be a hero and save the little princess with golden pupils from the water and fire. After a creak, the bedroom door was pushed open, and the strong alpha pheromone was like an uncontrolled tide, drowning Zhou Meng in an instant. He was a little dizzy from the smell of strong liquor, and his face flushed unconsciously. After leaning against the door frame to calm himself down, Zhou Meng's sight fell on the big bed in the middle of the bedroom. Strangely, he did not see Zhang Yuye on it, only a pile of clothes piled together. Zhou Meng quickly realized what had happened in the room. He smiled and walked to the bedside to pull out the clothes he hadn't had time to wash. Just as he pulled out 2 t-shirts, he heard a light gasp from under his clothes. Yu Yi? Zhou Meng called Zhang Yuye's name softly, then took the clothes away from Zhang Yuye's arms, revealing his already red face. Amon. Zhang Yuye slowly came back to his senses after hearing his voice. He reached out and grabbed the corner of Zhou Meng's clothes, staring at him blankly. Although his vision became blurred due to his susceptible period, he was still able to confirm that the person next to him was Zhou Meng. and he couldn't help rubbing his head against Zhou Meng's wrist. This was the first time Zhou Meng saw Jiang Yuye in such a state. He didn't look crazy like before, but more like some kind of cat in heat. He extended his hand and placed it on Jiang Yuye's hot forehead, and the moment he lowered his head, he met those familiar golden eyes. Zhou Meng was stared at so hard that he forgot for a moment how to deal with the situation. It was not until Jiang Yuye hooked his neck and bit his lips that he gradually reacted. A series of deep kisses made Zhou Meng a little overwhelmed, but he did not lose his clarity. He used up some strength to push the person who was clinging to him back to the bed, then pressed his index finger against Jiang Yuye's lips. Yuye, you can't do it now. You are so susceptible to the disease that you need to take inhibitors first. Jiang Yuye had lost his ability to discern at this moment and did not quite understand the meaning of his words. He subconsciously thought that Zhou Meng did not want to do it with him. The tears that had been accumulating in his eyes quickly slid down the corners of his eyes, and he looked extremely aggrieved. Zhou Meng had never seen such a scene before. He put his hand on Jiang Yuye's forehead again and whispered, "Your fever is not too severe and it has burned your brain." "I don't have it." Jiang Yuye sat on the bed and stared at him, breathing heavily and rapidly. "It's all because of you." Zhou Meng didn't understand what he meant. "Because of me?" Jiang Yuye couldn't stand it anymore, so he suddenly brought Zhou Meng to the bed, pressed him under him, and then pulled off the clothes that were in the way. Jiang Yuye stared at Zhou Meng with red eyes, grabbing his hand and asking fiercely, "Why did you reject me just now?" Zhou Meng gradually released his pheromones to help Jiang Yuye control the susceptible period. He kissed Jiang Yuye's forehead calmly. "I don't want to reject you. I just want to inject the inhibitor first. You will feel much more comfortable." "I don't need that kind of thing." Jiang Yuye shook his head. "I only want you. I want your pheromones." When Jiang Yuye calmed down a little, Zhou Meng exerted his strength, turned over, and knelt beside Jiang Yuye. His clothes had been torn to shreds, with only some rags hanging on his shoulders, but his face remained calm, and he could even joke with Jiang Yuye. "Amon." Jiang Yuye's voice seemed to be stained with an indelible desire, and he couldn't stop trembling hoarsely. "Don't bully me." Zhou Meng's heart trembled suddenly. He held Jiang Yuye's cheek and kissed him. Then he took out a tie and tied Jiang Yuye's hands to the head of the bed. "I won't bully you, but Yuye, you have to be patient first." The cold inhibitor quickly restored some sanity to the ALFA, who was in a crazy passion. Zhou Meng untied the tie that bound Jiang Yuye's hands, and in a moment he was pressed fiercely into his arms. Jiang Yuye played with him vigorously and asked in a hoarse voice, "Is it okay now?" "Yes, but you have to be gentle." Jiang Yuye is usually a man of his words, but he is a complete scoundrel in bed and will not stop until he makes people cry. When he was about to be released, Zhou Meng lay on the bed in a daze, listening to the sound of rain outside and breathing softly. He weakly reached out his hand to hold Jiang Yuye's head buried in his chest. "Yuye." Jiang Yuye raised his head and met his gaze. It was still the same pair of beautiful golden eyes, but now they were filled with strong aggression. "You said before because of me. What did you mean because of me?" Zhou Meng was almost drowned in this deep desire, and even his words had a seductive ending. Jiang Yuye did not answer his question quickly, but just forced him to speak for him to hear. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and the room was getting hotter and hotter. The moisture made both of them wet. The smell of liquor and lemongrass mixed together, like some kind of unique smell of fine wine. Just before falling into the abyss, Zhou Meng heard Jiang Yuye say, "You know the answer, why bother with this?" Zhou Meng closed his eyes contentedly, and a tear rolled down from the corner of his eye. He thought he did know the answer. He just wanted to hear Jiang Yuye say it. Jiang Yuye's susceptibility period came very violently this time, and the two of them kept going on until the afternoon of the next day before they calmed down a little. Because Jiang Yuye's pheromones were so overbearing, Zhou Meng felt like he had already drowned in a pool of wine. He had been communicating with Jiang Yuye with his soul for the past 2 days. After Jiang Yuye's most intense wave of passion passed, Zhou Meng realized that he had not eaten since he got home last night. He only drank some water on the way, and his stomach was already rumbling. Taking advantage of Jiang Yuye's half-sleep, Zhou Meng picked up a shirt that had fallen on the ground and put it on hastily, then carefully opened the door and went to the kitchen to find something to eat. He rummaged through the refrigerator and found a bottle of yogurt to drink. He supported his weak body and cursed Zhang Yuye for not understanding life and not knowing how to refill the refrigerator in time. He supported himself on the black marble counter with one hand and drank yogurt to satisfy his hunger. Zhou Meng had just finished drinking half of his drink when a pair of hands suddenly wrapped around his waist and a hot body suddenly approached from behind. He knew who it was without thinking. He turned around and slapped Zhang Yuye on the shoulder, saying speechlessly, "You've been doing this for so long. Aren't you hungry at all?" Zhang Yuye's eyes were still red. He didn't answer, but leaned over to kiss Zhou Meng. Zhou Meng turned his face away and stuffed the remaining yogurt into his arms. "Drink some first. Don't let a stupid ace like you starve to death in bed." "I won't starve to death." Zhang Yuye laughed hoarsely. "It's nothing to me." Zhou Meng rolled his eyes at him. "You won't starve to death, but I will. If you don't want to drink it, give it back to me. I'll drink it, but—" Zhang Yuye quickly glanced at the bottle in his hand, then stared at the person in front of him, with a beautiful and dangerous smile in his golden eyes. "Okay, I'm on. I want to drink it in a different way." Zhou Meng was startled and was about to run away when he was pressed against the dark black counter. The only shirt that could cover his body was also torn off halfway. The cold marble made him tremble. He wanted to raise his legs to kick Zhang Yuye, but he couldn't use any strength. His whole body was completely pressed on the table by Zhang Yuye. "Don't run." Zhang Yuye's pheromones full of dangerous smell surged up, and he reached out to hold Zhou Meng's chin. "Didn't you say you wanted to drink yogurt?" The cold and sticky liquid flowed down along Zhou Meng's collarbone. Zhang Yuye obscenely cleaned them for him slowly. Zhou Meng wanted to scold him, but the words turned into inverted gasps and extremely ambiguous mumblings when they came to his lips. After Zhang Yuye ate the food, he had no intention of letting him go. He forced him into the kitchen and had adult love with him again. Although Zhou Meng often cursed Zhang Yuye behind his back as a fool who didn't know how to control himself, he never complained about other aspects in bed. When they were still friends in the early years, Zhang Yuye was very good at adult love and could make him feel very comfortable every time. This was also one of the main reasons why he didn't reject going to bed with Zhang Yuye before. Food, adult love, and love are the greatest desires of human beings. That kind of bone-piercing pleasure is something that other senses cannot give, and it is something deeply rooted in the genes. The sunlight outside the window moved downwards little by little, casting a thick shadow under the two overlapping bodies. Zhang Yuye gently carried the person who fainted in his arms to the bedroom. The pheromone confusion caused by the susceptible period kept Zhang Yuye's nerves in a state of tension. Due to his special physique, even the use of inhibitors could not completely relieve the tension. He could only feel comfortable when having adult love with an Omega. After making sure that Zhou Meng would not wake up in the short term, Zhang Yuye changed into his pajamas, picked up the mobile phone on the bedside table, and called Wei He, and also asked Liu not to forget to deliver the meal. The slowly setting sun outside the window set a crimson flame on his body. He reached out and touched Zhou Meng's cheek, and asked him in an almost inaudible voice, "Why didn't you mark me yesterday? It was such a good opportunity." Zhou Meng was in a daze in his sleep. He unconsciously turned over and lay on his side with the quilt in his arms, revealing large and small crimson marks on his back, especially on his waist, where there were faintly visible blue and red fingerprints. Zhang Yuye's skills were impeccable, but he had some annoying little habits in bed. He liked Zhou Meng's waist very much, and every time he did it, he would pinch it hard and rub it gently, then bite his neck and collarbone, listening to his uncontrollable gasps and moans. In Zhang Yuye's cognition, this is a process of pure enjoyment and punishment. The constantly surging desire tortures his nerves all the time, making him fall into the wave of infinite joy and constantly reminding him that this was a trap full of conspiracy from the beginning. Both he and Zhou Meng are just prey trapped in it. No matter he or Zhou Meng, they are just puppets being manipulated in this so-called fake game of mutual consent. He can't tell what kind of feelings he has towards Zhou Meng now. Is it disgust or simple exploitation? Is it love or ignorant admiration? He really couldn't explain it. He just felt a little sad in his heart. He thought if there weren't so many secret entanglements between them in the beginning, it would have been fine. Even if it was just a simple friends with benefits relationship, but the purest thing had long since disappeared in the repeated deceptions of each other. Jiang Yuye knew that Zhou Mang just wanted to use him at the beginning. He hated Zhou Mang's cautious probing. But wasn't he the same? In the strange relationship where lies and love are intertwined, Jiang Yuye has long lost track of where his true heart lies. He has been trapped in a cage made of gold all his life, with nothing but hatred. He doesn't even know where his pitiful sincerity has been thrown into some dusty corner. It seems that only by indulging in desire can he find a little of his pitiful self. Jiang Yuye turned and walked to the window. The golden-red sunset seemed almost within reach from this height. The crimson clouds burned in his pale golden eyes. His gaze spanned most of the city and fell on a magnificent corner. There was a pile of wealth that countless people could not obtain in their entire lives. It was something he was born with, but it was also a cage that prevented him from passing away and drove him gradually crazy. He knew that no one in this world could save him, not even gods and Buddhas, so he would drag all the sinners into Hades and let the raging fire burn away the ugliness and filthiness here. It was already midnight when Zhou Mang woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Yuye sitting at the head of the bed looking at his mobile phone, probably dealing with work matters. The screen light was dimmed, making Jiang Yuye's face look pale. When he found Zhou Mang awake, he turned off his phone and handed Zhou Mang the clean pajamas he had placed on the bedside. "I took you to take a bath earlier. Are you still hungry? There's porridge warming up in the kitchen. You're finally awake?" Zhou Mang frowned and glared at him. "I thought you were going to starve me to death?" Jiang Yuye knew that he had gone too far this time, and he smiled and reached out to touch Zhou Mang's hair. "How could that be? You are my dear." Zhou Mang interrupted him quickly. "You are so disgusting." Jiang Yuye raised his eyebrows. "Do you want to hear something more disgusting?" Zhou Mang chuckled, hastily put on his pajamas, left Jiang Yuye behind and walked towards the kitchen. "Go and be sick by yourself." Jiang Yuye laughed out loud, and after he left, he tore off the messy sheets and quilts and threw them into the washing machine, then replaced them with a set of clean bedding. Because Zhou Mang didn't like having other people at home, and the house that Jiang He remembered was not that big, Jiang Yuye didn't hire a live-in nanny. He just asked someone to clean the house regularly every week, and occasionally did the housework himself. By the time he had cleaned up the mess in the bedroom, Zhou Mang had just finished his meal and was curled up on the sofa in the living room, checking messages on his phone. He had been rolling around in bed with Jiang Yuye these past 2 days and hadn't had time to ask for leave from Director Sunday. As soon as he opened his phone, dozens of unread messages popped out one after another. Zhou Mang subconsciously rubbed his temples, picked out the important ones, and replied to them before he noticed Ji Chongfeng's message. "Chongfeng, the matter of the orphanage has been resolved. If you are free, can we have a meal together?" Zhou Mang went over some recent work arrangements in his mind and asked Ji Chongfeng to meet on Friday. As soon as the message was sent, Jiang Yuye sat next to him and rested his head on his shoulder. Zhou Mang pushed his head down from his shoulder. "What?" Jiang Yuye narrowed his eyes. "Nothing. I just want to see which wild man is cheating on my baby so late at night." Zhou Mang rolled his eyes at him. "What nonsense are you talking about? I just replied to a message from my boss, and you're already jealous. Did you grow up in a jealous jar? I'm concerned about you," Jiang Yuye explained, "so that you won't be fooled by those poisonous wildflowers outside." Zhou Mang couldn't help but twitch his lips. "I think you are the poisonous one." Jiang Yuye replied calmly, "If I were really poisonous, I would definitely drug you every day, so that you could only look at me at home and no one else could look at me. Pervert." Zhou Mang cursed Jiang Yuye, but his body fell naturally on Jiang Yuye's legs. He opened Chu Luo's dialogue box and saw several screenshots of comments about the report on Renji Rescue Home. He took a quick look and found the content was about what he expected, with insults and ridicule as well as sympathy and pity, but not many people really paid attention to this disease. However, the fact that the report could be published without being restricted was an unexpected surprise to them, and there was no point in expecting anything else. Zhou Mang closed WeChat and took a look at several mainstream social platforms. After replying to Chu Luo and comforting him not to pay too much attention to the comments, he threw his phone directly on the coffee table beside him. Jiang Yuye reached out and pressed his temple. "Are you worried about work?" Zhou Mang stared at his golden eyes for a long time. "Well, It was about a manuscript I wrote with Chu Luo a few days ago. The response was not very good. The one about Renji Rescue Home? Zhou Meng looked at Zhang Yuye in surprise. How did you know? Zhang Yuye ruffled his hair and smiled. I have always been following your news account, but I don't think you need to be angry about this kind of thing. After all, the report has been sent out, and your mission is accomplished. How other people view this matter is their own business, and it has nothing to do with you as a reporter. I know. I just think it's a pity. What a pity. Well, I understand how you feel, but I have been in this industry for a long time, and I always feel that this era is not good at all. We are exposed to all kinds of information every day, so close to everyone's life and everything, but so far from the truth. Zhang Yuye asked him, is it important to know the truth? It is very important to me. Zhang Yuye lowered his eyes. What's important is not the truth, but what everyone wants to see or the desire hidden in their hearts. Zhou Meng chuckled. Yuye, sometimes I really feel that you are more suitable to be a reporter than me. Although you usually look silly, your mind is indeed more meticulous than mine. Zhang Yuye pinched his cheek. Are you praising me or insulting me? Zhou Meng answered vaguely. Of course I am praising you. I just feel that I am still too emotional and always fail to see the truth. You are very good, Amon. Zhang Yuye looked at him gently. No one can always stay rational. Sometimes it is good to be a little emotional. If you calculate the gains and losses of everything, then life will be too tiring. What about you? Zhang Yuye's expression froze, and a faint light flashed in his golden eyes. He didn't know how to answer this question, nor could he say whether he was tired of living like this. He seemed to have long been accustomed to the torment and pain day after day, so much so that he almost forgot the most primitive emotions. If you are very tired, I can barely lend you my shoulder to lean on. Zhou Meng didn't know what he was thinking, and suddenly sat up with a smile, but you can only lean on it for a while. If you lean on it too much, my shoulder will be sore. Amon, you are really... Zhang Yuye's ears felt hot unconsciously. After hesitating for a moment, he leaned on Zhou Meng's shoulder. The smell of lemongrass was very pleasant. The moment he closed his eyes, he seemed to hear Zhou Meng's heartbeat, or maybe his own heartbeat. Thousands of thoughts were intertwined in his mind. He thought that in some ways, he and Zhou Meng did have some similarities, paranoid, crazy, and vindictive, but Zhou Meng was much luckier than him. No matter how things developed, Zhou Meng could always face himself frankly, but he couldn't. He carries too many sins, and there are always evil spirits tearing at his soul and flesh in his dreams. No one knows that the rich young master standing under the spotlight and being so arrogant often releases pain through self-abuse, but he cannot leave any marks on his body, so suffocation becomes a good choice. Whenever he woke up in the middle of the night, he would bury himself in the cold water. The intense burning sensation in his lungs and throat would give him a brief sense of relief. He also thought about just abandoning everything and leaving, but the hatred that was deep in his bones did not allow him to do so. He had to stay calm at all times in order to face the question soberly to live or to die. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Meng punched in on time and walked towards the office of the dep department. When he entered, Chu Luo was sitting in the swivel chair drinking iced American coffee, and he also considerately placed a cup on his workstation. Zhou Meng said thank you to Chu Luo in a languid manner, and after putting his things away, he collapsed on his office chair. He had slept too much the past 2 days, which led to insomnia last night. He didn't fall asleep until 4 in the middle of the night, and had to get up early to go to work in the morning. He was so sleepy. What's wrong with you? Zhou Meng finally realized who Chu Luo was talking about, and smiled helplessly. Is it possible? Even if I have the ability, I don't have the energy. That means you are still too weak. Chu Luo smiled and patted Zhou Meng's shoulder. Speaking of which, what about your boyfriend in college? Have you not been in touch since the breakup? Zhou Meng lay on the table and answered in a muffled voice. There is contact, but it is impossible for us to be together. Why do you suddenly ask this? Nothing. I just think he is more suitable for you than Jiang. Jiang. There were many people who liked him when you were in college. If he hadn't loved you so deeply, I guess he would have started a harem. Zhou Meng chuckled. What's the point of being suitable or not? If you're not destined to be together, it doesn't matter how suitable you are. Chu Luo's expression froze for a few seconds before returning to normal. Don't be so pessimistic. Maybe there will be a chance in the future. Luo, why do I feel that you? Zhou interrupted him. Don't like him very much. Who do you dislike, Mr. Jiang? Chu Luo's face was a little stiff with a smile. Isn't it normal not to like him? He is not a popular person. You were right. He is really annoying sometimes. Zhou propped up his head and turned on the computer in front of him. Let's not talk about him. Let's hurry up and work. Otherwise, I won't be in the mood to work later. Are there any good topics these days? Chu Luo took out a folder from his desk with a complicated look and handed it to Zhou. Basically, all the ones of some value are here. You don't have to worry about the one on the top. Teacher Ding and Xiao Qian will take care of it. See if you are interested in the ones below. The first few topics were about food hygiene and illegal beauty salons. Zhou had no interest in them and simply glanced at them before turning the pages. When he got to the last page, he saw a familiar name, Mintai Pharmaceutical Factory. Luo, what is the situation of this last Mintai Pharmaceutical Factory? Do you have any detailed information? Chu Luo took out his phone and sent a recording file to Zhou. Xiao Qian received a report call the day before yesterday, saying that an employee of Mintai Pharmaceutical Factory died due to work, but their boss was unwilling to pay compensation and even had the security guards beat up the employee's family in public. I guess it was a labor dispute. Zhou took out his headphones and listened to the recording. A few minutes later, he asked Chu Luo seriously, apart from this matter, is there anything else? Chu Luo thought for a moment and shook his head. No. You mean the drug monopoly between Yaoi and Putai? Wasn't that news 2 months ago? Mintai is a pharmaceutical factory under Putai and has little to do with this matter, right? No. Zhou frowned. I just want to see if there are any other news points that can be dug up. There are none at the moment. If you're interested, we can check it out. Chu Luo frowned with him. Speaking of which, Dean Han called me yesterday. Huh. She said she was very grateful to us, and someone has already called her to consult about this disease. But she feels that the current efforts are not enough, and she will contact other media to report on the rescue home later. Zhou smiled calmly. This is not bad. Chu Luo smiled bitterly and handed the phone to Zhou. I don't feel well. On the screen was a video news released by a well-known media last night, revealing the daily life of patients with pheromone disorder. The patients in the video had warm and sunny smiles on their faces. They sat in a bright and tidy room and talked about how they fought against the disease and recovered in just a few months. When they talked about the sensational parts, even the reporter shed a lot of tears. Manzi, don't you think the timing of their release of this news is a coincidence? And it became popular almost as soon as it was released. It's hard not to suspect that this was planned. Zhou already had the answer in his mind. The current public opinion should be very unfavorable to Dean Han and his team, right? Well, the article we published before was already very controversial, and now we have this one. It is difficult for public opinion to be on our side. After all, only a few omegas will get this disease. Most people are paying attention to this matter with a mentality of watching the fun, and few people will think about the truth of the content. After a few months, not many people will remember this matter. Zhou reached out and patted Chu Luo's shoulder. Don't worry, justice is in the hearts of the people. There is a saying that goes, justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Chu Luo sat back in his seat and asked him coldly, can justice delayed be considered justice? Zhou didn't know how to answer this question. He just stared at the words Mintai Pharmaceutical Factory on the printed paper. He first came into contact with this pharmaceutical factory 3 years ago. It was around the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the moon was very round. He had just flown from Minnan to the northwest to stay there for a while to use his annual leave. Not long after landing, Zhou received a call from Qin Wan, who said that he was handling a very difficult case and might not be able to contact Zhou for a while. So he asked Zhou to pay attention to safety. Because Qin Wan often went to some less formal places as an undercover when he was doing secret investigations before, Zhou thought it was the same this time. So he reminded him to pay attention to safety and didn't pay attention to this matter. As a result, before he finished his vacation, Qin Wan had a car accident and he was expelled from Mixin. Zhou realized that Qin Wan's accident was not simple. Before leaving Mixin, he checked Qin Wan's computer, but everything in it had been deleted manually. Fortunately, he found the notebook that Qin Wan carried with him and learned the truth about Qin Wan's accident and a terrible and crazy secret about the Jiang family. On Friday, Zhou left the company at the time when he got off work and rushed to the place where he had an appointment with Ji Changfeng to have dinner. Since the last time they talked it out, their contacts have gradually become less frequent. On the one hand, they are too busy with work, and on the other hand, Zhou really doesn't want Ji Changfeng to be too involved in this matter. But when he encounters a problem that he can't solve, Ji Changfeng is the only person he can trust. They met at a Sichuan restaurant they often went to during college, near the university town. The restaurant was not big, but the food was quite delicious. When Zhou arrived, Ji Changfeng was sitting in a corner of the restaurant drinking iced sour plum soup. The environment of this store is not very good. The simple wooden tables are shorter than those in ordinary restaurants. The walls are covered with a layer of grease that is difficult to remove. The squeaking fan is also covered with grease. The whole room is filled with the smell of oil smoke and chili peppers. The lights are dim, and the shadows of flying insects pass by from time to time. Ji Changfeng also rushed over from the company. He had not had time to change his clothes. His beautiful sapphire cufflinks sparkled brightly under the dim light, making him look out of place here. Zhou walked past the noisy diners, put the bag in his hand aside, and sat across from Ji Changfeng casually, just like he did many years ago. Have you ordered? Ji Changfeng stared at Zhou for a while, then handed him the menu. Not yet, just order what you want to eat. Zhou took the menu, ordered a spicy chicken, and then handed it back to Ji Changfeng. I don't have much appetite, you order it. Ji Changfeng smiled and poured him a glass of iced sour plum soup. Then let's have hot pot. I remember you like this hot pot the most. Zhou propped up his head and looked at him in disbelief. You're wearing a suit and eating hot pot? It smells really bad. Since we're already here, we'll just have to bear the smell. Ji Changfeng answered nonchalantly, the most important thing when we go out to eat is to have fun. Zhou nodded with a smile, took out 2 bottles of beer from the refrigerator and placed them on the table. How have you been recently? Yu didn't cause you any trouble, did he? Hearing this title, Ji Changfeng's expression froze a little, and the action of opening the wine seemed stiff. That's not the case, but I have encountered another trouble that is giving me a headache. Huh, because of Xiaolon. Ah, what happened to him? Ji Changfeng smiled bitterly. Although it's strange, he is my fiancé now. Ah. Zhou was so shocked by Ji Changfeng's words that he was speechless. After a long while, he asked, Fiancé? Ji Changfeng frowned slightly. Yes, I just found out about it not long ago. Some elders in our family approached him, but I don't know why he didn't refuse. Recalling the look in Xiaolan's eyes when he was at Xiao's house that day, Zhou couldn't help but chuckle and said teasingly, Changfeng, I feel like he might really like you. Ji Changfeng's eyes wandered. Haha, stop teasing me. How could he possibly like me? So what are you going to do now? Can you cancel this engagement? Ji Changfeng didn't answer, but changed the subject. This isn't that important. By the way, how is your relationship with Jiang San going? Thinking of Jiang Yuya, Zhou eyes drooped, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Very good. Seeing Zhou like this, Ji Changfeng's originally prepared words were stuck on his lips. Just then, the store owner came to serve the dishes. He stood up and said thank you. After the pot boiled, he rolled up his shirt sleeves to his forearms and smiled calmly. Amon, there is something I don't know if I should tell you. Zhou picked up a plate of beef and poured it into the pot. Tell me, you look cold on the outside, but your heart is not hard at all. I'm not saying that this is bad. I just think that sometimes people with too soft hearts are easily deceived. Zhou pulled the corners of his mouth calmly, staring at the red pot full of chili in front of him. I know Changfeng. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Has the matter I told you before come to fruition? Talking about business, Ji Changfeng's expression suddenly became serious. I checked. Rinji Relief Home was opened 5 years ago. The director Han Chuanxia used to work in a nursing center in Haicheng. Later, he resigned and returned to Minnan to open this relief home. However, they are not profitable at all and have always relied on sponsors to maintain operations. Who is this sponsor? I don't know. Ji Changfeng answered straightforwardly. This sponsor has always been very mysterious and has never shown up, but I think he should be a well-known wealthy businessman in Minnan. After all, The annual expenditure of this relief home is a huge sum of money. After hearing Ji Changfeng's words, the strange thoughts from before surged into Zhou Meng's mind again, like a ball of messy threads tangled together. But the reason I called you out this time is actually because I have something else to tell you. Ji Changfeng took out a folder from his bag and handed it to Zhou Meng. Do you still remember Su Sheng? Your roommate when you were in the police academy? Yes. Ji Changfeng lowered his voice and said seriously, he is working in the system now. When we met that day, we happened to talk about your colleague who fell from the building. Su Sheng said that he went to the police station to report the case several times just 2 months before he fell from the building. When Zhou Meng heard Ji Changfeng mention Chen Xianhe, his heart jumped to his throat. You mean Chen Xianhe reported the case before? Yes, but it has nothing to do with the Beihai University incident. He reported the case for theft and stalking. Here is the record he made at the police station at the time. Although the police determined that these things had no direct relationship with his fall from the building, I still feel it is necessary to tell you. Zhou Meng was unable to react to what Ji Changfeng said next for a moment. The noisy buzzing sound rang in his ears again, making him dizzy. He opened the file bag, which contained a stack of printed transcripts and photos, which recorded what happened to Chen Xianhe 2 months before his suicide. Chen Xianhe described that during that time, it seemed that someone was following him. Whether he was at work or at home, he always felt that someone was watching him from behind. At first, he thought it was just an illusion caused by too much pressure. Until one day when he got home from work and found that his house had been moved, he realized that it was not an illusion, but someone was indeed following him. But what was strange was that the person who entered Chen Xianhe's house turned the room upside down but did not take anything away. It seemed that he was not there to steal anything but to look for something. Hearing this, the police officer curiously asked Chen Xianhe, do you know what this person is looking for? Chen Xianhe replied, I don't know, but I have a feeling they will come to me again next time, unless they get what they want. Until the end of the interview, Chen Xianhe did not tell the police what was hidden in his home that would make someone go to so much trouble to steal. The thief was never caught, and the case was left unresolved. It was not until 2 months later when Chen Xianhe jumped from a tall building that the incident was remembered again. Zhou Meng tightly grasped the thin sheets of paper in his hand, as if they were a life-saving straw. The buzzing sound in his ears became louder and louder, and his breathing became rapid. Amon, are you okay? Seeing that he was in a bad state, Ji Changfeng was about to stand up to help him, but Zhou Meng rushed out of the hotel with the stack of transcripts before him. The memories that were shrouded in dark clouds suddenly became clear at this moment. Zhou Meng recalled the last words Chen Xianhe said to him on the rooftop that day, the words he had never figured out. Before saying goodbye, he said White Jade Guanin. The road from the hotel to Jianghao Impression was quite far. Zhou Meng staggered across the street before he remembered that he should take a taxi. He hurriedly raised his hand to stop a taxi and carefully put the printed papers into his bag. An extremely strange emotion lingered in his heart, making it impossible for him to calm down and think about the problem seriously. All he cared about now was the white jade guanyin statue that Chen Xianhe gave him. The yellow-painted taxi swiftly passed through the crowded traffic and stopped at the gate of the gorgeous community under the cool moonlight. Zhou Meng ignored the ringing of his cell phone, opened the door and ran straight to the bedroom without even changing his shoes, and took out the wooden box that Chen Xianhe had given him from the drawer under the bedside table. He opened the box carefully, and the guanyin pendant was glowing faintly under the bedroom light. Zhou Meng picked up the pendant, and the carefully carved bodhisattva was looking down at him. Zhou Meng felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, and suddenly he had the illusion that Chen Xianhe was looking at him from somewhere. He examined the pendant in his hand and did not find anything wrong. After confirming that there was no problem with the pendant, he put it aside and peeled off the red brocade in the box. A dark black SD card wrapped in a thin piece of letter paper was lying quietly at the junction of the brocade and the wooden box. Zhou Meng's heart almost jumped out of his chest at this point. He took the SD card out, carefully put the brocade and pendant back, stuffed the box back into the drawer, then opened the paper, and the familiar handwriting came into view. Amon, when you saw this letter, I should have left mine in and gone to other places. I know it is ridiculous to say goodbye to you in this way that you probably won't notice, but please forgive my cowardice and selfishness. This is the best way I can think of. Although I don't want to admit it, I am indeed a selfish and cowardly person. I have always been afraid of something, which was once called an ideal. I don't know why I have such an idea, but the more suffering I encounter in this world, the more afraid I am. I used to look at our job with a compassionate attitude, believing that the world would always need us. It was not until recent years that I realized that the role of the so-called spokesperson for the grassroots was nothing but my wishful thinking. The work I do, whether it is interviewing or reporting, cannot change anyone's so-called destiny. In the face of the times and power, we are all as small as dust. But it is undeniable that this job is indeed meaningful. What we do will not change the course of history, but it can save some people from unnecessary suffering. It can also give me some comfort when I face certain life difficulties. No matter how I face this job, I still cannot get rid of the restrictions imposed on me by the world. I can die for my ideals, for fairness and justice, but I cannot let my family and the people I love get into trouble because of me. This is also one of the reasons why I chose to escape after Teacher Chin got into trouble. I am not really a hero. I am just an ordinary person, an ordinary reporter. During the years when you were forced to leave McZin, I always wanted to find you, but I never mustered up the courage. I didn't know how to face you. In my heart, you and the ideals I once believed in have long been integrated into one, but I betrayed my beliefs and could no longer raise my head in front of you. Sometimes I think back that it's not my fault. I was just born in the wrong era. This is a really sad world. The industry we are in is clearly the one that should tell the truth, but it is also the place with the most lies. But none of this can be changed by us. All we can do is try to adapt to the environment. I always feel a little pretentious when telling you this, but I still want to tell you. I hope you don't mind. After Teacher Chin got into trouble, we received a notice to delete all relevant information about the Mintai pharmaceutical factory incident. I secretly kept the document that Teacher Chin sent me because I knew you would come back one day. In fact, I should have given you this document a long time ago, but because of some selfish reasons, I don't want you to see it. We all know what kind of horrible thing is hidden behind it, and I don't want it to happen to you accidentally. I hope you will be safe and happy in your life, but I also know that no matter what I do, you will eventually find out the truth. No one can stop you. No matter what happens, you are fearless, so I choose to give it to you in such a ridiculous way, just as leaving all the choice to fate. If you see this letter, I hope you can forgive my ridiculous thoughts, and I also hope you can protect yourself and be safe and happy. Chen Xianhe, the dense beads of sweat oozing from his forehead, almost soaked Zhou Meng's scattered hair, and the dripping tears almost soaked the paper in his hand. He raised his hand to turn off the bedroom light, leaned on the edge of the bed in the darkness, and took a deep breath. After his emotions gradually calmed down, he drooped over and took out his laptop to check the SD card. This card was probably used by Chen Xianhe to store on-site photos when he first started working. Zhou Meng scrolled down and finally found the document that Chen Xianhe mentioned in the letter. Zhou Meng opened the file and read it carefully from beginning to end in the dim light of the laptop screen. It contained detailed information about the Mintai pharmaceutical factory drug pollution that Qin Wan was responsible for investigating that year, which was not much different from what he already had. But Zhou Meng soon noticed that in the last paragraph of the document that Qin Wan sent to Chen Xianhe, Qin Wan mentioned that he had found an informant who was willing to provide him with detailed clues. The informant said that the biggest problem of the pharmaceutical factory was not drug contamination, but that they illegally added anesthetic drugs to some drugs. Meng, what are you looking at? The lights in the room were suddenly turned on. The dazzling light made Zhou Meng's eyes blur. He turned off the computer and smiled at Jiang Yuye, who was standing at the door. Nothing. It's just a new movie. This is more atmospheric. Jiang Yuye raised his eyebrows, as if he was thinking about the credibility of this sentence. What kind of movie is it? It's so interesting. Zhou Meng closed his notebook, turned off the lights, walked up and put his arm around his shoulders. It's a horror movie. Didn't you say you had a shoot today? Why did it end so early? Yeah, it's just a magazine cover. It won't take too long. Jiang Yuye reached out to pinch Zhou Meng's face and asked him meaningfully, Baby, why is your face so hot? Huh. Zhou Meng looked dazed. I was just watching it. What's wrong? Ha ha ha. Jiang Yuye couldn't stop laughing. What's so good about that thing? If you like it, I can consider acting it out for you myself. Zhou Meng reached out and tapped Zhang Yuye's forehead. Get lost. Zhang Yuye was still smiling, holding Zhou Meng's waist and subconsciously smelling the smell on his neck. No. Why do you smell like hot pot? I want to eat hot pot with my colleagues after work. Colleague? Zhang Yuye raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Which colleague? Is it related to you? Zhou Meng broke free from his hand. Have you eaten? If not, there are some vegetables in the refrigerator. I can barely make you something to eat. Zhang Yuye stood there and stared at him intently, his beautiful golden eyes flashing with a burning smile, as if he wanted to burn through someone's soul. Of course I will eat it. I like everything you cook. There wasn't much left in the kitchen, so Zhou Meng cooked some vegetables for Zhang Yuye to mix with the noodles. Zhang Yuye said he disliked the simplicity of the food, but he enjoyed the meal so much that he almost choked himself. Zhang Yuye narrowed his eyes, slurped the last noodle, and smiled. I haven't eaten anything since this morning. I'm really hungry. You didn't eat lunch? Well, I didn't like what they prepared, and I didn't have an appetite, so I just ate some fruit. Zhang Yuye pushed the empty bowl aside, holding the cup in his hand, staring at Zhou Meng lazily. There is something I want to discuss with you. Zhou Meng rarely heard Zhang Yuye use the word discuss. Perhaps because he was used to being superior, he always spoke with an unyielding aura. You speak. Come back to the Jiang family with me tomorrow. Zhou Meng looked at him in astonishment. Jiang family? Zhang Yuye raised his lips, his eyes full of smiles. Well, isn't the day after tomorrow my birthday? That's why I want to take you home. Zhou Meng lowered his eyelids. His eyes were deep. Seeing that he didn't answer, Zhang Yuye looked gloomy and pretended to be sad. If you don't want to go, then I'll go with you. Zhou Meng raised the corner of his mouth and showed a beautiful smile. It's your birthday. Of course I have to accompany you. Zhang Yuye got the answer he wanted, whistled briskly, and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Just as he was about to go in, he turned around and said to Zhou Meng, by the way, Amon, we don't have to stay there on your birthday. I'll take you to the Baron's manor for a party. Maybe you can meet your old friends. Zhou Meng had no intention of thinking about what Zhang Yuye said. He was so confused that he just nodded blankly. After Zhang Yuye completely disappeared from his sight, he stood up with the help of a chair and walked towards the washroom. The intense pain in his stomach made him feel nauseous. The acid that surged up burned his throat, making it difficult for him to think. After a spasm, Zhou Meng leaned against the stone slab and turned on the faucet. The cold water brought him back to his senses a little, but the moment he raised his head and looked at the mirror, he still hid all his emotions as usual and grinned bleakly with an expressionless face. Zhou Meng is not sure whether Chen Qinhe's death is related to the Jiang family, but he knows that the Jiang family is not innocent, but Zhang Yuye. How should he face Zhang Yuye? Should he tell him that everything he did, those seemingly ambiguous contacts, were all to destroy his family? Zhou Meng had no answer in his heart. He couldn't tell what kind of emotion he felt towards Zhang Yuye now. Maybe it was pity or something else, but he knew that he shouldn't resent him anymore. Zhang Yuye was innocent, but he couldn't stop. This was not out of his obsession with so-called justice and fairness, nor out of his ideals and heroism, but because of the deep hatred and pain in his heart. The Jiang family's old house is located at the foot of an old mountain in the remote suburbs of Minnan. Originally, that area was a poor village. After Zhang Yuye's grandfather became rich, he paid to relocate the surrounding villagers to a place closer to the city, and then expanded the original old house into a private mansion of thousands of square meters. Zhang Yuye's birthday was no small matter for the Jiang family. Before the birthday boy arrived, all kinds of people who were invited to celebrate his birthday had already filled the back garden. It's so lively. Zhang Yuye put his hand on the car window with a cigarette in his mouth, staring coldly at the guests coming and going outside, and turned to Zhou Meng sitting in the passenger seat and said, When I was a child, what I hated most was birthdays. Although on the surface they all came to celebrate my birthday, in fact, they were all for money. Zhou Meng comforted him. There will always be someone who is truly happy for you. What about you? Zhang Yuye asked back, Meng, are you really happy for me? Zhou Meng smiled and replied, Of course. Zhang Yuye smiled silently, turned the steering wheel, and drove the car into the underground garage. As soon as he got out of the car and closed the door, several servants in uniform surrounded him, Hello? Third young master. Zhang Yuya looked at them expressionlessly. What's the matter? The leading servant smiled professionally. The family is waiting for you in the living room. Zhang Yuya snorted, took Zhou Meng's hand, and held his fingers tightly. Come on. A Meng will take you to meet those weirdos in our family. Zhou Meng followed Zhang Yuya unnaturally, letting him lead him through the noisy back garden and towards the old house. The guests, who were dressed in gorgeous clothes, were very surprised when they saw Zhou Meng, and discussions arose from all around. But Zhang Yuya didn't care at all, as if the lights behind them were all empty phantoms. The interior decoration of the Jiang family's old house is very simple and elegant with a touch of classical atmosphere. Unlike the lively garden outside, the old house is very quiet. Although there are many servants standing around, they all lower their heads in silence, like a row of extremely lifelike puppets. As if sensing Zhou Meng's nervousness, Zhang Yuya lowered his voice and said to him, Don't be afraid. You don't have to do anything later. Just leave it to me. Zhou Meng nodded. A dim light flashed across his eyes. He was indeed a little scared, but not because he was afraid of the power of the Jiang family. Instead, he was worried that he would lose control and use a fruit knife to kill his entire family. Walking through the corridor of about 100 meters, Zhou Meng saw the patriarch of the Jiang family, who was rumored to be extremely powerful and arrogant. He was Zhang Yuya's grandfather and the biggest contributor to the Jiang family's success today. Different from the image imagined by everyone, Mr. Jiang did not look ferocious or supernatural, but he was very kind, except for his slightly narrowed eyes which flashed with a sharp light like that of a wild beast. Seeing Zhang Yuya coming over, Grandpa Jiang waved at him with a smile. Come, Yuya, sit next to Grandpa. Zhang Yuya smiled calmly and showed the people in the room the hands he and Zhou Meng were holding tightly together. No, Grandpa, I came back today to bring my boyfriend to meet my family. Boyfriend? The smile on Grandpa Jiang's face remained, but Zhou Meng's eyes made him feel uncomfortable. He smiled and said to Grandpa Jiang, Hello, Grandpa Jiang. My name is Zhou Meng, with the grass radical Meng. Zhou Meng is a good name. Grandpa Jiang narrowed his eyebrows and turned to the others sitting around him and said, It's rare to see Ye bring people back. A middle-aged woman dressed in gorgeous clothes covered her mouth and laughed. Yeah, I heard from Jianhong that this Xiao Zhou is a reporter, the one who was very popular in the past. Before the woman finished her words, a casual voice sounded. Jiang Jianhong, who was sitting in the innermost seat, looked at Zhou Meng with a meaningful smile, like a vulture that found its prey. A reporter from the Mixin Times, a very powerful one. Reporter. Old Master Jiang sighed softly while leaning on his cane. That's a tough job, running around every day. It's not easy. Nothing is easy now. The middle-aged man sitting next to the woman laughed awkwardly. To make money, how can you not suffer? Jianhong and Jianpeng have suffered a lot on weekdays. Old Master Jiang laughed in silence. He looked Zhang Yuya up and down. Yuya, are all your injuries healed? Zhang Yuya replied calmly, It's been so long. It's all healed now. Old Master Jiang stopped talking. The grandfather and grandson just stared at each other, like the old and new wolf kings taking over the throne of the wolf clan. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuya let go of Zhou Meng's hand and whispered to him, Baby, go out and take a walk. I'll come find you later. Zhou Meng followed the leading servant out of the hall. The bright lights in the corridor were a little dazzling. He took a deep breath and wiped the sweat on his palms on the edge of his pants. You are so lucky. The servant, who had been silent all the time, suddenly smiled and said to Zhou Meng halfway through the walk, To be liked by someone like the third young master is something many people would beg for but cannot. Zhou Meng pretended not to understand what she meant and said with a wry smile, Really? The third young master is deeply in love with you. He even broke up with the master for you. You should know that the third young master used to listen to the master the most. The servant's tone was a little strange, but Zhou Meng didn't want to pay attention to her. He lowered his head and didn't answer. But you don't have to worry that the third young master will fall out with his family. After all, he is the grandson of the master and the nephew of Mr. Jiang. Blood is thicker than water, and nothing can separate them. Blood is thicker than water. Zhou Meng repeated the word in a low voice and looked up inadvertently. They had arrived at the back garden. The bright lights made the night as bright as day. The guests dressed in fancy clothes gathered together to chat and laugh, which was completely different from the tense atmosphere in the house. Mr. Zhou? The servant's words brought Zhou Meng back to his senses. He looked at the noisy crowd in front of him with a melancholy look. Do you have anything else to say? No. I just want to remind you that if there is no special situation, it is best not to leave the back garden. The servant showed a formal smile. Well, I should go back too. I hope you have a good time here. Zhou Meng nodded slightly, leaning against the pillar at the end of the corridor in a daze, his eyes casually sweeping across the crowd around the wine table and landing on the stage in the corner of the garden, where a very famous pop band was playing Dog Days Are Over. For some reason, such a cheerful rhythm reminded Zhou Meng of the scene he saw in the Renji rescue home that day. The towering walls, the doors and windows welded with steel bars, and the dim and gloomy wards. A scream came from the crowd, blending in with the voice of the patient in Zhou Meng's memory, like a rusty steel knife cutting open his chest, and it also made his eardrums hurt. It's okay. It's okay. It's just a little girl who broke the cup. It's nothing serious. The crowd returned to its previous noisy state. Zhou Meng calmed himself down and walked along another corridor to the other side of the house. He soon left the back garden and came to the door of another relatively quaint courtyard. Unlike the garden with completely modern decoration, this yard is much more zen. There is almost no other decoration except an old Bodhi tree. It seems that no one takes care of the area around the tree. So many weeds and wildflowers grow. Zhou Meng walked into the courtyard and walked around the ancient tree, only to find that the mahogany door that had been hidden behind the trunk was somewhat similar in style to the one he had seen in the Qingzhou Buddhist temple before, except that it was carved with several lifelike phoenixes. Thinking about the rumors about the Jiang family, Zhou Meng already had the answer in his mind. He pushed open the closed mahogany door, and a dazzling golden light came into his eyes. A huge golden Buddha several meters high stands above the main hall. On the mahogany altar in front of the golden lotus pedestal are burning a few red candles and a censer of fine sandalwood. The candlelight jumps on the Buddha statue, creating floating golden light, making the originally solemn statue look a lot softer. This was the first time Zhou Meng had seen such a magnificent Buddha statue. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly walked into the hall. The cool moonlight poured into the hall from behind him, blending with the orange-red firelight. When his eyes adjusted to the dim environment in the temple, Zhou Meng discovered that at both ends of the golden Buddha stood two Vajra statues with wide open eyes and ferocious expressions, which made people feel cold. The smell of sandalwood gradually relaxed Zhou Meng's tense nerves. He stared at the Vajra statue in front of him, feeling an indescribable strangeness in his heart, as if someone was really watching him through the stone statue. That's the angry Vajra statue. A familiar voice came from outside the door. Zhou Meng turned around and saw Xiaolan, holding a cigarette in her hand, half leaning against the door and looking at him. The silvery moonlight fell on him, making his figure look particularly graceful. He was wearing a dark green cheongsam today, with a string of dark red Buddhist beads hanging on his left hand, which seemed to complement this Buddhist temple. Zhou Meng frowned subconsciously. Why are you here? Of course the Jiang family invited me here. Xiaolan smiled and walked towards Zhou Meng. What about you? Was Jiang Sainer the one who brought you here? Zhou Meng did not answer. Although Xiaolan had never done anything to offend him and they were not even familiar with each other, he really did not like getting too close to a shrewd man like Xiaolan. The feeling of being seen through at a glance made him very uncomfortable. Seeing that Zhou Meng ignored him, Xiaolan continued to talk. Do you know why the Jiang family erected two statues of angry Vajra here? Why? Buddhism says, the Vajra has angry eyes, so he can subdue the four demons. The Bodhisattva lowers his eyebrows, so he can show mercy to the six realms. The four demons harm the bodies and minds of sentient beings and take their lives. Vajra holding the Vajra is the guardian deity of Buddhism. He has no majesty to deter outsiders, so Vajra appears in an angry body to subdue the demons. Many years ago, the Jiang family encountered a difficult dilemma and the house was about to collapse. A master happened to pass by and said that there was something wrong with the Jiang family's feng shui. He suggested that Mr. Jiang invite a golden Buddha back to protect the house. After Mr. Jiang did so, The Jiang family really came back to life. But within a year, someone claimed to have seen ghosts in the house, so Mr. Jiang invited the master back. The master ordered people to make 2 angry Vajra statues and put them in front of the temple to scare away the outsiders and subdue the demons. Hearing this, Zhou sneered. Does Mr. Xiao believe this story? Xiao Lan looked at the golden Buddha in the temple with an ambiguous expression. What difference does it make whether you believe it or not? When the fake is made to look real, the real becomes fake. But now the golden Buddha of the Jiang family is no longer just a statue for people to worship. It also represents something else. Zhou eyes followed Xiao Lan back to the Buddha statue. Anything else? Xiao Lan frowned slightly, but a strange smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Power. He walked past Zhou and skillfully took out a box of unopened incense from a wooden box in the corner of the hall. When the news of the Jiang family's revival of the dead with the Buddha statue spread, many people wanted to invite the master to their homes, but the master said that the opportunity had ended and he would not see anyone except Mr. Jiang. So they set their sights on the Buddha statue and often came to the Jiang family to worship under various pretexts. Among them were many celebrities and dignitaries you are familiar with. But the Buddha statue is not worshipped in vain. There must be give and take, and there must be interests involved in order to last long and prosper. After hearing Xiao Lan's words, Zhou face turned pale. He stared at the gorgeous and solemn golden Buddha in front of him and felt a bit of sarcasm in his heart. The Buddhist temple was originally a place for the salvation of all living beings, but here it has become a place of fame and fortune, and the originally sacred golden Buddha has also turned into a symbol of desire. You should also light a stick of incense. Xiao Lan gave half of the incense in her hand to Zhou, but Zhou did not take it. He just shook his head and said, "No, I don't believe this." "Is that so?" Xiao Lan didn't say anything else. He took out 3 incense sticks and lit them with candlelight. The incense ash swirled and rose in the flickering candlelight. He held the incense in both hands, lowered his brows, and then raised the incense high. After praying, he inserted the incense into the incense burner in front of him. Seeing Xiao Lan so serious, after he finished praying, he couldn't help but ask him, "Since you are so successful, do you also need to pray to the Buddha for something?" Xiao Lan raised the corners of his mouth and smiled seductively. "Of course there are. People always have desires, and life without desires is too boring." Desires? Zhou didn't quite understand what he meant. A powerful person like you. What can't you get? Money can achieve most things in this world, but it can't make up for a person's regrets or ensure many unknown things. And sometimes it can even bring people fatal disasters. Xiao Lan's eyes darkened. "Mango, I think you should know this better than me, right?" Zhou lowered his head and answered in a muffled voice, "Don't call me Mango." "Okay, Mango. Got it, Mango." Ha ha ha. Xiao Lan couldn't stop laughing with his arms folded. Seeing Zhou walking out with a bad face, he stopped and followed him and joked, "Why can't I call you that? Don't you like eating mangoes?" Zhou rolled his eyes at him. "My name doesn't mean mango." "What does it mean?" "It means miscanthus." Zhou tone became melancholy. "My mother said that she hopes I can grow wildly like miscanthus, unrestrained. In fact, it means that I have strong vitality and can survive no matter where I am." "Is that so?" Xiao Lan smiled gently. "Then I can call you a Mang like them. Can you?" For some reason, Zhou was not used to Xiao Lan calling him like that. It sounded like the Jade Rabbit in Journey to the West calling Tang Monk. "If you don't answer, I'll take it as your consent." Xiao Lan raised his eyebrows, revealing an arrogant look that said, "I will do this regardless of whether you agree or not." Zhou didn't want to waste time on such meaningless things, so he just let him go. The two of them left the courtyard side by side and walked towards the back garden. When they arrived, Jiang Yuye was holding a glass of wine and sitting on a lounge chair with his legs crossed. The music played by the band had changed from Dog Days or over to Inchini Ipocritii Disparazione. For some reason, he changed into a relatively gorgeous suit, and there were many people around him toasting him. The silver phoenix pattern shone slightly in the light. He looked indifferent, with starlight flowing in his golden pupils, but without a trace of warmth. The silver-white snake-shaped ring and the glass filled with champagne collided with each other. He did not respond to anyone, but just held the glass like that. Surrounding him were countless glasses, countless hands, and many eyes staring at him, begging for his response and mercy. Realizing that Zhou Meng was looking at him, Zhang Yuye raised the corner of his mouth towards them. He drank the champagne in the glass in one gulp, handed the glass to the waiter next to him, pushed through the crowded crowd in front of him, and walked towards Zhou Meng. Seeing Xiao Lan standing next to Zhou Meng, Zhang Yuye frowned unnaturally. "How did you two get together?" "We just bumped into each other by chance." Xiao Lan answered first. "Why? Can't a Meng and I just chat together? It's fine if you guard against others, but you have to guard against me too?" Zhang Yuye moved his eyes to the side, quietly approached Zhou Meng, took his hand, and whispered, "Come with me." Before Zhou Meng could react, Zhang Yuye had already pulled him to the other side of the garden. The swaying light and shadows and the noisy crowd were left behind. His heartbeat and breathing became rapid, and his senses seemed to be magnified. He could even feel the soft touch of the wind passing through his fingertips. They walked through the garden, the pavilion, the porch, and then stopped in front of a beautiful lake under the bright moonlight. The moonlight fell on the lake, creating a light golden ripple. The breeze blew past, causing ripples. At the turn of summer and autumn, there was a noisy and quiet sound of insects all around. Zhou Meng didn't understand why Zhang Yuye brought him here. He just stood quietly by the lake, staring at the light golden lake light. "Before my mother's accident, I rarely came back to live here. One year, on my birthday, my grandfather said he would celebrate for me in the villa, but I didn't know any of the people he brought. So I told my mother that I didn't want to stay there. She didn't say anything. She took my hand. We ran all the way out of the villa and then stopped in front of this lake. She asked me what birthday gift I wanted, and I pointed to the sky and said I wanted the moon. After hearing that, she smiled and asked me to wait for her by the lake. Then she took off her high heels and waded into the lake, and really brought me the moon from the center of the lake. Later I lived here, and whenever I was sad I would come here to see the moon. More than 10 years have passed, and the moonlight here is still as beautiful as it was back then." Zhang Yuye looked up at the beautiful full moon in the sky. His eyes moistened, like a calm lake with golden waves. "Then do you still want the moon?" Zhou Meng looked at Zhang Yuye with a smile, the gentle moonlight in his eyes almost overflowing. Zhang Yuye shook his head. "I already have the moon that belongs to me." "Then what do you want?" Zhang Yuye lowered his head and thought for a while. What are you going to give me?" Zhou Meng snorted. "How can you ask directly like that?" Zhang Yuye stretched out his hand to his waist and hugged him into his arms. "Whatever you give me is what I want. I will like it no matter what it is. You are a love-brain person." Zhou Meng muttered in a low voice and let Zhang Yuye hug him. "I will tell you at midnight." "But what if I can't wait?" "Hold it." Zhang Yuye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He held Zhou Meng's hand and found a clean tree trunk by the river to sit down. He leaned his head on Zhou Meng's shoulder like a little girl. "I heard from Liu that my fans prepared a lot of surprises for my birthday this time. Not only a mall projection, but also fireworks and drone performances." Zhou Meng casually pulled up a dogtail grass, made it into a ring, and put it on Zhang Yuye's hand. Soon, all 10 of Zhang Yuye's fingers had a home. "Your fans really care about you. I suspect that even if you have smelly socks, they will not dislike it and will pay a high price to buy them." Zhang Yuye was speechless for a moment. After a while, he replied in a muffled voice, "My socks don't stink." Zhou Meng laughed so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. He said perfunctorily, Okay. Yuye's socks don't smell bad. Yuye's socks smell good." Seeing that Zhou Meng looked like he was trying to tease him, Zhang Yuye couldn't help but feel timid and reached out to tickle Zhou Meng. He knew that Zhou Meng's waist was very sensitive, so he went for that area almost every time. After a lot of fussing, the two of them rolled off the tree trunk and directly onto the grass on the side. Zhang Yuye pressed on Zhou Meng and looked at him proudly. "How about it, Amon? Do you admit defeat?" Zhou Meng turned his head and asked him in a low voice, "So what if you win?" "I win." Zhang Yuye's eyes flashed. "From now on, don't let others call you a Meng, okay?" Zhou Meng almost laughed at his childish behavior. "Are you a child?" "Okay." Zhang Yuye insisted. "My good Meng, just promise me." Zhou Meng didn't answer. He stared at Zhang Yuye's beautiful golden eyes for a long time, then raised his head and kissed his soft lips as if possessed by a ghost. The taste of champagne blended between them. Zhou Meng kissed deeply, plundering Jiang Yuye's remaining oxygen bit by bit. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Yuye suddenly let go of him and asked with a red face, "What are you doing? Are you being rude to me?" Zhou Meng narrowed his eyes and looked him up and down. "Based on our current positions, who do you think is being a hooligan? Did that person let me do it?" "Not here. Let's do it at home. Anything is fine." Zhou Meng was really annoyed by his question, so he pushed Jiang Yuye aside, then turned over and sat on him, reaching out to touch his still slightly red cheek. "If you have the ability." Before he could finish the rest of his words, the sound of fireworks bursting came from a villa not far away. Zhou Meng looked up at the night sky. Several large fireworks were ignited at the same time. Thousands of fireworks jumped and danced in the night sky, almost lighting up the entire night sky. Zhou Meng was so absorbed in staring that he was pulled back into Jiang Yuye's arms without noticing. After rolling a few times on the still damp grass, he finally calmed down. Zhou Meng lay down next to Jiang Yuye and stretched out his hand towards the fireworks in the sky. "So beautiful." Jiang Yuye clasped his fingers. "Do you like fireworks? I will set them off for you every year from now on." Hearing such an oath, Zhou Meng felt a little bitter. He hummed a few lines of a Qinzhou folk song, then replied with a smile, "Okay." Jiang Yuye turned sideways and buried his head in his shoulder. "Do you know what the wish I want to make the most now is?" "What is it?" "I hope time can stop at this moment forever. Then I can always lie beside you, watch the fireworks with you, listen to you sing to me, and never separate." "Love-brained." Jiang Yuye snorted and laughed. "If you want to be in love, just be in love. I'm happy with it." Zhou Meng closed his eyes, which had become wet without him noticing when, and as he listened to the fireworks and the chirping of insects, he chuckled and asked Jiang Yuye, "Is it almost midnight?" Jiang Yuye raised his wrist. "Yes, there is still 1 minute." "Then let me count down with you." "Count down for 10 seconds? "Yes." 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. "Happy birthday, Yuye." Zhou Meng raised his hand and put a silver immortality lock into Jiang Yuye's hand, then stood up and gently kissed his lips. "I hope my Yuye will be safe and happy and live a life without worries." As a national-level actor known to everyone, Jiang Yuye has the most powerful and spending fan base in the entire domestic entertainment industry, and his birthday can be on several hot searches every year. The summer morning light was just right, lazily pouring into the living room of the villa. Zhou Meng was sitting on the dark sofa with a cucumber in his hand, browsing Weibo. After scrolling down several times, all that appeared were photos of Jiang Yuye, including photos of him as a newcomer when he just debuted, red carpet photos of him attending his first film festival, and on-site photos when he won the Best Actor award. It was a bit dazzling. After eating half a cucumber, Zhou Meng's hand suddenly stopped where it was. He smiled and raised his eyebrows at Jiang Yuye, who was walking over with milk. "Your fans are quite powerful. They even found your photos from junior high school." "Really?" Jiang Yuye put the plate on the coffee table and moved closer to Zhou Meng to look at his screen. Jiang Yuye stared at the photo and said with emotion, "I was probably less than 14 years old at that time, and now I'm already 25. Zhou Meng was surprised and asked, "You graduated from junior high school at such a young age?" Jiang Yuye smiled proudly. "I skipped a grade. After all, I was a legend in school." Zhou Meng's eyebrows curved, and he took a bite of the cucumber. "Then I'll call you Jiang Chuanchua from now on. How about that?" "No, it's such an ugly name." Jiang Yuye's eyes flashed, and he pointed at the screen and asked Zhou Meng, "Can you recognize which one is me?" After listening to what was said, Zhou Meng placed the tablet in Jiang Yuye's arms and pointed at the smallest person in the first row. Before he could put his finger down, he heard Jiang Yuye muttering in a low voice. He pointed his finger upwards a few rows, pointing to the corner. Seeing Jiang Yuye's complicated expression, he simply raised his head and laughed. Meng. Realizing that Zhou Meng was playing a trick on him, Jiang Yuye reached out to scratch him. Zhou Meng threw the remaining cucumber head into the trash can and held his stomach to prevent Jiang Yuye from touching it. "Hey, Yuye, don't worry, I'll show you. Okay?" Jiang Yuye smiled meaningfully and handed the tablet to him, as if he would never let Zhou Meng go if he dared to admit his mistake. Zhou Meng glanced at Jiang Yuye secretly, then pointed calmly at the boy standing in the middle of the second-to-last row. Is that you? Zhang Yuye paused for a moment. How come? Zhou Meng reached out and tapped his forehead gently. It's a school legend. You're so stupid. You're the only one in your class with golden pupils. How could I not recognize you? Zhang Yuye defended himself awkwardly rather than politely. People make mistakes, horses stumble, and this legend occasionally makes small mistakes. Zhou Meng glanced at him, stood up and took the milk on the coffee table to drink. Didn't you say there was an event today? Zhang Ye looked at the retro wall clock in the middle of the living room. Well, I'll take you horseback riding later, and then we can have a bonfire party in the evening. How about that? Horseback riding? Xiaolan acquired a high-end horse farm some time ago. It is said that there are some very good horses there. You can go and take a look. Zhou Meng's eyes dropped. I can't ride a horse. Zhang Yuye smiled and rubbed his hair. Everything has a first time. Your husband will teach you. If you really can't do it, your husband will take you to ride. Zhou Meng rolled his eyes at him, drank the milk in his hand, and then buried his head in the pillow. The horse farm that Xiaolan bought was not far from Zhang Yuye's villa, and it only took 20 minutes to drive there. Because it was located in the suburbs and had never been open to the public, the environment of the horse farm was very good, comparable to a small resort hotel. When Zhang Yuye led Zhou Meng in, Xiaolan had already changed his clothes and got on the horse. The close-fitting black equestrian suit made him stand straight and capable. He did not have the charm he had when he wore the cheongsam before. Instead, he looked arrogant and sharp, which only those in a superior position could have. Zhou Meng stood in front of the French window, staring at Xiaolan, who was riding on horseback, fascinated. He only came back to his senses after Zhang Yuye shook his shoulder a few times. Zhang Yuye narrowed his eyes and said unhappily, "Why are you staring at him? How can he be more handsome than me?" Zhou Meng's eyes turned. I just feel that the contrast is huge. I have never seen Xiaolan wearing clothes like this, compared with the feeling he gave me before. It's really different. Zhang Yuye didn't know what he was thinking about. He sneered and hugged Zhou Meng into his arms. There are still many things you haven't seen. Come on, your husband will take you to change clothes. Can you wear a leg ring? If not, your husband can. Zhou Meng had just closed the door when a strong hand suddenly pressed him against the door. Just as he was about to explode, Zhang Yuye kissed him. After a while of lip-to-lip entanglement, Zhou Meng pushed him aside and glared at him with red eyes. Are you sick? Zhang Yuye whistled softly and answered cheekily, Love your disease. Zhou Meng held his forehead and cursed inwardly, idiot. He ignored Zhang Yuye, picked up the clothes he wanted to change, turned around and went into the bathroom. He had indeed never worn riding clothes before, but he was not stupid. He changed his clothes in a few tries. After straightening his collar and cuffs, Zhou Meng opened the door and walked out. Zhang Yuye had lit a cigarette at some point and was standing by the window smoking in a smoky blue riding suit. When he saw Zhou Meng coming out, Zhang Yuye looked him up and down with a smile. Any questions? Zhou Meng asked him. No problem. I just think you're so pretty, baby. I can't help but take a few more glances. Zhou Meng glared at him. You're talking nonsense. But baby, you're still missing something. Zhang Yuye held a cigarette in his mouth and took out a pair of brand-new riding boots from the bedside of the suite. Zhou Meng was about to take them and change them himself, but he pressed his shoulders and sat on the sofa behind him. What are you doing? Seeing Zhang Yuye half kneeling to change his boots, Zhou Meng's words got stuck in his throat. The smell of mint cigarettes filled the air. He turned his head away from Zhang Yuye's face, and after a moment he said hoarsely, Yuye. Yeah. Zhang Yuye looked up at him with a smile. It's better to smoke less in the future. It's not good for your health. Zhang Yuye's movements froze, and he uttered a word vaguely, okay. After everything was packed up, Zhang Yuye took Zhou Meng to the stable, picked out 2 horses, and then had the waiter lead them to the racecourse. Xiaolan had just gotten off his horse and was sitting on a chair drinking tea. There were a few people around him, including Li Bing and Xiajin, who Zhou Meng had met before, and a little girl he had never seen before. Meng is here. Xiaolan seemed to have automatically blocked Zhang Yuye, and smiled as he pulled Yinfeng Zhou Meng. I knew you would look good in this outfit. Zhou Meng was not good at dealing with him, so he just smiled and then his eyes fell on the girl next to him. The girl was fair and beautiful, with neat short hair and bright eyes. If you look closely, she looks a bit like Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan realized that Zhou Meng had not met Xiao Yu yet, so she introduced her. This is my sister Xiao Yu. You can call her Xiao Yu or Yuer. Hello, sister-in-law. Xiao Yu smiled and greeted Zhou Meng. Sister-in-law? Before Zhou Meng could react to the title, he heard Xiao Yu continue. Of course I have to call Brother Yuye's girlfriend sister-in-law, right, Brother Yuye? Zhang Yuye nodded with satisfaction, put his arm around Zhou Meng's shoulder and smiled at Xiao Yu. Wait, I'll give you a big red envelope later. Xia Jin, who was sitting next to him, called Zhou Meng's sister-in-law several times when she heard about the red envelope, and then looked at Zhang Yuye pitifully. Zhang Yuye said repeatedly, okay, you have one too. Childish. Zhou Meng cursed Zhang Yuye in a low voice, but he did not deny Xia Jin and the others. Seeing that he was in a good mood, Zhang Yuye leaned close to his ear and said gently, come on, I'll teach you how to ride a horse. Before Zhou Meng could answer, Xiao Lan suddenly reached out and held Zhou Meng's wrist. I have learned riding skills longer than Sanner, so let me teach you. Zhang Yuye's expression turned a little ugly. He looked into Xiao Lan's smiling eyes. Xiao Lan, is it not possible? Xiao Lan seemed to be smiling, as if he was asking both Zhang Yuye and Zhou Meng. After a strange silence, Ji Chongfeng's voice suddenly came from behind Zhou Meng. Amon? Zhou Meng turned around and saw Ji Chongfeng, who had also changed into riding clothes, and a young man in a suit walking towards them. Xiao Lan let go of the hand that she had been holding, and her deep gaze fell on Ji Chongfeng. I thought Master Ji wouldn't come? Ji Chongfeng didn't say anything. His eyes swept across Zhou Meng and Zhang Yuye, and finally lingered on Xiao Lan for a long time. Zhou Meng recalled what Ji Chongfeng said to him at the hot pot restaurant that day. His eyes flickered, and he changed the subject to break the awkward atmosphere. Yuye, who was the person next to Chongfeng? Hello, my name is Gu Linchuan. I grew up with Brother Yi and Brother Alan. When Gu Linchuan shook hands with him, Zhou Meng noticed that he was wearing a dark black leather half-covered glove on his right hand. The color of his eyes was also different from that of normal people. It was an obvious heterochromia. His right eye was amber while his left eye was a dark green like grass. Zhang Yuye frowned slightly and introduced to Zhou Meng. Linchuan is the newly appointed executive director of Xincheng. He was the one who helped you with your return to Mixin before. Zhou Meng burst out laughing. We should thank Mr. Gu. Sister-in-law, there is no need to be polite with me. I am young. You can just call me Linchuan. It is too formal to call me Mr. Gu. Although Gu Linchuan has heterochromia, he is very handsome. When he smiles, he always reminds people of a Persian cat with heterochromia. Zhou Meng was about to reply when he was interrupted by Zhang Yuye, who pulled Zhou Meng to the grass and said, okay, you guys chat first. I'll take a Meng for a horse ride. The horse riding area at this stable is very large and stretches as far as the eye can see. After Zhang Yuye taught Zhou Meng how to hold the reins, he led the horse and took him for a walk around the area. Seeing Xiao Lan and the others gradually disappear from sight, Zhou Meng asked Zhang Yuye, did you know about Chongfeng and Xiao Lan before? Zhang Yuye didn't hide anything. Yes. Then why didn't you tell me? Zhang Yuye looked up at Zhou Meng, who was sitting on the horse. I just didn't think it was necessary to tell you. Zhou Meng was silent for a moment and then asked him in a low voice, so, if they really get together, will it be okay? Zhang Yuye didn't seem to expect him to ask this question. After hesitating for a few seconds, he smiled and said, if we can really get married, it might be nice, right? Zhou Meng clicked his tongue and asked, what does this mean? Zhang Yuye said frankly, because I think neither of them is a good person. Riding a horse was not difficult for Zhou Meng. He could ride by himself without Zhang Yuye's guidance. However, Zhang Yuye was worried, so he asked someone to bring another horse to follow him. They ran around the field, and when they returned to the starting point, Xiao Lan and Ji Chongfeng also got on the horse, but their expressions were a little subtle. Sanner, let's have a race? Xiao Lan raised his eyebrows and challenged Zhang Yuye as usual. You, me and Chongfeng. Let's see who can finish a lap first. Seeing Zhang Yuye looking at him with concern, Zhou Meng stood up and dismounted. You guys go ahead and compete. I just want to take a break. Hearing this, Zhang Yuye glanced at Xiao Lan and Ji Chongfeng with a hint of contempt. What's the bet? Xiao Lan replied, today is your birthday. If you win, I will give this to you. If you lose, I will also accept your things. How about that? Zhang Yuye smiled and chatted with the people sitting behind him. I haven't seen you for a few days. Brother Alan is getting more and more wealthy. Hey, going to the horse farm? When Xiao Yu heard that Xiao Lan was going to go to the horse farm, he immediately took the reins from the waiter and jumped on the horse. Then I want to join in too. TSK. Zhang Yuye frowned and said, You three are besieging me? Xiao Yu immediately said aggrievedly, Brother Yi, please let me go. Zhang Yuye hated to see someone act like this in front of him, so he waved his hand and replied, You can join, but I won't give you this horse farm. If you really like it, pick another one and I'll buy it for you. Okay, thank you, brother. You forgot your brother now that you have a horse farm, right? Xiao Yu was inspired by Xiaolan's faint voice and immediately changed his words. Thank you, Brother Yuya. Although you are a good person, I will always be the best and only brother in my heart. Little guy. Xiao Lan glared at her and said to the waiter, Prepare to fire. The waiter smiled politely and raised the signal gun in his hand. A crisp gunshot rang out, and 4 horses galloped ahead. The distance between the front and the back was so close that it was almost impossible to tell who was in front. Zhou Meng took the lemonade handed to him by the waiter and stood under the eaves to watch the game. Gu Linchuan took out a pair of silver-framed glasses from his shirt pocket, put them on his nose, and stood beside Zhou Meng. A scent of alcohol with aniseed aroma came from him, and Zhou Meng took a step aside, feeling a little uncomfortable. Ah, sorry, sister-in-law. I just passed the susceptible period and can't control the pheromones in my body. Gu Linchuan apologized to Zhou Meng while taking out a small bottle of isolation agent and spraying it on himself. It's okay. Zhou Meng breathed a sigh of relief. Your pheromone is also alcohol? Yes, it's absinthe. Gu Linchuan lowered his eyes. I remember that Brother Yuye is tequila, right? There is still a big difference between us. His pheromone smells relatively soft, and my pheromone is not very friendly. Not friendly? Gu Linchuan lowered his voice. It's just. Smelling it for too long will make people have some hallucinations of being drunk. Zhou Meng's expression was slightly condensed. So magical? Yes. Gu Linchuan smiled bitterly, but there is no benefit. A blessing in disguise. Zhou Meng comforted him. Gu Linchuan chuckled. Sister-in-law, you are indeed very gentle. Zhou Meng rarely heard people comment on him like this. He paused while holding the cup. Really? Gu Linchuan looked at him, his eyes shining brightly. Actually, I've heard of you a long time ago. You're a very good reporter. Zhou Meng smiled and said, I'm just an ordinary person. Gu Linchuan placed his right hand on the iron fence and tapped his knuckles subconsciously. Sister-in-law, do you know Sister Jingy? We report. The boss of the company. Zhou Meng looked normal, but his heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. You know her too? In the past few years, Xinqing actually did not plan to acquire Mixin. It was my cousin who funded Mixin in the name of Xinqing. Sister Jingy and my cousin are a couple. Zhou Meng was shocked, but he didn't know what to say, so he just agreed. So that's how it is. Gu Linchuan pushed up his glasses which had been sliding down. In fact, even if Brother Yi hadn't come to find me, you could still go back to Mixin. Sister-in-law, Sister Jingy seemed to want you to go back very much. Zhou Meng didn't know how to respond for a moment and just stared at the people who were riding back in the distance. The previous contacts with Xie Jingy did make him feel that something was wrong. Xie Jingy's attitude towards him was indeed a little too good. Actually, I don't have any other meaning in saying this. Sister Jingy is not a bad person. Gu Linchuan continued quietly. I just want to remind my sister-in-law that there is no kindness without reason in this world. Before Zhou Meng could answer, the neighing of a horse sounded in front of him. Zhang Yuye rode the black horse and stopped in front of Zhou Meng neatly. The dazzling sun was shining brightly behind him, making him look like a triumphant hero in a fairy tale. I won. Zhang Yuye held the reins with one hand and raised his eyebrows at the 3 people who were only slightly slower than him. I will accept this horse farm without hesitation. After saying that, Zhang Yuye jumped off his horse and said to Zhou Meng excitedly, I won. Zhou Meng smiled and wiped the sweat off his face. Well, you are awesome. After receiving the praise, Zhang Yuye started to show off in front of Xiao Lan and the others, especially Ji Changfeng, his former love rival. However, Ji Changfeng ignored him this time. After looking at Zhou Meng, he turned around and walked into the house. Zhou Meng poked Zhang Yuye's belly lightly, wanting Zhang Yuye to stop picking on him. But when he looked up, he found that Gu Linchuan had left without him noticing. "What's wrong?" Zhang Yuye asked him. Recalling what Gu Linchuan had said to him before, Zhou Meng shook his head and said, "It's nothing, I just want to eat." Zhang Yuye smiled and took his hand. "There are desserts over there. I'll go with you." The snacks prepared by the high-end horse farm were naturally not as delicious as those in the hotel that specialized in this. After Zhou Meng ate a few pieces of mousse cake, he felt a little greasy and stopped eating. He sat aside and watched Zhang Yuye and Xiajin play old-fashioned arcade games. After a few rounds of games, he realized that he hadn't seen Xiao Lan and Ji Changfeng since he entered the house. When he asked Xiao Yu, who was eating snacks, she said she didn't know. Zhou Meng had something to talk to Ji Changfeng about, so he picked up his phone and prepared to go to the bathroom to call Ji Changfeng. However, the bathroom door at the end of the corridor was closed. He was about to reach out to turn the handle when he heard a strange noise coming from inside. Then Xiao Lan's soft voice sounded inside, saying, "Ji Changfeng, you are such a rascal." Zhou Meng instantly realized what was going on inside. He paused for 2 seconds and was about to go back when Gu Linchuan's voice came from behind him. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" There was no sound inside or outside the door. Zhou Meng looked at Gu Linchuan awkwardly. "Nothing. I just wanted to go downstairs to get something." "Is that so?" Gu Linchuan smiled. "I thought you had something happen in the toilet." At this moment, Zhou Meng wanted to rush forward and cover Gu Linchuan's mouth, but when he looked at Gu Linchuan, he found that the black glove on Gu Linchuan's left hand was gone, and there was an obvious burn scar on his slender and bony palm. "It's fine." Zhou Meng walked quickly towards the stairs with a normal expression. This time, Gu Linchuan did not stop him, but walked straight to the activity room where Zhang Yuye and the others were. Zhou Meng didn't plan to go back too early. He stood in the stairwell, lit a cigarette, and sorted out his thoughts alone. According to Gu Linchuan, Xiejingyi was so nice to him for some reason, but Zhou Meng really couldn't figure out what was so valuable about himself that was worth others' attention. Half of the cigarette turned into ashes and fell from Zhou Meng's fingertips. He recalled that Chen Xinhe mentioned in the letter that after Qin Wen got into trouble, they received a notification to delete the relevant information. But Xiejingyi had just returned to China not long ago. Would she know about the Jiang family's affairs? While Zhou Meng was in a daze, a WeChat message popped up. "Chu Luo, the family of the employee of Mintai Pharmaceutical Factory contacted me and said they have explosive information to tell us. Do you want to investigate?" Zhou Meng paused and replied in the dialog box. "Man, check after smoking." He went to the toilet on the first floor to wash his face. When he returned upstairs, the person playing games with Xiajin had become Gu Linchuan. Zhang Yuye was sitting in a hanging chair, watching a movie with a tablet in his arms. He smiled happily when he saw him. Zhou Meng squeezed next to him and leaned forward to look at the screen. It was the latest European and American third-level plasma film. The bright red blood seemed to be about to spurt out of the screen and splash all over people's faces. Zhang Yuye was watching with great interest. He hugged Zhou Meng into his arms as if he were at home and rested his head on his shoulder. The movie was halfway through when Ji Changfeng and Xiao Lan came in from outside. Zhang Yuye raised his head from the tablet and looked at them. "What were you two doing just now? We haven't seen each other for such a long time." "Nothing, just walking around outside twice." Xiao Lan was very calm and did not forget to wink at Zhou Meng. "I ran into a Meng downstairs just now." Zhou Meng smiled awkwardly. "Yeah." Zhang Yuye didn't ask any more questions. He put down the tablet and asked Zhou Meng if he wanted to go out riding again. Zhou Meng agreed and pulled Zhang Yuye out, fearing that he would continue to ask questions about the previous question. The afternoon sun was softer than before, and the breeze was cool. The two horses were close to each other, strolling leisurely on the grass. "Yuye, are you on good terms with Gu Linchuan?" Zhou Meng asked Zhang Yuye in a low voice. Zhang Yuye nodded. "Yes, when we were in school, he, Xiao Lan and I were all in the same school. He was the youngest and was often bullied, and I was the one who helped him solve his problems. His family must be quite powerful, right? How could he be bullied?" Zhang Yuye snorted coldly. "That kind of school is like this. It doesn't matter how rich or powerful your family is. but whether you have someone to back you up. But most of the kids are pretty good. Only a small number of idiots will take advantage of the love of their elders and really think of themselves as arrogant overlords. Zhou Meng was confused. Then how did you help him solve it? Zhang Yuye suddenly got stuck and stammered. You want to know? Yeah. I pushed the heads of those people who often bullied him into the toilet. From then on, they avoided Gu Linchuan when they saw him. Seeing Zhou Meng didn't say anything, Zhang Yuye thought he had scared him and quickly explained, I was young at that time, and I didn't know how to use other methods to solve the problem. I think your method is very good. Zhou Meng smiled, but it's too dirty. Zhang Yuye didn't expect him to say that. After a moment, he whispered, I thought you would think it would be better to solve the problem peacefully. Many things in this world can never be solved by peaceful negotiation alone. The so-called solution is just to let the already vulnerable people continue to suffer. Zhou Meng looked up at the blue sky in the distance. I have never thought that when a person is subjected to violence, the perpetrator's light apology and empty promises can make the matter come to an end. That is not a peaceful solution at all, but a disguised form of oppression. Zhang Yuye laughed silently. If other people heard what you said, they would say you are corrupting the child. Zhou Meng replied calmly, I'm not a good person anyway. That's not right. Zhang Yuye was in a good mood, and his words became cheerful. I've never met anyone better than you. You really? What's the point of telling me this every day? The greatest use of these words is to make you happy. Zhou Meng's ears felt a little hot, and he looked ahead without replying to Zhang Yuye's words. The two of them trotted around the field before getting off the horses. After resting for a while, they drove directly back to the Baron's manor for an open-air barbecue. Because Xiao Lan and Gu Linchuan both had cars, Zhang Yuye only brought Zhou Meng with him. There was a difficult mountain road on the way from the horse farm to the manor villa. Zhang Yuye turned on the car stereo and subconsciously took out another cigarette, but Zhou Meng snatched it away before he could light it. You've been smoking a lot recently? Zhou Meng stared at him from the passenger seat. What's bothering you? Zhang Yuye hummed a few lines along with the music. What worries me? I just feel tired lately. Maybe I'm weak. Zhou Meng smiled and said, Well, it's good that you are weak. I will find someone else to go. No. Zhang Yuye repeatedly explained, I am joking. If you don't believe me, we can try it tonight. Who wants to try it with you? Zhou Meng cursed him in a low voice. You are like a stupid donkey. Zhang Yuye was not convinced. Then tell me whether the stupid donkey made you feel comfortable? Zhou Meng remained silent, turned his head and looked towards the window, and happened to meet the eyes of Gu Linchuan, who was driving a white supercar. Yuye. Zhang Yuye asked him in confusion. What's wrong? Zhou Meng expressed his concerns. I always feel that Gu Linchuan is a little strange. Zhang Yuye did not defend Gu Linchuan upon hearing this, but agreed, well, he is indeed different from ordinary people. If you feel uncomfortable, don't have too much contact with him. I forgot to remind you before that Linchuan's personality is not very stable. Zhou Meng guessed. Personality classification? Zhang Yuye frowned slightly. Yes, but it's not serious. It's just that his secondary personality speaks strangely. Just don't take it to heart. Is that so? It was a mental illness he had when he was a child. His family is special and his eyes are different from those of ordinary people. He has been treated badly by his family since he was a child. He was either beaten or scolded, and it gradually became a mental disorder. Zhou Meng lowered his eyes. I thought people like you who were born with a silver spoon in your mouth should have been very happy since childhood. But why are the childhoods of your friends around you so miserable? Zhang Yuye replied calmly, most people are happy, but we just don't have such luck. There are many powerful people in this world, most of whom are conscienceless. There will always be a few unlucky people who meet the most conscienceless and vicious ones. But think about it from another perspective. It's a very lucky thing not to have to work hard for food and clothing in this life. Then, Yuye, if one day someone wants to take away everything that belongs to you, your career, reputation, and wealth, what would you think? Zhang Yuye's eyebrows curved, as if he didn't take this to heart at all. Amon, are you worried that I will lose what I have now? No. Before Zhou Meng could finish his words, Zhang Yuye interrupted him. No one can take away what belongs to me, unless I give it to him voluntarily. On Monday, Zhou Meng punched in on time. As soon as he walked into the office, Chu Luo came up to him on a swivel chair and said, I have an appointment with the family member this afternoon. Zhou Meng asked him in a low voice, You didn't tell anyone else about this, did you? No. Chu Luo propped his head up with his arms and half lay on the desk, looking at the corridor outside the office. I know my limits. Zhou Meng's heart sank. He stared at Chu Luo's erected hair in a trance. After hesitating for a moment, he asked him, Luo, let me ask you a question. What? If you were investigating something and found a big secret, and someone called you to threaten you, saying that if you dared to expose this matter, they would find someone to kill you, what would you do? Would you tell them or not? Chu Luo pondered for a long time and answered him without any emotion. If it was before, I wouldn't say it, but now I will tell it. Zhou Meng was a little surprised that he would give such an answer and reached out to help him smooth his hair. Why? Chu Luo did not answer the question, but smiled and said, Actually, Mengzi, I really think you were born to be a journalist. Nowadays, there are very few people like you who are free of worries and desires. Zhou Meng had heard such words from many people. He neither refuted nor agreed with them. If Qinwen had not appeared in that classroom that year, or if Qinwen was not a reporter, he would not have become a reporter. Everyone thinks he is alone and has no worries, but only he knows that in the first half of his life, he has never been truly free. Everyone has a lock in their heart, and he is no exception. There is no one in this world who is truly free of desires. Zhou Meng turned on his computer as usual, ready to start his day's work. Seeing Chu Luo still lingering here, he kicked him on the chair and said, Go back to work now. Don't rely on me. Are you acting as a mascot? Chu Luo let out an ah, and turned his chair around and returned to his workstation. Zhou Meng stared at the screen of the old computer that was starting up in a daze, lowered his head and wanted to send a message to Ji Changfeng, but after thinking it over carefully, he deleted all the contents in the dialog box. This matter is too dangerous, so we shouldn't let other people get involved too much. After lunch, Chu Luo drove him to find the family members of the employees who had an accident at Mintai Pharmaceutical Factory. Mintai Pharmaceutical Factory is an old factory in Minot. It was on the newspapers in the early years because of its good employee benefits. Although it did not change its name after being acquired by the Jiang family, the Mintai label has faded from the public's view, and the drugs it produces are basically affixed with Putai Pharmaceuticals' Phoenix logo. Chu Luo and the employees' families made an appointment to meet at a street cafe in Xiqing district. Because it was a private cafe located in a small alley near the school, the two asked along the way before they found the right place. The time they met happened to be during working hours, and there were not many people in the cafe, except for a few students with backpacks who were gathered together to finish their summer homework. Zhou Meng went to the front desk and ordered 2 cups of latte, but the other party came to keep the appointment when he was halfway through drinking it. The visitor was a woman wearing a headscarf and sunglasses. Before she sat down, she tentatively asked Chu Luo, Are you reporters Chu and Zhou? Chu Luo took out his work ID and showed it to her. Yes, this is my work ID. After confirming that everything was correct, she sat down carefully, took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of tired eyes. I'm sorry. This is the only way I can feel at ease. Chu Luo comforted her. We understand. Miss Zhang, do you want anything to drink? No, I brought something to drink myself. The woman tidied up the silk scarf she was wrapped in, took out a thermos cup from her large black handbag and placed it on the table. I don't really like to drink outside. Chu Luo didn't say anything after hearing this. He took out a recorder and said, Ms. Zhang, can we record this interview? During the reporting process, we will process your name and voice. Before Chu Luo could finish, Miss Zhang clutched her bag tightly and nodded. Yes, it's all right. Then please explain your husband's specific situation first. Miss Zhang looked around and made sure there were no suspicious people before she spoke angrily. My husband's name is Sujia. He started working at Mintai 3 years ago after graduating from school. Everything was normal at first, but just half a month ago I received a call from their factory saying that he died in the production workshop. Ahem. Before Miss Zhang finished her words, she suddenly covered her mouth and started coughing rapidly, her whole body trembling. Zhou Meng wanted to go over to help her, but she shook her head violently to signal them not to worry about it. She took out medicine from her bag and swallowed it with water before she felt better. I'm fine. This is an old problem. Just take medicine in time. After Jiuan got into trouble, I went to the hospital as they said. The doctor said he died of a sudden heart attack, but I don't know why they didn't want me to see Ji Yuan's body. They took him to the crematorium for cremation without my consent. When I saw him, he was all ready. Zhou Meng handed the tissue to Miss Zhang. So what did the pharmaceutical company tell you later? They insisted that my husband died of a heart attack, not on the job. Not only were they unwilling to compensate, they also sent people to threaten me and my mother-in-law. Miss Zhang's voice became more and more choked up, but my husband is in good health, and there is no genetic disease in his family. He couldn't have died of a heart attack. In fact, I didn't come to you for compensation. I just want to know how my husband died. Chu Luo said, Ms. Zhang, if you have any objections to this matter, you should call the police. I called the police, but the body has been cremated. The factory and the hospital insisted that he died of a heart attack. The police said there was too little evidence. I really couldn't do anything. Ms. Zhang, I understand your feelings, but we are just reporters. If the police can't do it, then we. Zhou Meng didn't say the rest of the words, just staring at Miss Zhang with red eyes in front of him. I know. Miss Zhang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, tremblingly took out a yellowed paper from her bag and handed it to Zhou Meng. During the time when he had the accident, I asked all his friends in the factory, but no one was willing to tell me the truth. I really had no choice but to ask the person who was on duty with him. Although he didn't say how Ji Yuan died, he gave me this, which can let me know the truth. My health is not good, and the doctor said I may not live long. I also know that it is impossible to find out the truth by my own strength, so I found you. As for other people, I don't trust them. Zhou Meng did not refuse her and asked softly, May I ask what's wrong with your health? Cancer. Miss Zhang slowly took off the part of the headscarf that was wrapped around her head, revealing her hair that had become exceptionally sparse due to chemotherapy. Ji Yuan didn't actually work at Mintai before, but later he heard that the salary there was high, so he quit his job at the Drug Testing Institute and went there. He wanted to make more money so that I could live a few more years, but now he's gone before me. During this time, I also thought about staying with him, but I couldn't swallow this anger in my heart. I knew he was murdered by someone, and I had to stay alive and avenge him. I couldn't let him die in such an unclear way. Chu Luo's eyes also turned red. Do you have any other clues? Or if you need help, I can help you. I don't need any other help. As for the clues, Miss Zhang took out a thick brown paper bag from her bag and handed it to Chu Luo. This is the detailed investigation information they gave me at the beginning, and the 2 work diaries that Ji Yuan left at home. Chu Luo took the thing from her solemnly. If there is any result, we will inform you as soon as possible. Ahem. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. After sending Miss Zhang away, Zhou Meng took a deep breath and opened the piece of paper she had stuffed into him. It was a notice on the removal of Jiang Shangmin from the position of director of Tai Pharmaceutical Research Laboratory. Jiang Shang. Seeing this name, Zhou Meng's lips trembled slightly, and his thin shirt was almost soaked by the cold sweat on his back. Is there something wrong with this paper? Chu Luo's voice sounded in his ears. Zhou Meng calmly showed him the notice. It's nothing, just a notice from their pharmaceutical factory. Maybe they gave him the wrong thing. After leaving the cafe, Zhou Meng did not go back to Meixin, but took a taxi directly back to Jianghe Impression. Zhang Yuye flew to Australia to shoot a commercial in the morning and was said to be back in 3 or 4 days. Zhou Meng was the only one in the huge room. The golden afternoon sun shone through the balcony into the entire living room, warming the golden and white floor. Zhou Meng changed his clothes and leaned on the balcony to smoke. Too many things have happened recently that have exhausted him physically and mentally. The noisy buzzing sound in his ears almost never stops, but he no longer has the heart to think about it. The mental pain is far more torturous than the physical pain. The smell of tobacco relaxed Zhou Meng's tense nerves. He walked slowly towards the hanging chair in the corner of the balcony. There were a few rose plants planted in the flower pots next to them. They were the ones he said he wanted to grow when he and Zhang Yuye were watching a movie one afternoon. At that time, Zhang Yuye half-jokingly said that he would give him a rose garden. He said he couldn't plant all the roses, so he could just buy a few pots and grow them. The next day, Zhang Yuye asked someone to bring the 2 pots of flowers over. Because it was already July and the roses had passed their flowering period, Zhang Yuye comforted him by saying that they could slowly take care of them and wait until June next year to watch them bloom together. Recalling the promise he made, Zhou Meng felt a little sad. A year is really too long, enough to change anything and anyone. Zhou Meng stretched out his hand to touch the branches of the rose, but pulled it back just before touching it. He laughed silently, sat on the rattan rocking chair, and stared at Minun in a trance in the afternoon. In the past countless days and nights, he had stood on a high place and looked at this city. It was difficult for him to describe his feelings towards Minun. It could not be called hatred or love, but just an extremely melancholy feeling. A cigarette burned out between his fingertips. Zhou Meng threw away the cigarette ace and took out the red notebook from his bag. On the middle page, the two words Jiangshang were circled in red. Next to it were several missing person notices cut from newspapers. The person the family was looking for was Jiangshang. Jiangshang disappeared in the autumn 2 years ago. 1 month after Qin Wen's accident, his family still has not found him or his body. As for the reason for the disappearance, Zhou Meng could vaguely guess that Jiangshang was the informant that Qin Wen mentioned who was willing to reveal the inside story to him. He just didn't know why their affairs were known by the people above the Jiang family. They found someone to deal with Jiangshang and bribed the truck driver who hit Qin Wen that year. But Jiangshang has been missing for more than 2 years. Why would Su Zhiyuan's colleagues say that Su Zhiyuan's death was related to Jiangshang? Could it be that Su Zhiyuan was also silenced because he knew something? Zhou Meng wrote Su Zhiyuan's name next to it. A strong sense of uneasiness shrouded his heart and could not be dispelled for a long time. Over the years, he has always wanted to find out the truth and avenge Qin Wen. But the closer he got to the truth, the more frightened he felt. Those vibrant lives were wiped out silently without even a sigh. The next day, Zhou Meng and Chu Luo carefully analyzed the bag of information that Miss Zhang gave them. There was no useful information in it. All the clues pointed to Su Zhiyuan's natural death. I remember Miss Zhang said yesterday that the paper was given to her by Su Zhiyuan's colleague. This colleague should know the inside story. Why don't we go find this colleague directly? Chu Luo held up the notice and looked at it for a long time. He couldn't help but complain to Zhou Meng. Didn't you say that Jiangshang has been missing for several years? It's impossible that he killed Su Zhiyuan, right? Zhou Meng shook his head. I don't know, but this is a breakthrough. As for Su Zhiyuan's colleague, he probably won't tell us the truth. If he really wants to tell it, he can just tell Miss Zhang directly. There's no need to be a riddler here. Chu Luo sighed, propped up his head and looked at Zhou Meng who had been looking through Su Zhiyuan's work log. Mengzi, why do I feel like you've been a little absent-minded recently? What happened? Zhou Meng raised his head and answered seriously, I just haven't had a good rest recently. Chu Luo put his hand on his shoulder and said, Let's go on vacation together after we finish this matter? Before Zhou Meng could answer, Qin Qian suddenly walked in from the office door and shouted to Zhou Meng, Teacher Zhou that? The big boss asked you to go to 901 to find him. Xie Qian? Chu Luo, his forehead wrinkled. Isn't he going to retire? Go and see for yourself. Zhou Meng closed his work diary and walked upstairs quickly. He had a vague idea that Xie Qian wanted to see him for something, but he still hesitated when he pushed the door. 901 has always been Xie Qian's office. Although he said he would retire at the last meeting, he still came to the company for a few days every week and did not give his office to Xie Jingyi. When Zhou Meng entered, he was standing in front of the office window watering the money tree. Maybe it was because of his illness, but Xie Qian looked much older. In just 1 month, most of his hair had turned gray and his body became hunched. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Xie Qian put down the kettle and turned around. Zhou Meng, you're here? Mr. Xie. Xie Qian pushed up his glasses on his nose and said gloomily, Sit down. Zhou Meng sat stiffly on the dark sofa. Xie Qian placed a glass of water in front of him and then propped himself up to sit opposite him. Xie Qian said nothing, but just stared at Zhou Meng quietly. After a moment of silence, he sighed. Do you know why I asked you to come here today? Zhou Meng lowered his head and did not answer his question. I heard that you were investigating the Mintai pharmaceutical factory. Are you going to stop me? Zhou Meng asked him. Or are you going to kick me out of Mixin like you did 2 years ago? Ahem. Xie Qian's breathing became heavy. He narrowed his eyes and said seriously, Zhou Meng, I know what you are thinking and what you want to do, but have you ever thought about the consequences of doing so? Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. Not to mention that they are not even. Zhou Meng interrupted him sharply. So I should just watch Teacher Qin die, and watch those innocent people die? Xie Qian's expression became complicated. He opened his mouth and paused for a moment before saying, "What do those people have to do with you? You are the most powerful Omega. As long as you don't get involved in this, it's only a matter of time before you become famous. Why ruin yourself for some irrelevant people? I don't care about fame and success. I only care about a result." Zhou Meng said to Xie Qian with a wry smile, "Teacher Qin has always regarded you as your best friend. It turns out that he is just an insignificant person in your eyes. That's different." Xie Qian excitedly knocked on the glass coffee table with his hand. "Zhou Meng, he is different from you. You can't ruin yourself for him, for a dead person." Zhou Meng took a deep breath and calmly argued with Xie Qian. "If it weren't for Teacher Qin, my life would have been ruined long ago. I have been without a father since I was a child. In my heart, he is not only my teacher, but also my father. I can't go against my conscience and turn a blind eye to this matter. I don't want to ruin myself. I just want to be an upright person. You will die." Xie Qian's voice was filled with some kind of almost desperate pleading. "You must know that if these things are exposed, it will not only affect the Jiang family but also the entire pharmaceutical industry. Even if the Jiang family lets you go, others will not let you go. The people you want to save are indeed pitiful, but aren't those who will lose their jobs and be laid off because of this incident pitiful? Compared with the entire industry, they are only a small part." Zhou Meng questioned him. "They just want to live. Did they do anything wrong?" "Zhou Meng, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Even if you kick me out again, I will not let go." Zhou Meng didn't want to discuss this topic with him anymore, so he turned and left the office, passing by Xie Jingyi, who was standing at the door. "What a sin." Xie Qian collapsed on the sofa and started coughing violently. Xie Jingyi walked over to him, helped him up, and poured him a cup of hot water. "Father." Xie Jingyi sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. "You shouldn't have said this to Zhou Meng." Xie Qian recovered and asked her back while holding the handrail, "Do you want me to watch him die?" Xie Jingyi sneered, "Father, do you know what the biggest difference between you and Teacher Qin is? What? You never know how to respect other people's choices, and you always take it for granted that you are good to others." Xie Jingyi. Xie Jingyi turned around and sat opposite Xie Qian. She pinched her brows with her hands. "Father, you should save your energy. It's useless to get angry at me. It was you who asked Teacher Qin to take care of Zhou Meng. He recognizes Teacher Qin as his father. Isn't it normal that he doesn't recognize you?" Xie Jingyi paused for a moment, then sneered, "Besides, you are not worthy of being his father. If you really wanted to do this for his own good, you had so many opportunities to bring him back. What were you doing? That's because of your mother." "Don't mention my mother." Xie Jingyi rolled her eyes at him. "You are not qualified to mention her." After leaving 901, Zhou Meng did not return to the office. He turned around and walked up the stairs on the side of the corridor to the rooftop. The sky was covered with heavy dark clouds, which almost covered all the light. The air was full of humid water vapor, and even the wind became sticky. After Chen Xinhe jumped off the building manager had an extra layer of guardrails installed around the roof to prevent the same thing from happening again. The tall, dark green fence turned the entire roof into a cage with a dark gray sky, from which only birds could escape. Zhou Meng walked to the fence, turned around and leaned against the existing wall, took out 2 cigarettes from the cigarette box, lit one and placed it on the gap of the railing, and then lit another one for himself. After a click, a faint orange-red flame ignited at his fingertips, and white smoke spread. Zhou Meng felt like a 1,000-pound stone was pressing on his chest, and even his breathing became heavy. "I won't let go." Zhou Meng looked up at the cloudy sky, smoking and talking to himself. "If I let go, who will speak up for you?" As if someone was responding to him, the wind began to sob, bringing some scattered raindrops to Zhou Meng's face. He closed his eyes, and drops of fine rain flowed down his cheeks, with a bit of salty seawater. "I knew you were here." Chu Luo walked quickly to him with an umbrella and blocked the rain for him. "Are you acting in an idol drama here, the melancholy male lead?" Zhou Meng sneered. "I wish I was the male lead in an idol drama. I could just think about love every day and not bother to study other things. Not all idol dramas are like this. It's better to have a career." Chu Luo found a comfortable position next to him. Do you have any cigarettes? Give me one. Zhou Meng handed him the cigarette box. Chu Luo took out a cigarette from the box with only a few cigarettes left and asked Zhou Meng to light it for him. You've been smoking a lot lately. I remember you didn't smoke this stuff when you were in college. I started smoking after I started working. I'm not addicted to it. Sometimes I smoke a couple of cigarettes when I'm really upset. It's okay if you're not addicted. You can still quit. For someone like me, I may not be able to quit. Zhou Meng glanced at Chu Luo and asked, what happened to you in these years? Chu Luo did not answer, but asked him, Xie Qian was looking for you just now because of the Mintai pharmaceutical factory, right? Yes. Zhou Meng's voice was muffled, as if something was stuck in his throat. Zhou Meng, there is a question I think I need to ask you. What? Why don't you trust me? Zhou Meng looked up in astonishment. When did I stop trusting you? Chu Luo questioned him. You knew from the beginning that there were problems with Mintai pharmaceutical factory, including the matter of Jiangshang. Zhou Meng's eyes darkened. I just don't want other people to get involved. Chu Luo's face became visibly gloomy. Am I someone else? I will die. Zhou Meng said these 3 words casually, and then exhaled a circle of pale smoke. I'm not kidding. I will really die. Chu Luo pondered for a while. I'm not afraid of death. Zhou Meng's fingertips paused. Cigarette ash fell all over the surface of his shoes. Do you know what you were saying? Chu Luo pursed his lips. His face, which always had a smile, was shrouded in gloom. Of course I know. We have all died once, so what's so scary about dying again? Zhou Meng didn't understand what he meant, and even felt that Chu Luo was a little strange at the moment. Apart from his appearance, he was not the same as the old classmate in his memory. 3 years ago, I went to the earthquake zone for an interview. Because of the landslide, I was trapped in a cave for 5 days. It was very dark inside, and I couldn't tell whether it was day or night. There was a volunteer trapped with me at the time. If he hadn't been talking to me all the time, I probably wouldn't have come back. At that time, I always thought that his situation was better than mine, so he could maintain such a positive attitude. It was not until the search and rescue team moved away the rocks, blocking the outside, that I found that half of his leg was pressed by the rocks, and he had lost consciousness. When he was recuperating in the hospital, I asked him why he could still smile and comfort me in such a situation. He said that it was because he believed that he could get out alive, and he also believed that I could. Chu Luo suddenly paused at this point. He squinted his eyes and turned to look at the gloomy sky in the distance. Later, we became very, very, very good friends, better than any friends, lovers, or couples in the world. But just half a year ago, he passed away. Zhou Meng looked at him worriedly. Lolo. Because of pheromone control disorder. Chu Luo sneered. Because of this rotten disease that is said to only occur in a very small number of people, he died. The last words he said to me before he died were, begging me to kill him. Chu Luo tightly grasped the fence. His knuckles turned white from excessive force. I still can't figure out why a person like him would end up like this. Until later someone told me that this so-called pheromone control disorder does not exist at all. It is a conspiracy. The unburned cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. Zhou Meng looked solemn. Who told you this? Chu Luo did not answer. His red eyes met Zhou Meng's gaze. I don't want to say. Zhou Meng nodded resignedly. So you came to Minnan from the capital to avenge your friend? Yes. An obscure light flashed in Zhou Meng's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he said calmly, pheromone disorder does not exist. It is actually drug addiction. Drug addiction? 2 years ago, my teacher received a report that the Mintai pharmaceutical factory was illegally discharging pollutants. During the investigation, Jiang Shang found him and revealed a secret to him, including that the Mintai pharmaceutical factory not only had problems with illegal pollution discharge, but they were also producing a kind of addictive shenma drug. These drugs were added to normal medicines and put on the market to improve their efficacy. Most people will not have any problems after taking this drug, but some people will become dependent on it, and long-term use will affect the human nervous system and pheromones. In order to cover up this, they invented pheromone disorder. Chu Luo looked dazed. What medicine? Zhou Meng shook his head. I don't know about that yet. They were killed by the Jiang family before they could fully discover the truth. Are you saying that Jiang Shang is dead? Well, the probability that he is alive is not high. How could this be? Zhou Meng sneered. In front of them, people like us are nothing. Ants? Flying insects? If they want to crush us to death, it's no different from crushing a bug. Chu Luo lowered his head, his face full of gloom. So what you want now is, like you, I want to avenge them. I am not afraid of death, I just... Zhou Meng laughed lightly, but his voice was lost in the wind and rain. I just don't want to hurt him. Sydney was still a little chilly in September. Zhang Yuye, wearing a black windbreaker and sunglasses, stood under a large parasol held up by his servants and drank freshly squeezed orange juice. Wei He stood behind him, squinting his eyes and quietly staring at the dense forest in front of the grassland. Because of the long-term tension, his forehead was covered with a layer of fine beads of sweat, and his back was as stiff as a fish that had been dried for a long time. Bang! A gunshot rang out from the dense forest, and countless birds were startled and scattered around. Wei He was also startled by the loud gunshot and couldn't help but take a small step back. Are you scared? Zhang Yuye took off his sunglasses and handed them to him, laughing. You are so brave on weekdays. Why are you so scared when I say I want to meet Hetty? She is not a jackal or tiger. Wei He had a smile on his face, but his brows were subconsciously knitted together with an ugly expression. He whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Not a jackal, but worse than a jackal. Zhang Yuye smiled knowingly, reached out and patted Wei He's shoulder. Then I'm sorry to trouble you to accompany me to meet the jackal. Excuse me, young master. Wei He's mouth twitched a few times. When he looked up, he saw a woman in camouflage outdoor clothes and holding a hunting rifle walking towards them from the other side of the dense forest. Behind her were a few tall foreigners dragging a wild deer weighing hundreds of kilograms. The bright red blood was particularly obvious on the yellowish grassland. Before she got close, Zhang Yuye walked over quickly and greeted her warmly. Godmother, long time no see. Hetty saw it was him, threw the shotgun to the person next to him, took off her goggles, and pinched Zhang Yuye's face. Oh my, they told me someone was looking for me. I wondered who it was. It turned out to be you, my dear. Zhang Yuye frowned slightly. Godmother, I'm already an adult. Please don't call me like that. Hetty didn't let go, rubbed his face red, and then smiled and replied, no matter how old you are, I can still call you like this, because I'm your elder. Zhang Yuye looked a little embarrassed and immediately changed the subject. Did Godmother just shoot this deer? It's amazing. Hetty smiled and covered her face. That's nothing. I, your godmother, have better ones. I'll take you to the shooting range later and ask someone to roast this deer later. It must taste great. Then I'd like to thank Godmother first. Why are you being so polite to me? Hetty's eyes flashed. We are all family. Do we have to be so different? Zhang Yuye didn't answer. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, I came to see my godmother this time because I want to discuss something with you. Hetty paused while taking off her protective gear. She still had a smile on her face, but there was a little more coldness in her eyes. I guess what you want to talk to me about is not good. Let's go to the shooting range to talk. It's uncomfortable to talk here. Zhang Yuye nodded and followed her to the shooting range on the other side of the farm. Hetty didn't say anything along the way, and no one else dared to say a word. She didn't seem like their boss, but more like their emperor, who was intimidating without even getting angry and would not tolerate disobedience. When Zhang Yuye was very young, he often heard his mother Qiu Ilian mention Hetty. They had been very good friends since college. When his mother got married, Hetty gave her a diamond crown worth tens of millions. However, unlike Qiu Ilian's gentle and amiable image, Hetty is a strong woman beyond the traditional sense. She is a career-oriented boss who can conquer the world even if she travels back to ancient times. She is also a version of her who has no emotions or love. Her original surname was He, and she was the fifth daughter of the He family in Hong Kong. Mr. He had several wives. Hetty was not favored in the He family because her mother was of poor background and had a weak personality. She had a low sense of existence and was the least likely child to inherit the family business. Things took a turn for the better when she was 24 years old. Despite her mother's objection, she resolutely married Xiaolan's father, Xiao Shichong. At that time, although the Xiao family was very prestigious, it had been declining. Many people predicted that the Xiao family would decline in the hands of Xiao Shichong, and Hetty would suffer if she married him. But after Hetty came to the Xiao family, not only did she not suffer any bullying, she also controlled Xiao Shichang completely. She was swift and resolute in her work, and left no stone unturned. In less than 3 years, she had dealt with several of the Xiao family's ulterior motives, as well as Xiao Shichang's lovers and illegitimate children. Even if many people in the Xiao family did not recognize Xiao Shichang, they would recognize her as their lady. But it seems that she had no intention to spend the rest of her life in the Xiao family from the beginning. In the 7th year after her marriage, Hetty separated from Xiao Shichang and returned to the He family. The whole He family was in turmoil when she took office. Some people ridiculed her that she was already married, and that He Lao left the property to her as an outsider. Not long after, she divorced Xiao Shichang and vowed never to marry again. After the divorce, Hetty was doing well in the business world, but her reputation was always bad. There were often rumors that she used many unsavory methods to seize power and harmed her own flesh and blood. After Xiao Shichang became a vegetable due to an accident, many people suspected that it was Hetty who did it. Her purpose was to help her son and daughter gain a foothold in the Xiao family. After all, Xiao Shichang was a man who could not control his lower body, and there was no telling when he would bring his illegitimate son home to fight for power. But rumors are just rumors after all, and only the parties involved know whether they are true or false. In Jiang Yuye's opinion, his godmother was indeed someone who could do such a thing. But such things were nothing new to people from families like theirs, and were not considered unusual. Although the shooting range on the farm is called a shooting range, it is very simple. It looks a bit like a horse training farm. It is just a large open space with a few simple target shooting devices installed at random. If I remember correctly, I should have taught you how to use a gun for the first time. Hetty picked up the pistol she used most often, held it with one hand, aimed at the straw target, and pulled the trigger. After a bang, the bullet hit the center of the bull's eye, a perfect 10 rings. Jiang Yuye picked up a gun at random from the table in front of him and pulled the trigger at the target in front of him in almost the same posture as Hetty, also hitting a beautiful 10 rings. There were a few bursts of applause all around. He put the gun back in place, lowered his eyes and answered, "You taught me in the shooting club when I was 7 years old." Hetty smiled and asked people to replace the fixed target in front with a moving target. She had excellent shooting skills and never missed a target. After she had used up all the bullets in the magazine, she sent everyone away, leaving Jiang Yuye alone. "Tell me, why did you come to see me?" Jiang Yuye's tone changed. His voice became low and hoarse. "I want to avenge my mother." Hetty looked normal. She stuffed a new magazine into the pistol. "Your mother died of hysteria. What is there to avenge? If it was really hysteria, I wouldn't come to beg you today." Jiang Yuye let out a breath. The end of his voice was tinged with a trace of sadness. "You have always known how she died, but you just don't want to face it, right?" Bang! The sound of bullets being fired exploded beside Jiang Yuye's ears. Hetty turned around and looked at Jiang Yuye, her dark brown eyes filled with chill and disdain. "Even if I know, so what? Are you going to take revenge on me too?" Jiang Yuye lowered his head and said nothing, shaking his head solemnly. "Do you know what price you will pay for doing this?" Hetty put the gun back on the table, took out a cigarette from her pocket and lit it. "If you fail, your good grandfather, good uncle, and good brothers will kill you and give you a name of accidental death. If you succeed, it will not be easy. Everything you have now, honor, wealth, and fame are given to you by the Jiang family. Once the Jiang family is destroyed in your hands, you will be worse than a rat crossing the street." "I know," Jiang Yuye answered seriously, "because I know what will happen. I want revenge. If I don't do this, I will die. Instead of dying in such a dull way, why not do something big before I die? At least there will be someone to bury with me." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Hetty suddenly became emotional. "Did your mother give birth to you so that you can say these things?" Jiang Yuye smiled bitterly. "She is gone. What does it have to do with her whether I am alive or dead?" "Jiang Yuye, godmother, I know you are doing this for my own good, but what's the point of you trying to persuade me to let go?" Jiang Yuye's eyes dimmed, like pearls covered in dust. "Do you know how she lived the year before she died? They locked her in the attic like an animal and tied her feet with iron chains. She would start crying at night. They told me at the time that she was crazy, but I clearly heard her crying my name. I wanted to see her, but they wouldn't let me. I could only talk to her through the thick iron door, and I couldn't even see her. Later, I finally saw her, and she actually stuck a pencil down her throat in front of me. She didn't leave immediately, but just lay in my arms and repeated my name over and over again. From that day on, I wondered who made her like this, who killed my best mother. They told me that this was her fate, but I knew it was not her fate. It was a fate they forced upon her just because she stood in their way. From the day I found out, I swore in my heart that I would make all those who hurt her die a miserable death. I heard that the golden Buddha in your house is very effective. If you go there to worship, you might see her in your dream. But Grandpa doesn't allow me to get close to the temple. The young Jiang Yuye lowered his head and kicked stones while sitting on the swing in the garden. You can go secretly when no one is around. Xiao Lan leaned her head on the rope. It's a pity that I have to go home soon. Otherwise, I can go with you. Jiang Yuye raised his head. The deep red sunset reflected in his beautiful golden eyes like a blazing flame. Brother Alan, thank you. What's there to thank me for? We are brothers. Xiao Lan stood up and stroked Jiang Yuye's wind-blown hair. He was 2 years older than Jiang Yuye and much taller. Brothers should help each other. Jiang Yuye nodded. If Brother Alan encounters difficulties in the future, I will help Brother Alan. At 10:30 in the evening, the entire Jiang family was shrouded in darkness. Only a few lights were still on in the garden. The dim, warm yellow light attracted many flying insects to hover around. At exactly 11 o'clock, Jiang Yuye lifted the quilt covering his face, carefully pushed open the door and left his room, then slipped into the garden through the back door of the villa. The garden was silent, with only the faint sound of cicadas chirping. He walked on the stone road in thin pajamas, looking for the direction of his memory in the dim moonlight. Walking around a lotus pond, Jiang Yuye saw the ancient Bodhi tree that had been standing there. However, the ancient tree in the night did not have the majestic appearance it had during the day. Every branch looked hideous and terrifying. Jiang Yuye stopped in front of the yard, raised his head and looked at the gloomy and dark courtyard in front of him and the tree that had been twisted and deformed at some point in time. Silent fear rippled in his heart. After pausing for a moment, he closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, walked into the half-open mahogany door, passed through the swaying branches of the monster, and came to the Buddhist hall. The phoenix carved out of mahogany looked like a strange bird covered with thorns under the dim moonlight. Jiang Yuye carefully avoided them and pushed the door open a little, then closed it again after passing through. There was no sound of cicadas or wind in the large Buddhist hall, only deathly silence. The young Jiang Yuye held his breath and came to the Buddha statue that was said to be able to ward off disasters and misfortunes. The half-burned red candle cast a layer of red candlelight on the golden Buddha statue and also illuminated the small world in front of Jiang Yuye. Jiang Yuye raised his head hard to see the full picture of the Buddha statue, but he was too short. No matter how hard he tried, he could only see the Buddha statue's drooping eyes. After some hesitation, he gave up and imitated the adults, kneeling in front of the golden Buddha, clasping his hands, raising them above his head and then lowering them. Buddha blesses me to see my mother in my dreams, and I hope my mother can be happy in another world. He repeated his wish and was about to get up from the ground when he heard the sound of someone pushing the door. Jiang Yuye paused, took 2 steps at a time, and almost crawled to hide in the corner beside the Buddha statue. Fortunately, the lotus base of the Buddha statue was very large, which could completely cover his thin figure. A minute later, the door of the Buddhist hall was pushed open, and 2 tall figures walked in. Jiang Yuye poked his head out, and in the moonlight he recognized that the one in front was his grandfather Jiang Cheng, and the one behind was his father Jiang Fu, whom he had not seen for a long time. After Jiang Fu came in, he quickly closed the door, and the surroundings became dark again, with only the 2 burning red candles still shining. Jiang Cheng took out 3 incense sticks from the cabinet, lit them with candlelight, and worshipped devoutly. When the burning incense was inserted into the incense burner, Jiang Fu, who had been standing still, suddenly knelt beside him. "Father." "Hey, Xiaofu, what are you doing?" Jiang Cheng bent over and stretched out his hand to his eldest son. "The ground is cold. Get up quickly." "Father." Jiang Fu's voice became turbid and sad. I have something to ask of you. I won't get up unless you agree. The candle flame flickered, magnifying Jiang Cheng's shadow infinitely. In a trance, it seemed to be larger than the giant Buddha statue, but the shadow was black, without a trace of gold. What are you talking about? We are father and son. Why can't we just say it directly? Why do we have to do this? I want to ask you to save Yuya. Zhang Fu's voice became choked. He was nearly 40 years old, but at this moment he was as helpless as a child who had made a mistake. Jiang Cheng straightened up. He looked at his son in front of him calmly and kindly. What are you talking about? Yuya is my eldest grandson. How could anyone want to harm him? You won't harm him, but that doesn't mean others won't. Zhang Fu's voice suddenly dropped. His mother is gone. Do you want to see our whole family die? His mother? Jiang Cheng sneered. You know I have never liked her. A woman who would stand in our way. How can she be qualified to be the mother of my grandson? But father, pity her after all. After all what? Jiang Cheng's tone became aggressive, completely different from his usual amiable self. Big boss, do you know why things have turned out like this? Because you are a loser. If you could control your own wife, I wouldn't have let the second brother and his men drug her. In the end, you couldn't even keep a lunatic under control. Do you know what you are hinting at? Do you think the second brother and his men will do something to Yuya? Zhang Fu replied gloomily. Have you forgotten how your third brother left? Even blood relatives are like this, let alone Yuya. Jiang Cheng sighed softly. He turned his back and stared at the golden Buddha in front of him. If people want to have power, they are destined to give up something. Survival of the fittest. What the second son did was a bit cruel, but from his point of view, I don't think he is wrong. He is the son who is most like me. Father, how can you say that? Jiang Cheng's face darkened. Boss, do you know what disappoints me the most about you? You are too kind, and kindness is the last thing this world and this family need. If you don't raise your knife, then others will raise their knives to you. Just like when our family was in trouble, those people only knew how to add insult to injury and wanted to kill us. But now, we have only used a little cruel means, and they are crying and shouting to come and ask for a meeting. Jiang Cheng suddenly reached out and touched Jiang Fu's face. You don't really think that the reason you can still be a rich young master is because of this Buddha statue, right? If it weren't for me and your brother, you would have been begging for food. Silly son, you should thank your brother. After all, without the Jiang family, you would really be nothing. Jiang Fu stopped talking. His tears fell drop by drop on the cold floor of the Buddhist hall. After choking for a while, he finally spoke. I may be nothing, but father, Yuya is your grandson. Even if you don't care about the father-son relationship between you and me, you should at least think about the grandfather-grandson relationship between you and him. He is still so young. Seeing that Jiang Cheng still refused, Jiang Fu changed the subject. He knelt down and took 2 steps to pull Jiang Cheng's pants. Father, if Yuyi is gone, the second brother and his men will really have no obstacles. The knives in their hands can fall on the third brother's head, on you Yi and me, and sooner or later on yours. Jiang Fu. Jiang Cheng interrupted him with a sharp voice. I can keep him alive, but there are some things that Yuya cannot and should never know in his life. I don't want the child I raised with great effort to become a sharp knife stabbing me in the end. Father, don't worry. I won't tell Yuya what happened here, including what happened to his mother. Warm blood flowed all over the ground in front of the golden Buddha. He sobbed and stretched out his bloody hands to Jiang Cheng. Father, I am blind. I can't see anything and I don't know anything. Please, please save my son. Save your grandson. Zhang Yuye didn't remember when they left the Buddhist temple. He only knew that the blood on the ground was not dry yet when he crawled out from behind the lotus seat. He carefully avoided the blood and staggered out of the Buddhist temple. The moment he closed the door, he saw that the Buddha statue, which had originally lowered its eyes, was now staring at him. After that night, Zhang Yuye fell seriously ill and lay in bed for 3 days without recovery. Continuous nightmares disturbed his mind. In his dream, he returned to the studio again. Qiu Elian, dressed in white, held him in her arms and sang a lullaby to him. But after she finished singing, she did not kiss him as usual. Drop after drop of blood flowed from her hollow eyes and dripped onto Jiang Yuye's face. Without waiting for Jiang Yuye to speak, she tightly grasped Jiang Yuye's hand and shouted to him, "Yuye, avenge me. Avenge me. I've had nightmares since the day I found out the truth. I keep having the same dream over and over again. I dream about the day she committed suicide in front of me, and she wants me to avenge her." Jiang Yuye's voice was very soft, making it sound a little unreal. "Do you understand the feeling of living in pain and fear all the time? As soon as you close your eyes, countless people who died violently will cry and drag you to Hades. But when you open your eyes, you have to put on a smile to please the murderers who killed your mother. I have lived like this for 15 years. During these 15 years, I have been thinking about a question, but I still have no answer." Hetty's face still had no expression, but her tone was much softer, and there was a hint of pity. "What's the question?" Jiang Yuye's eyes were red, and his tone was full of hatred. "Why me? I can't understand why such a thing happened to me. Why was I born in such a family? What did I do wrong? My mother, what did she do wrong? There are not so many whys in this world." Hetty held a cigarette in one hand, looking like a person who had experienced it. "When I was humiliated in the He family, I thought the same thing. Why am I still bullied even though I was born in such a wealthy family? It was not until I became the head of the He family that I figured out this problem." Hetty paused for a moment and exhaled a puff of white smoke. "There is no right or wrong in this world. No high or low, no gain or loss. There are only eyes that examine you. Others are examining you, and you are also examining yourself. When you feel that you are guilty, your soul will never be redeemed, even if you were born innocent." Jiang Yuye didn't understand what she meant. "What does this have to do with what I've encountered?" "It has nothing to do with it, but it has to do with your choice. Yuye, you have to remember that you can't choose your fate, but you can choose the path you take. Hatred shouldn't be everything in your life. I chose hatred myself." Jiang Yuye smiled bitterly. "So what if the ending is not good? At least my 15 years of suffering can come to an end. At least I can be a real Jiang Yuye before I die." This time Hetty did not refute him. "It seems that you have really thought it through, but unfortunately." Before Jiang Yuye could react, the cold muzzle of the gun was pressed against his forehead. Hetty smiled deeply. "It's a pity that you found the wrong person. Not only will I not help you, I will also kill you. After all, a living Jiang family is much more valuable than a living you, isn't it?" Although the gun was pointed at him, Jiang Yuye's expression did not change at all. He just looked at Hetty quietly. "If Godmother thinks it would be better if I died, then shoot me." Hetty narrowed her eyes and examined the person in front of her. "Are you really not afraid of me shooting? You should know what I have done. If I want to, I will really kill you." Jiang Yuye replied calmly, "I'm just betting that it will be more beneficial for you if I stay alive." Hetty chuckled and shook her head. "You bet on the wrong thing. Young man, you are worthless to me. Your direction was wrong from the beginning. Many things in this world can be bought with money, but there is one thing that is very special. No matter how much money you have, it is like a phantom in front of it, and that is power. Your grandfather and others have come to where they are today, relying not only on gold and silver. If you win, you can only bring me money, which I have no shortage of, but if they win, they can give me something that money can't buy." Jiang Yuye frowned when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "Then you shoot." Before Jiang Yuye finished speaking, the sound of the trigger being pulled exploded in his ears. A bullet almost rubbed his face and flew past. A huge buzzing sound came from his right ear. His back was cold and his palms were full of sweat, but fortunately he made the right bet. Hetty did not kill him. "Yuye, although it is not good to say this, sometimes I really feel that you are more like my son than Alon." Hetty put down the gun in her hand, took out a cigarette from the cigarette box and handed it to Jiang Yuye, and then threw the lighter to him. "Light a cigarette and relax for a while." Jiang Yuye's nerves relaxed. He lit up a cigarette and smelled the faint aroma of tobacco, which gave him a feeling of having survived a disaster. "Don't say this to him in front of him. He will be sad." "Sad?" Hetty raised her eyebrows in disbelief. "He is not that kind of person. In his opinion, it is better to enjoy life in time than to be sad. It is really strange." Jiang Yuye smiled and replied, "Not everyone can be as self-disciplined as you. When people encounter pain, they always need to relax." Hetty laughed, picked up a gun and stuffed it into Jiang Yuye's hand. then held a cigarette in her mouth and emptied the bullets in her gun. That's right. I like hunting when I'm under a lot of pressure. The more dangerous the prey, the more pleasure and sense of accomplishment it can bring to people, but it also requires more energy and time. One year I encountered a wild wolf in a wild hunting ground in Africa. From the moment we looked at each other, I knew that only one of us could survive. Did you win in the end? No, I lost. That underestimated the guy's cunning. The shot was a little off, and a local hunter saved me, otherwise I would probably have a big hole in my neck. Hetty reached out and touched her neck. It might be this position. Zhang Yuye's eyes twitched. You should pay more attention to safety in the future. Hetty said calmly, don't worry, your godmother won't die. But it was because of this incident that I fell in love with hunting. It reminds me all the time that I can't do everything perfectly. There are too many unpredictable accidents in this world. I can indeed help you with your matter, but whether you can completely bring down the Jiang family depends on you. It's not an easy task. As long as you make a wrong step, you will be doomed. Zhang Yuye raised his gun and aimed at the target in front of him. He held his breath and pulled the trigger. After a few shots, the target was completely smashed. A strange light flashed in his beautiful golden eyes. I have been waiting for this opportunity for 15 years. I won't make a mistake. Hetty said nothing. She took off the cross pendant hanging around her neck and put it on Zhang Yuye's neck. May God bless you. Zhang Yuye looked at her with a complicated expression. Do you still believe this? Hetty said concisely. No. Then why? Because it looks good. Zhang Yuye stared at the sterling silver cross inlaid with diamonds on his chest and was speechless for a moment. What's that expression on your face? Hetty glared at him and muttered in a low voice. What a tasteless thing. Zhang Yuye couldn't help laughing. I'll have someone send you a jewelry box inlaid with gemstones someday. You'll definitely like it. Hetty smiled particularly brightly and put her hand on his shoulder. It's true that my dear boy and I like you. It's a pity that your marriage with Alon didn't work out, otherwise I would have handed the He family over to you. Halfway through her conversation, Hetty suddenly seemed to remember something. She changed the subject and asked Zhang Yuye. You told me some time ago that Alan, that stinky boy, found a new fiancé. His name seems to be Ji. Something. Ji Changfeng. Zhang Yuye reminded her. Yes, Ji Changfeng. Hetty's tone became serious. Is he reliable? Zhang Yuye paused. I have a grudge against him. If you want to listen to my opinion, he is a smiling guy with a dagger hidden in his heart. But you don't have to worry too much. With Xiaolan's personality, they will break up in less than 2 years. Hetty said lazily. I can't control his affairs even if I want to. But you, Yuye, have you ever thought about how to live in the future? Zhang Yuye smiled indifferently. What is there to think about when there is no future? It's not your character to be so pessimistic. No matter what happens in the future, your godmother will protect you. At worst, you can come to Hong Kong to find me. Their hands are not that long. Zhang Yuye didn't hear what Hetty said next. The phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out and opened it. It was a message from Zhou Meng. Man, when you come back, let's go buy some fish and keep them at home. The house will be lonely when you're not around. Zhang Yuye glanced at the time and frowned slightly. Yuye, why haven't you slept yet so late? Man, headache, can't sleep Yuye. Don't take painkillers. I'll video call you when I'm done. Man. Okay, after seeing the reply, Zhang Yuye turned off his phone. He looked up at the azure sky. The sun was shining brightly, warmly on his face. Everything around him was so beautiful. He had indeed never thought about what would happen after revenge. From the moment he made up his mind to take revenge, he had never thought of a way out. But now his heart was wavering. If someone was destined not to get out of this situation alive, he hoped that person would be himself. It rained heavily on the day Zhang Yuye returned to Minot. The entire sky was shrouded in gloom. The dark gray cumulonimbus clouds blocked all the light, and only a few white lightning flashes could occasionally break through the darkness. He drove the car into the underground garage as usual and waited for Zhou Meng to get off work. Due to the weather, the car radio was intermittent, and even the host's voice was electric. Seeing that no one was around, Zhang Yuye opened the car window, took out a cigarette from the box, and lit it for himself. When the faint mint smell entered his nose, he realized that he had taken the wrong cigarette. He didn't like to smoke smelly cigarettes, but Zhomeng liked to buy this and Yellow Crane Tower. Next, we will play the classic old song Casablanca from listener 3701. This listener said that he watched the 77th movie with his first love. The movie is Casablanca. Now they are far apart, but every time he hears this song, he still thinks of him. What a passionate listener. Let's listen to it together. Get up and enjoy. The host's voice gradually faded away as the background music sounded. Zhang Yuye listened to the familiar melody, his thoughts gradually drifting away. He even forgot to smoke the cigarette in his hand, letting the pale ash fall from his fingertips. What are you thinking about, handsome guy? Zhomeng's voice brought Zhang Yuye back to reality. By the time he reacted, the cigarette in his hand had been snatched away. You smoked my cigarette? Zhomeng took a puff, opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, nudging Zhang Yuye with his arm. I was wondering why I couldn't find it a few days ago. You took the wrong one. Zhang Yuye explained, but you should smoke less. Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. Zhomeng retorted. You tell me to quit smoking every day, but you smoke more than anyone else. Zhang Yuye burst out laughing and said to Zhomeng seriously, then let's quit smoking together? No. Zhomeng refused. I feel tired and uncomfortable if I don't smoke. Zhang Yuye took out a lollipop from the small box next to the driver's seat and stuffed it into Zhomeng's hand. Then have a lollipop. Sweets can promote the secretion of dopamine and make people feel better. Zhomeng put out the cigarette, tore open the wrapper, and put the lollipop into his mouth. It was his favorite grape flavor. He leaned on the backrest, holding the lollipop in his mouth, and asked Zhang Yuye, are we going home directly or going out for dinner later? Let us go see the fish. See the fish? Well, didn't you say on the phone that day that you felt that your home was too lonely? Zhang Yuye drove the car out of the underground garage, facing the wind and rain, and squeezed into the huge traffic flow. I asked someone to prepare a large fish tank and it will be installed in the living room tomorrow. Let's go to the aquarium first to see if there is anything we like. After the fish tank is installed, we can start raising fish. Zhomeng's eyebrows curved and he smiled. Master, you should go to the flower and bird market to buy goldfish, right? How can you buy goldfish from an aquarium? The aquarium has a wide variety of species. As long as it is something you like, and it is not prohibited for private breeding, I can get it for you. Zhomeng complained while holding a lollipop in his mouth. Rich people are really different. Because it was raining heavily outside, and it was close to the closing time of the aquarium, there were not many tourists in the aquarium. But in order not to cause a commotion, Zhang Yuye obediently put on a hat and mask, covering his face tightly. They walked in through the main entrance and wandered along the tour route arranged by the venue, from the shallow water area to the deep water area, from the large fish tanks to the underwater tunnel, and finally stopped at the jellyfish hall. Zhomeng looked carefully at the glass tank in front of him. The pale blue light made it look like the bottom of the sea. Beautiful blue jellyfish were floating in it, like a lighthouse from the deep sea. Do you like jellyfish? Zhang Yuye stood half a step behind him, his voice gentle and clear. Zhomeng reached out his hand and touched the cold glass. It's not love, it's envy. Envy? Yes. Zhomeng replied with a smile. Jellyfish don't have brains. How good it is. Without brains they can't think. Without thinking they won't have so many troubles. Every day they just need to quietly swallow seawater. If they want to go far away, they just wait for the tide to come. Let the tide take them to faraway places, cross the ocean to reach the other side. Even if they die, it doesn't matter. Zhang Yuye stared at the translucent creature floating in front of him like him. What's the meaning of such a life? I don't know, but I think the meaning of the jellyfish's existence is the ocean and itself. I don't understand. Zhang Yuye leaned against Zhomeng, and when he looked at him, he found that his eyes were already filled with tears. Yuye, do you have faith? Zhang Yuye shook his head. No. Then do you have obsessions? In fact, what everyone believes in is linked to their obsessions, or their obsessions are their beliefs. For this obsession, they go to temples or churches to pray, hoping that a savior can come and save all the sufferings in the world, and also eliminate their obsessions. But unfortunately, the savior is too far away and unreachable. Zhang Yuye heard this and asked him softly, Amon, do you have any obsession? Zhomeng smiled and replied, of course I do. If I didn't have that obsession, I wouldn't envy the jellyfish so much. Zhang Yuye vaguely guessed what Zhou Meng was referring to, but he couldn't say it out loud. He put his hand on Zhou Meng's shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, you will succeed one day. Zhou Meng turned and looked at him. Actually, I always knew where my savior was. I just didn't dare to face him. Where? Here. Zhou Meng took Zhang Yuye's hand and put him on his chest. The strong heartbeat made Zhang Yuye's heart tremble. I am a really stubborn person. I will keep thinking about things that I can't figure out. Although I know that giving up some things is the best choice for me, I just can't let go. I want a result for those who have been wronged and for myself. My savior is hidden in my heart, in the obsession that I can't let go of. Zhang Yuye did not respond. It seemed that they were the only two people in the empty aquarium. The azure lights created a tranquil atmosphere. The jellyfish from the deep sea seemed to be waiting for the next tide to take them to the other side of the ocean. But this was not the sea. There were no tides or currents, only the hustle and bustle of day after day. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuye withdrew his hand, his beautiful golden eyes full of smiles. If you can't let go, then don't let go. This is the meaning of our existence here. Well, Zhou Meng replied in a muffled voice, thank you for listening to these strange words I said. We never need to say thank you to each other.